Vice Minister Hua did not even lift his eyelids. He pushed a freshly printed passport into Yi Fei's arms. If you're backing out now, leave the passport behind first. Leaving it here means I won't lose my citizenship. Yi Fei looked down at the cover. Being both a king and a citizen of here. You dream beautifully. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed from the end of the corridor. A secretary led a young woman over at a brisk pace. The girl had shoulder-length, slightly curled hair, a dark commute suit pressed perfectly flat, and walked with sharp, efficient steps. After stopping, she first nodded to Vice Minister Hua, then brought the document folder in front of her chest. Vice Minister Hua pulled the secretary aside. Why did it take so long? And you brought a newcomer too. The secretary lowered her voice. Minister, we truly had no choice. I heard the mission location is Gamajira. Every department has been pushing it off. Director Zhang from the North American and Oceanian Affairs Department couldn't dodge it, so he could only send their department's newly hired Xiao Zhou over. Vice Minister Hua sized up Zhou Jianing with 2 glances. The girl was not much older, but she stood her ground steadily. Yet that was Gamajira, a country with no diplomatic relations with China, most of its territory sealed off by poisonous fog, and a government still $9 billion in foreign debt. Sending a newcomer there didn't seem appropriate no matter how you looked at it. Zhou Jianing stood in place waiting for arrangements. Vice Minister Hua beckoned with his hand. Xiao Zhou, come here. Here. The task is simple. Accompany Comrade Yi Fei on a trip. If after landing he refuses to ascend the throne, you are responsible for bringing him back safely. Yi Fei raised his head. The way that sounded somehow made one uncomfortable. Vice Minister Hua paused. If he accepts the throne. She raised her hand and rubbed her temple. A Chinese citizen going abroad to inherit a throne, this matter. Not to mention the North American and Oceanian Affairs Department. The entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs had never encountered it. Handle it when we get there. Zhou Jianing stood at attention. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Since joining half a month ago, what she had done most was photocopying, filing, and serving tea and water. A consecutive undergraduate and master's degree from Beijing Foreign Studies University, joining the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was certainly not for stapling files more neatly than others. This was the first real foreign affairs mission that had landed in her hands. No matter how poor, no matter how dangerous, Gamajira was still a country. Vice Minister Hua waved his hand, signaling her to follow. Zhou Jianing had just taken a step when her sleeve was suddenly tugged. Vice Minister Hua scanned his surroundings, lowering his voice even more. There's one more thing. Zhou Jianing turned her head back. Don't try to show off over there. Air tickets, food, and lodging reimbursed at North American travel standards. Procedures go as usual. As for additional state aid, private advances filling their holes for them. Vice Minister Hua paused for a moment. The ministry has no money. Not a single cent. Zhou Jianing held the folder, paused for 2 seconds. Understood. She had originally prepared plenty of materials, aid cases for impoverished countries, infrastructure cooperation frameworks, emergency humanitarian material application procedures. Now it seemed at least today she wouldn't need them. Yi Fei leaned against the doorframe, having heard this entire exchange clearly. His wariness of Gamajira added another layer. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had even pre-sealed off the aid channel, showing that this country's financial hole truly could not be casually touched. However, having a Chinese diplomat accompany them was after all a good thing. With her present, if Lit and the others truly had other schemes, they would have to weigh the consequences. Yi Fei extended his hand. Yi Fei, Zhou Jianing. Zhou Jianing shook his hand, once crisp and efficient. Yi Fei's hand back was gripped so tightly it went numb. He withdrew his hand and adjusted his glasses. This girl was no vase. Lit Water lifted his old briefcase and bowed to Vice Minister Hua. Thank you for China's assistance. Vice Minister Hua did not respond, only waved his hand toward Yi Fei. Stay safe on the road. Yi Fei nodded. Minister Hua, if I come back after coronation, can I still go through the Chinese citizen channel? Vice Minister Hua turned his face away, not wanting to deal with him. Go. The 3 of them went downstairs. The August sun pressed down in front of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs gate, the asphalt road shining from the heat. Yi Fei stood for 10 minutes. The back of his shirt was already soaked with sweat. Lit was still standing by the road, glancing at his phone every few seconds. Yi Fei tugged at his collar. Minister Lit, did your car break down, or are you stuck on the second ring road? Lit wiped some sweat. No car, Your Majesty. We're waiting for a car. Waiting for what car? Yi Fei looked toward the roadside. No diplomatic relations, so diplomatic vehicles can't come in. Zhou Jianing was also somewhat puzzled. She had studied diplomatic protocol, yet had never seen a country's foreign minister standing outside the foreign ministry gate waiting for a car until his head was soaked with sweat. She was about to take out her phone to contact the secretary when Lit first handed his phone over. Gamajira has no embassy in China and no official vehicles either. I called a ride-hailing car. Gamajira has no embassy in China and no official vehicles either. I called a ride-hailing car. On the screen, the DD order showed express ride vehicle 3 minutes away. Yi Fei stared at the screen without speaking. He had originally thought there would at least be a rented business car. Failing that, finding a black sedan to keep up appearances would also work. Instead, to welcome the new king's coronation, the country's foreign minister personally stood by the road hailing an express ride. When he accompanied his supervisor to meet clients at the company, even the admin staff knew to rent a Buick GL8. Gamajira's financial situation seemed even worse than Lit had described in the meeting room. The secretary ran down from the steps holding up her phone and shouting. The ride-hailing car is arranged, it's arriving now. A white Nissan Sylphy with hazard lights on slowly stopped in front of the 3. The car door was plastered with the ride-hailing platform's advertisement, and a few unclean mud spots remained at the corners of the body. Yifei stared at the car and rubbed his temple. He swallowed that Sichuan dialect phrase back down. It wasn't unacceptable for a king to ride in such a car. The problem was if even the first airport pickup was this frugal, what could possibly be left in the palace? Lit opened the rear door. Miss Zhou, please. Zhou Jianing got in first. Lit followed and sat on the other side. Yifei could only sit in the front passenger seat. The air conditioning was cranked up high, and there was a cheap perfume smell inside the car. The driver was in his 40s. Crew cut a towel draped over his arm. After confirming the destination, he started the car. Capital Airport. Yes, rushing for a flight. Please hurry. Yifei buckled his seatbelt. The car drove out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and merged into the afternoon traffic. After just a few minutes, the driver couldn't hold it in anymore. Brother, that place we just left was that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I don't usually dare to take orders over there. That old gentleman in the back, what's his background? Yifei leaned against the seat. The foreign minister of the Kingdom of Gamajira. The driver's foot faltered. The car lurched forward half a length before he quickly steadied it. Minister. He looked at Lit in the back through the rearview mirror. My car has really made something of itself today. Hold the foreign minister. This is enough for me to chat with the fleet for half a month. Lit sat upright, nodding toward the driver. The driver then looked at Zhou Jianing. Dark suit, document folder, proper sitting posture, just came out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building. And this young lady also a leader. From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yifei replied. The driver nodded, then looked Yifei over from head to toe. Pilled plaid shirt, faded light blue jeans, old sneakers. No matter how you looked at it, just a young man temporarily pulled in to run errands. What about you? A translator? No. Then are you externally hired by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Yifei was about to speak when Lit in the back seat couldn't hold back first. The old man leaned forward, both hands bracing against the back of the front seat. Please mind your form of address. The driver was stunned. Lit added in precise Mandarin word by word. This is the king of the Kingdom of Gamajira. The car fell silent. The air conditioning vent was still humming. Zhou Jianing turned her head toward the window, her shoulders trembling slightly. The driver gripped the steering wheel, first looked at Lit in the rearview mirror, then at Yifei in the front passenger seat. The traffic light ahead turned red. The driver pressed the brake, pulled the handbrake, and turned to stare at Yifei. He held it in for 5 seconds. Long live your majesty. You also take the express ride. This remark cut deep. Yifei leaned back against the passenger seat, adjusting his black-framed glasses. Undercover visit master. Keep it low-key. The driver chuckled and pressed the accelerator. The Nissan Sylphy merged into the second-ring traffic, heading straight for the capital airport. The car had cold air conditioning and the faint smell of cheap perfume. Yifei sat with closed eyes, running calculations about Gamma Car's assets. 1 million square kilometers of territory of 4E, level airport, royal docks, fishing companies, and coastal land. As long as Lit hadn't presented him with fake documents, the deal was still viable. As for the company computer, he could send it back by courier later. The resignation report. Let his supervisor wait. In the backseat, Lit clutched his worn briefcase and sat perfectly upright. Zhou Jianing watched the elevated highways and streams of traffic recede behind the window, recalling Vice Minister Hua's words, the ministry cannot provide any assistance. A nation's foreign minister without a vehicle, without security, forced to rely on discount ride-hailing just to reach the airport. Gamma Car's financial situation was likely far worse than what the documents suggested. 40 minutes later, the car stopped outside the VIP entrance at the capital airport. The driver turned around. Your Majesty, we've arrived. Exit slowly. Yifei pushed open the door, and a wave of heat rushed toward him. Lit finally managed to regain some of his dignity as a foreign minister. He walked ahead, retrieving the gold-embossed diplomatic credentials from his briefcase. The ground staff's attitude shifted immediately upon verification. 2 receptionists approached, guiding the 3 through private security and into a private lounge. White leather sofas, black and gold marble coffee tables, and a freshly ground coffee machine beside them. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, a silver-white Gulfstream G550 sat on the tarmac. Yifei stood by the window holding black coffee, feeling somewhat relieved. Now this was beginning to resemble how a head of state should travel. Your Majesty, this is the chartered aircraft. Lit stood beside him. Direct flight to the capital, Brad. Yifei spat his coffee onto a napkin. He coughed a few times, wiping the coffee stains from his chin. What's the capital called? Brad B. Rad. Yifei set down his coffee. Gamma Car, Brad. Something about this place was off from the very name. Quite a distinctive name. Yifei tossed the napkin into the trash. I hope the royal family's assets are equally distinctive. The double doors of the lounge swung open. An airline manager in a dark blue uniform entered, carrying 2 contracts, followed by a finance officer with a card reader. The manager bowed respectfully toward Lit. Minister, what the aircraft has completed its pre-flight inspection and is ready for departure at any time. However, the charter fee requires recalculation. Lit nodded. Agreed. An additional 50,000 RMB. Card payment. He opened his briefcase and retrieved a worn MasterCard black card from an inner pocket, handing it to the finance officer. The finance officer entered the amount into the card reader and handed it back. Yifei glanced at the screen from half a meter away and pressed his hand down on Lit's wrist. Wait, why does it say 100,000? Lit froze and turned to the airline manager. Wasn't it supposed to be 50,000? The manager opened the contract and flipped to the last page. The 50,000 surcharge for the outbound flight is correct. However, Gamakara has no return passengers. After delivering you to Brad, the aircraft must return to China empty. The previous quote didn't include this cost. He pushed the contract forward. Fuel, crew costs, and depreciation for the empty return flight require another 50,000. 100,000 total settlement required today. The manager paused. If payment cannot be made, the aircraft will be re-rented immediately. It's peak season. The crew cannot wait indefinitely. Silence fell over the lounge. Yifei turned to look at Lit. Lit held the card, but did not enter the password. Sweat was already rolling down his forehead and cheeks. No money in the account. Lit's throat bobbed. Only 50,000 credit limit. Yifei leaned back into the sofa, arms crossed. Did Anya not transfer money to you? The Queen Regent herself, and she can't produce 50,000 RMB. Lit bowed his head. This 50,000 is my own savings. Yifei's hand froze on his glasses frame. Your personal money. What about the diplomatic funds? Lit gripped the strap of his briefcase. I originally planned to spend half a year in China searching for descendants of Prince George. It took 3 years instead. During those 3 years I traveled across more than half of China. Lodging, transportation, document verification, all paid out of my own pocket. Yifei said nothing. A kingdom's foreign minister on a business trip for 3 years sustained entirely by personal savings. And to pick up the king and bring him home, he still had to take a discount ride-hailing service. This wasn't poverty. The treasury was already completely dry. The airline manager rapped the table. Minister, what are we processing this card or not? The crew is waiting. Yifei pointed to the international phone on the table. Call Anya and have her transfer the money. 50,000 RMB. Just sell a couple of fishing boats and you'll have it. Lit stood motionless. Call her. His voice was hoarse. Her Highness Anya cannot provide the money. The treasury cannot allocate even $1,000. Last month's government employee salaries were paid only by selling the last few paintings from the royal palace. Yifei stood up. No treasury funds. Selling palace paintings. $90 billion in debt. And a toxic fog to the north where anyone who enters loses contact. Lit had said the royal family owned docks, land companies, and collections. But now even employee salaries required selling paintings. How much of these royal assets remained? Were any mortgaged? Had Anya already sold them in advance? When he arrived, would he be inheriting an empty throne followed by a $90 billion bill? Yifei stuffed his passport into his pocket. Excuse me. He walked toward the door. I'm going back to work. Whoever wants this king title can have it. Your Majesty. Lit dropped to his knees, clutching Yifei's calf with desperate strength. The airline manager and finance officer were stunned. Yifei looked down. Let go. The kingdom needs you. Lit held tighter. Her Highness Anya is stubborn, but she has been holding on these years. You are the only confirmed bloodline of the Sharif family. Only you can return and give the kingdom a pillar of strength. Will a pillar of strength fill my stomach? Yifei tugged at his leg, but couldn't break free. Am I inheriting a throne or a poverty alleviation project? Let go. Zhou Jining sat at the edge of the sofa, her palms slick with sweat. This was her first formal foreign affairs assignment since joining the service. If Yifei left now, Gamakara's succession arrangements would stall, and the emerging contact between China and Gamakara would also be severed. She could not let the mission fall apart here. Zhou Jining reached into her suit's inner pocket and retrieved her leather wallet. The Centurion black card inside was enough to cover this 50,000. Vice Minister Hua had instructed that the ministry had no funds and must not allow individuals to fill other countries' financial holes. But this money was an aid. Get Yifei on the plane first, negotiate the rest later. She drew out the card and was about to hand it over. Oh, a sigh came from the doorway. Yifei stopped. He looked back at Lit, clutching his leg, then at the black card in Zhou Jining's hand. A foreign minister in his 60s giving all his savings to bring the king home. A newly hired Chinese diplomat ready to pay from her own pocket for the mission. If he really let Zhou Jining pay this 50,000, how much face would he have left? Besides, however rundown Gamakara was, the land couldn't be fake. 1 million square kilometers, even if only a small portion was usable, was worth more than his office desk. High risk, high reward. 50,000 RMB was just the price of admission. All in. Let go. Lit looked up. Yifei walked back to the sofa and dropped onto it, pulling a construction bank savings card from his inner pocket and slamming it onto the marble coffee table. Charge this. He stared at the airline manager. 100,000. Charge it. Lit remained frozen on the floor. Zhou Jining clutched the black card and didn't step forward. The airline manager picked up the ordinary savings card and glanced at Yifei again. Are you sure? What are you looking at? Yifei leaned back into the sofa. Password is 6/8. The finance officer took the card and inserted it into the POS machine. The screen displayed the password entry page. The POS machine emitted a short beep. Yifei's phone also buzzed with a text message. The balance had dropped by a digit. He stared at the ceiling. I am absolutely the internet's #1 fool who paid to become king. The big fool. Consciousness transformed into pure appetite shortly after the aircraft entered level flight. Yifei gazed at the Australian M9 Wagyu beef caviar and Australian lobster laid out on the small table, along with a bottle of Romanicani, finally feeling a sense of equilibrium. Not bad at all. At least this Gulfstream G550 hadn't served him a bowl of instant noodles just because he paid with a UnionPay debit card. He picked up knife and fork, cutting off a generous piece of beef and stuffing it into his mouth. The additional 100,000 yuan fuel surcharge had already been deducted. Since the money was gone, he had to eat it all back. Otherwise his heart would ache whenever he tried to sleep tonight. Yifei glanced at his wristwatch, then surveyed the plates on the table. This flight takes several hours. Averaged out, I need to recover at least 10,000 yuan per hour. Zhou Jining lifted her head. What are you calculating? Cost. Yifei cut another piece of beef. Back when I worked on proposals at the company, my supervisor constantly told me to improve resource utilization. Now the resources are right here on the table. If I don't utilize them, isn't that a waste? He finished speaking and picked up a wine glass, pouring himself half a glass of red wine. This isn't dinner. It's recovering losses. Lit sat beside him, clutching an old briefcase, not touching the food on the table. His expression had been uneasy ever since he heard Yifei's card transaction. Yifei pushed the 2 plates of seafood toward him. Eat. Lit waved his hand. Your Majesty, please, just eat. I paid for this lobster, I paid for the caviar, and even that plate of cherry tomatoes was charged to my account. If you don't eat, I'm losing even more. Lit opened his mouth, then finally picked up a shrimp. Zhou Jining put down her tablet. 3 empty plates were already stacked in front of Yifei. She had attended numerous banquets with her family and seen people eat premium ingredients, but never anyone who could devour Wagyu beef, Australian lobster, and caviar with the same casual gusto as grabbing extra food from a fast food joint beneath their office building. Mister, eating too much can cause discomfort. The medical facilities at Gamakara may not be equipped to handle a stomach pump immediately upon landing. Yifei waved his hand dismissively. Money in your hand is merely money. Food in your stomach is an asset. He pushed the wine bottle toward Zhou Jining. Want some? If not, I'll finish it myself. I don't drink alcohol during working hours. You live your life too rigidly. Zhou Jining flipped open her materials again. I simply treasure my stomach more than you do. In the galley area, 2 flight attendants huddled together, suppressing giggles. They had worked numerous business charter flights. Those clients usually complained about everything. The water temperature, demanding the red wine be decanted properly, insisting their steak be cut into small pieces. If the service was even slightly slow, complaint calls would go directly to airline headquarters. Today's passenger was different. His knife and fork never stopped. The food on the table disappeared rapidly. Yifei noticed the flight attendants and beckoned them over. Have you eaten? The 2 flight attendants quickly straightened up. Sir, we're not hungry. Come have a bite. There's still half a lobster left. Thank you, we have crew meals. Lit couldn't sit still any longer. He moved to Yifei's side, lowering his voice. Your Majesty, please eat less. What? Princess Anya has arranged a welcome ceremony at Bradford Airport. Kingdom officials and citizens will all be present. You've just returned to the country. Your bearing is very important. The fork in Yifei's hand came to a halt. A welcome ceremony. Images immediately formed in his mind. Red carpet. An honor guard. A military band. Crowds lining both sides of the airport. Anya, as impoverished as she might be, wouldn't receive the new king too shabbily. As long as the grand display remained, it meant the state machinery hadn't completely disintegrated. The government could organize people, the airport could function, and the royal family could maintain basic dignity. The $9 billion in foreign debt wasn't entirely unmanageable. Yifei pulled out a napkin and wiped his hands. All right, I'll give Anya some face. He set down his wine glass. Keep these for now. When we reach the royal palace, I'll eat the state banquet. Lit exhaled a long breath. After hours of tension, the cramping pain in his stomach welled up again. He covered his abdomen and stood up. I'm going to rest in the back for a while. Go ahead. Your Majesty, you must pay attention to your bearing. I understand. After Lit departed, the cabin fell silent. A flight attendant came to collect the dishes. She had just verified the documents. Zhou Jining carried a diplomatic passport. Yifei held a newly issued ordinary passport. These 2 people simply didn't seem to match. The flight attendant, seeing that Yifei and Zhou Jining were approachable, hesitated before asking her burning question. Ms. Zhou, is this gentleman your family member? Before Zhou Jining could speak, Yifei leaned back against his seat. No. The flight attendant grew even more puzzled. Then who are you? Yifei pointed at himself. The king of Gamakara Kingdom, returning to claim the throne. The flight attendant froze for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. So you really know how to joke. If you're the king, then I'm the Virgin Mary. Yifei frowned. I'm telling the truth. Why won't you believe me? He turned to look at Zhou Jining. Explain it to her. Zhou Jining closed her tablet and tucked the red diplomatic passport back into her bag. He's not joking. Mister, Yifei is indeed the heir to the Gamakara throne, and I've been assigned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to accompany him to Gamakara. The smile on the flight attendant's face froze. She glanced at Zhou Jining, then at Yifei. The edge of the plate struck the corner of the table, producing a soft clink. Yifei wore a shirt so faded it had turned white, black-framed glasses perched on his nose, and had just finished 3 plates of beef, while seriously calculating how to recover 100,000 yuan in costs. This was a king. The flight attendant's throat went dry. My apologies, Your Majesty. She gathered the plates and hurried back to the galley. Yifei watched her retreating figure. Her psychological resilience is rather ordinary. Zhou Jining lowered her head to organize documents. You shattered her common sense, and now you're criticizing her reaction speed. Yifei said nothing more. With alcohol and food taking their toll, he adjusted his seat to a flat position and pulled a blanket over himself. Wake me when we arrive. He slept deeply. When the cabin announcement crackled to life, the plane had already begun its descent. Yifei sat up, unbuckled his seatbelt, and headed to the lavatory. Cold water splashed across his face. In the mirror his hair was disheveled and his shirt collar was wrinkled. 23 years old. Former corporate drone at a private company. Now about to inherit a throne burdened with $9 billion in foreign debt. Yifei reached up and removed his black-framed glasses, tucking them into his pocket. In China he wore these glasses to avoid drawing attention. Throughout his life too many women had approached him because of his looks, and the more beautiful they were the more trouble they brought. Eventually he started wearing flat-top black-framed glasses to appear more ordinary and spare himself the hassle. No need to let people notice him. But Gamma Kara wasn't China. Those people wouldn't care whether he was an excellent employee or if he punched in on time. They only recognized the king. Yifei straightened his collar, pushed open the door, and returned to the cabin. Zhou Jianing stood in the aisle placing documents and certificates into separate compartments in her bag. After looking up her movements came to a pause. Yifei without glasses appeared less like a corporate worker carrying an air of distance instead. His facial features were sharper, his high nasal bridge and deep-set eye sockets tempered what was originally a gentle appearance. Zhou Jianing studied him for 2 seconds and nodded. This does look more like a king. Yifei adjusted his cuffs. It always was. The plane continued its descent. The landing gear deployed, and the cabin vibrated gently. Yifei took the window seat, hands clasped on his lap, spine straight. He refrained from looking out the window. Since Anya had prepared a welcome ceremony, he needed to compose himself first. He couldn't show any weakness the moment he stepped off the plane. He needed to let everyone know that the new king of the Sharif royal family had returned. Yet Zhou Jianing turned to look out the window instead. Her folder hovered motionless in the air. Yifei noticed her reaction and understood. The spectacle must be impressive. Don't get too excited. Yifei patted Zhou Jianing's shoulder. Follow me later and mind your bearing. Zhou Jianing turned her head. After a long pause she merely replied, you should prepare yourself mentally first. Yifei detected no issue in her words. The plane's tires touched down. Taxiing. Slowing. Coming to a stop. After the cabin door opened no jetway was in sight. An aging passenger stairs vehicle pulled alongside, its wheels screaming against the tarmac. 2 flight attendants stood on either side of the doorway. Your Majesty, we wish you every success. Yifei nodded. He reached up to straighten his collar and stepped out of the cabin. Sunlight poured down. Yifei raised his right hand, preparing to wave to the awaiting crowd below. The next instant his hand froze midair. There was no red carpet on the tarmac. No honor guard. No military band. No crowds lining the pathway. Only 5 or 6 people in threadbare uniforms standing in a lopsided row. Some had faded sleeve edges. Others wore pants that were too short. One person even had slippers on their feet. The portly man leading the group held up a piece of cardboard. On it 4 crooked Chinese characters were written in black marker. Welcome, Yifei. A smiley face was drawn beside it. The black ink was smeared by sweat, the center of the sign soaked through. An old Toyota pickup was parked at the edge of the tarmac. The car door was rusted through. The exhaust pipe belched black smoke. In the truck bed sat 2 baskets of dead fish flies swarming around them. Beside the pickup stood a tall woman. A dark military-style uniform traced her slender figure, platinum blonde hair coiled tightly atop her head. She didn't look up. Her left hand rested on a calculator, while her right hand clutched a bill folded several times. Stairs vehicle maintenance fee $30. Temporary security subsidy $20. Welcome sign materials $7. The dead fish were a gift from the fishing port, not included in the reception budget. She set down the calculator after the final calculation. A gust of sea wind swept across the tarmac. A plastic bag tumbled to the edge of the stairs vehicle, lodging beneath the tire. Zhou Jianing stood behind Yifei, shielding half her face with her folder. This was precisely what she had witnessed from the plane. Yifei's right hand remained raised. He slowly turned his head toward Lit, who had just emerged from the rear cabin. Lit rubbed his stomach, standing frozen in place, not daring to approach. Yifei pointed at the cardboard sign, then at the 2 baskets of dead fish in the pickup. Minister Lit, would you care to explain to me what the Fing hell this is supposed to be? A grand ceremony. The captain of the Gulfstream G550 came running down the mobile lounge. Sweat drenched his forehead as he clutched the flight log. Mister, the plane must take off immediately. Yifei turned his head. What's the rush? I paid $100,000 to charter this plane. Can't it stay another half hour? The captain shook his head. Brad Airport has no standard aviation fuel. The storage tanks have been empty for ages. We can't even scrape together enough backup diesel. The plane must fly to Auckland, New Zealand immediately for refueling. Any longer, and the fuel reserves won't be enough to clear this stretch of ocean. Yifei pointed at the plane. Then take me to Auckland along the way. Anyone who wants to stay in this dump can stay. Zhou Jianing flipped open her credential case. Even if you go, you can't return to China. Yifei stopped. Zhou Jianing continued explaining. This plane is only going to Auckland to refuel. The airline hasn't arranged a return flight for passengers. You don't have a New Zealand visa and no onward ticket, no entry documents whatsoever. Once a private jet lands, you'll have to go through border inspection with the crew. It's not as simple as just buying a ticket back to China at that point. Yifei stared at her. So I just stay on the plane and don't get off. The crew needs to clear the cabin for inspection and the plane needs to be moved for maintenance. Zhou Jianing closed the folder. If you go, you'll just add another deportation fee to the bill. Yifei had nothing to say. The captain nodded at him, turned, and ran back to the mobile lounge. The cabin door closed. The lounge vehicle reversed. The engine's roar drowned out the sea wind. The Gulfstream G550 that had cost Yi Fei 100,000 yuan taxied toward the runway, its nose lifting as it vanished into the clouds. Yi Fei stood rooted to the spot until the plane disappeared entirely. 100,000 yuan. His monthly salary used to be 6,000. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him over a year to save that much. Now the plane was gone, and so was his way out. Yi Fei wiped his face and walked toward the smoke-belching Toyota pickup. Passing the day laborers, the leading fat man dropped a piece of cardboard. 5 or 6 people knelt simultaneously. Their 10 fingers interlaced pressed against their foreheads. Knees struck the concrete. Thud. Some had pants legs too short, others had frayed cuffs, and the one at the end wore slippers on his feet. Their foreheads touched the ground as they recited words in Gamakara. The sounds were short and synchronized. Yi Fei stopped. The fat man's uniform had faded to gray, dirt from the tarmac clung to his temples, and his body trembled continuously. Yi Fei wasn't accustomed to such scenes. At his company, when he toasted his supervisor, he barely clinked glasses. Having people kneel before him made his whole body uncomfortable. Get up, none of this. He reached out to pull the fat man up. Lit grabbed his wrist from the side. Your Majesty, don't move. Yi Fei frowned. Lit's palm was slick with sweat. The kingdom has been without a king for 3 years. The toxic fog has sealed off half the country, and debt has crushed the government. Everyone is barely surviving. Many people have survived until today not because of food or wages, but because they still believe the Sharif royal family hasn't ended. If the ceremony isn't completed, they'll think the king doesn't accept them. Lit spoke with a parched voice. They can't bear that. Yi Fei didn't reach out again. The fat man remained prostrate on the ground. The wind was fierce on the tarmac, flipping the cardboard over. The 4 crooked Chinese characters were pressed against the ground. Welcome, Yi Fei. Yi Fei looked for 2 seconds, then walked around the group, toward the pickup. Anya stood by the car door. Her platinum blonde hair was neatly pinned up, her dark military-style uniform, not a single crease, and the crystal dagger hung at her waist. She studied Yi Fei for half a second. Welcome home. Her Chinese was impeccable. Yi Fei adjusted his black-framed glasses. He had spent the entire journey preparing to clash with this queen regnant. Those competing for the throne, guarding their power, owing 9 billion in foreign debt. Don't think the debt is that bad. If there were no income, there wouldn't be so much debt. A country with absolutely no revenue would only receive aid. Following TV drama conventions, she'd surely give him a show of force first. But Anya only said 4 words. All the words Yi Fei had prepared got stuck in his throat. Anya opened the driver's door and got in. Lit went around to the passenger side and pulled open the rear door for them. Your Majesty, Miss. Zhou, please. Yi Fei and Zhou Jianing squeezed into the back seat. The car smelled of fish and machine oil. Anya turned the key. The pickup coughed a few times, belched black smoke from the exhaust, and lurched out of the airport. The window wasn't fully closed. Hot wind rolled in, and the back seat cushions still had fish scales that hadn't been cleaned off. Anya gripped the steering wheel with both hands and began speaking a string of Gamakara. Lit sat rigid in the passenger seat. Yi Fei couldn't understand, but the 2 people in front were speaking quickly, clearly not bothering to avoid him. Anya pressed the accelerator. Local language, is this the air? Local language, too young, can't hold his ground. First thing he wanted to do at the airport was run. Lit wiped his sweat. Local language, he's Prince George's grandson and the only confirmed direct royal bloodline. Local language, DNA matching showed no problems. Local language, DNA matching can't fill the tank. Local language, can't pay off debt, can't fill fishermen's stomachs. Anya wrenched the steering wheel, the pickup scraping past a mud pit. Local language, bloodline, can't pay the bills. Local language, can't repay debts, can't feed the fishermen. Lit lowered his voice. Local language, the kingdom needs a king. Local language, the people are waiting for him too. Anya was silent for several seconds. Local language, if he wants money, give him money. Lit turned his head. Local language, Your Highness. Local language, after the coronation, I'll marry him. The pickup hit a bump. Lit nearly flew into the windshield. Local language, you can't do this. Anya's tone was flat. Local language, the wedding will proceed, the ceremonies will proceed, he keeps the royal title. Local language, I'll give him a fixed allowance from the royal treasury. Local language, he doesn't touch governance, doesn't touch the treasury, doesn't touch ports or land. Local language, this is the lowest cost solution. Lit shook his head repeatedly. Local language, the late king would never allow it. Anya shifted gears. Local language, my adoptive father is no longer here. Local language, next month we're short 500,000 USD for the debt interest. Local language, tell me, can royal authority exchange for 500,000 USD? In the back seat, Yi Fei had no idea that the woman in front had already put marriage, the throne, and pocket money into one budget sheet. He was staring out the window. There was no asphalt road outside the airport. The pickup drove onto a dirt road, wheels splashing through puddles, mud water splashing onto the tin walls. Most houses along the road had no windows. Tin roofs, walls patched together from wooden boards, wires hanging messily in midair. Sewage flowed down the roadside. Yi Fei slowly sat up straighter. This was Gamakara. These were the royal assets he'd come to take over. What made him feel worse were the people along the road. Both sides of the road were packed with people. Dark brown skin predominated, but yellow, white, and black faces were mixed in. Some wore worn work clothes, some were barefoot, some carried children on their backs. They were all walking in the same direction. When they heard the pickup's engine, the crowd parted on its own. No one spoke. As Anya's car passed, they stopped, pressed one fist to their foreheads, and bowed their heads. Zhou Jianing sat beside him, fingers pressed against the edge of her folder. She had visited impoverished areas and seen post-disaster resettlement sites. But the people here were too quiet. So quiet it was suffocating. Yifei knocked on the back of the driver's seat. Anya, where are we going? What are all these people going to do? Anya glanced at him through the rearview mirror. King Square. 300,000 people are going there today. They know the new king has returned. They're all waiting for you. 300,000 people. Yifei's back pressed into the seat. Before he came, Lid had told him the royal family had docks, fishing companies, coastal land, and collections. He thought he was taking over a struggling enterprise. Take stock of assets, sell off unprofitable parts, gradually operate the rest. At worst, he could cash out some of it. But now the airport had no fuel. The government couldn't afford $30 for the mobile lounge. The pickup bed was full of dead fish. 300,000 people heading to the square. They weren't coming to see a new king. They were carrying the hopes of another 700,000 people coming to wait for the king to solve their food, wages, debt, and tomorrow, 9 billion USD in debt. Nearly 1 million people's livelihoods. These things would all press down on him the moment he stepped onto that square today. Yifei took off his glasses, then put them back on. I'm not planning to inherit the throne. Squeech. Anya slammed the brakes. The pickup screeched to a halt across the dirt road, the rear wheels kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. The surrounding people stopped in their tracks. Anya turned around. Her left hand pressed the steering wheel, her right hand already on the crystal dagger at her waist. Are you certain? Yifei didn't answer. Not because of that dagger. In his mind, a crisp chime suddenly sounded. Ding. Yifei offered no reply. He slumped against the seat back, eyelids drooping, severing all connection with the others in the carriage. Anya's right hand rested upon the crystal dagger. The man who had spoken so readily moments before now kept his eyes shut, fully committed to his pretense of death. She swallowed the flame in her chest and prepared to restart the vehicle. A semi-transparent blue interface materialized before Yifei's eyes. Nation-building system activated. A neutral synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Host detected within Gamma Gera Kingdom territory. Succession to the throne confirmed. Initiating newbie binding reward, Gamma Gera language proficiency. Yifei cursed inwardly. Proficiency in Gamma Gera. What good was this language in a place that could not even afford airport fuel, with toxic fog sealing off most of the northern territories and the south barely surviving by selling fish? What possible use could this language serve? Chattering with dead fish and pickup truck beds. He had spent 100,000 yuan chartering a plane here, and the system rewarded him with nothing but a language course. This was no different from his supervisor asking him to work weekends, promising to compensate him with half a day off by year's end. Absolutely not. Host resistance detected. Bonus added, nation building talent tree unlocked, with 5 bonus free talent points granted. Yifei remained motionless. Talent points. The very term sounded dubious. In his previous career, whenever he drafted proposals, his supervisor loved to drone on about growth trajectories, competency frameworks, and future prospects. Yet when project bonuses arrived, the department head claimed the lion's share, while employees received petty tea coupons. This wretched nation owed $90 billion. Could talent points pay off the debt? Could they repair the airport? Could they coax 1 more kilometer out of that smoke-belching Toyota pickup? Yifei turned his face toward the window. Unbind if you must. At worst, I return to China and keep working. At least the company toilet has hot water. Warning: host relinquishment of throne will result in permanent system unbinding. Yifei's breathing remained steady. Then unbinding me. The system paused momentarily. Final agreement generated. Core bonus added. Each valid Gamma Gera citizen under host's legitimate rule shall generate $50 in daily revenue. Yifei's eyelids lifted. Estimated current valid citizens 100,000. Projected daily revenue 500,000. $50 million per day. Yifei sat upright. $50 million. Not Chinese yuan. US dollars. His former monthly salary had been 6,000 yuan, and on payday, he had to calculate rent, utilities, Huabei repayments, social insurance, and food expenses before seeing a single cent. At $50 million per day, how many years would it take to match his meager salary? Yifei dared not calculate. He feared that once he did, he would be tempted to strip the pickup's doors and sell them for scrap. Zhou Jianing noticed his movement and glanced sideways. Yifei ignored her. The system's eagerness to bind him proved it was not omnipotent. Since the system had needs, negotiations remained possible. Yifei spoke aloud in his mind. Don't try to fob me off with $50. I've worked overtime at my company for so long, and what irritates me most is being handed a grand vision first, then told it's a growth opportunity. $100 per person per day? The language proficiency remains. 10 talent points. Furthermore, the money must be legitimate and compliant, spendable, transferable, exchangeable. It cannot be frozen on a whim. Miss any of these, and I step out right now, walk back to the airport, and swim home to China myself. The system offered no response. And you released the crystal dagger and turned the key. The pickup sputtered twice, its exhaust pipe belching black smoke. Have it your way. When we arrive, you leave directly. The vehicle rumbled back onto the dirt road. Several gaunt residents along the roadside doubled over from the fumes covering their mouths and noses. Lit held his worn briefcase sunken into the passenger seat. He opened his mouth once, then thought better of it. 20 minutes later, the pickup halted at the back entrance of a grayish-white 3-story building. Large patches of plaster had crumbled away, exposing red bricks stained dark by rainwater. Several corroded pipes snaked down the exterior walls, dripping yellowish-brown water. Out, and you pushed open the car door. The four of them entered through the back. The stairwell reeked of dampness and mold. The wooden stairs groaned with every step. At the second-floor landing, Yifei halted. Half the window had shattered. Through the breach, he glimpsed the plaza before the building. A vast expanse of cracked yellow earth. No lawns, no fountains, no flags, no semblance of a welcoming arrangement. Only people. Countless people. From directly beneath the terrace, extending all the way to the distant tin shack settlements. Faces of deep brown, yellow, white, and black mingled together. No one spoke. No one pushed. No one left. 300,000 people stood upon the plaza, waiting in absolute silence for the dilapidated terrace on the third floor. Some wore faded work overalls. Some went barefoot. Some carried children on their backs. An elderly woman clutched a wooden cane, beside her a young boy in a threadbare school uniform. The boy cradled an empty water jug, its lid bound with strips of cloth. Zhou Jining stood behind, Yifei, her fingers pressing against the folder. She had visited impoverished regions and disaster relief shelters before. Those places always had people scrambling for supplies, wailing, and others maintaining order. Here there was nothing. Only 300,000 people waiting. Enya halted at the foot of the stairs leading to the third floor. Last chance. Are you truly abandoning the throne? Yifei was still awaiting the system's response. Silence filled his mind. He raised his eyes to Enya. Yes. I forfeited. Lit's face paled. He lunged forward, reaching for Yifei's sleeve. Your Majesty, you cannot. Enya raised her hand. Lit froze. Enya stood motionless for several seconds. As you wish. Blood ties cannot quell hunger, and coercion serves no purpose. She gestured toward the third floor. The people know the Sharif dynasty's heir has returned. Go up, stand for 1 minute, and say something. Give them an answer, and give your adoptive father one. Yifei gazed at the translucent wooden door. His great-uncle, the man who had searched for him for 3 years. In his childhood, his mother always kept a yellowed black and white photograph. In the picture, a man in military uniform stood before an unfamiliar palace. His mother told him it was his grandfather's younger brother, a man of great importance. Someday, she said, someone would come for them. Later, when his mother fell gravely ill and the family could no longer afford treatment, that photograph, along with a pile of old clutter, was sold to a scrap dealer. Yifei fell silent for a moment. All right, I'll go up and say a few words. He stepped past Enya and climbed to the third floor. The wooden door swung open. Sunlight fell directly upon his face. The terrace was modest. Pitted cement ground railings rusted through. An antiquated microphone stood at the center, its cord frayed and copper wires exposed. Yifei approached the microphone. Zhou Jining remained at the doorway. She watched Yifei's back, his worn plaid shirt, faded blue jeans, and ordinary sports shoes. Yet the moment he stepped to the terrace's center, all 300,000 below raised their heads. Yifei gripped the corroded railing. The plaza fell utterly silent. Even the rustle of fabric and shifting of feet ceased. 300,000 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Some harbored doubt. Some felt fear. Most simply wondered whether the last royal heir's return meant they would have food tomorrow. Yifei's throat tightened. At company New Year's gatherings, he had needed to rehearse his lines just to accept an air fryer on stage. Now 300,000 people stood before him. They were not awaiting a welcome. They were awaiting salvation. Yifei parted his lips. He had intended merely to say hello, everyone, followed by, I'm leaving now, and bring this farce to a close. Just as his voice was about to emerge, ding, the system chime sounded. Host demands confirmed. Final agreement established. Nation building system officially bound. Newbie reward, Gamma Gara language proficiency delivered. Newbie reward, 10 free talent points delivered. A flood of unfamiliar language surged into Yifei's mind. Those incomprehensible syllables were dismantled, reorganized, and transformed into instinctive knowledge he could speak the moment he opened his mouth. He could even recall what Enya and Lit had said upon meeting. How this woman had exerted herself so tirelessly for this kingdom. Capital compliance pathway established. Identity verification, tax registration, foreign exchange quotas, and financial regulatory risk controls have all been processed. Host may freely possess, exchange, transfer, and utilize system earnings. Valid citizen count calculating. Current valid Gamma Gara citizens 1000. Daily revenue, standard 100 per person. First day revenue dispersing. Yifei's phone buzzed in his pocket. He released the railing and retrieved his cracked second-hand Android. He pressed the power button. The lock screen illuminated. An SMS from Bank of China topped the screen. Bank of China, your account ending in 8848 received a cross-border fund transfer of 100 USD on August 15th at 1430. Current available balance 100 USD. Yifei stared at the string of zeros. $100 million genuinely received. And in the plaza below, 300,000 people still awaited his very first word. Yifei stared at his phone screen. $100 million. The bank notification from the Bank of China still sat at the top, a string of zeros followed by the word dollars. This wasn't some empty promise from his manager, not a year-end bonus, not, let's talk after the project is done. The money had already landed in his account. Yifei tucked the phone back into his pocket and wiped his palm on the hem of his shirt. $100 million a day. Before he'd pulled 3 all-nighters at the office for a bonus of a few thousand. Now, he could address 300,000 people without flinching or carry 2 sacks of grain down the stairs. Beyond the terrace, 300,000 souls waited. Wind poured through shattered windows, rattling the microphone cable against the wall. And you stood at the doorway, her hand resting on the crystal dagger at her waist. 30 seconds passed. Yifei still hadn't looked up from his phone. Her patience ran out. Lit, she spoke in the local tongue. Send him down. Lit stood nearby, his lips parting, but no words coming. He dared not speak. Zhou Jianing leaned against the wall, her grip on the folder creasing its edge. Though she couldn't understand the local language, she could feel the tension escalating. 300,000 people were waiting. If Yifei stepped back now, it wouldn't just mean failing to claim his throne. The hope that had just ignited in Jiala would die alongside it. Yifei raised his head, walked to the terrace edge, and gripped the rusted railing with both hands. And you halted. The man who moments ago wanted to flee back to China had transformed entirely once he stood before the microphone. Yifei glanced downward. The yellow earth was packed with people. Some barefoot, others clutching children, many holding empty water bottles. They weren't waiting for a ceremonial welcome. They were waiting to know whether there would be food tomorrow. Yifei leaned toward the microphone. A hiss crackled through the square, and 300,000 people fell silent at once. Yifei spoke. People of Jiala, I have returned. His voice carried through the worn speakers. For a moment the square held its breath. Then an elderly woman in the front row leaning on a wooden staff sank to her knees. Beside her a small boy gripped his empty water bottle, mouth open, crying out until his voice grew hoarse. More people knelt. No one directed them. No one maintained order. 300,000 crossed their hands over their foreheads and let their knees meet the yellow earth. They understood. Their new king spoke their language, fluent, natural, without a hint of hesitation. Zhou Jianing stood frozen, her breathing so quiet she barely dared to inhale. She couldn't follow his words, but she read the faces below. The suffocating heaviness that had weighed on the square lifted the moment Yifei spoke. Anya remained motionless by the door, yet the words from those pickup trucks echoed in her mind. Is this the heir? Too young, can't stand firm. After he takes the throne, I'll marry him. He won't touch state affairs, the treasury, the port, or the land. Can the crown be traded for $500,000? He understood every word. From the moment they arrived at the airport, he'd feigned ignorance. She believed she was merely assessing the air. In reality, Yifei had been watching her all along. Anya pressed her hand against the doorframe. This man was no temporary royal figurehead. He had come prepared. Yifei didn't turn around. Gazing out at the square, he summoned the system interface in his mind. System, allocate all 10 talent points to resident happiness. Confirmed. 10 free talent points distributed. Resident happiness 10 levels. Current status maximum. As long as the residents can stay alive and see Yifei, they will feel overwhelming joy. The system notification settled. The restlessness on the square gradually subsided. Someone wiped dust from their face. Another pulled their child closer. A few lifted their heads, the hollow numbness in their expressions softening. Yifei continued speaking. I am the last descendant of the Sherry family. Local language. This land carries the blood of my ancestors. I didn't return for a title. Local language. I came to take over this nation. The crowd erupted in cheers. More voices joined in. Yifei raised his right hand. The square fell silent once more. Local language. From this day forward, Jiala will no longer wait for charity from others. The port will reopen. Local language. Schools will operate again. Local language. Hospitals will light up their halls once more. Your children should not stand in squares clutching empty water bottles. The old woman bowed her head, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The boy with the water bottle raised his arm and called out toward the terrace. Yifei couldn't make out his words, but the square's voice swelled louder and louder. Lit knelt at the terrace edge, both hands pressed to his forehead. The 62-year-old foreign minister's shoulders shook violently. 3 years. He'd scoured China, archives, former military units, anyone who might connect to Prince George, emptying his own savings along the way. He'd been chased away as a fraud, cursed and scorned. But today he'd finally brought the late king's heir home. May the late king bless us. Lit's voice broke into fragments. The kingdom has its king. Anya lingered behind, unmoving. The suffocating weight of exhaustion that had gripped her eased slightly. $90 billion in debt. 1 million citizens. Toxic fog. Food. Port. Wages. Everything still lay before them untouched. But standing on that terrace, Yifei had sparked a dangerous thought in her mind. Perhaps someone could bear all of it. Anya bit down hard on the thought, forcing it back. The treasury was empty. The airport had no fuel. The government couldn't even pay workers' wages. No amount of rhetoric could conjure grain into storage. Yifei tapped the microphone. Local language. I'm not skilled with pretty words. Local language. I do one thing. Local language. Keep the people of Jiala alive. He paused. Silence fell across the square. 300,000 people waited for the rest. Yifei raised one finger. Local language. 1 week. Before this time next week, I will put food on every table. Local language. Not just one meal. Local language. Never again will any of you go hungry. The square erupted. Some dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Others wept while clinging to those beside them. Hands reached toward the terrace. Even the weathered 3-story building trembled. Yifei stepped back from the microphone, his mind racing through calculations. $100 million had already arrived. Buying grain wouldn't be difficult. The real challenge was getting it through the port into warehouses and into every household. But that was a problem for later. Today he just needed to steady this moment. He turned to descend the stairs. Anya blocked the doorway. Her hand rested on her crystal dagger, her brief softness gone. All empty boasts. 1 million people in this kingdom, with food transportation, storage, and distribution, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars every single day. What guarantees they won't go hungry for a week? She stepped forward. Feed them air. Or are you planning to tear up the palace floors and boil them for soup? What guarantee do you have? Anya blocked the terrace entrance, her right hand pressing the crystal dagger at her waist. Gamajala has 1 million people. How much grain do they eat a day? How will it be transported? Are there enough warehouses? Who will distribute it? You think a few shouts from up here will make grain fall from the sky? Down below, 300,000 people were still kneeling in the square. They had just listened to Yifei's promise. Within a week, everyone would be fed. And you didn't believe it. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe. It was that she simply dared not believe. For 3 years, the first thing she did every day upon waking was tally the accounts. How much money was left in the treasury? Which department salaries had been delayed for months? Which foreign debt interest payment was coming due? Whether the fishing port had any fish today? How many more days the hospital's diesel could last? She knew too well that what Gamajala lacked was never slogans. What it lacked was money. Yifei raised his head. Does Bilad have a deep water port? And you paused. On the west coast, yes. It used to accommodate cargo ships, but now it's half abandoned. The channel hasn't been dredged for years. Large ships can't get in. What's the draft? 12 meters. What about the port machinery? All rusted to death. Anya's face turned cold. Unloading would have to rely on manual labor. Yifei nodded. 12-meter draft. A bulk carrier of around 60,000 tons could attempt to berth. Broken port machinery wasn't a big problem. There were 300,000 people in the square below. As long as the grain reached the port, manpower wouldn't be an issue. Yifei turned to Zhou Jianing. Contact your ministry. Ask how much grain can be dispatched at the fastest. How many days until it arrives? Zhou Jianing immediately opened her folder and took out an encrypted communication phone. She walked to the other end of the terrace and dialed the dedicated line for the Oceania division. The call was transferred several times. Zhou Jianing lowered her voice and quickly reported the situation in Bilad. 300,000 people had gathered. The country's grain reserves were in critical shortage. The new king promised to resolve the famine within a week. If China could provide grain trade support, the two sides would have a chance to advance diplomatic relations. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment. Comrade Zhou Jianing, Gamajala has not yet established diplomatic relations with our country. There is no sovereign credit guarantee. Allocating supplies requires approval. At the fastest 15 days. Zhou Jianing's speech quickened. 15 days is too long. The local population is already suffering prolonged hunger, and 300,000 people are waiting in the square for grain. This is an important window for establishing diplomatic relations. The voice on the other end didn't relent. Procedures cannot be discarded. Also, all supplies must be settled in cash. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jianing walked back, phone still clutched in her hand. The ministry has replied. At the fastest 15 days. All supplies require full payment or no free aid will be provided. Anya leaned against the doorframe and let out a cold laugh. 15 days. The people down in the square may not even hold out for 3 days. She looked at Yifei. Did you hear that clearly? How do you plan to pay? Still going to swipe that savings card you used to pay the 100,000 yuan fuel fee? Or are you planning to tear down the palace pillars to sell the timber? Yifei didn't respond to her. He reached out toward Zhou Jianing. Give me the phone. Zhou Jianing paused for half a second, then handed it over. Yifei pressed redial. The phone rang twice. Hello. Connect me to Vice Minister Hua. The operator was stunned. May I ask who's calling? Yifei, king of the kingdom of Gamajala. A few seconds later, Vice Minister Hua's voice came through the phone. Mr. Yifei, congratulations on your formal ascension. Let's set aside the pleasantries. Yifei walked to the terrace railing. The 300,000 people below had not dispersed. 15 days is too long. I'll give you just one sentence. The 300,000 people in the square need to eat today. Vice Minister Hua paused for a moment. China grain reserves allocation requires procedures. Loading at coastal ports also takes time. 12 days is already the limit. Yifei looked down at the square. Some had knelt so long that their knees had worn through their pants. Some held children. Some had empty canteens set in front of them. They didn't know what was being discussed upstairs. They only knew the new king had promised them food. Yifei spoke. Vice Minister Hua, China has a large number of maritime agricultural orders every year. Right now there should be quite a few cargo ships carrying grain, oil, and meat across the Pacific. Vice Minister Hua was silent for 2 seconds. Mr. Yi wants to divert cargo ships that are already en route. Pay extra to intercept them. Yifei raised his hand and knocked on the rusty railing. Is there a ship? As long as it can reach Bilad port within 3 days. The cargo payment, port change fees, insurance adjustments, and breach compensation. I'll cover everything. And you stood still saying nothing. The moment she heard the words, cover everything, her hand had already pressed against the dagger. Where did this man get such confidence? When he first landed, he had winced at 100,000 yuan fuel surcharge. Now he was casually talking about several shiploads of grain. Vice Minister Hua did not agree immediately. Diverting an in-transit cargo ship involves the original contract destination port declaration insurance and delivery time. I need to confirm with Kafko. Wait for my reply. The call ended. And you turned and went downstairs. To the office. Wait for the call. Yifei followed her downstairs. Zhou Jining followed behind, holding her folder, her steps much faster than when she had arrived. She knew what Yifei had just proposed was no ordinary grain purchase. This was a diplomatic icebreaker. It was also a declaration of nationhood hammered out with real gold and silver. An hour later, the palace office area. The so-called Regent Queen's office had most of its wall paint peeling off and the edges of the desk were worn black. Piles of account books were stacked in the corner. The ceiling fan creaked as it spun. The window wasn't closed tightly, and the sea breeze blew and filling the room with dampness and the smell of fish. And you stood before the paint-chipped filing cabinet. Stop waiting. Commercial cargo ships all have delivery deadlines. No country would resell in-transit supplies for the sake of Gama. Yifei pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. It's not a resale. It's a diversion. China gets the achievement of diplomatic relations, Gama gets the grain. If they want cash, I give cash. Anya knocked on the desk with her hand. Do you have it? Gama doesn't. The royal family doesn't. The national treasury certainly doesn't. Our current account balance is $320. She paused. Not even enough to buy a decent cow. Yifei leaned back in his chair. Anya, you're underestimating Gama. At the center of the Pacific. A territory of 1 million square kilometers. 2,000 kilometers of coastline. 18 outlying islands. Do you think what others see in this country is only the poisonous fog? And you stared at him. The north and central parts have been sealed by poisonous fog for 50 years. The UN lost hundreds of scientists. Every country has given up. Who would pay for that land? Even a dead land can be useful. Yifei raised his hand and pointed to the old map on the wall. Land at the center of the Pacific is not waste paper. China needs a partner in the South Pacific. Gama needs grain ports, hospitals, and cash flow. Each takes what they need. He turned to Zhou Jining. Miss Zhou, would you say this counts as a diplomatic achievement? Zhou Jining looked up. It does. And it's not an ordinary achievement. If Gama is willing to formally establish diplomatic relations, this batch of supplies can serve as the first trade order between the two countries. The ministry will take it seriously. And you looked at the two of them. You two really dare to dream. Gama can't even afford a new fishing boat. On what grounds can it establish diplomatic relations with China? In the corner, Li Te hugged his old briefcase, silent for a long time. He looked at Yifei, and the pressure that had weighed on his chest for 3 years finally loosened a little. After the late king's death, the kingdom had been in constant decline. The port stopped. The airport ran out of fuel. The government was late on salaries. Debt collection letters arrived one after another. That and you could hold the country together was already no small feat. But holding on and turning things around were two different things. Yifei had been here less than a day. He had first made 300,000 people lift their heads again. Now he was negotiating 3 cargo ships. This young king might actually be able to do something. The phone on the desk vibrated. Zhou Jining answered immediately. Vice Minister Hua. She listened for a dozen seconds, then put the phone on speaker and set it on the desk. Vice Minister Hua's voice came through. Kafko has 3 cargo ships in transit that can be coordinated to divert to Bilad port. One carries wheat flour 50,000 tons. One carries frozen meat 30,000 tons. One carries soybeans 50,000 tons. The farthest one is 3 days sailing from Bilad port. The office fell silent. And you straightened up. 3 days. It really was 3 days. Vice Minister Hua continued. China can coordinate the cargo ships to change course. The cargo payment will be settled at the original contract price. No additional default premium will be charged. But there is one condition. The Kingdom of Gama must immediately sign a formal communique on the establishment of diplomatic relations with China. Yifei didn't hesitate. Deal. Zhou Jining picked up her pen, her wrist trembling slightly. Before she came to Gama no one had confidence in this mission. Zero diplomatic foundation. A small nation on the verge of bankruptcy. Unknown territory covered by poisonous fog. But now an opportunity for diplomatic relations was laid right on the table. Anya raised her hand to interrupt. What's the original price? Vice Minister Hua's voice returned to a businesslike tone. The list has been sent to Zhou Jining's work email. Once payment is confirmed, the cargo ships will turn immediately. The call ended. The ceiling fan was still whirring. Zhou Jining opened her email. An email with an encryption marker popped up. She downloaded the attachment. The cargo list, transport costs, port change fees, and insurance adjustment fees were all itemized clearly. Wheat flour 50,000 tons. Frozen meat 30,000 tons, half beef and half chicken. Soybeans 50,000 tons. Total price $94 million. Zhou Jining turned the screen toward Anya. And you stared at the final string of digits. 94 million. This sum would be enough to pay the kingdom's civil servant salaries for 100 years. Enough to pay the next quarter's foreign debt interest. Enough to dredge the West Coast ports channel 100 times. Enough to build hospitals. Enough to buy diesel. Enough to refuel the airport. But the national treasury had only $320. And you stared at the numbers for a long time without moving. Then she drew the crystal dagger and slammed it heavily onto the desk. I'll send you into the poisonous fog. Yifei took out his phone and opened his Bank of China account page. A balance of 100 million US dollars was displayed on the screen. He pushed the phone to the center of the desk. Zhou Jianing. Reply to the email. Tell the ships to turn. Anya's right hand gripped the hilt of the crystal dagger. She slid the blade halfway out, pressing it against the edge of the desk. She had originally intended to throw Yi Fei out directly, but as she glanced down at the phone screen, her movement froze. It was the Bank of China app interface. Beneath the transfer page showing $94 million, the account balance was unmistakably clear. 10000000000. Anya brought the phone closer. The number didn't change. The Royal Treasury had only $320 left. For 3 years, she had calculated every single expense, whether to buy diesel for the hospital, whether to delay civil servant salaries, whether to repair the last forklift at the port, and whether to keep issuing fuel subsidies to fishermen. She had even driven the rattletrap pickup to the airport herself to save a few dollars. Now Yi Fei pulled out a cracked screen Android phone with $100 million sitting in his account. Anya looked up, switching to the Gamajila language. Where did this money come from? Yi Fei leaned back in his chair, hands folded in front of him. Legal income. How to spend it is up to me. Anya slid the dagger back into its sheath, walked around the desk, and stopped in front of Yi Fei. Her combat boots trod across the damp wooden floor, producing 2 dull thuds. Do you think $100 million can save this country? Gamajila owes $9 billion in foreign debt. We're still 500,000 short for next month's interest. The hospital owes the diesel supplier, the school owes the teachers, the port owes the maintenance crew. She braced herself against the desk edge, her words quickening. If you buy grain today, what about tomorrow? If you pay everyone's salaries, what about next month's? Money can buy grain, but not the port, not order, and not the return of those who fled to Australia. What if the grain ships arrive in 3 days and can't enter the harbor? 300,000 people won't remember that you bought grain. They'll only remember that you promised them food and didn't follow through. The office fell silent. Zhou Jianing couldn't understand Gamajila, but she could hear the gunpowder in their tones. Li Te hugged his old briefcase and stood frozen in the corner. Yi Fei looked up at Anya. He had originally assumed that this Slavic mixed-blood girl was just a miser who split every dollar in half. In the pickup, she had even put marriage and the throne into her budget sheet. But faced with $100 million, she didn't reach out, nor did she suggest turning the money over to the treasury. All she thought about were the potholes ahead. This woman had a sharp tongue, but she wasn't black-hearted. Yi Fei tapped his fingers on the desk. Auntie, think bigger. Anya paused for 2 seconds. Who's your auntie? By seniority, it's you. Yi Fei switched back to Chinese and reached out to Zhou Jianing. Give me your payment account. Payment now. Zhou Jianing hugged her folder tightly. She had seen plenty of large-scale fund transfers. The Zhou family was in construction with project funds, often reaching hundreds of millions. A full process of banks' guarantees, mortgages, and approvals would take at least 10 days to half a month just to get off the ground. But Yi Fei's money didn't go through the treasury, required no guarantee, and needed no sovereign credit endorsement. He had just ascended the throne. Using his private account, he directly paid in full for 77,000 tons of grain and meat. Zhou Jianing pulled up the overseas payee account sent by Kafko. Yi Fei took the phone. Copy the account. Paste. Enter the amount. 9400000. A facial verification prompt popped up. Yi Fei raised the phone and aimed it at himself. Ding. Transfer successful. Zhou Jianing stared at the transfer receipt, her throat dry. Not going through the kingdom's finance. It would be a waste of time to go through another layer. Yi Fei pocketed his phone. What if some bank spends ages reviewing it? The 300,000 people in the square will eat air. The money goes directly into Kafko's account. Have the ships change course. Zhou Jianing snapped back to reality and immediately dialed Vice Minister Hua's hotline. Vice Minister Hua, the 94 million in spot exchange has been paid. Please ask Kafko to verify receipt. After the voice on the other end confirmed receipt of payment, Zhou Jianing hung up and finally lowered the folder in her hand. The 3 cargo ships had already changed course. The farthest ship would arrive off the coast of Bilad in 3 days. Yi Fei stood up and walked over to the old map on the wall. 50,000 tons of wheat flour, 30,000 tons of frozen meat, and 50,000 tons of soybeans. That'll be enough to feed the whole country for a while. He turned to look at Anya. Now tell me, how badly has the deep water port on the west coast fallen apart? Anya put away her dagger and resumed her usual businesslike demeanor. The channel hasn't been dredged in at least 3 years. All the port machinery is broken. There's only one tugboat, and it's still stuck in the repair yard. The main body of the wharf hasn't collapsed. That's the only good piece of news. Yi Fei nodded. 130,000 tons of supplies couldn't be unloaded slowly by just a few dozen people. They needed laborers. They needed transport vehicles. They needed temporary warehouses. They needed a distribution network. And above all, they needed someone to organize it all. Yi Fei turned to Li Te. Li Te, rally the people. Li Te stepped forward, hugging his briefcase. Your Majesty, whom should I rally? Convene a royal court meeting. Yi Fei pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. Summoned the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Interior Minister, and Finance Minister to discuss dredging, unloading, transport, and food distribution. Li Te didn't move. Anya also stood still. The ceiling fan spun weakly, its metal blades occasionally clanking softly. Yi Fei looked up. Go on. What are you all standing around for? Waiting for me to send each of you an invitation. Li Te wiped his forehead. Your Majesty, the kingdom does have these posts. When the late king was alive to save expenses, he concurrently served as prime minister. Yifei nodded. The old man was quite capable. Then who's the prime minister now? Li Te tilted his head toward Anya. During Princess Anya's regency, she has been acting as prime minister. Yifei looked at Anya. Anya adjusted her uniform collar. Problem. No problem. Yifei raised his hand. And the deputy prime minister. Princess Anya was already the deputy prime minister. The interior minister. Li Te coughed. 3 years ago the interior minister resigned and took his family to Australia. After that Princess Anya concurrently held the post. Yifei sat back in his chair staring at the ceiling fan. One king. One foreign minister. A regent queen serving concurrently as prime minister, deputy prime minister, and interior minister. The highest level of a country couldn't even fill a table for mahjong. Yifei lowered his head. The finance minister is still around, right? He is. Li Te paused. He's keeping order in the square downstairs. He's 72 years old this year, and his hearing isn't good. Yifei was silent for a moment. He had thought he was taking over a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Now it seemed the company was gone. All that remained was the signboard, the dead 1 million people, and 3 people who were about to be crushed. Anya walked up to the map and pressed her finger on the west coast. Now you understand why I wouldn't let you splash the money around. Gamajila isn't short of a rich man. What we lack is someone who can get things done. The grain ships arrive in 3 days. The channel is blocked so cargo ships can only anchor offshore. The port machinery is broken so the goods can't be unloaded. Not enough transport capacity to get the grain into the city. Then the promise you made in the square will become another joke. Yifei stood up and picked off a loose thread from his shirt cuff. Then hire people. Anya stopped. Yifei looked at Li Te. Go downstairs and find a few young men with loud voices and quick legs. Tell everyone in the square. The king is hiring workers. Go to the west coast port to dredge the channel, repair the wharf, and move supplies. Meals included. Paid daily. Li Te opened his mouth. Your Majesty, what should the daily wage be? Yifei raised 2 fingers. $20 a day. Li Te almost dropped the briefcase in his hands. Anya's suppressed anger flared up again. $20? During the kingdom's heyday, dock workers only got $5 a day. If you start at this rate, the whole city will run to the port. Yifei walked toward the door. Then let them run. What the port lacks isn't people. It lacks people willing to break their backs for the job. He stopped at the door and looked back at Li Te. Add one more line. All who join the dredging will get first pick of the grain distribution. Li Te's breathing quickened. Anya stood in place, no longer arguing. Yifei pushed open the office's wooden door. Tell them. In 3 days I want to see all 3 grain ships docked at Bialad port. The grain ships would arrive in 3 days. The shipping lane off Brad's west coast was still blocked. The wooden door slammed against the hallway wall as Light, clutching a scuffed briefcase, stumbled downstairs. He had to reach the square and call the people together. Anya stayed in the office. The phone on the desk still glowed, the transfer record for $94 million frozen on the screen. She stared at it for a few seconds, then turned to Yifei. Dredging isn't something you can accomplish by shouting for a few thousand people to go dig mud. The channel has a 12-meter draft and the deepest silt is over 4 meters. Without dredgers, tugboats, and loading equipment, 3 days will never be enough. Yifei took out an Android phone with a cracked screen. Rent the equipment. Australia, New Zealand. Mobilize whatever can be spared nearby. Dredgers, tugboats, loaders, pumps. Rent whatever is available. Anya stood still. The rent will be very expensive. Then pay the price. Double it. Have them air freighted over tomorrow. Yifei looked up. What's most expensive right now isn't the equipment. It's 13000 tons of grain sitting in open waters in 3 days while the port can't unload it. Anya was silent for a moment, then picked up the internal phone on the desk. Connect me to the General Services Department. Under the emergency authority of the Royal Regency and the Interior Ministry, obtain the roster of all active and former civil servants, including bank account information. Send it to my email within 10 minutes. The call ended. Yifei continued working on his phone. I also need a list of former personnel from the port, transportation, warehousing, construction, and water affairs departments. Especially engineers, dispatchers, drivers, and mechanics. Anya looked at him. You intend to bring them all back. The port has to open. You can't do it alone. Yifei leaned back into the wooden chair. You're the prime minister, the deputy prime minister, and the interior minister all at once. When the grain ships arrive, are you going to carry sacks at the dock yourself? Anya didn't answer. 5 minutes later, an email alert sounded. A list came through. Active and former civil servants 1254 in total. Total overdue wages $2. 1 million. Yifei scanned it, his fingers stopping on the transfer page. Pay all back wages in full. Add a special compensation of $500 per person. Anya froze. All of them. All of them. Former employees too. Did they leave because they didn't want to work, or because the kingdom didn't pay them for 3 years? Yifei entered the amount. Just over $2. 7 million. Face verification popped up. Ding. Transfer complete. He set the phone down on the desk. Attach a text message from the Interior Ministry. Tell them the money has arrived. Anyone still willing to work, gather at King Square at 9 tonight. Those with professional skills do the professional work. Those without go to the port to dredge, repair the docks, and move supplies. Anya stared at the battered phone. Over $2 million. No financial approval, no budget meeting, no debt assessment. Yifei pressed confirm once, and the money slammed into the national bank. She had spent years poring over ledgers until dawn over a few dozen dollars in diesel costs. Yifei, however, asked only one thing: whether the job could be done. Yifei stood and walked to the window. The crowd in the square had not dispersed. Some surrounded light registering names, some ran home to get tools, others stood in place constantly checking the bank messages on their phones. If the money doesn't reach their accounts, no one will believe you. Once the money arrives, they'll be willing to come back to work. South of Brad City, Hayes trudged along the dirt road, an old plastic bag dangling from his hand. Bloody water seeped from the bottom of the bag. Today had brought a bit of luck. A few small fish had been traded for a palm-sized scrap of meat, half a loaf of hard bread, and a handful of yellowed vegetables. As he passed King's Square, the crowd filled the streets. Hayes stopped. In the center of the square, the bald old man stood on a broken platform, shouting through a tin megaphone. It was light. The king is hiring workers. West Coast deep water port dredging. $20 a day, full meals provided. Those who take part in the dredging get grain first. The crowd erupted at once. Some raised their ID cards high, some charged straight toward the platform, and others screamed their own names at the top of their lungs. Hayes stood at the roadside and did not go over. $20 a day. The kingdom's ledgers couldn't even scrape together enough for a few barrels of diesel. His father had gone to China to find a successor, spent 3 years, burned through all his savings, and on the first day back, began making empty promises for the new king. If no wages appeared in 3 days, these people would tear down the municipal hall doors and burn them for firewood. Hayes shook his head and went around the crowd. 10 minutes later, he climbed to the third floor and pushed open the peeling security door. The room was cramped. The kitchen opened into the living room, and 2 children were sleeping in the inner room. Lima, wearing an apron, came over from the stove and took the plastic bag from his hand. Meat today, mm. Hayes took off his sea-smelling coat and went to the basin to wash his hands. The stream of water was pitifully thin. Lima put the scrap of meat into the sink and spoke softly. It's loud downstairs. They're hiring. Is the new king back? He's back. Lima paused. They're all saying he promised everyone a full stomach within a week. Hayes shook the water off his hands. My father came back too. But what he brought back was not a god. He raised his hand and pointed at the kitchen. The flour jar was nearly empty. The egg carton had been empty for half a month. In the corner, the sack of potatoes held only 7 or 8 sprouted ones. The country has no money, the port has no money, the hospital has no money. Princess Anya would sooner split a cent in half. What makes a man who just stepped off a plane able to feed 1 million people? Hayes picked up a towel and dried his hands. Don't believe this. Buzz. The old Nokia in his pocket vibrated once. Hayes took out his phone. A text message popped up on the screen. Sender Gama Jala National Bank. He pressed the confirm button. Your account ending in 4399 received a cross-border remittance of USD 2200.00 at 1730 on August 15th. Remark back, pay USD 1700.00. Special compensation $500 US. 00. Current available balance USD 2204.50. Hayes stood still. USD 2200. He had spent the whole day soaking in the sea today and earned $3. This money was enough for a family of 4 to eat their fill for half a year. The phone vibrated again. Attention all former civil servants, the new king has ascended the throne and the kingdom has paid the overdue wages. All current and former employees are requested to assemble at King's Square tonight at 9:00. The kingdom needs you. A soft sound came from the kitchen. The cleaver in Lima's hand fell into the sink. Hayes walked over and held the phone out to her. Look. Lima stared at the numbers, pressing the back of her hand against her mouth. After a long moment, she finally forced out a single sentence. It really was paid. Hayes said nothing. He closed his palm around the phone. How much money Gama Jala's treasury had he knew better than anyone. $2,000 was no small sum for the kingdom now. 1254 people each receiving back pay plus an extra $500. That was not a sum the national treasury could produce. The new king had not written a rubber check. He had deposited the money into every person's account first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Nokia vibrated again. Caller ID father. Hayes stared at the screen for a few seconds, then pressed answer. Since the day he had resigned and gone out fishing, father and son had not called each other for a year. Hayes. The wind on lights end was loud. Did you get the money? Got it. Eat something, then come to the municipal hall immediately. Bring the old chart of Bradport that you drew. Hayes paused. Waterway chart. The king is going to dredge the West Coast deep water port. Light's voice could not contain itself. 3 large freighters have to dock within 3 days. His Majesty the King has already bought $94 million worth of grain. The Nokia in Hayes's hand nearly slipped. $94 million. The grain had already been bought. The cargo ships had already been rerouted. The port was truly going to reopen. He hung up, grabbed the half loaf of hard bread from the cutting board, and stuffed it into his mouth. Lima caught the edge of his coat. Slow down. I'm going to the municipal hall. Hayes pulled on his coat and rushed out of the house. The stairwell was full of footsteps. Some people ran downstairs carrying old file bags, some dragged children along, others dialed phones as they walked. Hayes mounted the bicycle with the rusted chain and pedaled furiously. Crowds lined both sides of the street, growing thicker. He saw his old colleagues from the Ministry of Finance. He saw the port dispatcher who had quit 3 months ago. He saw old workers who, after receiving their back pay, hurried toward the square without even putting their shoes on properly. After 3 years of silence, Brad finally had people running. Hayes crossed the street and burst into the back courtyard of the municipal hall. He threw his bicycle against the wall. Clutching the waterway chart, he rushed up the stairs 3 steps at a time. Just as he reached the second-floor landing, Anya stood on the steps. Dark military-style uniform, platinum hair coiled at the nape of her neck. "Your Highness." Hayes stopped, one fist pressed against his forehead. Anya glanced at the chart in his hand. "Did Light send you?" "Yes." "Follow me." Hayes followed her up to the 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor, the office door was open. No lights were on inside. Sunset pressed through the gap in the window and fell behind the desk. Yifei leaned back in his chair, legs propped on the desk edge, tossing an old coin in his hand. Ding. The coin fell back into his palm. Yifei looked up. Hayes stopped at the door, his back tensing. In Australia, he had seen business owners and dealt with government officials. No one would sit in this dilapidated office with peeling walls, having just spent nearly $100 million, and then go on to spend millions more to cover the kingdom's unpaid wages. Anya walked to the desk. "Light's son." "Hayes what?" "Former assistant to the Minister of Transportation, civil engineering graduate from the University of New South Wales." She shifted half a step aside. The old waterway chart of Bradport was drawn by him. The coin in Yifei's hand stopped. The coin came to rest in Yifei's palm. He swung his legs off the table and leaned forward. "Did you bring the blueprints?" Heisey stepped forward and spread open the curled nautical chart. The blueprints had yellowed with age. The entrance to the west coast was densely covered with depth contours, several shallows circled in red ink. "Your Majesty, this is the most troublesome part." Heisey pressed his finger on the outer harbor. The original design draft was 12 meters. Now the shallowest point has only 8 meters. Cargo ships simply cannot enter. He traced along the red line inward. Restoring 12 meters within 3 days is impossible through manpower alone. Manual labor can at most clear obstacles, measure depths, and remove floating debris and shallow reef stones. Deep mud must be cleared by dredging vessels. And without unloading equipment, there's no way to handle all that grain. Yifei rapped his knuckles twice on the table. "The grain isn't bulk cargo." Heisey paused. "Wheat and soybeans in 50-kilogram bags. Frozen meat in cold chain containers. Can be lifted directly or passed down by human relay." Heisey lowered his head to study the map, then looked up at Yifei. "Bagged grain can be unloaded. As long as ship's dock and gangplanks are set up with organized hand relays, the pace will pick up." His finger landed on the dock berths. "We can manage without port machinery, but the waterway must be cleared first along with transportation." Anya stood beside the table. "Nationwide, there are 7 large trucks that can run." Heisey wiped sweat from his forehead. 2 are still at the repair shop missing parts. "Will 5 be enough?" "It'll have to be." Heisey unrolled the nautical chart toward the city. Pickups, farm trucks, tricycles, flatbed carts. All are being requisitioned. 3 routes from port to city. Route 1 goes to City Hall and King's Square, covering the densest populated areas first. Route 2 delivers to South City, where several abandoned warehouses can be cleared for temporary grain storage. Route 3 heads to small towns on the East Coast. We can't let all the grain pile up in Brad City. He tapped the southern section. Frozen meat goes to the national cold storage first. Cold storage power is unstable. A diesel must be prioritized. Wheat will be distributed to families. Soybeans go to the southern oil mill. The equipment still works. We'll get edible oil production running first. Anya took the blueprints and reviewed them. The backup diesel at the cold storage can last at most 10 days. Yifei looked up. "Purchase it. Diesel generators, cold chain vehicles. Make a list." Anya paused. Now. Yifei turned to Heisey. "What's the plan for the waterway?" Heisey flattened the blueprints. "Tonight, organize Harbor Bureau staff for a fresh depth survey to determine how far cargo ships can actually reach. At 6 tomorrow morning, the first team goes to the port for debris clearing. Fishing boats drag nets to clear floating debris, divers inspect the old berths, and engineering crews repair gangways and mooring pilings. Before machinery arrives, no manual digging of deep channels. We'll only clear the working surface. Once the dredging ship arrives, we dig directly according to the survey data." Yifei nodded. "Go execute." He looked at Lit. "The people at the plaza are under Heisey's command." Lit tucked his briefcase under his arm. "Understood." Heisey rolled up the blueprints and turned to leave. Just reaching the stairwell, he lowered his voice. "Father, the $94 million worth of grain. Did you really buy it?" Lit didn't slow his pace. "The payment went through. The cargo ships from China have already changed course. If you mess up the port, those 3 ships will have to anchor offshore." Heisey touched the old Nokia in his pocket. The $2,200 in owed salary was still sitting in the account. The money was real. The grain was real too. He gripped the navigation charts tightly and quickened his pace down the stairs. Outside the back door of City Hall, the crowd in the plaza hadn't fully dispersed. Civil servants who had received their owed salaries gathered beneath the terrace. Some clutched phones, others embraced old archive folders. Some had already brought tools from home. Heisey stepped onto the terrace and grabbed a rusty megaphone. "Transportation Harbor Bureau engineering teams. All of you come over here." The crowd surged toward the terrace. 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, West Coast, Deepwater Port. Bring tools, bring gloves, bring waterproof gear. Anyone with a vehicle, drive it here. Tricycles count too. The first people to arrive at the port get paid first and receive grain first. A voice rose from the crowd. "Is the $20 a day still valid?" Heisey gripped the megaphone tighter. "Valid." Those who work get registered tonight. The plaza erupted into motion. Some ran home. Others pulled out phones to notify relatives. Several white-haired veteran port workers pushed to the front, pulling Heisey to ask about berths, waterways, and tugboats. In the third-floor office, the ceiling fan still hummed. Zhou Jianning's phone vibrated. She forwarded the email to Yi Fei. Mr. Yi, the Ocean Affairs Department has contacted 2 Australian engineering firms. Yi Fei opened the attachment. The quote was lengthy. 2 excavators, 4 loaders, water pumps, generators, and emergency repair tools airlifted to Brad Airport within 2 days for a flat rate of $5 million. A tugboat and small dredging ship could arrive off Brad's coast in 3 days at the earliest, quoted at $20 million. Anya leaned toward the screen. Reading the first line, she slammed her palm on the table. An old teacup jumped. They're taking us for fools. 2 second-hand excavators priced at $5 million. She pointed at the quote. The equipment itself isn't worth $800,000. The rest is all markup for transport and emergency services. The tugboat and dredging ship are even more outrageous. $20 million. They know we're pressed for time with the grain ships arriving, so they've jacked the price through the roof. Zhou Jianning took the phone and reviewed the quote. They've attached conditions. Pay the deposit tonight, and they take off tomorrow morning. After midnight, the equipment goes to another project. Anya's face was cold. This isn't business. This is strangling Gamatila by the throat and demanding money. Yi Fei closed the email. Buy. Anya turned around. $25 million. Buying overpriced equipment that may not even arrive in time. If it doesn't arrive in time, we still buy. Yi Fei stood and walked to the old map on the wall. His finger pointed to the West Coast deepwater port. If the port doesn't open, the grain can't come in. This time it's grain. Next time it's diesel, medicine, building materials, equipment. For Gamatila to survive, the port must be operational. Anya stared at the map without speaking. Yi Fei turned back. Reply to the email. The equipment must arrive on schedule. Add breach of contract clauses. Late by 1 hour, penalties are deducted mercilessly. Anya crossed her arms. What about the down payment? The treasury only has $320. Who do you expect to pay? Oh. Yi Fei pulled out his phone. Account number. Anya paused. What account? The treasury special account. Give it to me. Anya recited a string of numbers. Yi Fei bent his head and typed. Copy. Paste. Amount $3 million. Zhou Jianning stood nearby silent. Anya stared at the phone screen. You're transferring $3 million. $2 million to lock in the equipment. Yi Fei completed the verification. The remaining $1 million is for port dispatch. Diesel vehicle repairs, temporary warehouses, worker meals. Don't come asking me for money when you run short. A notification tone played from the phone. Transfer successful. Yi Fei set the phone on the desk. The money's arrived. Anya's phone buzzed. She opened the message. Your treasury special account received a transfer of USD 3000000 on August 15th at 1945. Current available balance USD 3003200. The office fell silent for a moment. Anya checked the account name, amount, and balance repeatedly. $3 million. This was enough to fill the most urgent gaps from the kingdom's past years. And Yi Fei had just purchased $94 million worth of grain, then disbursed over $2 million in owed salaries. Now he had thrown another $3 million into the treasury. Anya pocketed her phone. I'll go sign the contract now. She reached the door and paused. If the equipment is delayed, I'll make them refund the deposit with interest. Yi Fei raised his hand. Wait. Anya looked back. Yi Fei pointed at himself, then at the peeling office. Where am I sleeping tonight? Where am I sleeping tonight? Where am I sleeping tonight? Anya tucked the equipment contract into a folder. The palace has been abandoned for a year with no water, electricity, or anyone to clean it. Yi Fei pointed at her. Then where do you usually sleep? The attic on the top floor of City Hall. Anya turned and walked toward the corridor. There's a small compartment. You can make do for one night. Zhou Jianning followed behind, clutching her folder. The corridor had no lights, the wires on the walls were exposed, and sea wind blew through the broken windows, the frames clattering against the wall. She grabbed Anya's sleeve. Your Highness, Anya, could I also stay in the attic? Anya stopped. They couldn't exactly make a diplomat from China sleep on a table in the main hall. Follow me. The attic was even narrower than Yi Fei had imagined. Against the wall stood a single iron frame bed, the mattress sagging halfway. On the other side were old newspapers, broken chairs, and several boxes of damp documents. Yi Fei pulled out a bamboo mat and spread it in the compartment. Zhou Jianning stood beside the iron bed, feeling guilty. Your Highness, Anya, where will you sleep? The office downstairs. Anya removed her military jacket and draped it over the chair back. I still have accounts to reconcile. She patted the folder. Equipment payments, port dispatch fees, worker meal costs, diesel purchases. I have to review every entry. You should rest early. The door closed. Yi Fei lay on the bamboo mat and turned over. The wooden floor was hard and damp, and the compartment smelled of old paper and mildew. He had rented basements in China and slept on folding beds in office lunchrooms. The only advantage here was that the sea wind was free. Midnight. A notification rang in his mind. Valid citizen count calculation complete. Current valid Gamma Kila citizens 10000. Daily earnings being distributed. His phone buzzed. Bank of China account ending in XXXX credited with 100 USD. Yi Fei checked the balance. 100 USD. He had nearly depleted his 100 million USD principal on grain purchases, back pay, and treasury transfers during the day. Now it was back. Yifei sat up on the mat. Money sitting in an account only earned the bank interest. Gamma Kilo was short on grain, short on medicine, short on diesel, short on ports, short on capable workers. He looked toward the iron bed and tapped the rail. Zhou Jianing, you asleep? Zhou Jianing turned over wrapped in a thin blanket. She wasn't asleep at all. Too much had happened today. This morning the country was bankrupt with a national treasury balance of just over 300 USD. In the afternoon, Yifei spent 94 million USD on grain, covered civil servant back pay, and spent money renting equipment. Now this newly crowned young king sat by her bedside at midnight. Zhou Jianing tucked her hair behind her ear. No. What do you need, mister? Yifei pulled over a folding chair and sat down. Help me contact someone back home. The 3 oil companies. Zhou Jianing froze. Who? PetroChina, Sinopec, CNOOC. Any of them will do. Yifei ticked off on his fingers. That 4E runway at Brad Airport can't go to waste. Ask about aviation fuel diesel oil tanks refueling trucks. Who has inventory and how fast they can deliver. Whatever scattered thoughts Zhou Jianing had were gone. It's 10 p.m. Beijing time now. So what? Yifei tapped the table. Plenty of people work overtime back home. Contact some more state-owned enterprises, port builders, road builders, bridge constructors, power grid companies, telecom firms. Ask if they're willing to take on work in the South Pacific. Zhou Jianing hugged the blanket. I'm a diplomat from the North America and Oceania Division of the Foreign Affairs Ministry. After establishing diplomatic relations, there'll be trade. Yifei pushed the cracked Android phone toward her. Get this done, and tomorrow I'll call Minister Hua to personally praise you. Zhou Jianing stared at the phone with the cracked screen. She resignedly climbed out of bed and pulled out her encrypted phone. By the time she reached Vice Minister Hua, it was already past 10 p.m. Beijing time. Zhou Jianing clearly explained Gamma Kila's situation. The airport runway had partially resumed operations. The port was being urgently repaired. The country urgently needed aviation fuel, diesel generators, construction, machinery, cold chain, equipment, and infrastructure teams. After listening, Vice Minister Hua replied with just one sentence. I'll give you a contact list tomorrow morning. The call ended. Zhou Jianing didn't rest. She opened WeChat. Her top contact was labeled President Zhou. She stared at the chat box for a few seconds, then sent a message. Zhou Jianing, you asleep? The reply came immediately. President Zhou, my obedient daughter, finally willing to contact your father. How's Oceania? Want me to send someone to bring you back? Zhou Jianing cut the crap. There's a country in the South Pacific that needs ports, roads, hospitals, power, and communications built. Cash payment money's not a problem. You in or not? President Zhou, which country? Zhou Jianing, Gamma Kila. President Zhou, never heard of it. Reliable. Zhou Jianing, today they spent over 100 million USD on grain equipment and back pay. Payment from the king's personal account. The chat went quiet for several minutes. President Zhou's side kept showing typing. Half an hour later, a document arrived. Gamma Kila Engineering Preparation Team and Transportation Plan. It listed 3 engineering teams, available equipment, personnel names, shipping routes, air routes, equipment prices, and the shortest mobilization timeline. Zhou Jianing flipped to the last page. Her father had added a note. President Zhou, tell that king. If the money's there, the people and equipment will be there. Zhou Jianing forwarded the document to her work email. She had just set down her phone when footsteps came from the stairwell. Anya was back. Zhou Jianing shrank toward the bed-making room. The door pushed open. Anya didn't walk toward the iron bed. She went straight into the compartment where Yifei was sleeping. Zhou Jianing pricked up her ears. No lights were on in the compartment. Hand out. Yifei shrank back. What for? That rusted iron railing on the terrace yesterday, all covered in rust spikes. Anya grabbed his right hand. You've been pressing on it all day. You think I'm blind? It's just a scratch. Gamma Kila has no tetanus vaccine. Anya pulled out a crystal dagger. The hospital's antibiotics have been out of stock for 3 months too. If you want to die, don't do it at City Hall. I don't have money for your funeral. Fabric rustled in the compartment. Yifei lowered his voice. You're using that thing to pick out splinters? This thing is too dull even to cut meat. Shut up and don't move. Be gentle. Have you done this before? I picked splinters out of military dogs' paw pads. That's not the same. Close enough. Am I a dog? Dogs are easier to take care of. Anya pressed down on his wrist. Dogs don't cost me $100 million. That was my money. It's Gamma Kila's money now. Zhou Jianing pulled the blanket over her head. Of course she knew Anya was picking splinters for Yifei, but the sounds from the compartment came intermittently, making her increasingly uncomfortable. Shortly after, Anya walked out of the compartment, a little blood on her hands. She sheathed the crystal dagger. Don't touch dirty water tomorrow. Yifei lay on the mat. I'll go to the port to distribute money, not touch water. Anya paused. Distribute money. The workers labored all day today. Yifei turned to look at the ceiling. I said daily settlement. Can't delay that. Anya didn't argue further. She walked to the iron bed, sat down, and opened the account book. Only the sound of paper turning filled the attic. Early next morning, Brad, West Coast Deepwater Port. Just as dawn broke, the yellow dirt road outside the port was already packed with people. Some carried shovels. Some dragged ropes. Some drove agricultural tricycles. Others brought walk spatulas and crowbars from home. Hester stood in the bed of a battered pickup truck, raising a tin megaphone. Those with tools line up on the left. Those without tools line up on the right. Engineering teams Pier 1. Those who can dive register at Pier 2. The crowd didn't panic. Thousands of hands were waiting for one outcome. In 3 days, 3 grain ships would arrive off Brad's coast. If the port couldn't open, the grain would just float on the sea. Hester jumped off the pickup and spread the channel chart on the hood. Several old port workers gathered around. When will the equipment arrive? This afternoon. Hester pointed to the channel entrance. Today, clear floating would scrap metal broken cables and sunken ship debris first. The shallowest section of the channel is still blocked. Can't clear it. Dredgers can't work directly on it either. An old port worker with graying hair spat rubbed his hands together. Then why are we standing here? Let's go. Thousands of people surged toward the docks. Ropes were thrown into the sea. Shovels bit into the mud. Someone jumped into waist-deep water, cutting away layers of fishing nets tangled around the old pier. Third floor City Hall. Yifei sat behind his desk looking at the on-site photos Hester sent. White gauze was wrapped around his right palm. Anya pushed the door open holding several telegrams. Australian equipment has taken off. Landing at Brad Airport at 3 p.m. The tugboat and dredger have departed from New Zealand port, arriving tomorrow morning. Yifei looked up. What about fuel for the airport? Zhou Jianing entered from the door, dark circles under her eyes. She set a document on the desk. Seanook has a small oil tanker refueling near Fiji. Full load of aviation fuel and diesel. $32 million. After payment, it changes course, arriving at Brad in 2 days. Yifei passed the agreement to Anya. Review the terms. Anya flipped through a few pages. Price is high. Any pitfalls? There's an emergency dispatch surcharge. Anya closed the document. But the ship is real, the cargo is real. Yifei pulled out his phone. He entered the amount. $32,000,000 USD. Verification complete. Transfer successful. Zhou Jianing pushed another document forward. CRBG State Grid and the 3 major telecom carriers inspection teams are preparing. They want to see the port and airport first. Let them come. Yifei leaned back. Gamakila doesn't have much of anything else, but there's plenty of work. Anya stared at him. How much is actually left in your account? Not much. Yifei pushed up a pair of imaginary glasses on his nose. Enough to fill all the holes that need filling. Anya slapped the bill onto the desk. Brad Municipal Hospital Emergency Medical Supply Purchase List. Total $5 million. The hospital has no gauze left. She pointed to Yifei's palm. That piece of cloth on your hand. I tore it from my military uniform lining. Yifei looked down at the gauze. No wonder his palm had hurt more when rubbed last night. He picked up his phone. $5 million transferred. Anya put away the bill. I'll go to the airport this afternoon to receive the equipment. I'll go to the port. Yifei stood up. Anya looked at him. You're going to dig mud. I'm going to pay the bills. Yifei grabbed the car keys from the desk. Not paying people for their work. That's playing dirty. 3 p.m. Brad Airport. A thunderous roar drowned out the sea wind. An IL-76 transport plane landed on the 4E runway. The cargo door opened. 2 excavators, 4 loaders, pumps, generators, and emergency repair equipment were unloaded one by one. Airport workers gathered beside the runway. Some hadn't seen such a large transport plane in 3 years. Some stared at the fresh paint on the tracks, unable to look away. Anya stood in front of the equipment, checking item numbers against the acceptance list. She had done accounting for 3 years. Even a tractor tire had to be postponed to next month before she dared to replace it. Now equipment worth tens of millions of dollars sat on the airport runway. West Coast Deepwater Port. Yifei jumped out of the pickup, a black canvas bag in his left hand. Hester ran over from the muddy water. His pants were soaked mud on his face. Your Majesty, the shallows are half cleared. The old pier's mooring posts are still usable, but 2 old cables at Pier 2 are stuck at the bottom. If we can't clear them tonight, the tugboat entry will be affected. Yifei opened the canvas bag. Stacks of USD bills appeared. 20,000 USD in cash. Call everyone to stop. Hester froze. Your Majesty, time is tight. A few minutes won't matter. Yifei set the canvas bag on the pickup hood. Paying time. Hester raised the megaphone. All stop work. Laborers crawled out of the muddy water one by one. Thousands gathered around the pickup. Yifei stood in the truck bed. I said yesterday, 20 USD a day. The work isn't finished today, but you get paid anyway. He grabbed a stack of cash. Form a line. The port went quiet for a few seconds. Then the crowd erupted. Someone threw their shovel on the ground. Someone wiped mud off their face. Someone else stood frozen, repeatedly confirming they hadn't misheard. The old port worker was first in line. He rubbed his hands on his pants several times before taking the 20 USD. After the money was in his hands, he stared at it for a long time. 3 years. The kingdom had owed wages, owed subsidies, owed promises. No one believed this money would actually reach their hands. Yifei handed out the last bill and threw the empty bag back in the car. You have the money. He pointed to the channel. Clear those cables at Pier 2 tonight. Tomorrow morning, I want the tugboat entering the port. Thousands raised shovels, ropes, and crowbars. Yes. Long live the king. Long live Gamakila. The port came alive again. Generators roared. Excavator arms bit into the mud. Trucks shuttled back and forth, hauling cleared scrap metal and floating wood to the storage yard. After nightfall, Yifei sat on the pickup roof, twisting open a bottle of mineral water. Hester passed him. In the distance, northern toxic fog pressed against the mountain ridge. His phone buzzed. Current valid citizens 100000. Time until next earnings distribution 4 hours. The next notification didn't pop up immediately. After a few seconds, the system panel lit up again. Host has spent $100 million, earning 1 citizen talent tree skill point. System panel lit up again. Host has spent $100 million, earning 1 point in the citizen talent tree. Yifei sat on the roof of the pickup truck, gazing at the translucent panel floating in his field of view. 1 basic talent glowed faintly. Resident happiness had reached its maximum level, level 10. Jimajila was now a mess. To develop tourism and service industries in the future, the physical fitness of the populace would be the true currency. Moreover, thousands of people were standing waist-deep in mud water at the harbor right now, clearing silt through the night. Without sound bodies, how could they work? He tapped the plus sign after resident physical. Deducting 1 talent point. Resident physical upgraded to level 1. The effective physical fitness of all citizens has been comprehensively enhanced, increasing fatigue resistance and muscle endurance. Berth 2. Old harbor worker Mike was submerged up to his waist in seawater, straining to pull a thick mooring line jammed between reef rocks. 5 hours he'd been at it, his old injury pulling at him, arms numb from fatigue. Beside him, several young men panted heavily, their movements growing sluggish. Gritting his teeth, Mike prepared to shout a rallying cry and push harder. But just as he exerted himself, his movement froze. The rope, which had weighed like iron moments before, suddenly dragged half a meter free. The ache in his lower back faded as if away by the tide, and the weight pressing on his chest dissolved. He glanced down at his hands, then at the young man beside him, wearing an identical look of astonishment. "Did you feel that?" The young man shook out his arms. "I was on the verge of vomiting from exhaustion a moment ago, but now I feel as though I just woke up, like nothing's wrong at all. Is there something in the water?" Mike turned his head toward Yifei sitting atop the pickup truck in the distance. The young king was tossing a black canvas bag back into the cab. $20 in cash. His wages paid in advance. Mike flung the rope onto the shore, pressed his palms together, and touched his thumb to his forehead. "It's the king. He's brought both real gold and silver, and has returned divine power to Jimajila." Those nearby gradually ceased their work, mirroring Mike's gesture by bowing toward the pickup. Faith meant nothing when the stomach was empty. Yet when bellies were full, money in hand, and strength genuinely returned to the body, faith became the strongest steel. Yifei paid no mind to the commotion behind him. A military green jeep approached from the end of the dusty track, tires kicking up clouds of soil nearly human height. Before it came to a complete stop, the door swung open. Anya leaped from the vehicle, mud speckling the hem of her military-style uniform. She strode toward the pickup, gripping a satellite communication telegram. "There's been an incident." Yifei jumped down from the roof. "Equipment delayed." "The grain ship," Anya slapped to the hood. "The first freighter from China. The one carrying 50,000 tons of wheat flour. Riding the current with the freighter at full speed, it's ahead of schedule. It'll reach the outer waters of Bulade before dawn tomorrow." Yifei studied the telegram. "A day early." "Yes." Anya pointed to another document. "But the dredging vessels and tugboats from New Zealand, diverting to escape a storm, they won't arrive at the port until noon tomorrow." The timing gap was clear. The grain ship arrived before dawn, while the equipment came at midday. Over a dozen hours of unguarded time. Yifei turned toward the shipping channel. Hates was directing workers hauling scrap metal ashore when he heard the call and splashed through the mud toward them. Lead approached from the other side, clutching his briefcase. Yifei slid the telegram toward Hates. "Grain ship arrives before dawn tomorrow, tugboats at noon. Can the channel handle it?" Hates glanced at the timing, and his face contorted into a grimace worse than a cry. "It won't work." He spread his waterlogged chart and traced the narrowest stretch. "Your Majesty, the machinery doesn't arrive until noon tomorrow. Tonight we can only clear debris around the berth with our bare hands. But the channel outside, its narrowest point is barely 50 meters, and we can't deepen the silt below. A 50,000-ton freighter draws at least 12 meters. Without tugs guiding and stabilizing the vessel ahead, the freighter would rely solely on its own power. Drift off course by even 2 or 3 meters, and it'd plunge straight into the mud banks on either side. Unless you've got a captain who could navigate into Bulade blindfolded, it's a 100% chance of running aground. Once that happens, the entire channel's blocked permanently. The 2 ships behind carrying meat and soybeans won't even reach the open sea." Hates wiped mud from his face. "Exactly." Yifei stared at the channel chart. 50,000 tons of wheat. The entire nation waiting desperately. If the ship arrived, but couldn't enter, the money he distributed and promises he'd made today would all become a laughingstock. "What about buoys?" Yifei tapped the edge of the map. "String a line of buoys along the channel boundaries as markers for the captain, as long as he follows them without deviating." "No good." Hates dismissed immediately. "The propeller suction from a 50,000-ton freighter is too powerful. The buoys are too small. When the ship passes, the reversed current will suck them and their mooring line straight into the propellers. Then we'd not only run aground, we'd need to repair the vessel too." The path was dead. Silence fell around the pickup. In the distance, excavators still roared their floodlights, sweeping across the water, illuminating the turbid mud. Yifei leaned both hands on the hood, following the beam of light to the breakwater in the distance where a long line of old fishing boats was moored. These were the fishing vessels Jimajila's fishermen used to venture out to sea, over 100 in various sizes tied to shore with frayed ropes. A phrase surfaced in Yifei's mind. "The Battle of Red Cliffs." iron chains linking the ships. He straightened up and pointed at the fishing boats. Buoys are too small. They get sucked in. What if we used boats instead? Hates paused. Use boats. Exactly. Yi Fei stepped to the chart and drew two parallel dashed lines along the channel edges. Mobilize every seaworthy fishing boat in the country. Secure them bow to stern with ropes forming two parallel lines along the safety boundary of the 14-meter draft stretching out to open sea. These boats draw deep and have substantial mass. The freighter's propellers won't be able to pull them in. They become two living breakwaters and navigation guides. The freighter sails through the center passage. If it drifts off course, the fishing boats are right there to block it. Anya's eyes widened slightly. Leet's briefcase slipped from his grasp and landed in the mud. Hates stared at the chart, his breathing growing heavier. Using fishing boats to lay a channel. This unorthodox approach had no precedent in any textbook. Yet in this shabby port lacking tugboats, positioning systems, and even functioning lighthouses, it appeared to be the only way to guide a 50,000-ton vessel safely inland. Theoretically, Hates swallowed hard. Theoretically it could work. Run the numbers, Yi Fei interrupted. Get your port authority's best hydrographist on this. Give me a definitive answer within half an hour. Hates snatched the chart and sprinted toward berth 2. Leet retrieved his briefcase and staggered after him, gasping for air. Anya watched Yi Fei. Do you understand the risks involved? For most people in Jimajila, these fishing boats are their sole livelihood. If the freighter loses control or the current calculations are wrong, those boats would be shattered. Yi Fei leaned against the car door, pulled out his cracked screen phone, and checked the time. If we don't do this tomorrow, we'll all be watching 50,000 tons of wheat flour sitting offshore while we starve. Half an hour later, Hates ran back, flanked by 3 elderly maritime specialists with graying hair. We've calculated it, Hates said, spreading out the annotated chart. Based on the current tidal conditions at Belade Port and the drag coefficients of the fishing vessels. As long as the freighter maintains a speed under 3 knots, the double-line formation of 120 boats will hold against the water suction. We can attempt it. Hates' voice trembled with barely contained excitement. But then his expression collapsed, his tone growing hesitant. But Your Majesty, this approach isn't without risk. A sudden shift in wind or a half-second delay in the freighter's steering response could send it crashing into the fishing boats. If the hull deviates too far and runs aground on the shallow banks on either side. Hates looked up, his eyes bloodshot. For a 50,000-ton vessel stuck in the channel, rescue costs and delay penalties alone would run hundreds of thousands of dollars per day. And if the hull breaches and the wheat flour is ruined by seawater, we'd be looking at tens of millions in damages. We simply can't afford it. Anya stood silent nearby. The National Treasury could barely spare $3 million, and that sum had come from Yi Fei himself. If they had to pay tens of millions in compensation, Jimajila would have to sell off the remaining 18 islands, and nobody would buy them anyway. All eyes turned to Yi Fei. The sea breeze swept through heavy with the smell of brine and diesel. Yi Fei didn't look at the chart. He turned his head toward berth 2 in the distance. Under the searchlight, dozens of men, some in tattered wetsuits, others completely bare-chested, were tying themselves to the reef with rope. Waves crashed over them, repeatedly dragging them under. They resurfaced, spat out the salt water, and continued prying scrap metal from the seabed. Onshore women pushed rusted carts, hauling away the dredged silt and debris load after load. No one slacked off. No one complained. They believed the strength surging through their bodies was divine intervention. That was the result of Yi Fei spending $100 million. But the desperate way they worked was genuine. The hunger in their eyes, the desire to survive, to eat their fill, that was real too. Yi Fei tore his gaze away and looked at Hates. He removed his black-framed glasses, folded them carefully, and tucked them into his shirt pocket. The mild, weary aura of a corporate drone vanished completely. Under the searchlight's raking beam, his mixed heritage features revealed a ruthless, commanding hardness. Hates, do you think I spend over $90 million on grain just to watch it sit offshore as a scenic view? Hates' back stiffened, and he instinctively straightened. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Then I say. Yi Fei tapped the channel entrance on the map twice with force. Compensation. I'm not afraid of paying. If we run aground, I'll cover the penalty, fund the rescue, and if the ship can't be repaired, I'll buy a new one. He locked eyes with Hates, his voice cutting through the distant roar of machinery. What I fear is tomorrow morning when the sun rises. These people who've been soaked in mud water all night, watching 50,000 tons of wheat sit right beneath their eyes, unable to so much as taste a slice of white bread. Hates' Adam's apple bobbed violently. The 3 elderly maritime specialists beside him grew teary-eyed and dropped to one knee in the mud, pressing their fists to their foreheads. Anya turned her head, watching those backs bobbing in the water, her fingers at her sides gradually clenching. Go tie the boats. Yi Fei rolled up the chart and thrust it into Hates' arms. Tell every fisherman, if the boats get smashed, I'll compensate you with 2 new ones each. Tomorrow before dawn, I'll be on the dock watching that ship come ashore. Hates gripped the chart tightly and sprinted toward the crowd. Port Authority, all fishing vessel owners, bring your mooring lines. Launch the boats and connect them. The entire port erupted into motion. Countless flashlight beams cut through the night sky, converging toward the breakwater. Yi Fei remained where he stood, watching figures race toward the fishing boats, dragging mooring lines behind them. The passion and hunger in these people stirred something special within him. Heiser stood in water up to his waist, bawling orders. 3rd boat on the left. Push it another 10 meters out. Don't drop the anchor yet. Send the divers down to check the positioning stakes. 120 fishing boats of all sizes lined both sides of the channel. Iron rings at the bow threaded through thick cables. Iron chains locked tight. Bow to stern ship after ship. The seawater outside the port turned yellow and churned, and beneath the surface lay hidden reefs, broken cables, scrap iron, and debris from sunken vessels. Over a dozen divers bit down on their snorkels and slipped into the water. They felt their way to the 14-meter mark and drove positioning stakes into the seabed. Fishermen on the surface received the signal, and several men worked together to push the iron anchors overboard. Boom. The iron anchors crashed into the sea. Water splashed high. 2 guiding lines gradually took shape. 60 boats on the left, 60 on the right. A channel remained in the center for cargo ships to pass through. Every 5 boats a set of anchor chains locked their position. The tide pushed inward, and the line of ships swayed with it. Onshore men immediately hauled on the cables to make corrections. Yifei stood on the breakwater, his white shirt plastered to his back by the sea wind. He said nothing. The fishing boats lining both sides of the channel were the life savings of most fishermen in the country. Tomorrow at dawn 50,000 tons of wheat would have to sail through this narrow gap. If the ships made it into Port Jamala would have food. If they ran aground, the over $100 million already spent would be blocked out at sea. Heiser climbed out of the water, his pant legs caked with mud. Your Majesty, both guiding lines are now secured. 23 boats still haven't arrived. Yifei glanced at his watch. Keep pushing them. They must connect before dark. Tomorrow's cargo ship must not deviate half a meter from the channel. Heiser nodded, grabbed the tin megaphone, and charged back into the sea. The harbor chants rose one after another. Until noon, when the sun climbed directly overhead. Several battered tricycles rolled into the port. Their cargo beds were piled high with bamboo baskets. A group of women wrapped in worn headscarves to shield themselves from the sun jumped off the vehicles and began distributing lunch. Workers who had labored for half a day came ashore one by one. Some still had water dripping from their trousers. Some had rope burns on their arms. Some were so exhausted they sat by the stacking yard, unable to rise for a long time. Lunch was simple. Palm-sized grilled flatbread, a scoop of boiled kelp, a single dried grilled fish. Workers carried chipped bowls and crouched by the muddy ground to eat. Yifei found a crooked coconut tree and leaned against the trunk to sit. Lead approached with a briefcase under his arm, carrying an aluminum lunchbox. Inside was a large piece of pan-fried fish, a mound of white rice, and rich sauce poured over the top. Your Majesty. Lead handed the lunchbox forward with both hands. It came from the City Hall cafeteria. Please eat first. Yifei glanced at the lunchbox, then looked toward the distance. Thousands of workers crouched beside the muddy water. Some broke dried fish in half and pressed it into their children's hands. Others bit into flatbread, their mouths full of salt crystals. Yifei raised his hand and pushed the lunchbox back. Take it away. Li paused. Your Majesty, the fish was just caught, and all the bones were picked out. I said take it away. Yifei pointed to the food distribution cart. Get me 2 flatbreads and an extra scoop of kelp. Li didn't move. You are the king. How can you eat this with the laborers? Yifei looked up. Old man. If I sit down and eat this box of white rice today, these people will know by afternoon that the king is not one of them. Everyone here is soaking in the mud. If I make myself special, who would still be willing to risk their lives for me, eh? Lead opened his mouth, but said nothing more. He turned and walked to the food cart, returning with 2 rock-hard flatbreads and a generous scoop of kelp for Yifei. Yifei took them. The flatbread was dry and hard. Salt crystals scraped against his tongue. The kelp carried a strong fishy odor. The dried fish wouldn't go down no matter how long he chewed. Yifei bowed his head, swallowed one bite, and took another. This was worse than the cheapest box lunches at domestic construction sites. But he didn't complain. Old Mike passed by the stacking yard with his chipped bowl. He had intended to find somewhere to sit, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the coconut tree. The young king sat on the yellow earth. His white shirt was dusted with dirt. In his hand was the same hard flatbread as theirs. Old Mike stopped in his tracks. His chipped bowl struck a stone and rolled 2 rounds. A few dockworkers nearby followed his gaze. One person stopped. 2 people stopped. Soon the entire port fell silent. Old Mike waded through the mud and water to the coconut tree. 3 meters from Yifei, his knees struck the gravel. His hands interlaced against his forehead. His forehead touched the ground. In Jamalan, long live the king. Thousands fell to their knees in succession. A unified cry rang out through the harbor. In Jamalan, long live the king. In Jamalan, long live the king. Yifei still held half a flatbread in his hand, his brow twitching. He had only wanted to save trouble. He never expected that eating a dry flatbread would nearly turn the port into a coronation ceremony. Everyone get up. Yifei stood and brushed the dust from his pant legs. Kneeling won't deepen the channel. Finish your meal and don't stop what you're doing. By 3 in the afternoon, both sides of the channel must be fully secured. Old Mike pulled himself up from the ground. He grabbed a shovel and headed toward the stacking yard. Did you hear that? The king is eating flatbread with us. Anyone who dares to slack off today, I'll throw them into the sea myself. The port came alive once more. Shovels struck the silt. Cables were wound tighter layer by layer. Some men jumped into the sea to inspect the anchor chains. Others drove dilapidated tractors hauling scrap iron and driftwood to the yard. At 2 in the afternoon, Yifei stood in the shade of the tree, having drunk half a bottle of mineral water. A military green jeep rushed into the port area. Its tires screeched, leaving 2 trails of yellow dust. The moment the door opened, Li leaped out with his briefcase. Your Majesty, something has happened. Yi Fei screwed the cap back on. Did the grain ship hit a reef? It's not the grain ship. Li panted a few times. The airport tower called. 10 minutes ago, a bombardier business jet just landed. The fuselage was covered in Chinese markings. Yi Fei looked up. From China, he turned to find Zhou Jianing. Zhou Jianing emerged from the temporary shed, arms full of documents. Diplomat Zhou, did Minister Hua's people arrive early? Zhou Jianing flipped through her documents. No. The inspection teams from CCCC State Grid and the communications company can't complete their paperwork until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. They applied for a civil aviation charter, not a business jet. Yi Fei turned to Li. What about the entry application? Li shook his head. No formal diplomatic note. The other side applied to land under the guise of a technical inspection. The tower had no choice but to let the plane land first. The people have already been detained by customs in the entry shed. Yi Fei tossed the mineral water bottle into a trash can. Let's go to the airport. Before getting in the car, he glanced back at Li. Old man, when I entered yesterday, did your customs check my passport? Li's face flushed. Your Majesty, before your ascension, this old minister was still foreign minister. How would they dare to stop people brought back by this old minister? Yi Fei opened the car door. Then as foreign minister you had quite the power. Drive. Brad International Airport. The so-called immigration area was nothing more than a row of corrugated iron sheds. The roof leaked wind. The turnstiles were rusted. Several customs officers stood guard at the entrance with old rifles. Inside the shed it was chaotic. Over a dozen Chinese people stood within. Some carried surveying instruments on their backs. Some clutched tubes of blueprints. Some still held a stack of white hard hats in their hands. The middle-aged man at the forefront sat on a broken plastic chair. Over 1.85 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and solid-built, his tailored suit fitted perfectly. He held a cigar between his fingers, a black suitcase at his feet. Let me say this again. I brought people to fix the port, build roads, and construct the power grid. Get the king out here. Whether the project can be discussed, we'll decide after we talk. A customs officer held his rifle, completely bewildered. The middle-aged man raised his hand and tapped the table. My daughter sent me a message last night. This place lacks a port, lacks roads, lacks electricity. I've brought the people and the engineers, and you're still blocking the door with a few rusty guns. Yi Fei stopped outside the turnstile. This man had rugged features, a sturdy build, and an uncontainable temper in his Beijing accent. He felt he had seen this face somewhere before. Just as he was about to ask, Zhou Jianing, urgent footsteps sounded behind him. Zhou Jianing ran all the way into the tin shed. Documents scattered across the ground. She stared at the man sitting in the chair, frozen on the spot. Daddy. Zhou Jiangwo crushed his cigar and stood up. Oh, so you remember to call me Dad. The tin shed fell quiet. Zhou Jianing's documents scattered across the floor, a few sheets blown by the wind to the turnstile, dust clinging to them. She stood still, cheeks burning, and did not raise her head for a long time. Yi Fei tilted his head and swept his gaze between Zhou Jiangwo and Zhou Jianing. Diplomat Zhou, so this is the reinforcement you brought. Zhou Jianing crouched down to pick up the documents. My dad from Jingxi Construction Engineering Company. Boss. Zhou Jiangwo took over the words and stepped out from behind the turnstile. He was tall with broad shoulders, and his suit was pressed stiff and straight. His leather shoes stepped through the puddles on the tin shed floor, each step a muffled thud. He held out a hand. Zhou Jiangwo. Jianing said Gamma Jiala needs to build a port, roads, and a power grid. I brought my chief engineer and people along to see whether there's any work to be done here. Yi Fei extended his right hand. Their hands clasped together. Zhou Jiangwo's palm was covered in calluses, scraping against the bandage on Yi Fei's palm. Yi Fei's injury had not healed, but he didn't flinch. Yi Fei. Zhou Jiangwo let go and gave him a long, appraising look. The young man before him wore a faded white shirt, washed thin, his hand wrapped in bandages, with a drafty tin shed and a few old rifles behind him. Yet he stood very steady. The customs officers held their rifles, unsure whether they should let anyone through. Lit hurried forward and pressed the barrels down. Let them through. Mr. Zhou is a distinguished guest invited by His Majesty. Zhou Jiangwo turned his gaze toward the airport runway. The Class 4E runway was still fairly intact, but most of the edge lights were broken. Much of the terminal's glass was shattered, and large rust-colored patches covered the waiting hall's roof. The runway base is still decent. The UN spent money on it back then. He raised a hand and pointed at the terminal. But this terminal of yours can't even compare to a county bus station back home. Zhou Jianing's face turned even redder. Zhou Jiangwo ignored her and walked out. Don't stand here. First take me around the city. 4 pickups and jeeps drove out of the airport. As soon as the convoy reached the main road, Zhou Jiangwo in the back seat nearly hit the roof. He braced himself against the door, stuck his head out, and studied the road surface. The road from the airport to City Hall was pitted and potholed. Some sections were covered with stagnant water. When truck tires rolled through, mud splashed half a person high. With a distance meter in hand, the chief engineer recorded conditions along the way. Boss Zhou, this road has no base layer. There isn't even a crushed stone cushion underneath. It's all dirt. The drainage ditches are blocked. Once the rainy season comes, the whole road will soak apart. The streetlight poles are useless too. Every cable is severed. Zhou Jiangwo sat back in the car. The grain unloaded at the port is carried into the city on this road. The chief engineer shook his head. Light trucks can barely make it. As soon as a heavy truck gets on it, the road collapses. Zhou Jiangwo swore. This isn't a road. This is a way to send vehicles into potholes. He turned his head and glanced at Zhou Jianing. Girl, you go out once and bring your father back a huge project. Zhou Jianing muttered under her breath. It's not like I forced you to come. You're still talking back. I'm doing diplomacy. You did diplomacy by tricking your father into building roads. Zhou Jianing hugged the folder tightly and said nothing. Half an hour later, in the city hall office on the third floor, the ceiling fan rotated slowly. With every turn, dust fell from the blades. Plaster had peeled away, exposing red brick beneath. Zhou Jiangwo sat down on the reception sofa, patted the crumbling cushion, and made no comment. The three engineers had already spread out satellite maps of Brad. Anya brought in several cups of plain water, each with a chipped rim. Lit stood beside, Yifei with a briefcase tucked under his arm, his back ramrod straight. Zhou Jiangwo raised a cup and took a sip. Interesting. I've spent half my life working in Africa and the Middle East, and whenever I negotiated a project, I always needed an interpreter. But today when I meet with a foreign kingdom, the whole room speaks Chinese. Anya sat down. 3 years ago, I started learning Chinese. To find the lost heir to the throne. Lit added, this old minister went to China back then, and also learned a little. Zhou Jiangwo waved his hand, and took a cigar case out of his suit's inner pocket. It's good that you know Chinese. At least the interpreter can't translate the project funds out of existence. A match scraped. The cigar caught fire. Zhou Jianing stood by the wall, her face somewhat dark. That you could say less. Did I say something wrong? Zhou Jiangwo took a puff of his cigar and turned to Yifei and Anya. King Yi, Princess Anya. Let me lay out the rules first. He pointed at Zhou Jianing. I didn't come here to save face for my daughter, and I certainly didn't come to do charity. Jingxi Construction is a private company. Thousands of people rely on it for their meals. Overseas projects are risky, contracts, capital, materials, schedules. Miss any one link and something goes wrong. We can do the work, but everything follows business rules. Anya nodded. That's only right. Zhou Jiangwo tapped the satellite map. For Jianing Sake will do the preliminary urban planning and the survey of the road from the port to the airport free of charge. Call it a gift to Gamajala. Anya's tensed shoulders relaxed a little. Thank you. Gamajala truly needs a professional team. Zhou Jiangwo raised his hand, signaling the chief engineer to speak. The chief engineer picked up a red pen and drew a line across the satellite map. It ran from the deepwater port on the west coast all the way to the airport on the south coast. Brad's problem isn't just that one road is in bad shape. It's that the whole city has no logistical backbone. After the port unloads, there's no heavy truck corridor. After equipment comes in through the airport, it can't be delivered quickly to the port area or the city center. Water, electricity, and communications haven't been planned as a whole. Many lines are left exposed, and one storm can cut them. The urban drainage is also a problem. When the rainy season comes, low-lying areas flood, and from the high ground mud and stones rush down. Zhou Jiangwo took the red pen. To get rich, build roads first. That isn't just a slogan. Once the port is linked, grain, diesel, medicine, and building materials can get in. Once the airport is linked, equipment, engineers, and technical personnel can land. If the port and the airport can't be connected, Gamajala will be blocked at both ends forever. He circled several zones on the map. Here the port logistics zone. Here the administrative district. Here the future commercial district. Mountain housing can't be built recklessly, and low-lying land can't be used for homes. When you expand the city later, draw the red lines clearly first. When the roads are built, bury the underground pipelines, power cables, and fiber optic lines at the same time. Build a road today, dig it up tomorrow to lay water pipes, then pave it over the day after. That kind of stupidity can't be repeated. Yifei listened, tapping his fingers on the desktop. Zhou Jiangwo spoke bluntly, but he had real substance in his head. The port was the gateway for supplies. The airport was the gateway for people and high-value equipment. If those two corridors weren't open, Gamajala would be strangled by its transport capacity, no matter how much money it had. Boss Zhou, Yifei spoke. How much will this plan of yours cost? Zhou Jiangwo tossed the red pen back onto the table. A lot. A great deal. He pointed to the city center. Redo all the main roads with underground pipelines, power grids, and communications going in together. That's at least 3 billion RMB. Reworking Brad's entire city road network. At least 20 billion RMB. Expanding the deepwater port plus storage yards, warehousing cold chains, port roads, breakwaters, and loading equipment. That's another enormous sum. The airport terminal, fuel depot, cargo area, and airport expressway need to be added as well. Then count water plants, hospitals, schools, public facilities, and the urban disaster prevention system. Zhou Jiangwo raised one finger. The whole of Brad needs to be rebuilt to a 50-year standard. That starts at 100 billion RMB. The office fell silent. Anya sat in her chair, her back stiff. 100 billion RMB. In dollars, that was over 10 billion US dollars. Gamajala's annual GDP was only $10 billion, and the country still carried $9 billion in foreign debt. Until yesterday, the treasury balance had only a little over $300. She still had to count on her fingers to cover the port workers' meals, diesel use, and hospital medicine. 100 billion. The number pressed down on her, making even breathing laborious. Mr. Zhou, Anya's throat was dry when she spoke. Our current finances can't support a project this large. Can we start by building the most basic dirt road? Zhou Jiangwo shook his head directly. A dirt road won't do. Heavy trucks will wreck it in 3 days. From here on, you'll be moving grain, fuel, steel, and cement. A dirt road can't bear it. Any money you save will end up being spent on rework. Anya pressed her temple and said nothing more. She turned to look at Yifei. Yifei sat behind the desk, picked up the cold water, and took a sip. The system credits $100 million every day. 100 billion RMB didn't need to be paid out at once. But the first lifeline had to begin construction immediately. $50 million wasn't buying a few excavators or a few shiploads of cement. It was buying the construction team's equipment channels and transport capacity in Zhou Jiangwo's hands, plus the first measure of trust in Gamma Jiala from the domestic infrastructure circle. Don't worry about the money, boss Zhou. Yifei put down the water cup. We can afford to build it. Zhou Jiangwo held his cigar, saying nothing. He had done work in many poor countries. When leaders in those places talked about planning, they always started with international metropolises, financial centers, and world-class ports. But when it came to signing contracts and paying deposits, they all fell silent. The poorer the client, the fonder they were of empty promises. King Yi. Zhou Jiangwo leaned back on the sofa. I need to remind you of one thing. Whether it's our Jingxi construction or the central and state-owned enterprises that come later, overseas projects have one rule. We don't front big money. He pointed out the window. Gamma Jiala has no credit rating, and its state finances have basically stopped. My people need to eat, equipment needs to be rented, ships need to be booked, and materials need to be purchased. I can't let thousands of workers gamble their wages. Anya didn't refute him. The words were harsh, but they weren't wrong. The three engineers began packing up the drawings. Zhou Jining grew anxious and waved her hands at Zhou Jiangwo. Dad, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Yifei he. Zhou Jiangwo raised his hand to cut her off. Jining construction isn't a game. Yifei stood up and walked to the satellite map. With one hand, he pressed on the red line between the port and the airport. Boss Zhou talks about rules, so I'll follow the rules. The full reconstruction of Brad can wait. Do the design for the main road from the port to the airport first. 6 lanes, high-quality cement pavement able to take heavy trucks unbroken through the rainy season, and with underground utility corridors reserved for water, electricity, and communications. Zhou Jiangwo did not agree immediately. Yifei continued. Once the design passes review and the formal contract is signed, I'll pay Jingxi Construction $50 million as the initial mobilization payment. The money is earmarked. Lock down the equipment, book the transport ships, organize the construction crews, and buy the first batch of materials. After the project moves to the site, payments will be settled according to milestones. Anya suddenly stood up. Her chair scraped harshly across the floor. Yifei, $50 million. Yifei raised his hand, signaling her to sit down first. The cigar in Zhou Jiangwo's hand paused in midair. Ash fell on his suit trousers. The three engineers froze too. $50 million. Initial mobilization payment. Paid as soon as the design passed review. This wasn't a condition an ordinary client could offer. Zhou Jiangwo was silent for a few seconds, then brushed the ash into the ashtray. King Yi, verbal promises aren't worth money. In overseas projects, the worst thing is fine talk at the beginning and the money running out later. Yifei pulled open the desk drawer and took out a phone. The screen was cracked. He put the phone on the table. Boss Zhou, this is my Gamma Jiala. It's not one of those stalled projects that withhold construction payments and force construction crews to jump off buildings. He pressed on the phone, his voice low. Here, money will arrive before the project does, never delayed. Zhou Jiangwo stared at the phone with its cracked screen. After a moment, he stubbed out his cigar. Fine, then I'll say this plainly. As soon as the first mobilization payment arrives, I'll mobilize Jingxi Construction's people, equipment, and shipping. He picked up the red pen and drew a single heavy line over the route from the port to the airport. But before I sign the contract, I need to see for myself whether that 50 million actually exists in your account. Yifei pushed his cracked screen Android phone to the center of the desk. The Bank of China app was still lit up. Available balance. 6200000000 USD. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Zhou Jiangwo, seated on the sofa, picked up the phone, examined it once, then set it back on the desk. $62 million in spot exchange. Not a verbal promise. Not waiting for aid. Nor gambling on decades of future tax revenue. The money was simply there in the account. Zhou Jiangwo drew a cigar cutter from his inner jacket pocket and with a soft click snipped off the head of his cigar. This island was absurdly run down. The airport was drafty, the harbor was silted, and the roads were full of potholes. The king wore a faded white shirt, his phone screen was cracked, and yet his account held over $60 million. What do overseas projects fear most? They fear the client having no money. Even worse, the client talking as if they have money, then stalling right after the contract is signed. This young king before them at least could come up with the initial mobilization funds. Zhou Jiangwo tossed the cigar cutter back onto the table. Fine. Once the money's here, my people will be here. He pushed himself up with a hand on his knee and waved at the three engineers. Bring the equipment. We're going to the harbor, the airport, and the routes. Anya sat by the long table, her hand still pressing down on the ledger. Mr. Zhou, the city hall only has 2 jeeps. Zhou Jiangwo turned around. Anya pulled out a receipt book. They're fully fueled. 1 jeep costs $100 a day. Zhou Jiangwo held his cigar, pausing for a long moment. Zhou Jining raised a hand to cover her forehead, quietly shuffling 2 steps toward the wall. Princess Anya, I brought an engineering team here ready to build billions in infrastructure for you. And now you're charging me $200 for jeep rentals. That's separate. Anya slid the receipt book toward him. The kingdom's finances are independently accounted for. Zhou Jiangwo stared at her for 2 seconds, then pulled $200 bills from his wallet and slapped them onto the table. Fine. Your accounting is clearer than some clients back home. Anya tucked the money away and tore off a receipt. The keys will be sent over shortly. Yifei leaned back in his chair, suppressing the laughter that almost escaped. That woman's accounting usually gave people a headache. But when it came to collecting money, she wouldn't miss a single cent. With someone like her guarding the treasury, at least there was no worry that she would one day sell out the country while still helping count the money. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 military green jeeps drove out of the city hall. The wheels rolled over puddles, tossing the passengers up and down in the cabin. The engineers Zhou Jiangwo had brought were not idle. Drones lifted into the air. Distance meters, samplers, and record boards were all taken out. The chief engineer squatted by the roadside, grabbed a handful of damp soil, and squeezed it. Boss Joe, the soil layer on this section is soft and has high moisture content. If we pave directly, heavy trucks will turn it into mud after a few passes. The roadbed needs to be replaced with crushed stone, and drainage ditches need to be dug deeper. Zhou Jiangwo nodded and made a note in his notebook. Is digging the ditch 2 meters enough? 2 meters for the main road, deeper for low-lying areas. Rainy season water must not be allowed to rush over the road. It all has to be directed into rivers and reservoirs. Yifei sat in the back seat, listening attentively. He did not understand engineering, but he had suffered the losses of poverty. Poor people feared wasting money most of all. If a road was cheaply built today and fell apart next year, that was not saving money. That was throwing money into the sea. The vehicles reached the outskirts of the deep water port on the west coast. Yifei got out and sat on a roadside boulder. Haisei crouched nearby, using a branch to sketch the port area route on the muddy ground. The jeep came to a stop. Zhou Jiangwo rolled down the window. Can you get in? We'll take a look together along the way. Yifei opened the door and got into the back seat. Haisei also got into the car, smearing mud from his trouser legs onto the edge of the seat. Li Te sat in the passenger seat, turned to look at his son, and handed him a few tissues. Yifei unscrewed a bottle of water. Old man, why are you tagging along? Li Te sat up straight. Your old minister is here to translate for Haisei. The Ministry of Transport will be working with the Chinese engineering team every day from now on. Haisei understands civil engineering, and this old subject understands Chinese. Just the right complement. Yifei nodded. Haisei had studied civil engineering at the University of New South Wales, but after his wages were withheld, he had to go back to fishing to support his family. Now the port was just beginning to show signs of revival. A man like him could not be left buried in the mess. All right, you two, father and son, hold the fort for now. As for the Ministry of Transport matters later, Haisei should take over more. The tissue in Haisei's hand paused. Li Te turned to look at his son, saying nothing. The car headed west. The harbor, the airport, the Shun River, the urban area, and the wasteland. All were recorded by the drone onto the tablet. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The third-floor office of the city hall. The broken window would not close tightly, and the sea breeze blew in, rustling the blueprints on the desk. Zhou Jiangwo picked up a satellite image and laid a hand-drawn plan over it. We covered a lot of ground this afternoon. King Yi, this place of yours has a decent foundation. The red pen came down, starting from the southern coastal airport. It ran westward along the Shun River through the urban area, all the way to the deep water port on the west coast. 10 kilometers. The red line did not stop. Zhou Jiangwo continued to draw another stretch westward. Another 10 kilometers. From the airport to the port. From the port it stretches further west. Push the coastline 2 kilometers inland. Total area 40 square kilometers. The red pen swept across a large area on the blueprint. The West Coast Industrial Park. Haisei stood at the edge of the table, leaning forward. All of it for industry. That's right. Zhou Jiangwo pointed to the open sea. The current here flows from east to west. Putting the factories on the west coast places them downstream of your Shun River. Food processing, oil pressing, water plants, cold chain logistics, and bonded warehousing. All of it can be placed there. If you want to do steel processing or building material processing later, there's room for that too. The urban area doesn't have to endure the dust and stench. Li Te immediately translated it into the Gamajala language. After hearing it, Haisei raised his hand and slapped his thigh. In Gamajala, this place should have been used like this long ago. In Gamajala, the port, the airport, and the Shun River are all connected. He grabbed the red pen and marked several spots along the edge of the industrial park. Warehouse zone, container yard, freight corridor, port connection line. He had had many ideas for rebuilding Bulad in his mind. But as a Ministry of Transport employee who could not even get his salary, he could hardly obtain a complete map. That one stroke by Zhou Jiangwo connected everything he had stored up for years. After Li Te finished translating Haisei's words, he added a remark. Mr. Zhou, there is only one outlying island to the west. As long as the tourist area isn't placed on that island, the industrial park will have little impact on tourism. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. This kid knows his stuff. He rolled up his sleeves and pointed to the main line in the middle of the blueprint. But an industrial park is just land. Before land can turn into money, you need roads first. From the port to the airport, plus the main road for the western park. 20 kilometers. Anya had not touched that planning map the whole time. She opened the ledger. Mr. Zhou, how much? Zhou Jiangwo put down the red pen. Heavy trucks will run on it, so dirt roads won't do, and ordinary asphalt won't do either. It has to be a high-grade concrete road. 6 lanes in both directions. Underground corridors for water, electricity, and communications must be reserved. 20 kilometers, counting materials, machinery, labor, and transportation all together. He held up 4 fingers. 400 million RMB. Anya picked up a pen and started converting. Just over 50 million US dollars. She stopped halfway through her writing. Dropping this amount of money would far exceed the combined costs of the port emergency repair, food procurement, fuel procurement, and equipment purchases. Too expensive. Anya closed the ledger. Gilad doesn't need 6 lanes right now. Open with 2 lanes first and widen it later. Zhou Jiangwo shook his head. Infrastructure can't be saved this way. With 2 lanes, heavy trucks have to slow down the moment they pass each other. Once the port's throughput goes up, the entire road will be gridlocked. If you try to widen the road later, you'll have to demolish houses, relocate people, and dig up old pipelines. The money you save now will have to be paid back double later. Anya did not argue. She knew Zhou Jiangwo was telling the truth. But the little money in the treasury could not withstand such burning. Yifei leaned back in his chair and did some calculations. 400 million RMB. The system credited 100 million US dollars to his account every day at midnight. The project payment did not need to be settled all at once. Mobilization funds, material funds, and milestone payments. Completely sufficient. Money is not a problem. Anya turned to look at him. Whenever it was a question of money, it never seemed to be a problem for Yifei. Yifei kept his eyes fixed on Zhou Jiangwo. How long until it's finished? Zhou Jiangwo took the engineer's estimation sheet. Survey, design, surface, clearing, subgrade, replacement, drainage, utility corridors, and concrete pouring. Under normal conditions, a year and a half. Too slow. Yifei sat up straight. At 100 million RMB. 3 months. No one in the office made a sound. Several engineers kept their heads down, turning over blueprints, muffling the noise. Zhou Jiangwo also shook his head. King Yi, money isn't everything. Concrete needs time to cure. The roadbed has to settle. No matter how much machinery you bring in, 3 months at most will only get 6 to 8 kilometers done. Later on, manpower will be short and material supply won't keep up either. Yifei raised a hand. Add another 100 million. 600 million RMB. 3 months. Zhou Jiangwo stubbed his cigar into the ashtray and said solemnly, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to take the job. A less conscientious person would have taken it long ago. I can't do it. My daughter is still serving as a diplomat under you, but without enough people, no amount of money can get it done. To transfer workers from home, we need to process visas, book flights, and arrange accommodations. By the time everyone arrives, half the 3 months will be gone." Yifei shook his head. No need for visas. Just open a no criminal record certificate online back home, and approval is immediate. I'll handle the flights, charter planes to bring them over. If 10 aren't enough, 20, it's a one-day matter. Yifei pulled open a drawer, took out a population statistics table, and tossed it in front of Zhou Jiangwo. Population statistics of the Kingdom of Gamajala. Zhou Jiangwo glanced down at it. Total population close to 1 million. Prime working age labor force over 300,000. Yifei pressed both hands on the table. And I'll give you 100,000 workers. Zhou Jiangwo raised his head. The 3 engineers also stopped their pens. 100,000. Correct. Yifei pointed toward the port. The port was cleared overnight, not because of machines, but because of people. This country lacks money and opportunities, but not people willing to work. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. 100,000 people isn't 100,000 skilled workers. If you cram them all onto the site, it will be chaos. I don't want you to race the schedule with people's lives. Yifei nodded. So you handle the technology, the safety, and the machinery. Clearing material, hauling, drainage, ditches, crushed stone replacement, precast yard assistance, rebar yard assistance. Split it into as many work steps as possible. For key positions, use your people. For ordinary positions, use ours. Zhou Jiangwo did not reply, lowering his head to calculate quickly. Yifei pressed on. These 100,000 workers will be free for Jingxi construction. The kingdom will pay their wages. You won't bear any labor costs. All you have to do is provide 3 full meals a day and adequate standard safety equipment. The ledger in Anya's hand nearly dropped. 100,000 people. Even at $20 US per person per day, it would be a staggering expense. She was about to speak. Yifei raised a hand to stop her. Anya, once the road is open, the port's grain, oil, medicine, and equipment can truly enter the city. This isn't throwing money away. This is buying them jobs. And the infrastructure will take years. The sooner they learn its skills, the sooner they can earn money. Zhou Jiangwo was silent for a long time. 100,000 laborers. Labor costs borne by the kingdom. Jingxi Construction was responsible only for technology management, equipment, and materials. The risk of this deal had already been pressed to the lowest point. But completing the 20-kilometer 6-lane concrete main road in 3 months was still not something one could agree to simply on the strength of there are plenty of people. Zhou Jiangwo picked up the red pen and drew the 20-kilometer main line on the blueprint. With 100,000 people, we can do it. But I have conditions. First, everyone goes through training before entering the site. Second, safety equipment, medical stations, and on-site canteens. Not one can be missing. Third, within 3 months, I only guarantee that the entire main road has the conditions for heavy truck traffic. The utility corridors and some ancillary works will be completed later according to milestones. He pressed the red pen onto the map. Fourth, the mobilization payment is 50 million US dollars due the day the contract is signed. Yifei picked up his phone. Bring the contract. I'm the kind of person who likes the money to arrive first. Bring the contract. When Yifei said these words, no one else in the office dared to argue. Anya pulled open a drawer and took out 2 blank documents stamped with the royal seal. She sat down at the desk, pressing her hand flat against the papers. The contract terms rendered in both Chinese and English were straightforward. Jingxi Construction would handle the survey, design, construction, organization, and procurement of the first batch of equipment and materials for the main road from Bradport to the airport. The Gamajara Kingdom would pay $50 million as a mobilization fee. Jingxi Construction would organize domestic engineering teams to commence work, completing the entire 20-kilometer main road to the point where it could accommodate heavy truck traffic. 3 minutes later, the documents were pushed before Zhou Jiangwo. He flipped through from beginning to end, pausing at the payment terms. Brother Yi, according to this contract, the money must first enter your treasury special account, then be transferred from that account to Jingxi Construction. No problem. There's another clause. Zhou Jiangwo tapped the paper. The construction period is compressed to 3 months, and all construction organization must follow the general contractor's arrangements. The local 100,000 laborers can be mobilized, but training, safety protocols, and scheduling must be determined by us. Yifei nodded. You manage the project, I manage the money and personnel. Zhou Jiangwo picked up his pen and drew a mark beside the advance payment clause. Then let's sign. And you signed her name and affixed the seal of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Zhou Jiangwo signed, and the red seal of Jingxi Construction fell onto the paper. Yifei picked up his phone with the cracked screen. The Bank of China corporate app opened. Recipient account. Amount. 50000000000 USD. Confirm transfer. Ding. The tablet on Yu's desk chimed with a notification. National Treasury Special Account. Received 500000000 USD. Her hand froze above the screen. 3 years. When she had taken over this nation, the National Treasury could not even gather enough to pay port workers for a single month. 90 billion in foreign debt pressed heavily upon the ledgers. Every single expenditure she had to calculate down to the last cent. Today, $50 million entered the Treasury Special Account. No loans. No aid with attached conditions. No international organization sent anyone to audit the budget. The money had come from Yifei. Anya raised her head. Yifei leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers twice on the desk. Transfer it to Jingxi Construction. Anya gathered her thoughts and opened the Treasury Special Account page. Enter the amount. Confirm. 2 minutes later, Zhou Jiangwo's phone in his pocket vibrated. He pulled it out, and the screen displayed a bank text message. Your account ending in 7788 received a wire transfer of 5000000 USD. Zhou Jiangwo stared at that string of numbers for several seconds. $50 million. Deposited. He stuffed the phone back into his pocket and stood up. Oldly, the chief engineer closed his notebook. Director Zhou. Contact the domestic labor company. I need crews who've done high-grade highways, cement pavements, and utility tunnel construction. 3-month deadline, overseas project, direct charter flights. Once the personnel arrive, prioritize management and technical backbone training. There are many local Gamajara laborers, but we place our own people in key positions while breaking down ordinary processes to teach them. Understood. Also contact Sani and XCMG. Zhou Jiangwo stubbed out his cigar. 2 sets of fully automated concrete mixing stations, excavators, loaders, rollers, graders, and crushing equipment configured for 2-shift operations. Tell them payment in cash. Equipment goes by the fastest ship first, with spare parts, consumables, and the maintenance crew traveling together. Don't wait for equipment to arrive only to find a hydraulic line broken and have to mail replacements from the domestic market. Oldly finished taking notes and hurried out of the office. Zhou Jiangwo turned to the other 2 engineers. Contact China Communications Construction and the State Grid Corporation. Send over Brad's blueprints, the current port situation, the Xinhe River location, and the industrial zone planning. Tell them this project is substantial, cash flow is solid, and the client doesn't delay payments. If they're interested in port expansion, power grids, water supply, and communications, have them come with technical proposals to discuss. The 2 engineers immediately took their phones and walked out. The office emptied quickly. Zhou Jiangwo relit a cigar and settled back onto the sofa. Brother Yi, I hope you don't mind me calling you little brother. I don't. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhou Jiangwo exhaled a puff of smoke. In overseas engineering, the 2 types of clients we fear most are these. The first type, no money but stubborn. The second type has money but drags their feet on everything. You're neither. He patted the contract. Money arrives first, the terms are clear. Jingxi Construction received this mobilization fee, so we have to deliver results. 3 months from now, the main road must be capable of handling heavy truck traffic. Yifei lifted his now cold water and took a sip. Director Zhou, I don't lack money. I lack time. Without the road, grain, diesel, and equipment at the port will all be stranded outside. Whatever you need, make a list. As long as I'm not literally throwing money into the sea, I'll approve it. Zhou Jiangwo crushed his cigar into the ashtray. Deal. Then I won't be sleeping tonight. After nightfall, a few streetlights flickered on outside the municipal building. The bulbs were old, casting a yellow glow over the steps. And you did not follow back to the office. The King's Hotel and the Royal Manor in the North Mountain District had been abandoned for over half a year. With the engineering team arriving, people needed somewhere to stay. Later, when the delegations from China Communications Construction and State Grid arrive, they cannot continue staying in drafty tin sheds. That afternoon, she had sent people to the surrounding villages. Fewer than 100 female workers arrived at the hotel, $20 each. Clearing weeds, scrubbing guest rooms, changing linens, unclogging pipes, repairing leaking window frames. A few hours later, all 50 guest rooms were fully prepared. The garbage piled in the garden had been cleared away. The kitchen could resume operations. 2 chandeliers in the lobby were lit. And you stood at the hotel entrance, listened to the housekeeper's report, and recorded the expenses in the ledger. $1,840. She closed the ledger. This money was not wasted. Once the civil servants return, the municipal building can free up more rooms for office space. The engineers, technicians, and construction managers would also have a place to stay. Royal assets could not continue rotting in her hands. Zhou Jiangwo led the engineers downstairs, preparing to head to the hotel for a meeting. Walking to the jeep, he noticed Zhou Jianing still standing on the steps. Jianing, get in the car. Zhou Jianing clutched the documents. I'm not going to the hotel. Zhou Jiangwo stopped in his tracks. Where are you staying? The municipal hall attic. Tomorrow I need to coordinate landing procedures for China Communications construction and State Grid. Staying here is convenient. Zhou Jiangwo walked up the steps, lowering his voice. Who else is in the attic? Zhou Jianing answered without hesitation. Yi Fei. Zhou Jiangwo's cigar nearly slipped from his fingers. Just the 2 of you. And Princess in Yu's room. Zhou Jianing added. Zhou Jiangwo did not relax. A 3-story municipal building. Below were offices. Above was the attic. His daughter was living next to the king. What kind of situation was this? Jianing. Dad doesn't interfere with who you befriend. But you're here on diplomatic business. Don't let it interfere with your real work. Zhou Jianing furrowed her brow. Dad, where are your thoughts wandering? I'm handling diplomatic notes, he's handling government affairs. The rooms are separate. Zhou Jiangwo cleared his throat. Still, you must be mindful of safety. There are guards in the attic, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs office is downstairs. It's perfectly safe. Zhou Jiangwo had nothing more to say. He waved his hand and turned to climb into the jeep. The car door slammed shut. The King's Hotel. The French-style villa appeared decent enough from the outside, but the interior facilities were desperately outdated. The faucet wouldn't shut off tightly. The air conditioner roared when turned on. The mattress was so hard it hurt one's back. Zhou Jiangwo sat on the edge of the bed, not even in the mood to take a shower. He dialed a domestic phone number. When the call connected, this construction company boss, who never held back his tongue on job sites, dropped his voice considerably. Wife. Jianing is staying in the neighboring country's king's attic. There was a pause on the other end. What attic? You know? Staying next door. Don't worry, I'll finish the project first, then keep an eye on her. 3rd floor of the municipal building. Night wind crept through the gaps in the broken windows, ruffling the corners of documents on the desk. Yi Fei tucked the contract into the drawer and stretched. And you sat at another desk, continuing to verify the final payment for port dredging. Her hair, which had been pinned up, had loosened with a few strands falling across her shoulders. Aren't you going to sleep? The port final payment, hotel wages, tomorrow's fuel budget all need to be finished. Calculate them tomorrow. Cannot delay. Yi Fei reached over and closed the ledger. And you looked up. Yi Fei, you've been working for over 10 hours today, and tomorrow you still need to receive the delegation from China Communications Construction. Go back and sleep now. I'll sleep on the sofa. The sofa is half collapsed. Yi Fei pointed upstairs. There's a bed in the attic. You go up. And you did not move. That's your room. Next door is Zhou Jianing. I'll sleep on the floor. And you glanced at the stairs, then at Yi Fei. You're the king. Kings need sleep too. Yi Fei grabbed the ledger and stuffed it into the drawer. Go. The attic was divided into east and west rooms. Zhou Jianing lived in the east room. The west room was originally Yi Fei's. The wooden partition wall was thin, if someone walked heavily the neighbor could hear it. Zhou Jianing sat at the small desk organizing tomorrow's diplomatic documents. She flipped to the entry list for China Communications construction project personnel. From the neighboring room came the sound of a cabinet door rubbing. Creak. She paused her pen. In the west room, Yi Fei was pulling at an old wardrobe. The cabinet door was stuck. He yanked hard, the door opened, and the bedding rolled onto the floor with a thud. And you stood by the bed. No, you sleep in the bed. Yi Fei dragged the bedding to the floor. I'll sleep on the floor. This isn't proper. You've been awake for 2 days straight. Can propriety keep you warm? Yi Fei tossed the pillow onto the bedding. The bed leg is loose. Sit down slowly, don't break the bed. And you stood in place, no longer arguing. She removed her military boots and sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress sagged. And you leaned back against the pillow and exhaled. Comfortable. In the east room. Zhou Jianing's pen tore through the document. She stared at the gash, her ears still echoing with the fragments from the neighboring room. Don't. Slowly. Comfortable. Zhou Jianing flipped to the next page. The paper tore again. She slapped the pen on the desk and pulled the blanket over her head. The wooden partition wall creaked once more. Zhou Jianing threw off the blanket, sat up, and stared at that wall. Zhou Jianing threw off the bed covers and sat up. The other side of the wall was utterly silent. She had listened half the night to the sea wind hammering against the window, yet her mind kept circling those disjointed words from last night. She ruffled her hair, eavesdropping on the king. If this ever got back to the foreign ministry, it would probably be written up as a cautionary tale for her probation review. Even back in the US, this would be another human prism scandal. Dawn was barely breaking. A jeep pulled out of the city hall, its wheels grinding through flooded potholes and the whole body shuddering hard. Zhou Jianing sat in the passenger seat with dark circles under both eyes. In the back, Yi Fei leaned against the seat, catching up on sleep, his white shirt creased into a few rumpled lines. Anya sat on the far side flipping through the ledger in the morning light. The pages turned quickly. She had been doing calculations until late last night, and today she still had more to do. Dockworkers' wages, hotel cleaning costs, fuel budget, final payment for the dredger. Not a single figure could be wrong. The jeep pulled up on the outskirts of a deep water port on the west coast. Yifei pushed the door open and got out. Sea wind flooded his collar. The harbor reeked of salt fish and silt. The breakwater was packed with people. Thousands of dockworkers, fishermen, and residents from nearby areas crowded into the mud and water. Along both sides of the channel, 120 fishing boats formed two lines. Thick iron chains were strung between the vessels. The chains stretched taut. The moment waves struck, grating screeches rang out across the entire sea. Beside the rocks at the channel entrance, dozens of men in tattered diving suits wore lead weights and crowbars strapped around their waists. Some were bare-chested. Some had nothing on their feet but worn-out rubber boots. Yifei raised a hand and pointed. What are they doing? Hayes squeezed out of the crowd, his trouser legs half-soaked. A contingency plan. If the freighter veers off course or runs aground because the water isn't deep enough, they'll go in at once. If there are submerged rocks, they'll pry them away. If silt clogs the hull, they'll dig it out. Yifei paused for a few seconds. Waves crashed against the rocks and spray lashed over those men. No one moved. A whole shipload of flour would decide whether many people could eat in the days ahead. Those men were staking their lives just to bring the ship in. Yifei turned. Hayes, once the ship docks, send the first batch of flour to the homes of those dozens of men. Hayes nodded. In the Gamma Jella language, the ship is here. At the far end of the breakwater, someone was shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone looked up. At the edge of the morning mist, a massive bulk carrier was approaching the harbor. Its hull towered over the nearby warehouses. A 50,000-ton bulk carrier. It pushed through the waves, its horn reaching the shore, and the whole harbor fell silent for half a beat. Hayes turned and sprinted toward the speedboat. Lit followed behind, clutching a briefcase. His foot slipped, and one leg plunged into the seawater. Hayes grabbed him by the arm. Dad, don't get on. Lit hiked up his soaked trouser leg. Your old subject speaks English. If the captain wants to negotiate, someone has to do the talking. The speedboat's engine roared to life. Father and son tore out of the harbor and headed straight for the freighter. A dozen or so minutes later, the phone in Yifei's pocket buzzed. He hit answer. Lit's voice came in fragments torn by the sea wind. Your Majesty, we have a problem. The captain refuses to enter the harbor. He says the channel has no buoys, the hydrographic data is incomplete, and there are fishing boats pulling lines on both sides. A 50,000-ton freighter entering a harbor like this. He won't take the risk. He wants to anchor in open water and have us shuttle the cargo off with small boats. Anya stepped forward. Put the captain on the phone. Yifei raised his hand to stop her. Put it on speaker. Static crackled from the phone. Then a rough male voice came through. English with an Eastern European accent. Listen, I don't care how short of food this island of yours is. My ship is worth tens of millions of dollars. I'm not taking her into a channel with no buoys and no proper hydrographic data. I came to deliver cargo, not to die. Anya held back her anger. $90 million worth of food all rested on that ship. Every extra day the freighter sat in open water, the charter fees, transfer cost, losses, and default risk climbed higher. More important still, people at the harbor were waiting for grain. The city was waiting for grain too. Yifei took the phone and stepped to the front of the breakwater. $1 million. The line went quiet. $1 million to your personal account. I'll wire it now. Consider it a safe entry bonus. The captain was silent for a few seconds. $1 million. You offer $1 million to make me sail a ship worth tens of millions into this mud pit. What if she grounds? What if she hits a rock? What if the hull rips open? What are you going to pay me with? Yifei stood on the cracked concrete. The harbor cranes were rusted a raw red. The fishing boats on either side still rocked in the swells. This place truly could not offer a single condition that would reassure a shipping company. But the freighter could not sit there. It had to enter the harbor today. If the hull is damaged, the Kingdom of Gamma Jala will pay full compensation. If she can't be repaired, I'll compensate your company at new ship price. Lit will issue an emergency berthing guarantee to your ship owner. Send me the account number. 10 seconds. If you don't come in, we'll lighter the cargo offshore. Then you won't see that million. Rapid breathing came from the other end. 3 seconds later, the account number has been sent. Yifei looked down. A string of offshore account numbers appeared on the screen. At midnight, the $100 million issued by the system had already arrived. He opened the Bank of China app, entered the account, entered the amount, 1000000 USD. Confirmed the transfer. International wire transfer of 1000000 USD, sent, expected to arrive instantly. Anya stood nearby, her ledger frozen in midair. $1 million. Wired straight to a captain who moments ago had refused to enter the harbor. Her hand touched the crystal dagger at her waist. If that captain dared to take the money and not deliver, she would find a way on board to settle with him. The clatter of a keyboard sounded through the phone. After a few seconds, the captain's voice rose several notches. Your Majesty, the money has arrived. Have your people hold the channel open. I'm coming in now. The call ended. Yifei tucked the phone back into his pocket. If money can solve it, don't ask people to risk their lives. A horn blast cut through the harbor. The bulk carrier adjusted its heading. The huge bow lined up on the channel between the two rows of fishing boats. The propeller churned up broad white wakes. The freighter slowed to under 3 knots and edged inward inch by inch. The fishing boats on both sides were thrown into violent rocking by the waves. The chains pulled tighter. Onshore, thousands of people gripped the ropes, their feet deep in mud. Some sank in mud up to their calves. Some had palms worn bloody. No one let go. Hold steady. Hard to port. Haul the lines taut. Hayes stood on the speedboat shouting through a tin megaphone. The freighter crept past the fishing boats. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Boom. The hull came up against the port's battered berth. Thick mooring lines were hurled down from the deck and looped over iron bollards. The ship came to a stop. The entire harbor fell silent for 1 second. The next instant, cheers burst over the breakwater. Some people dropped their ropes and sat straight down in the mud. Others fell to their knees, covered their faces with both hands, and wept without stopping. The foreign crew members on deck all leaned over the rail. They watched the crowd on the shore, none of them speaking. Hayes was not celebrating. Waving his arms, he ran back. Bring the trucks. Set up the ramp. A few battered trucks pulled up beside the berth. Workers hauled thick planks from the truck beds, laying them one after another into a slope leading to the cargo hold. On the freighter's deck, crew members opened the hatch covers. The hold was piled with 50-kilogram bags of flour. The white packages were stacked in neat rows. Hayes raised his hand. Unload. Dozens of dock workers rushed up the ramp. There were no forklifts. No conveyor belts. They hoisted the sacks onto their shoulders and ran down. Old Mike carried 2 sacks by himself back, bent low, and charged down the planks from the ship. The flour slammed into the storage yard. He turned and ran back up. Nearby, a child squatted on the ground, reached out, wiped up spilled white powder from a sack, and put it in his mouth. He smacked his lips. Mom, this is flour. The woman crouched down and drew the child into her arms. Hayes, along with the soldiers, set aside dozens of sacks from the first batch. Load them up. Take them to the families by the rocks. His Majesty's grain for the heroes. The crowd cheered again. The divers by the rocks all stood up. Some knelt before Yi Fei, fingers crossed against their foreheads, then pressed their foreheads heavily into the mud. Yi Fei raised a hand. Rise, all of you. Today they're not the only ones who will have grain. At the edge of the port, a rusted portal crane roared to life. Its gears began to turn. The jib lifted. Hayes ran up to Yi Fei, his voice already hoarse. Your Majesty, one of the 2 gantry cranes is fixed. The operator was found in the village and brought back last night. Yi Fei looked up. The hook descended into the hold. Workers loaded 20 sacks of flour into the hoisting net. The steel cables tightened. The net rose out of the hold, crossed over the ship's side, and landed in the open area behind the berth. Ground crew rushed over, cut the net open, and carried the flour away at a run. At the harbor's outer edge, all sorts of vehicles had arrived. Pickup trucks with peeling paint, worn-out sedans, motorized tricycles. Some people led mules. Sack after sack of flour was crammed into truck beds, strapped onto roofs, and draped over mule backs. Wheels churned up mud and yellow dust as they sped off toward every corner of Brad City. A modern bulk carrier. A harbor on the verge of ruin. A crowd moving grain on their shoulders. Yi Fei stood on the breakwater and muttered a curse. Son of a bitch. This is surreal. An army green jeep drove into the harbor area. Zhou Jiangwo pushed the door open and got out. His suit was immaculate, his leather shoes stepped into the mud, but he didn't stop. He stood by the berth, watching the workers hurry back and forth up the ramp, watching the newly repaired crane, and watching the flour sacks in the yard climb higher and higher. After a long while, he took a cigar from his pocket, clamped it between his teeth, but didn't light it. Brother Yi, I saw a scene like this 40 years ago when I was building reservoirs back home. Give people work and food, and they really can turn the earth over. He raised his hand and pointed at the harbor. I'll build the roads for you. But the port can't depend on human muscle forever. The tablet in Anya's hand lit up. She scanned the message and walked quickly to Yi Fei's side. Your Majesty, the dredger and 2 high-powered tugs have reached the edge of the high seas. The sellers demand the $18 million final payment before they'll hand over the vessels. The cigar in Zhou Jiangwo's hand stopped midair. Yesterday, Yi Fei had transferred $50 million in mobilization funds to Jingxi Construction. Moments earlier, he had sent $1 million to the freighter captain. Now there was still an $18 million balance due. Where in the world was this young king getting his money? Yi Fei offered no explanation. He took out his phone with the cracked screen and opened the transfer page. Entered the account. Entered the amount. 180000000 USD. Confirmed. International wire transfer of 1800000 USD. Sent. Expected to arrive instantly. Yi Fei turned the screen toward Zhou Jiangwo. Boss Zhou, the ships are here. Harbor dredging starts today. When will your construction crew move in? After reading the transfer record, Zhou Jiangwo took the cigar out of his mouth. 50 million. 1 million. 18 million. The king of this bankrupt kingdom spent money without the slightest hesitation. Zhou Jiangwo wiped the mud off his leather shoes, turned, and shouted toward the jeep. Boldly, the chief engineer came running. Boss Zhou. Zhou Jiangwo pointed toward the sea beyond the harbor. Notify the Home Office. Book all of tomorrow's charter flights. Excavators, batching plants, and crushing equipment must be loaded within 3 days. I'm going to work my damn hardest right here for 3 months. Yi Fei leaned against the concrete blocks of the breakwater. In the distance, the freighter was still unloading grain. Further out, 2 engineering tugs, horns blaring, towed a colossal dredger straight through the morning mist toward the port. A steel dredge cutter hung at its bow. The waters outside the harbor churned endlessly under the thrust of the propellers. 2 hours before the Chinese special aircraft was due to arrive at Brad, the West Coast deep-water port first echoed with the roar of dredging vessels. Steel dredging blades cut into the sea surface with thunderous force. Black mud shattered shells and pungent seawater were hurled into the air, then came crashing down into the harbor basin. The workers on the breakwater stepped back a few paces waiting for the mud spray to settle, then grabbed their iron hooks, ropes, and carrying poles, and resumed their sprint toward the cargo ship. Yi Fei stood upon the embankment. A prompt materialized in his mind. Cumulative spending threshold reached. National talent point acquired 1. Without hesitation he. Resident, body, level 2. Secondary enhancement of citizen physical constitution. Bone density increased. Muscle endurance elevated. Adapted for high-intensity labor. The prompt vanished. For several seconds silence descended upon the port. Then Old Mac bent down and gripped 2 bags of flour. Each bag weighed 50 kilograms. He had originally intended to shoulder 2 bags. This time, however, he paused, then swung a 3rd bag of flour onto his shoulder. 150 kilograms. The port workers nearby stared in disbelief. Old Mac clenched the corner of the flour sack between his teeth, stepping onto the wet wooden plank. The plank groaned beneath his weight. Step by step he descended to the edge of the storage yard, where he slammed all 3 bags of flour into the pile. Muddy water splashed across his trouser legs. Old Mac straightened up and patted his shoulder. Once more, he turned and charged back toward the cargo ship. Several young men who had previously struggled to carry a single bag now hoisted a large wooden crate onto the truck. The truck bed thudded with the impact. Someone gazed down at their own hands in wonder. Someone else swung an iron hook and sprinted toward the cargo hold. The tempo of the entire port quickened. Gamma language, English curses, and laughter fused into a cacophony. Make way on the left. Storage yard 3 is full. Don't block the mule cart. Reduce 5 bags on the crane. The cable can't take it. Hesse stood on the speedboat clutching a tin megaphone, his voice already hoarse. He leaned half his body over the railing, directing fishing vessels to clear the shipping lane. 2 fishing boats dragged their cables outward. Beside the cargo ship, the crane hoisted a net sling laden with flour. Yi Fei observed for a moment, then turned to Anya. Anya still clutched her account book. The pages were filled with entries for port dredging, hotel renovations, fuel procurement, and worker wages. Anya. Yes. Transfer the transportation department to Hesse. Anya's pen halted mid-stroke. Hesse. Yi Fei gestured toward the speedboat. He understands civil engineering, understands ports, and can keep people in line. Port expansion, the West Coast Industrial Park, the Shun River Waterway, the main road from the airport to the port, all fall under the jurisdiction of the transportation department. Let him recruit his own personnel and build his own team. Effective today, Hesse is the Minister of Transportation. Anya closed the account book. She raised no objection. During the port crisis of the past few days, Hesse had moved faster than anyone else. Wherever ships were needed, wherever hands were short, wherever storage yards threatened to overflow, wherever shipping lanes required redirection, he arrived first. Those previous transportation department officials who collected salaries without working truly could not compare to him. Nearby, Litz stood with his briefcase at the edge of a waterlogged puddle. Hearing these words, his foot slipped, and half his leg plunged into the murky water. His trouser cuff was thoroughly soaked. He paid it no mind. When Hesse returned to shore, Lit informed him of the appointment. This weathered man, his skin darkened by decades of maritime existence, stood motionless for a long moment. Then he walked onto the speedboat deck. His knees struck the deck boards. His 10 fingers interlaced, pressing against his forehead. Hesse Water, I swear my life in service to His Majesty the King. The port fell into a momentary hush. Several foreign crew members gripped the railing, peering down. Old Mac flour bag balanced on his shoulder, grinned broadly, and bellowed. Minister of Transportation. The workers took up the chant. Hesse lifted his head, his forehead streaked with mud. Yi Fei waved his hand. Rise. The port isn't yet cleared. Get back to work. A smile spread across Hesse's face as he climbed to his feet and seized the tin megaphone. Tugboat number 2, pull northward. Don't let the dredging vessel crush the fishing boats. He moved with even greater urgency. Anya turned to Yi Fei. And Mie, you detach from the port operations. Yi Fei gestured toward the city. Boss Zhou's construction team is about to mobilize, and personnel from China Communications Construction State, Grid, and China Railway Construction will be arriving. Thousands of workers require food, lodging, entry, processing, procurement, and transportation. All of this demands management. The King's Hotel's 50 rooms are insufficient. Renovate every abandoned hotel, guest house, and old inn in Brad that can be salvaged. You oversee recruitment, renovation, and operations. Foreign reception, engineering, logistics, and commercial delegation ground handling will also fall under your purview. Anya flipped to the later pages of her account book. Renovation requires capital. Employee wages require capital. Kitchen equipment requires capital. The airport customs office has only a handful of personnel. No security scanners, no baggage conveyor belts, not even a proper isolation zone. She paused. There is also the matter of royal security. The Royal Guard numbers 500 men, yet their bulletproof vests are insufficiently stocked, and their firearms are antiquated. When foreign commercial delegations arrive, we cannot let them see a few officers standing guard with aged rifles. Yi Fei listened, then pressed his fingers against his forehead. So many deficiencies. This nation had been so impoverished it could not even preserve its dignity. Dissolve the military establishment. Anya looked up sharply. Dissolve it. 500 men in a military structure serves no purpose. Yi Fei enumerated on his fingers. They cannot defend the seas, cannot defend the skies, cannot wage war. Reorganize them entirely. Establish the Royal Police Service and the Border Customs Force. Ports, airports, urban security, immigration inspection. All entrusted to them. Anya inscribed this directive in her account book. And royal security along with protection of high-risk facilities. Contact Blackwater. Yi Fei's tone remained level. I require a full 12-person elite squad. Royal bodyguards, protection of critical infrastructure at ports and airports, anti-hijacking training, Royal Guard training. Have them assume all of it. Anya gripped the edge of her account book. Such a team commands an enormous fee. Annual expenditure no less than 10 million USD. Weapons, ammunition, logistics, and quarters are billed separately. The funds in the Treasury's special account have already been allocated for specific purposes. Infrastructure demands capital, but survival demands even more. Yi Fei gazed toward the port. The dredging vessels continued their excavation. Cargo ships continued unloading grain. Workers in the distance had not paused. With hundreds of billions in projects commencing, those with ambitions toward Brad will only multiply. At present we lack even a door. First acquire a few guard dogs. Security matters that capital can resolve. Do not let our own people pay for them with their lives. Anya fell silent for several seconds. What of regular police training? With 100,000 laborers entering the country, security pressures will be immense. Seek out Zhou Jianing. Yi Fei smiled. The Chinese special police training framework is more than adequate. Have her facilitate introductions. Invite dozens of instructors under the guise of international exchange. We spend capital to have Blackwater train the Royal Guard. Regular police train under Chinese instructors. Anya inscribed 2 entries in her account book. Blackwater security. Police training. I will see to it. She closed the account book, turned, and strode toward the jeep. Shortly thereafter, a military green jeep tore into the port zone. Wheels hurled spray. Zhou Jianing pushed open the door and descended. She wore a dark tailored suit today, her hair coiled atop her head, clutching a document bearing a red official seal. Her high heels navigated gravel and muddy water as she walked with purpose. Yi Fei stopped standing about. Come with me at once. Yi Fei did not move. Where? The airport. Zhou Jianing thrust the document against his chest. Someone has arrived from the homeland. Yi Fei glanced downward. Note verbale regarding the visit of the joint delegation of China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Commerce to the Kingdom of Gamorre. Team leader Minister Hua. Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. Yesterday they had merely signed a 50 million USD road mobilization payment. Today the Vice Minister arrived personally. The speed was remarkable indeed. Vice Minister Hua leading the delegation. Your Ocean Affairs Department operates with admirable efficiency. Zhou Jianing tugged him toward the jeep. Save the remarks. My father coordinated equipment and labor through the night. Those domestic infrastructure conglomerates are all watching intently. They examined your payment records and discovered you remit everything in cash. No delayed payments. No credit extended. Contract signed, payment remitted. Such an employer, who would not desire to serve? She unfolded the document. Executives from China Communications Construction, the Chief Engineer of State Grid, the Project Manager of China Railway Construction, along with representatives from Communications, Engineering, Machinery, Port Equipment, and Food Processing Enterprises. All aboard that aircraft. This visit represents more than a commercial delegation. It brings the roads, electricity, ports, and industries that Gamorre will require for generations. The two settled into the jeep's rear seats. The driver floored the accelerator. The vehicle surged from the port zone. The road surface was riddled with potholes. The car lurched and bounced. Yi Fei leaned against the seat regarding Zhou Jianing. A commercial delegation alone. Does it truly warrant a vice minister's personal visit? Zhou Jianing tucked away her powder compact. China and Gamorre have not yet established formal diplomatic relations. Thousands of Chinese workers will enter the country. Hundreds of billions in projects will commence. Yet there is no embassy, no consular protection, no official endorsement. How can enterprises feel secure? Commerce is the facade. Establishing diplomatic relations is the true objective. Yi Fei drummed his fingers against his knee. Diplomatic relations. These 2 words carried immeasurable weight. Hitherto Gamorre maintained neither trade nor formal diplomatic channels with China. Henceforth, when Chinese cargo vessels anchored at Brad's harbor, Chinese chartered aircraft descended upon the airport, Chinese factories rose within the industrial parks. This would no longer be a neglected island adrift upon the seas. Establishing relations is welcome. Yi Fei turned to face her. Once relations are established, China must surely appoint its inaugural ambassador. Yes. Zhou Jianing straightened in her seat. Senior personnel appointments remain beyond my reach as a newcomer. Do not dissemble. Yi Fei leaned back against the seat. A newcomer freshly entered into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, yet you venture to this desolate island to break the ice. You recruited your father to construct roads, then delivered the delegation here. This credit cannot be escaped. Zhou Jianing shielded half her face with the folder. The inaugural ambassador will not be me. However, the Embassy Preparatory Committee's responsibilities, I likely cannot evade. That would be fitting as well. Yi Fei inclined his head. When the time comes, land rental for the embassy shall be calculated at international market rates. Zhou Jining lowered the folder. Yi Fei, do you perceive every individual as a source of revenue? Even siblings maintain clear accounts. Cross-border commerce demands even greater precision in accounting. The jeep lurched to a halt. They had arrived at Brad International Airport. Beyond the drafty tin terminal, Lit had donned his finest black tailcoat from the back of the wardrobe. The cuffs had worn thin. He stood with impeccable posture. Several cleanly shaved customs officers stood sentinel at the tarmac's edge, clutching antiquated rifles. A distant engine's roar resonated. The clouds parted. A Boeing 747 special-use aircraft, its fuselage emblazoned with the 5-starred red flag, descended from the heavens toward the runway. The tires kissed the tarmac. Twin trails of white smoke scoured the runway. The tin terminal shuddered and rattled. The aircraft taxied slowly to a standstill before the tarmac. The enormous fuselage blotted out great swaths of sunlight. The boarding stairs maneuvered into position at the cabin door. Yi Fei pushed open the door and descended. He was not wearing those black-framed spectacles. His white shirt rippled in the wind. Zhou Jining assumed her diplomatic position. Lit cradled his briefcase, his palms slick with perspiration. The cabin door swung open. Hydraulic struts emitted a low hiss. A black flat-soled leather shoe descended onto the first step of the boarding stairs. A black leather shoe stepped onto the gangway. Minister Hua descended from the Boeing 747. She wore a dark tailored suit, her neat ear-length hair crisp and orderly. Behind her came delegates from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Commerce, along with representatives from state-owned enterprises and major private corporations. Yi Fei stepped forward, extending his hand. Minister Hua, welcome to Gamajala. Minister Hua shook his hand briefly. Your Majesty, it feels different meeting again. They released hands. Minister Hua scanned the tarmac. A gaping hole gaped in the roof of the corrugated iron terminal, sea wind rushing through the metal plates, clattering noisily. For customs, police officers stood in a row gripping faded old rifles. Their salutes were slightly out of alignment, yet their expressions were earnest. Behind them, several executives from central state-owned enterprises hesitated for a beat. They had reviewed the briefing materials before arriving. A population of nearly 1 million. GDP of only $10 billion. Foreign debt of $9 billion. The port was half abandoned. The airport runway could land wide-body jets, yet the terminal lacked even a decent waiting lounge. No matter how detailed the reports were, nothing compared to seeing the place with one's own eyes. This land was utterly destitute. Minister Hua withdrew her gaze. Minister Hua, shall we talk at the Brad City Hall? Please. 3 military green jeeps drove out of the airport. The road was potholed, wheels splashing through puddles as the vehicles jolted along. Minister Hua sat in the back, silent, flipping through the documents in her hands. Zhou Jining sat in the passenger seat, glancing back from time to time. Yi Fei leaned against the seat, his fingers tapping the edge of the window. He had waited 2 days for this meeting. China's engineering team's equipment, technology, and supply chains were the fastest opportunity Brad could seize. He had money. He had people. He could offer market access to. All that was missing was a formal channel. Third-floor meeting room of the city hall. Both sides of the long table were packed with people. Anya led several reinstated public employees as they served hot tea on the table. The cups were old white porcelain too, with chipped rims. Minister Hua lifted a cup, blew away the floating tea fragments, and took a sip. She set the cup down. Your Majesty, this tea has aged quite a few years. Yi Fei leaned back in his chair. Old tea bought at a supermarket discount. Our budget is tight, I hope you'll forgive me. Minister Hua took another sip. The water is good, very clean. Drawn from the sacred river in the mountains behind. Yi Fei raised his cup and drank without hesitation. Next time you come, I'll serve you better tea. Minister Hua opened a folder. For the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Gamajala, China has several core principles. The room fell silent. First, there is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory. Yi Fei nodded. No problem. He paused, then added, how about I set aside a plot of land on the island for you to build a Pacific supply station? Then we could strike from both sides, launch a blitzkrieg of our own. A few coughs sounded from behind the conference table. Zhou Jining, seated in the back row, hid half her face behind a folder and nudged Yi Fei's shin with the toe of her shoe under the table. Yi Fei turned his head. Zhou Jining lowered her voice. Shut up. This is a formal occasion. Minister Hua set down the documents, her tone steady. Your Majesty's goodwill is deeply appreciated. China adheres to an independent foreign policy of peace and does not seek military expansion overseas. Yi Fei nodded. All right, I'll leave it to the professionals. Minister Hua continued. Second, non-interference in internal affairs. Third, safeguarding the legitimate rights, interests, and personal safety of Chinese citizens within Gamajala's territory. Yi Fei raised his hand. Both of those are no problem. When Chinese workers come in, the kingdom will provide them with fast-track entry procedures, supporting hospitals, accommodation, security, and a police liaison mechanism. Anyone who dares to touch Chinese workers will answer to me first. Minister Hua glanced at Anya. Anya opened her ledger and quickly jotted down personnel safety mechanism, consular assistance, and entry channels in the margins. Minister Hua closed the folder. China's fundamental position is now clear. What are the requests of your country? Lit seated beside, Yi Fei immediately opened his briefcase. He pulled out a stack of prepared documents. Minister Hua, the kingdom hopes China will provide facilitation in tariffs, trade exchanges, personnel visas, and cargo clearance, as well as. Yifei raised his hand and pressed down on his wrist. Lit stopped. Yifei looked at Minister Hua. The old man's vision is too small. Lit opened his mouth, then pressed the documents back onto the table. Yifei raised one finger. Port expansion. Airport renovation. Construction of the city's main thoroughfares, urban renewal. Power grid, water plants, communication base stations. Hospitals, schools. He raised a second finger. Grain, oil, medical equipment, daily consumer goods, industrial equipment. I want a long-term stable supply chain. On the other side of the table, several representatives from Central Enterprises set down their teacups. Some opened their folders. Some pulled out tablets. Others lowered their heads to jot down project names. Minister Hua looked at Yifei. Your Majesty, China's foreign aid follows a strict approval process. The scale you've proposed is too large. Gratuitous aid is not realistic. Yifei smiled. He placed his hands on the table, his knuckles tapping twice. Who said anything about aid? Everyone in the room froze mid-motion. Yifei sat up straight. Gamma Jala will open its market fully to Chinese enterprises. I supply the money. You supply the people, the equipment, the technology. Ports, roads, power grids, communications, water supply. Everything is negotiable. But there are 3 conditions. First, quality must be up to standard. Second, the construction period must be compressed to the fastest possible. Third, pricing follows the market. Anyone who tries to treat me as a fool to be fleeced will get no business from me. The news that Zhou Jiangwo had received $50 million in mobilization funds yesterday had already spread within the delegation. The contract had just been signed. The money arrived directly. The cargo ship captain, after receiving a $1 million safety bonus, braced himself and piloted the 50,000-ton bulk carrier into the port. For the dredger's final payment of $18 million, Yifei had also transferred the funds on the spot. This young king didn't haggle over spending, and just how much money he had remained a mystery. More crucial still, he spent with direction. Ports, roads, industrial parks, power grids, airports. Every sum was poured into positions that would pay off in the future. A manager from China Communications Construction picked up a tablet and opened the satellite image of the West Coast Industrial Park. The chief engineer from State Grid flipped to the existing hydropower station data for Brad. The project manager from China Railway Construction zoomed the main road plan to full scale. A population of 1 million. A capital city covering 3,000 square kilometers. An entire infrastructure system that was almost a blank slate. And US dollars paid in cash on the spot. This was no ordinary overseas project. This was a vast market that had just swung its doors open. Minister Hua took in all the movements of the delegation members. She looked at Yifei again. His white shirt was washed to an old faded softness. He sat in the shabby city hall. The chipped cup was set with its nick facing outward. Yet the terms this young man had put forward carried not the slightest trace of a poor nation begging for aid. He hadn't come to ask for assistance. He was choosing his partners. Minister Hua was silent for a moment. China supports enterprises in participating in Gamma Jiala's development in accordance with laws and regulations. However, there are some things that must be made clear first. Diplomatic ties are diplomatic ties, of projects are projects. China can provide policy support, commercial coordination, and corporate resources. Specific projects must go through commercial procedures, contracts, audits, payments, performance, personnel safety. Not a single step can be omitted. Yifei nodded. That's only right. I'm not afraid of performance obligations or detailed contracts. I'm only afraid someone will take the money and not do the work. Minister Hua turned back to the draft joint communique. Within 3 days, both sides will sign the formal joint communique on the establishment of diplomatic relations. After that, China will begin preparations for its embassy in Gamma Jiala. Yifei raised his hand. Good. The meeting ended. Anya gathered her thick ledgers and stood at the back. Dear Enterprise representatives, the preliminary plans for the port, power grid, communications, and industrial park are all at the Ministry of Transportation. Please follow me to the next meeting room. Several executives from Central Enterprises immediately rose. Lit clutched his briefcase and followed. At the door, he turned back and cast another look at Yifei. This young king with a single sentence had swept aside the diplomatic demands he had spent half a month preparing. And he had done it so cleanly that Lit could find no room for rebuttal. Zhou Jining gathered her documents and prepared to leave as well. But Yifei did not move. Minister Hua paused at the door. Zhou Jining's movements also came to a halt. Yifei tapped the table. After diplomatic ties are established, who does China plan to send as its first ambassador to Gamma Jiala? Yifei tapped his fingers on the table. After establishing diplomatic relations, who does China plan to send as the first ambassador to Gamma Jiala? Minister Hua paused at the door of the conference room. The selection of the first ambassador abroad was a formal personnel arrangement. Even if the joint communique hadn't been signed, yet let alone after it was signed, such information would never be disclosed in advance at such an occasion. She turned around, preparing to deflect the topic. At the other end of the long table, Zhou Jining stood upright with files in her arms. That kick under the table earlier hadn't been hard. But now, as Minister Hua glanced over, Zhou Jining's ears still burned slightly. She lowered her head and flipped through the meeting minutes, carefully checking dates and project names. Minister Hua paused for half a beat. This young king was generous and decisive, holding a complete construction plan for ports, roads, power grids, and industrial parks. Zhou Jianing had only been in the ministry for a few months, yet she had traveled to the depths of the Pacific Ocean and negotiated a never-before diplomatic island nation into a formal cooperation framework, even bringing her father's engineering team along. Having her stay on as the preparatory group coordinator was indeed appropriate. The first ambassador needs sufficient diplomatic experience. Minister Hua returned to the table. The ministry plans to send a deputy director general from the Oceania department. He has long been responsible for Pacific Island affairs, is familiar with the local situation, and can facilitate the rapid completion of embassy establishment and coordination work. Zhou Jianing's hand flipping through the document stopped. Deputy Director General. That meant the position of First Ambassador had nothing to do with her. She didn't look up, merely smoothing the corner of the document. Yifei leaned back in his chair and didn't press further. He had never expected China to directly promote a newly hired young diplomat to ambassador level anyway. Who the ambassador was didn't matter. What mattered was that Zhou Jianing couldn't leave. Brad was about to welcome thousands of Chinese workers, followed by port equipment, power grid projects, communication teams, internet companies, and food processing enterprises. Without someone familiar with both sides who could communicate at any moment, keeping things in order, troubles would only multiply. Minister Hua turned to look at Zhou Jianing. However, the preparatory work for establishing the embassy will be very demanding. Comrade Zhou Jianing performed outstandingly in this groundbreaking work. The ministry has decided to exceptionally promote you to third secretary in charge of the advanced preparatory group for the embassy in Gamajara. Zhou Jianing looked up. Third secretary. She had been employed for less than half a year. Under normal circumstances, newcomers had to toil for years before having a chance to reach this rank. Zhou Jianing gripped her folder. After 2 seconds, she finally steadied her breath. I accept the organization's arrangement. Minister Hua nodded. The preparatory group's work at the embassy will be no easier than working domestically. Office space, consular liaison, personnel placement, security mechanisms, external coordination, all starting from scratch. Whether the embassy can be established depends on you. Yes. Zhou Jianing's voice was steady. Minister Hua gathered her documents and nodded toward Yifei. Your Majesty, the official text of the joint communiqué on establishing diplomatic relations will be delivered within 3 days. I hope our cooperation proceeds smoothly. Yifei stood up. Rest assured, once the people arrive, the work can begin. Minister Hua didn't linger further, leading her secretary out of the conference room. The door closed. Zhou Jianing stood motionless with her files not moving for a long while. Yifei walked past her, tapping the folder in her arms. Third secretary. Zhou Jianing looked up. Come on. Yifei walked toward the stairwell. Let's go downstairs and check out your new territory. The reception hall on the first floor of the city hall. Large patches of wall plaster had fallen off, revealing the blackened concrete beneath. Several old wooden sofas were packed with people. Enterprise representatives who hadn't made it into the second-floor conference room were all waiting here. Some discussed port water depths. Some spread out road planning maps. Some held mobile phones, constantly making calls back to China. Yifei descended the stairs, scanned the area, and stopped on a middle-aged man. Dark jacket. Semi-rimmed glasses. A small notebook in his hand, quietly giving instructions to his assistant. During Yifei's previous life as a corporate drone, he had seen this face countless times in financial news and trending topics. Alibaba Group, Zayayozi. Yifei walked straight over. President Zhang. Zayayozi looked up, closed his notebook, and immediately stood up. Your Majesty. He extended both hands. Yifei shook his hand. No seats were reserved for internet companies upstairs. Our apologies for the oversight. Not at all. Zayayozi waved his hand. Infrastructure comes first. That's the hard truth. Alibaba came with this delegation mainly to explore cooperation opportunities in e-commerce, logistics, and cloud services. E-commerce and logistics can wait. Yifei pointed toward the outside of the city hall. Brad doesn't even have a proper main road right now. If a delivery person rides an electric scooter to deliver a package, the frame would shake apart. Zayayozi nodded. Then what would your Majesty like to do first? Build a national system. The hall fell silent. Several state-owned enterprise executives nearby holding teacups all froze. Yifei placed both hands in his pockets. Personal identity verification, electronic payment, government affairs, processing, business registration, customs, entry, and exit, basic credit records. Start laying the foundation in Brad. Later expand across all of Gamajara. The pen in Zayayozi's hand stopped on the paper. This wasn't an ordinary e-commerce project. This was a national-level information infrastructure. Once successful, what Alibaba would gain wasn't just an overseas market, but an entire set of national-level case studies that could be demonstrated abroad. In the future, when negotiating government cloud services, mobile payments, and digital government projects in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, they would have ready-made templates. Your Majesty. Zayayozi lowered his voice. A system of this magnitude involves a large amount of core data. Are you certain you want Alibaba to handle it? You build the system. Yifei looked at him. But there are a few red lines that must be written into the contract first. Zayayozi picked up his pen. Please proceed. First, all Gamajara citizen data, government affairs data, and entry-exit data belong to the kingdom. Second, core servers must be located in Brad and data cannot be exported privately. Third, system source code, backend access, technical documentation, and emergency response plans must all be retained by the kingdom. Fourth, Alibaba is responsible for construction and maintenance, but cannot leave any backdoors in the system. Fifth, the government affairs and payment systems must have offline modes. If the network or power cuts out here, the entire country cannot grind to a halt. Zayayozi listened, his pen tip moving quickly across the paper. These requirements weren't light, especially source code delivery, local deployment, and backend access, meaning Alibaba couldn't treat Gamajara as an ordinary overseas cloud service client. But it also meant Yifei was genuinely planning to build up the nation's digital infrastructure, not for propaganda, to actually govern this island. Agreed. Zayayozi put down his pen. Alibaba's government and enterprise service team can deliver to this standard. Server local deployment, core data local storage, and the kingdom retains the highest administrative privileges. After the system is built, we will be responsible for training local technical personnel with subsequent gradual transfer of operations. Yifei nodded. The quote. Zayayozi adjusted his glasses. For this first national level project, we're willing to cooperate at the lowest price, and some modules may even waive construction fees. However, subsequent server maintenance, system security, version updates, and technical on-site support costs won't be low. Overall annual maintenance costs will be at least 100 million RMB. None of the other enterprise representatives nearby made a sound. 100 million RMB in annual maintenance fees. In a country with a per capita income of $100 and finances on the brink of collapse, this would be enough to crush the budgets of every department. Yet Yifei didn't even flip through an account book. He was earning close to 100 million USD every day. An annual maintenance cost of 100 million RMB wouldn't even consume a single day's income. Money isn't the issue. Yifei patted Zayayozi's shoulder. But I only need 3 things. Fast, precise, stable. Zayayozi stopped writing. Yifei continued. Within 3 months, I want to see Brad citizens using their phones to scan codes and buy flour. Port workers receiving wages without standing in line with paper notes. Government employees handling procedures without carrying stacks of worn documents all over the city. Who is a national, who is a foreigner, who entered the port, who arrived at the airport. These must all be traceable in the system. Zayayozi's chest burned with excitement. He understood the business. He had money. No unnecessary arguing. Requirements were clear. Dared to directly approve national-level projects. This was the ideal client every internet company dreamed of. No problem. Zayayozi pulled out his phone and walked to the corner of the hall. Boldly notify the vice president of products from the government and enterprise business division to immediately bring the core team to Gamajara. Yes, leave tonight. I'll specially approve the charter flight expenses. It seemed the person on the other end of the line mentioned project scheduling. Zayayozi raised his voice. Don't talk to me about scheduling. This is a national-level project. Whatever you're handling domestically, stop it. Move everything to top priority. The underlying capabilities must be integrated. Get identity verification and the payment system running first. Every resident's identity information must be tied to a specific ID number. Don't just build a bunch of display pages to fool the client. The first version must complete a closed loop. Then connect government affairs, taxation, customs, and enterprise services. Yifei picked up the cup of lukewarm boiled water on the table and took a sip. Align on granularity. Empower the underlying architecture. Run through business closed loops. Seize the ecological position. These terms tumbled out of Zayayozi's mouth in a steady stream. Yifei nearly choked. When he used to scroll through short videos, he thought these terms were invented by netizens to mock big tech companies. Today he had seen the real thing. Zhou Jining walked down the stairs with her files and stood beside Yifei. President Zhang seems quite excited. How could he not be? Yifei set down his cup. He's about to align everyone's granularity across the nation. Zhou Jining paused. What granularity? Nothing. Yifei didn't explain further. Zayayozi hung up the phone and strode back. Your Majesty, the team leaves tonight. Upon arrival, they'll go directly into closed development. Within 3 months, the first version of the system will definitely be online. I'll send you the contract in the afternoon. Yifei nodded. Have Anya review the contract first. Data source code, deployment, compensation, delivery times. Not a single character can be missing. Understood. Zayayozi responded solemnly. Alibaba will send our best team. He extended both hands and shook Yifei's hand again. This battle we will win. With that, he hurried out of the city hall with his assistant. Several enterprise representatives in the hall glanced at each other. The news that Alibaba had secured a national-level digital project would spread back to China quickly. This Pacific island nation that no one had heard of was no longer an ordinary overseas market. Yifei turned to Zhou Jining. Has your father's engineering team arrived yet? The first batch of management and technical backbone personnel have assembled. They leave tomorrow on a charter flight. Zhou Jining flipped through her documents. Large machinery departs the port tomorrow. Mixing stations, excavators, rollers, and crushing equipment are all on the ship. Yifei nodded. It would take at most half a month for everything to arrive, which was decent timing. All right, then I'll go figure out recruiting workers. Once the technical backbone arrives, start training workers immediately. Don't waste time, and also provide jobs for the citizens. Yifei stepped out of the city hall and did not return to the meeting room. After just finishing talks with Ali on nationwide record-keeping, his mind was still filled with servers, base stations, identity authentication, and government administration systems. Yet as he reached the doorway, sunlight washed over him, and he suddenly remembered something. The system held 1 million people. But to this day he had never truly looked at where those million people lived, what clothes they wore, or how they struggled to survive. King Square lay just south of the city hall. A vast plaza built for 500,000 people, its paving tiles were cracked in patch after patch, and the drainage ditches were clogged with sand and mud. On the edge of the square sat hundreds of residents. Old men, women, and barefoot children running about. A few children crouched beside a puddle poking the mud with sticks. Someone looked up and saw Yi Fei. White shirt, worn trousers, no guards beside him. A woman was the first to recognize him. She pulled her child behind her, slammed both knees onto the paving stones, and pressed her crossed fingers against her forehead. "Your Majesty." The square fell silent. The next moment, everyone around knelt down. The sound of foreheads striking the ground rang out in succession. Yi Fei stood still, not rushing to help anyone up. The etiquette of Gamajila could not be disturbed. Only after the last person finished kowtowing did he walk over, seize the woman's wrist, and lift her to her feet. "Rise." The woman kept her head down, her shoulders trembling. A few old men nearby slowly stood up as well. Yi Fei turned to one of the old men and switched to the Gamajila tongue. "Elder, do you usually spend your days in the square?" The old man was taken aback. Yi Fei's pronunciation was too perfect, indistinguishable from a local. "Your Majesty." The old man moved to kneel again. Yi Fei held his arm. "Speak standing." The old man swallowed. "There's no work to be had. The port needs younger men. Oh, old bones like us can't haul sacks. Our family got grain from the rations, but once it's eaten, there's still nothing to do." He paused. "If we come out to bask in the sun, we can eat half a meal less and save more grain for the children." Yi Fei did not respond. The people around him gradually gathered closer. Hundreds of faces, different skin tones, but all in equally shabby clothes. Some were barefoot. Some had trouser legs split up to the knees. Some had collars blackened, yet washed so often they had turned pale. Yi Fei pulled over a broken wooden chair and sat down. "Who else is out of work?" The crowd was silent for a few seconds. A thin, wiry young black man raised his hand. "Your Majesty, I can do carpentry. I can fix tables, mend doors, and build cabinets. But there's no one in the city building houses or making furniture." Yi Fei raised a hand and pointed toward the city hall. "Go to the King's Hotel tomorrow and ask for Her Highness Anya. The hotel renovation is bound to need carpenters." The young man stood rooted to the spot. "Oh, really? Go early tomorrow." He dropped to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the gap between the paving stones. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Someone immediately called out after him. "Your Majesty, I can mend fishing nets. I can drive. I can patch roofs. I can haul cargo. My wife can cook." The voices grew more numerous. Yi Fei sat on the broken chair listening to each one. In the past, when he counted the population, he only counted how much money the system could give him each day. 1,000,000 people. $100 million a day. But now these people stood before him. They were not numbers. They wanted jobs, wanted their children to eat their fill, wanted a house that didn't leak rain. Grumble. Yi Fei's stomach let out a sound. The crowd immediately quieted. A young Asian man stepped forward 2 paces. Behind him stood a woman in a worn headscarf along with 3 small thin children. The youngest child clung to his elder sister's arm, staring at Yi Fei's stomach. The young man rubbed his hands. "Your Majesty, my home is on the slope to the north. The port distributed flour, and my wife baked flatbreads. If you don't mind, please come to our home and have a bite." Yi Fei stood up. "Let's go. Let me taste what your wife can do." The young man's face flushed red, and he turned to lead the way. The crowd in the square did not disperse. Hundreds of people followed behind, keeping a long distance. Gilad was built on a hillside with houses stacked one layer on top of another. From afar, blue walls, yellow walls, and red tin roofs covered the slope, and when the sea breeze blew, it even had a hint of an island town. Only close up did one realize it was all surface. The young man stopped at a small blue house. The door was pieced together from scraps of waste wood, cracks stuffed with rags. "Your Majesty, please come in." Yi Fei stepped over the threshold. His foot met a muffled sound. The cement floor was split by a long crack filled with black mud. The house had no windows. Most of the plaster had fallen off the walls, leaving blackened gaps in the brickwork. The roof leaked. Drops of water kept drumming into a plastic bucket in the corner. Drip, drip. The woman hurried to the corner, lifted a rag, and brought out a chipped iron tray. On the tray lay 2 flatbreads. They were baked hard with charred edges, but that way they could be stored for a very long time. She raised the tray above her head. "Your Majesty, please help yourself." Yi Fei did not immediately reach out. The 3 children stood by the wall, none of them speaking. But the youngest kept staring at the tray. The woman stepped forward and raised the tray even higher. Yi Fei looked down and saw the mold stains on her cuffs. Then he turned his head to look outside the door. The dirt road was packed with hundreds of people. Some wore ragged shorts. Some wrapped old sheets around their waists. Some had clothes covered in stubborn mildew spots that washing couldn't remove. The young man suddenly dropped to his knees, bracing his hands on the ground. "Your Majesty, the house is too filthy. It has defiled your presence. I am guilty." The woman also knelt, the iron tray trembling without end. The people outside heard the commotion and bowed their heads low. Yi Fei stood inside the house without moving. He had once been a corporate slave back home. Working overtime, earned no money. His boss fed him empty promises every day, and wages were perpetually delayed. He thought that was already miserable enough. Yet these people didn't even have a single clean piece of clothing. Their houses leaked, the ground cracked, and their children stared at a hard flatbread out of hunger. Yet they treated all of this as their own sin. Yi Fei lifted his foot and kicked the water-catching plastic bucket against the wall. Bang! Black water spilled across the floor. The young man shook in terror. Yifei bent down, grabbed his collar, and hauled him up. I told you to stand. The young man leaned against the wall, his legs still trembling. Yifei turned and walked out the door. On the slope, hundreds of people stood with their heads bowed. Are you guilty? No one spoke. Yifei tugged open his shirt collar. Is a leaking roof your fault? Are mildewed clothes your fault? Is not finding work and having hungry children also your fault? An old man stood at the very front, his lips moving, but he dared not make a sound. Yifei walked over and straightened him up. It is not your fault. He turned to face the entire dirt road. It is the kingdom's fault. It is because no one looked after you before. And it is because I as your king only came today to take a single look at this place. The crowd fell utterly silent. Yifei went back into the house and picked up one of the flatbreads from the iron tray. The woman hurriedly looked up. Your Majesty, this bread is too hard. Hard bread fills the stomach better. Yifei took a bite. The coarse flour scraped his throat, and there was a hint of burnt flavor. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. Then, holding the remaining half of the flatbread, he walked back to the doorway. I have eaten this bread. Starting tomorrow, a job registration point will be set up at the edge of the square. Those who can haul cargo will report to the port. Those skilled in carpentry, masonry, and repairs will join the hotel and city hall renovation teams. Those who can cook, wash clothes, or look after children will go to the construction logistics. The elderly and those unable to do heavy work also have jobs. Canteens, cleaning supplies, distribution, and community registration all need people. Suppressed gasps broke out from the crowd. Yifei pressed on. The Chinese engineering team arrives tomorrow. Roads, power grids, the port, and the hotel. All of them need manpower. Don't think about getting rations for free. If you have hands and feet, go work. Wages will be paid on time. Those who perform well will be given priority for new housing. He raised the half flatbread in his hand. The list of dilapidated houses will also be registered tomorrow. Leaking roofs will be repaired first. Houses with collapsed walls will be reinforced first. Afterwards, we will demolish old houses and build new ones. Schools and hospitals will also be built. Yifei looked at the young Asian man. Your 3 children will no longer have to live staring at half a flatbread. The young man opened his mouth, unable to make a sound for a long time. Yifei stuffed the last bit of flatbread into his mouth. Gamajila. From today onward, we live a different way. Some crouched down, covering their faces and weeping. Some stood still, shoulders shaking endlessly. The young man turned, embraced his 3 children, and buried his head in their hair. No one knelt anymore. Yifei turned and walked down the slope. The people on both sides of the dirt road automatically stepped aside. Halfway down the slope, a military green jeep charged up and screeched to a halt in front of him. The door swung open. Anya jumped out. Her dark military-style uniform was flawless, her platinum blonde hair coiled at the nape of her neck, and she still clutched the thick ledger in her hand. Yifei, where did you run off to? Yifei brushed the breadcrumbs from his hands. For a meal. Anya glanced at the residents on the slope, did not press further, and opened the ledger. The advance team from Blackwater Security Group has arrived. 12 men, a fully staffed tactical squad. The leader is a former Navy SEAL instructor codenamed Grizzly. Yifei opened the passenger door. Where are they? At the city hall. Anya got into the driver's seat and started the jeep. They refused to be stationed in the old barracks. They demand to take over the outer security of the city hall, the King's Hotel, and the airport reception area. Grizzly also wants to see you. Yifei leaned back in his seat. They take money to do a job, yet they're choosy about the employer. Anya stepped on the gas. He looked at Bulad's defense layout. The Port Airport City Hall and King's Hotel have no complete security perimeter. There are also no official documents for weapons permits, stationing, authorization, duty scope, or emergency response authority. They want to confirm whether the employment contract was signed by a legitimate government. Yifei leaned against the car door, afraid of being dragged into a coup. Correct. Anya gripped the steering wheel. Grizzly doesn't fight for puppets. He wants to confirm that you are the person who truly rules this country. The jeep roared down the slope and swung onto the main road. At the foot of the city hall steps, 3 black armored SUVs were parked in a row. 12 fully armed men stood scattered in formation. Tactical vests, assault rifles, leg holsters, all American standard equipment. A few customs police officers holding old rifles stood 10 meters away, muzzles pointed down, no one daring to approach. The leading man had a buzz cut, wore sunglasses, and was chewing gum. The jeep came to a stop. Yifei pushed the door open and stepped out. The buzz cut man spat out his gum and walked forward a few paces. He was half a head taller than Yifei. So you're the king? I am. Grizzly, leader of the Blackwater advance team. Grizzly swept his gaze over Yifei's white shirt and worn trousers. We've accepted the $10 million security contract. But from now on, your travel routes, meeting lists, and daily schedule must be approved by me. He raised a hand and pointed toward the city hall. The security of this building is also under my command. I don't protect a man who can't even decide his own itinerary. Anya's hand pressed on the hilt of her crystal dagger. Yifei raised his hand. Anya stopped. Yifei walked up to Grizzly. The two stood half a step apart. This is Gamajila. I am the king. I decide the routes. I decide who I meet. You are responsible for assessing risks, arranging security, and eliminating threats. Yifei pointed at the gum on the ground. You may offer suggestions. You cannot make decisions for me. Either the contract is executed under these rules, or you pick up your garbage, take your people, and get the hell out. Grizzly stood where he was and did not move. The grizzly stood motionless. Beneath his sunglasses his face betrayed no emotion, jaw clenched tight. A $10 million security contract, not exactly a top-tier assignment within Blackwater. But this employer Gamma was anything but ordinary. Population under 1 million. $9 billion in foreign debt. Harbor half-ruined, military reduced to a mere 500 soldiers. The customs officers' rifles were antiques, their stocks worn smooth from decades of use. Before arriving, the grizzly had expected to inherit a complete disaster. A young king completely sidelined by his own officials. Or perhaps a pampered young heir terrified and overwhelmed after inheriting the throne. Yet Yi Fei had arrived without guards, without any pretense. Wearing old slacks and a white dress shirt, standing at the entrance of the city hall. He spoke with absolute clarity. The routes were his to decide. Who he met was his to decide. Blackwater would assess risks, stop bullets, and handle any complications. But they would not make decisions for the king. The grizzly had spent over a dozen years in the mercenary circuit, had encountered all manner of employers. The more insecure they were, the higher they built their walls of arrogance. Truly decisive people rarely wasted words on ceremony. The grizzly bent down, picked up a discarded gum wrapper from the ground, and tossed it into the trash bin. Blackwater International Tactical Squad accepts the contract. He straightened up his right fist, striking his left chest in salute. Your Majesty, your orders we shall execute. Yi Fei nodded. Anya has already transmitted the contract station authorization and patrol parameters to Blackwater headquarters. Once headquarters confirms everything is in order, you may begin operations. The grizzly paused for a moment. So this young king hadn't acted on impulse. He had already blocked every possible loophole. Yi Fei pulled out his phone, its screen badly cracked, and navigated to the international transfer page. Blackwater International's corporate account. 10000000000 USD. Confirm payment. A notification tone chimed. The grizzly felt his satellite communicator vibrate in his pocket. He retrieved the device, and the screen displayed the bank deposit notification forwarded by headquarters. $10 million. Full payment. The grizzly pocketed the communicator, his posture becoming even more disciplined than before. Your Majesty, today's security arrangements require me to reassess and reorganize. Before Yi Fei could respond, his phone buzzed twice. A WeChat notification appeared, a red background, gold text, electronic wedding invitation. Sender Zhang Chao. Brother, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. I didn't tell you in advance because I was afraid you'd come over and volunteer as free labor again. You're always working overtime, don't tire yourself out. Just show up, forget about giving money. I know you're broke, your presence is gift enough. After work on Friday, smarten yourself up a bit, wear something decent, and show up early. If you dare give me money, I'll be furious. Yi Fei stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the invitation. Zhang Chao, his college roommate. A Beijing local whose family ran a clothing business. During their 4 years at university, when Yi Fei was poor as Zhang Chao never let him pay for a single meal. After graduation, Yi Fei joined a private company as an overworked employee, his wages barely covering rent, leaving just enough for instant noodles and subway rides. After Zhang Chao took over the family business, he called Yi Fei regularly. The restaurant's running a discount, wanna come? A client stood me up, the food I ordered is just going to waste. Brother, help me test the menu at the new place. Every excuse was terrible. Yi Fei could see through all of them. But Zhang Chao never exposed his hardship. That winter Beijing was hit by a heavy snowstorm. Yi Fei was laid off by his company, his rent came due, and he hid in the basement gnawing on cold steamed buns. Zhang Chao drove his Porsche right to the entrance, stuffing all of Yi Fei's belongings into the trunk. Why are you living in this dump? You trying to freeze yourself to death? Yi Fei refused to leave. Zhang Chao slapped the steering wheel in frustration. It's not free. My online store needs customer service reps. You go to work, your wages cover the rent deal. An excuse full of holes. Yi Fei lived in that empty apartment for 2 months. The darkest period of his life. Zhang Chao never asked when he'd pay back the money. Yi Fei never forgot either. Now his brother was getting married. Not just an invitation. If Zhang Chao asked him to carry tables at the wedding, he'd do it without hesitation. Yi Fei put away his phone and turned to Anya. When does the aviation fuel arrive? Anya flipped through her ledger. The tanker enters port tonight. By early tomorrow morning, 2,000 tons of aviation fuel and diesel can be completely stored. Minister Hua's official aircraft will be refueled for her morning return flight. Yi Fei knocked on the jeep door. Give Minister Hua my regards. I'm returning to Beijing tomorrow on her plane. Anya's pen froze mid-stroke. Return to Beijing. To attend a friend's wedding. The grizzly stepped forward. Your Majesty, cross-border travel requires a fresh risk assessment. I'll bring the entire team with me. Yi Fei waved his hand dismissively. Guns are banned in China. 12 fully armed men landing on Chinese soil. The first ones to arrest you won't be enemies, they'll be Chinese police. The grizzly didn't back down. Blackwater does not recommend our clients travel with zero security. At least 4 people. Perimeter security, close protection, driver intelligence support. Yi Fei pulled open the car door. You all stay in, Brad. Begin defensive deployment at City Hall, the King's Hotel, and the airport reception area starting tonight. Those 500 Royal Guard members are also under your training. The grizzly blocked the car door. 2 people. 1 overt, 1 covert. Yi Fei raised 1 finger. 1. Unarmed. The grizzly was silent for several seconds. Agreed. Yi Fei added 1 more condition. Keep a low profile. The grizzly stepped aside and gestured to someone behind him. An armored off-road vehicle door swung open. A blonde woman stepped out. Black tactical boots crunched over gravel, her steps steady and measured. She walked to the Grizzly's side and raised a hand to remove her earpiece. Natalie Meyer's codename Red Viper. The Grizzly made introductions. Fluent in Chinese, skilled in intelligence processing and close protection. She'll travel alongside you as a business assistant unarmed. Natalie extended her hand. Your Majesty, it's an honor to serve you. Yi Fei shook her hand. Calluses hard from years of training pressed against his palm. Change your clothes. Come to Beijing with me tomorrow. Natalie withdrew her hand. Understood. Yi Fei got into the jeep and lowered his head to reply to Zhang Chao. Keep the best man suit ready for me. No red envelope. But I'm drinking back every cent's worth at your wedding. Zhang Chao replied almost instantly. You're finally back from the dead. Where the hell have you been? Someone's been asking about you at my shop these past 2 days. Yi Fei stared at the last sentence, his finger frozen on the screen. The Grizzly stood outside the vehicle. Your Majesty, do you want me to look into it? Yi Fei locked his phone. Not yet. We'll handle it after returning to Beijing tomorrow. The next day, 5 in the morning. Brad International Airport. Sea wind whistled through holes in the sheet metal terminal, making old propaganda posters flap endlessly against the walls. On the tarmac, several fuel tankers clustered around the Boeing 747 official aircraft. Aviation fuel flowed through pipes into the plane's belly. Yi Fei changed into a suit Anya had retrieved from the old king's wardrobe. The fit was slightly loose, the sleeves a half-inch too long. He folded the cuffs back and once again wore his black-framed glasses. Natalie followed behind him. A black evening gown, high heels, blonde hair, cascading over her shoulders. Minister Hua stood beside the boarding stairs. Your Majesty, this outfit is far more formal than the white shirt. Yi Fei adjusted his collar. Going home for a banquet, can't dress too poorly. Zhou Jianing clutched her documents to one side, glancing at Natalie. And who might this be? My business assistant. Yi Fei answered first. Natalie nodded and added in Chinese. I handle itinerary and security coordination. Zhou Jianing didn't pursue the matter further. The group boarded the aircraft. As the cabin door began closing, Anya stood at the edge of the tarmac, still clutching her ledger. The port dredging final payment. The road project mobilization funds. The power grid project advance payment. The first batch of Alibaba server and technical team expenses. Every project was waiting for money. She wasn't afraid of spending. She was afraid of having no money in the accounts. Yi Fei stood at the cabin door, taking out his phone. The system's funds had arrived this morning. Combined with yesterday's balance. $150 million US. Transferred to the dedicated fiscal account. Confirmed. Anya's tablet buzzed. She glanced down at the deposit notification. International wire transfer of 150,000,000 USD has been credited. The numbers that had been crushing her breath finally loosened their grip by one small measure. Yi Fei stood at the cabin door. The money is in place. Begin negotiations with them. Sign the contracts that need signing, pay the advances that need paying. Don't let anyone think we can't afford it. Anya looked up. The cabin door had already begun closing. She lowered her head and opened WeChat, typing rapidly. Yi Fei, where is this money coming from? Is China backing you behind the scenes? They move the money around and profit themselves using minimal cost to make puppets of us. The cabin door's hydraulic strut emitted a low hiss. The final gap sealed shut. Yi Fei leaned back against the leather seat, his phone frozen on the chat interface with Anya. He typed out a line of text. Deleted it. Typed again. The source of the money was impossible to explain. No one could ever know about the system giving him funds. Clean money. Don't look into it. He paused for 2 seconds. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. The kingdom won't face trouble again. Send. On the tarmac. Anya stood in the wind, her eyes fixed on the screen. The Boeing 747 had already begun taxiing. The massive fuselage swept past the runway's edge, its engines churning up sand and torn paper. She pressed her hand against the ledger, a few strands of hair blown loose by the wind. Clean money. Don't look into it. Anya pressed the phone back into her palm and asked nothing more. Chinese engineering teams entered Gamma era. Ali dispatched a national-level digital systems team. The Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs personally led the breakthrough delegation. A small island nation burdened with $9 billion in debt, with chronically empty treasury accounts, had suddenly become a market where Chinese enterprises scrambled to enter. Where did Yi Fei's money come from? Why had China moved so quickly? Anya had considered these questions. She looked up as the chartered jet shot down the runway. There was only one thing she could be certain of. China was willing to give Gamma era a chance. And Yi Fei had the ability to seize that chance. As for what else might lie behind this opportunity, that didn't matter for now. First, let the citizens survive. First, pay off the debts. First, prop up this falling apart nation. She bent her head and typed. Understood. I won't ask. But when you return to China, buy a batch of medicine. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, tetanus vaccines, painkillers, and basic trauma suturing kits. Starting tomorrow, tens of thousands will flood into construction sites. Many have been malnourished for years and have never done heavy labor. Once mass workplace injuries and infections occur, the kingdom won't have the capacity to handle it. After reading, Yi Fei sat up straighter. Ports, roads, power grids, digital systems. He ran through every major project he could see, yet overlooked the field most likely to claim lives and most crucial to get right. Medical care. Will do. Compile the medication list, quantities, and urgency levels. Don't skimp on expenses. The plane lifted off the ground. A fierce sensation of acceleration pressed him into the seat. The tin-roofed terminal of Brad Airport shrank beyond the window until it was nothing but a gray smudge along the coastline. Half an hour later, the aircraft pierced through the clouds and entered cruising altitude. Yifei connected to the satellite network and opened his chat with Anya again. Every time I return to China, I'm either hitching a ride on a chartered jet or paying to charter one myself. Did the kingdom never have its own airline? Anya replied promptly. We did. Gamma Aero Royal Airlines. The license is still valid and the IATA code is still registered. A few years ago to service the debt we sold all the aircraft. Right now there's no management, no maintenance, crew, no pilots, and no planes. Yifei stared at the last sentence. No planes. Then buy them. No crew. Then recruit. The kingdom would need to welcome Chinese engineering teams, receive equipment, accommodate diplomatic personnel, transport medical supplies, and send its own goods and people abroad. They couldn't keep hitching rides on other people's chartered jets every time they needed to travel. Restart the airline. Find an international airline management team. Hire a capable CEO. This is your task. Anya went quiet for a few minutes. Can do. There are a few Boeing 737s and Airbus A320s on the secondary market. Around 10 years old, cheap prices suitable for short-haul routes. I'll have someone reach out to sellers first. Yifei leaned back in his seat and wrinkled his nose. 737. A 320. Adequate for flying to neighboring islands. But what Gamma Aero needed wasn't a budget carrier running only short routes. In the future, they'd need routes to China, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, even Europe. Wide-body aircraft could carry passengers in normal times. In emergencies, they could transport cargo. In crisis situations, they could handle evacuation and medical transport directly. The kingdom's first long-haul aviation capability couldn't start with a few old narrow-body planes. Used planes can come later. First batch should be wide-body. Airbus A350, Boeing 787, 777, all negotiable. Prefer ready-to-fly aircraft. If delivery timelines are too long, ask whether China Southern still wants to sell those retired A380s. Grab a couple for intercontinental routes. The message had barely gone out. The typing indicator at the top of the chat blinked for a long while. Then a voice message popped up. Yifei tapped it open by habit. Local language, have you lost your mind? One A350 costs $300 million. The fuel for one A380 flight could burn through Brad's entire monthly fuel budget. In the quiet first-class cabin, Anya's voice carried far. Yifei fumbled to hit pause. The phone screen went dark. Natalie sat directly behind, and to the side, her back rigid, her right hand already pressed beneath her skirt hem. She didn't understand Gamma Aero language. But the fury in that voice message needed no translation. Zhou Jianing turned her head, holding the embassy preparation documents. What did Her Highness Anya say? Yifei stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Disagreement on work matters. I want to buy planes, she wants to yell at someone. Zhou Jianing paused. What kind of planes do you want to buy? A few A350s or 787s to start. Yifei added. If that doesn't work, buy a couple of retired A380s. Zhou Jianing's documents nearly slipped from her grasp. A380. Right. Brad Airport's runway length barely meets the edge requirements for 4F airports, but the taxiways, parking positions, and ground handling equipment aren't configured to A380 standards. Plus an airline just getting back on its feet. Keeping two A380s would have maintenance and spare parts alone, driving Sister Anya to sleepless nights. Yifei drummed his fingers on the armrest. Then upgrade the airport. If money can solve it, it's not a problem. Zhou Jianing hugged the documents tighter. The aviation industry isn't just about buying planes and flying. Traffic rights, crews, airworthiness, maintenance, spare parts, ground handling, scheduling, insurance. Miss any one of those, and you're grounded. Sister Anya's not wrong. Yifei turned his head. Whose side are you on anyway? You're a Chinese diplomat. You're supposed to stand with China and the constitutional monarch. I stand with the side that doesn't lose money. Zhou Jianing answered without hesitation. From the front row came the sound of a laptop closing. Minister Hua set down her notebook and turned around. Your Majesty wishes to restart Gamma Aero Royal Airlines. That's the plan. Yifei straightened his cuffs. Going forward, there will be more and more people and goods flowing between China and Brad. Always hitching chartered jets isn't appropriate, and long-term chartering isn't a real solution. Minister Hua removed her reading glasses and set them on the fold-out tray. There's no need to consider China Southern's A380s. They're not young, they've been retired for years. Maintenance costs are high and 4-engine aircraft aren't suitable for an airline just resuming operations. Yifei remained silent. Minister Hua continued. Sichuan Airlines previously ordered 2 Airbus A350-900s. Due to adjustments in domestic route planning, they were originally prepared for cancellation and resale. The aircraft have already been assembled at Toulouse and delivery conditions are mature. Zhou Jianing looked up. Natalie also paused her note-taking. Minister Hua turned to Yifei. If Gamma Aero genuinely has procurement needs, the Chinese side can assist in coordinating with Sichuan Airlines, Airbus, and related support teams. Delivery location is negotiable. Crew training, initial spare parts maintenance support, and operational management consulting can all be packaged into the deal. Yifei leaned back in his seat. How much? Minister Hua put her reading glasses back on. This is a commercial project, and pricing follows commercial procedures. I'll help contact Sichuan Airlines. She flipped open her newspaper and added one more thing. However, before signing, Gamma Era needs to present an operational plan capable of sustaining two A350s. Airbus still has requirements for buyers after all. The solution is ready. Yifei adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. I'm half a Sichuan native, and I've heard a fair amount about Sichuan Airlines' situation over the past 2 years. Minister Hua set down the newspaper. Yifei continued. They're under capacity pressure while we lack an airline operating base. We can lease the whole package: aircraft, flight crews, cabin crews, and maintenance teams. King Airlines doesn't have to recruit from scratch or slowly grind out an operational system. Sichuan Airlines can also lighten some of its capacity burden. What Airbus needs is operational capability, not nationality. If a mature team takes over the new aircraft, the risk in the initial phase will be minimized. Minister Hua raised her teacup and paused. Buying aircraft isn't difficult. What's difficult is pilots, maintenance personnel, dispatchers, flight operations, maintenance systems, operations manuals, and airworthiness management. When an airline goes from preparation to actually taking off, the thing it lacks most has never been aircraft. It's people. Yifei's proposal had indeed hit the crux of the issue. It's worth a try. Minister Hua waved to her secretary. Use the secure dedicated line and put me through to Sichuan Airlines headquarters. The secretary nodded, picked up the documents, and walked quickly toward the cabin communications area. The Boeing 747 kept flying level. The cabin was quiet with only the continuous low hum of the engines. Yifei leaned back in his seat, flipping through the medical supply list Anya had just sent. Antibiotics, trauma suture kits, anti-inflammatory drugs, tetanus vaccines, painkillers, surgical instruments, and mobile emergency equipment. Gamma Jala was about to start its major projects. Roads, ports, power grids, airports, and hotel renovations. All heavy manual labor. The citizens' physiques had been strengthened twice, but the problems left by long-term malnutrition wouldn't disappear just because of that strengthening. The construction hadn't started, but the medical system had to be in place first. Half an hour later, the secretary walked over quickly with an encrypted fax. Minister, Sichuan Airlines has replied. Minister Hua took the fax, glanced through it, and put her teacup back on the tray table. The conditions aren't light. She pushed the document in front of Yifei. Sichuan Airlines agrees to transfer two A350-900s that are ready for delivery. But the additional condition is that Gamma Jala Royal Airlines must also take delivery of 4 other new aircraft that haven't been delivered yet. That makes 6 A350s in total. In terms of personnel, Sichuan Airlines will provide 10 flight crews, 15 cabin crews, and 100 maintenance staff. In addition, the key backbone staff for dispatch, flight operations, and ground services needed in the initial phase will also be seconded by Sichuan Airlines. The lease term has a minimum of 1 year. You'll cover all salaries, overseas allowances, and insurance, plus pay an additional management service fee of 20% of the total payroll. Zhou Jianning's pen stopped. 6 A350s, 10 flight crews, 15 cabin crews, 100 maintenance staff, plus the initial batch of operations management staff. This wasn't an ordinary cooperation. It was stuffing an entire long-haul wide-body operation capability directly into Gamma Jala Royal Airlines. But the price was also terrifying enough. Zhou Jianning lowered her head and made a few calculations. Aircraft purchase costs, spares, inventory, crew salaries, training, insurance, maintenance, ground services, ferry flights, route applications, airport renovations. Without funding at the billion-dollar level, none of it could hold up. Minister Hua took off her glasses. The Chinese side can continue to coordinate. We'll cut the number down to 2, reduce personnel proportionally, and keep only the most basic operations team for the first phase. Yifei picked up the facts. The serial numbers, delivery status, and staffing scale of the 6 aircraft were all written on it. He read it very carefully. 6 A350s were indeed a lot. But Gamma Jala would not just be running short Pacific routes in the future. China to Bilad. Bilad to Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. Urgent transport of engineering equipment, medical evacuation, diplomatic charters, national evacuations, seafood exports, and tourist routes. Without a single decent wide-body passenger jet, how could anyone call it an airline? More importantly, money could buy planes, but it was hard to buy an entire mature team that was willing to go abroad and get to work immediately. Yifei put the facts back on the tray table. We'll take it all. Minister Hua's glasses paused midair. Zhou Jianning looked up. Yifei leaned back into his seat. We'll take the 6 A350s at the original contract price from Sichuan Airlines. We'll accept all 10 flight crews, 15 cabin crews, 100 maintenance staff, and the dispatch, flight operations, and ground service managers. The whole package. 1 year is too short, make it 3. Salaries, allowances, and management fees will be paid quarterly in advance. Minister Hua looked at him. 6 wide-body aircraft aren't just something you buy and leave parked at the airport. Gamma Jala's airport support capacity is not enough, and King Airlines hasn't restored its operating qualifications. The first 2 aircraft can be ferried over first, and the remaining 4 will wait for the airport renovation and airworthiness approval before delivery. Yifei nodded. Let's follow this process. First, sign a tripartite framework agreement. The first 2 aircraft will be delivered first, and Sichuan Airlines will be responsible for initial ferry flights, operational support, and training. The remaining 4 will be delivered in batches, so they won't be left baking in the sun at Bilad. He paused. Payments will go through an escrow account. Add a clause to the contract: the first final payment will be released only after the initial operations team arrives, the first batch of aircraft completes ferry flights, and King Airlines restores its basic operating qualification. Minister Hua put her glasses back on. This young man spent money fiercely, but not recklessly. Good. She handed the fax to her secretary. Reply to Sichuan Airlines with His Majesty's conditions. Have them prepare the framework agreement and the team list. Also notify Airbus that Gamajala is ready to start purchase due diligence. The secretary took the documents. Yes. Yifei took out his phone and opened his chat with Anya. The planes are settled. 6 brand new A350s. Sichuan Airlines pilots, cabin crew, maintenance and operations teams will come over together. The first 2 will be delivered first and the remaining 4 in stages. They'll contact you directly about the contract and payment path. The message was sent. The typing indicator above the chat window kept flashing. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Yifei put his phone on the armrest. Anya was probably already making her calculator smoke. Fuel consumption of 6 A350s. Airport renovation budget. Crew wages. Spare parts inventory. Maintenance costs. Insurance premiums. She would scold him first. Then she would calculate every single expense clearly. The phone vibrated. Anya. Yifei stared at that string of ellipses and couldn't help but chuckle. No voice message. No questioning. That actually meant Anya had already started doing the math. He put his phone in his pocket, closed his eyes, and took a nap. At 2 in the afternoon. Capital International Airport. The Boeing 747 landed smoothly. The group entered through the diplomatic channel. It was also the first time Yifei used his Kingdom of Gamajala passport, and he even took a selfie as a souvenir. At the terminal exit, Zhou Jining stopped with her suitcase. I need to go back to the ministry first to report in and go through the overseas assignment visa and embassy preparation procedures. She straightened the hem of her suit jacket. Next time you go to Bulad, I'll go with you. Okay, keep in touch on WeChat. Yifei nodded. Zhou Jining walked away with her suitcase. Natalie stood slightly behind Yifei wearing a black business suit, her blonde hair tied back, holding a tablet. Where to next? Guomao. Yifei raised his hand and hailed a taxi. Natalie opened the rear door and sat down next to him. The driver glanced back twice in the rearview mirror. In the back seat sat a young man in an old suit with black-rimmed glasses. Next to him, the blonde woman sat upright with a tablet at her side, scanning the surroundings ever since getting in. The driver coughed. Dude going to Guomao for business. Yifei leaned against the window. To resign. The driver gave a dry laugh and focused on driving. 3 days ago, Yifei had been worrying about next month's rent. When his boss asked him to work overtime, he didn't dare refuse. When a client held back payment, he had to plead humbly. Now more than $100 million sat in Gamajala's treasury account. The contract for 6 A350s was already on the table. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the office building. Yifei got out. The lobby security guard saw Natalie and raised his hand to stop her. Natalie stopped and looked up at him. The security guard lowered his hand. Yifei pointed to the cafe next door. Wait here. Order an Americano on me. Natalie nodded and took a seat where she could see the lobby entrance, the elevators, and the turnstiles. Yifei swiped through the access gate. The elevator went up to the 15th floor. The glass door was pushed open. Keyboard clatter filled the office area. Xiaomei at the front desk was touching up her lipstick. Seeing Yifei come in, she twitched, and the lipstick streaked outside the corner of her mouth. Why, Yifei? Where have you been these past few days? Boss Wang has been cursing you in the office every day. Yifei took out a tissue and handed it to her. Wipe it, you've smeared it. Xiaomei took the tissue in a daze. Yifei walked back to his own workstation. The desk was piled with unfinished reports. A brown stain was pressed at the bottom of the coffee cup. The computer screen was still on the work page from 3 days ago. Li Gu from the next desk slid over on his gaming chair. Bro, you're finally back. Old Wang was using you as an example this morning, saying young people nowadays can't take hardship. They vanish after 2 days of overtime. Li Gu lowered his voice. HR has already drawn up your termination notice. He also said he won't give you a single cent of severance. Yifei pushed the reports on the desk aside. Thanks, Li Gu. He patted Li Gu on the shoulder and walked toward the manager's office at the farthest end. The office door was not fully closed. Boss Wang was on the phone. General Li, let me give you a heads up. The batch of nearly expired dry powder fire extinguishers in the warehouse, plus the fire hoses that failed inspection, we'll package them all and ship them to Gamajala. Swap the batch numbers on the export inspection reports and make the paperwork look nice. They don't even have a proper customs there. What's there to check? Boss Wang leaned back in his office chair and lowered his voice. They've got money lately. Port power grid and road projects are all starting, and they pay advances very readily. They're just a bunch of overseas nouveau riche. We'll clear out our inventory and quote 3 times the export standard price. Kickbacks as usual. Rest assured I'll personally handle this order. The call ended. Boss Wang swiveled in his chair, looked up, and saw the person at the door. The smile on his face disappeared. Yifei oi. He slapped the desk with his palm. 3 days of unexcused absence, no phone calls, no WeChat replies. Do you think the company belongs to your family? Go to HR, pack up your stuff, and get out right now. Yifei stood at the door without moving. He took off his black-rimmed glasses and placed them on the filing cabinet. Boss Wang, that batch of firefighting equipment just now, who were you going to sell it to? Wang Feng hadn't even heard what Yifei asked. His mind was consumed by a single thought: this employee who had been absent without leave for 3 days actually dared to talk back in his office. Who do you think you are? Wang Feng grabbed the attendance sheet from the desk and flung it at him. Do you think company affairs are any of your business? Absent for 3 days, I'll withhold your entire month's salary. Now get the hell out, immediately. Yi Fei tilted his head. The attendance sheet grazed past his shoulder and scattered to the floor. A few sheets of paper drifted to the floor beside his old leather shoes. Yi Fei didn't bend to pick them up. He took off his black-rimmed glasses and placed them on the filing cabinet. Wang Feng paused. The Yi Fei, who usually never spoke above a murmur, stood rooted to the spot, yet his whole presence had changed. Wang Feng felt a weight in his chest, but he quickly suppressed it. A poor kid who couldn't even afford his rent. Could he really turn the world upside down? Yi Fei took out his phone and opened Anya's WeChat. He wasn't in a hurry to respond to Wang Feng. Firefighting equipment. A Zhongjiao subcontract. Gamajala was just about to launch the Port Phase 2 and Industrial Zone road projects. But Wang Feng was preparing to take expired fire extinguishers and unqualified fire hoses, relabel them with new batch numbers, and sell them at triple the price. This wasn't just a scheme to swindle money. It was gambling with the lives of construction workers and the fledgling credibility of Gamajala's infrastructure. Yi Fei typed a line of text. Does Zhongjiao Group have a project in Bulate? Anya replied quickly. The Deepwater Port Phase 2 expansion and the Western Industrial Zone cement roads are planned to be contracted to Zhongjiao First Highway Bureau. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Yi Fei continued typing. First, freeze all pending project advance payments. Have them turn over the complete list of fire equipment suppliers. Among them, one company is preparing to take nearly expired fire extinguishers and unqualified fire hoses, relabel the batches, and offer them at inflated prices to the kingdom. Anya paused for a few seconds. Where did you get this information? Because that company belongs to my former boss Wang Feng. He was just in the office on the phone. The goods haven't shipped, but what he intends to do has been made perfectly clear. Above the chat box, it was quiet for a moment. Anya sent a mocking emoji. Then another message came. The project manager of Zhongjiao First Highway Bureau is outside City Hall. I will require them to submit a supply chain due diligence report and have all firefighting products undergo third-party spot checks. Until the investigation is complete, Wang Feng's company will not be admitted to any project supplier list in the kingdom. Yi Fei replied. Don't give him any chance. Just permanently blacklist Wang Feng. Don't worry. Wang Feng propped both hands on the desk, his chest heaving. He had been cursing for a long while. Yi Fei, instead of leaving, stood in front of him, playing with his phone. Are you deaf? Wang Feng rounded the desk and charged at him in a few steps. I told you to get out. He raised his hand and swung it at Yi Fei's face. Slap. His wrist stopped in midair. Yi Fei caught it. Wang Feng struggled to pull his hand back, but couldn't budge it. Yi Fei stepped forward and applied force. Wang Feng's whole body slammed into the edge of the desk, his waist hitting the corner, and he gasped in pain. The coffee cup on the desk tipped over. Brown liquid ran across the tabletop and dripped onto Wang Feng's trousers. You dare to hit me? Wang Feng shouted at the top of his voice. Believe me, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Yi Fei pressed his wrist, but didn't exert more force. You can call the police. And while you're at it, hand over that batch of expired fire extinguishers and unqualified fire hoses in your warehouse, along with the supply agreements you signed with Manager Qi. Wang Feng's cheek twitched. What nonsense are you talking? Yi Fei released his hand. Wang Feng staggered back 2 steps and steadied himself against the desk. It was unusually quiet outside the office. The blinds weren't pulled tight. Xiaomei, sitting at the front desk, dropped her lipstick onto the table. Brotherly held his thermos, not taking a sip for a long while. Everyone in the office area was staring at the office. They had seen it clearly. Yi Fei, who usually didn't dare raise his head when Wang Feng scolded him, had just pinned Wang Feng with a single hand, making him unable to move. No one came in to mediate. Wang Feng usually docked commissions, delayed salaries, forced overtime, and cursed at anyone who displeased him. Few people in the company genuinely respected him. Yi Fei stood in front of the desk, his tone flat. You'll get a phone call soon. Zhongjiao will terminate its cooperation with your company. And you won't get into any project in Gamajala. As for the goods stored in your warehouse, you'll have to find a way to deal with them yourself. Wang Feng was panting heavily. Who do you think you are? You're a worthless piece of trash fired by the company. How can you control Zhongjiao's projects? Yi Fei didn't answer. He turned and left the office. The people in the open plan area automatically made way for him. Yi Fei returned to his workstation. On the desk sat the report that had lain unfinished for 3 days. A layer of stains caked the bottom of the coffee cup. The workgroup chat was still open on the computer screen. Wang Feng had sent more than a dozen messages in the morning, all urging progress, demanding overtime, and pressing people to stay for a meeting. Yi Fei pulled open the drawer. Inside were only an old notebook, a few pens, and a faded subway card. He slipped the notebook and subway card into his pocket. He turned on the computer, logged into his email, logged out of personal email, logged out of personal WeChat, logged out of the cloud drive, deleted the personal folder on the desktop. Finally, he took off his work badge and placed it on the keyboard. Brotherly slid his chair over, lowering his voice. Brother, aren't you really afraid he'll call the police? A man like him, after taking such a loss, definitely won't let it go. It's fine. Yi Fei patted Brotherly's shoulder. You'd better start looking for another job. Brotherly frowned. Wang Feng has made plenty of money these years relying on Zhongjiao. It's not easy for the company to collapse. Yi Fei turned off the computer. Then we'll see. From the manager's office came the sound of something being smashed. Security. Security, where the hell are you? Stop, Yi Fei. Wang Feng walked out holding the doorframe. A red mark circled his wrist. He pointed at Yi Fei, his voice shrill. You can't leave today. I'll sue you. I'll make you pay until you can't even afford pants. Yi Fei took a tissue from his workstation and wiped the remaining water stains from the desk. Then he turned and walked toward the elevator. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Gamajala. Bulate City Hall. Anya put down her phone. The budget sheets were still spread on the table. Port dredging final payments. Road project mobilization funds. Power grid renovation advances. Hotel renovation wages. Medical supply procurement lists. Every item weighed on the kingdom's finances. Now someone was preparing to slice a piece of flesh from the kingdom with a batch of substandard fire equipment. Anya pressed the intercom. Have Manager Chi from Zhongjiao 1st Highway Bureau come in. Within half a minute, a middle-aged man with a briefcase walked into the office. Prime Minister Anya, the contracts for the Deepwater Port Phase 2 and the Western Coastal Road Project are all ready. Please take a look. Anya didn't take them. Just leave the contracts there. Manager Chi was taken aback. Your Excellency, is there a problem with the contract terms? Did you bring the list of fire equipment suppliers? Hey. Manager Chi's movements halted. I did. However, these suppliers have all gone through internal screening. Their qualifications are not in question. Anya pulled out a sheet of paper and pushed it to the edge of the desk. This company, Wang Feng Firefighting Equipment Co. Ltd. Manager Chi lowered his head to glance at it. Sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. What about them? They are preparing to supply the kingdom with nearly expired dry powder fire extinguishers and fire hoses that failed inspection. The product batches will be repackaged. The quotes will be tripled. Manager Chi's face turned pale. Your Excellency, there must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding or not, you investigate it yourself. Anya opened the contract and pointed to the payment page. From now on, the advance payments for the Deepwater Port Phase 2 and the Western Industrial Zone Road Project are suspended. Zhongjiao 1st Highway Bureau must submit all supplier information, procurement contracts, quality inspection reports, and sampling plans within 48 hours. Wang Feng Firefighting Equipment Co. Ltd. is temporarily removed from the supplier list. Manager Chi wiped his sweat. Your Excellency, these two projects are of great importance. One supplier shouldn't be allowed to affect the overall cooperation. Therefore, I'm giving you time to investigate. Anya closed the contract. But until the results are clear, Gamajala will not pay a single dollar. If your supply chain review turns up problems, the kingdom will select another partner. Manager Chi's Adam's apple moved. Gamajala's infrastructure project pool had just started. Ports, roads, power grids, industrial zones, airport renovation. Everyone was eyeing this market. If anyone got kicked out because of a single supplier, they would have no way to explain it back home. Your Excellency, please rest assured. I will deal with it right away. I'll personally investigate Wang Feng's company. Manager Chi grabbed his briefcase and hurried out of the office. Beijing. Guomao office building. Wang Feng had just walked out of his office when the phone in his pocket rang. He didn't want to answer at first, but when he saw the caller ID, his hand shook. Manager Chi, procurement head of Zhongjiao 1st Highway Bureau. The connection he had worked hard to maintain all these years. Wang Feng quickly connected the call. Manager Chi, you're looking for me. There was a sound of harsh braking on the other end of the line. Then Manager Chi's roar came through. Wang Feng. What the hell have you done? Wang Feng's scalp tightened. Manager Chi, don't worry. Is it about the Gamajala shipment needing to be sent ahead of schedule? I've arranged everything at the warehouse. Arrange your ass. Gamajala has launched a supply chain review and named you specifically. They even know about your plan to change batch numbers and inflate quotes. Wang Feng grabbed the wall. Impossible. How could they know over there? How the hell would I know? Manager Chi's voice grew louder. Prime Minister Anya, put your company's name directly in front of me. She froze all advance payments. Now all the project contracts need to be re-reviewed. Wang Feng's lips were dry. Manager Chi, this can still be explained. The goods haven't been shipped yet. I can arrange a batch of qualified products, and I can also lower the price. Too late. From now on, Zhongjiao 1st Highway Bureau terminates all cooperation with your company. The legal department will contact you. You'd better figure out how to give an account of yourself. The call ended. Wang Feng stood there holding his phone. No one in the office area spoke. Xiaomei covered her mouth. Brotherly turned his head and looked at Yi Fei, who had already reached the elevator. Wang Feng suddenly understood. From start to finish, Yi Fei had not been posturing or lying. This employee he had been cursing for a year really could make Gamajala halt the projects. The elevator doors opened. Yi Fei stepped in. Wang Feng finally snapped back to reality, rushed over and blocked the elevator door with his hand. Yi Fei, was it you? Who exactly are you? Yi Fei raised his hand and pressed the door open button. The elevator doors didn't close. Wang Feng's palm clamped onto the edge of the elevator door, his knuckles whitening from the force. If you walk out of this door today, I'll take your surname. He turned and bellowed toward the office area. Lao Lu, DeChong, block the door. Two burly men from the sales department immediately pushed back their chairs and sprinted over, flanking the elevator entrance on both sides. Yi Fei surveyed the scene before him. 3 grown men had surrounded him within the cramped 2-square-meter space outside the elevator. He didn't retreat a single step. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and tapped the first number in his recent calls. Ring. As soon as it sounded once, Yi Fei hung up. Wang Feng let out a bitter laugh, calling for backup. You a broke man who can't even pay his rent, who do you think you can call on in Beijing? Even if the heavenly emperor himself showed up, you'd still have to sort out Manager Qi's mess for me. Yifei slid his phone back into his pocket. Manager Wang, Manager Qi suspended your contract because your goods are defective. Blocking my way is going to make them pass inspection. Veins bulged on Wang Feng's forehead. Manager Qi had been crystal clear on the phone. The Prime Minister of Gamajia, Anya, had personally flagged him for investigation. How could a Prime Minister from a country on the other side of the world possibly know about his shoddy operations in a warehouse? And yet Yifei had barely finished speaking in the office before Manager Qi's call came through. This was undeniably connected to Yifei. Don't play dumb with me. Wang Feng pointed at Yifei's nose. Who exactly did you sell our company's secrets to? Ding. The freight elevator door beside them opened. The sound of high heels clicking against the tiled floor echoed through the corridor, steady measured. Natalia stepped into the 15th floor office area, her black business suit, sharp golden hair, pulled back, a tablet tucked under one arm. Xiaomei at the front desk stared transfixed. Every employee in the office who had craned their necks to watch the commotion now followed the foreign woman's every move. Natalia approached the elevator entrance, her gaze sweeping past Wang Feng to land on Yifei. Boss, shall I handle this? Her Mandarin was flawless. Yifei tilted his head slightly. The path is blocked. Natalia took a step forward and cut directly between Wang Feng and Yifei. She dropped her shoulder and hooked her elbow, shoving the sales supervisor Lao Lu, the man directly in front, half a meter aside. Lao Lu stumbled and crashed into the wall. Wang Feng stared at the sudden appearance of the blonde woman, then scanned Yifei again. Without his thick black-framed glasses, the mixed heritage features stood out sharply, an indescribable oppressive aura radiating from his eyes and brows. He looked nothing like the timid office drone he'd been before. Wang Feng sneered. So, I thought you'd climbed onto someone's coattails, but turns out you're living off a sugar mama. He appraised Natalia from head to toe. A foreign piece of goods. Yifei, you've got big taste. Aren't you worried they'll drain you dry? Dechang beside him burst into laughter. Yifei didn't respond. He didn't even spare Wang Feng another glance, instead turning his head to Natalia. Let's go. The coffee downstairs has gone cold. Iced Americano is meant to be cold, Natalia replied with a nod, and stepped ahead to clear the way. Wang Feng felt as though he'd punched cotton, his fury surging straight to his head. Going. Who the hell gave you permission to leave? He lunged forward, reaching for Natalia's shoulder. Detain them. The moment his hand touched the black wool of her suit, Natalia flipped her wrist, seized his arm, pivoted her footing, and drove her hip into him with practiced force. Thud. 160 Gene. Wang Feng spun halfway through the air and slammed onto the tiled floor, his back hitting hard. The impact knocked the breath out of him. His mouth gaped open, face turning the color of cured pork as he gasped for air. Dechang charged forward, fists raised. Natalia didn't even set down her tablet. She sidestepped the punch and drove her high heel into Dechang's kneecap from the side. Click. Dechang screamed and dropped to one knee. Natalia grabbed the back of his collar, yanked him downward, and pressed her knee into his chest. 10 seconds. 2 burly men and their boss lay motionless on the floor. No one in the office area made a sound. Brother Lee froze mid-step, his thermos cup suspended in midair, water spilling onto his trousers unnoticed. Who was this woman? Yifei used to survive on instant noodles. Now he showed up with a bodyguard on this level. Wang Feng lay on the floor, clutching his waist, sucking in sharp breaths of pain. Call the police. Call the police right now. Assault. I'll make sure you two rot in jail. Yifei stepped over Wang Feng's legs and walked into the freshly opened passenger elevator. Natalia released Dechang and followed him inside. The elevator doors slid shut, cutting off Wang Feng's impotent rage. On the first floor lobby. The moment the elevator doors opened, 4 uniformed security guards were already blocking the way. The lead captain gripped a rubber baton in his hand. Yifei, Manager Wang gave orders. You're not leaving this building today. All the turnstiles in the lobby were locked. Additional guards stood at every exit. Yifei paused. Stubborn indeed. He was the king of Gamajia, carrying diplomatic immunity. Chinese police had no idea. If he truly ended up in a police station over a brawl, the procedure would be tedious and time-consuming. He needed to meet the Sichuan Airlines representatives to discuss the aircraft deal. He didn't have time to waste at a precinct. Using privilege to make others uncomfortable may be despicable, but being the one who makes others uncomfortable was undeniably satisfying. Yifei pulled out his phone and opened WeChat to contact Zhou Jianing. Lobby of the old company's office building, Guamao. Former boss brought people to attack me. I might not get out of this. Send. Ministry of Foreign Affairs Building. North America and Oceania Division Office. Zhou Jianing had just set down the Gamajia diplomatic relations preparation documents when her phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen, and her breath caught. A sitting head of state. Attacked in an office building in China's capital. If something happened to him, she wouldn't just lose her position as third secretary. The entire Oceania division would be shaken to its foundations. Zhou Jianing grabbed the landline on her desk and pressed the intercom button. Connect me to the sub-district police brigade covering the Guamao area. This is Zhou Jianing, 3rd Secretary, North America and Oceania Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. An important foreign protected person is currently being unlawfully detained and threatened with violence at an office building in Guamao. Request immediate dispatch. Ensure absolute safety of the individual. First floor of the Guamao office building. The elevator doors opened again. Wang Feng emerged supported on either side by DeChong and Lao Lu. His suit jacket was dust-covered, his tie crooked, his gait uneven. White-collar workers entering and exiting the lobby all stopped and stared. The security guards formed a circle trapping Yi Fei and Natalia in the center. Run! Wang Feng shoved DeChong aside and pointed at Yi Fei. Keep running, you bastard. He panted heavily, his eyes vicious. The police are here any second. Let me tell you, Yi Fei, the deputy director of the local police station, and I have shared meals. You directed a foreigner to assault a company owner. Not only will you pay compensation, you'll be doing prison time. He turned his glare toward Natalia. And you, no matter what country you're from, beat someone in China, and you'll face consequences. Natalia stood half a pace beside Yi Fei. One hand still carried her tablet, the other hung naturally at her side. If any of these guards dared to make a move, she was confident she could disable them within 3 seconds. Yi Fei didn't look at Wang Feng. He scanned the lobby. More and more onlookers had gathered. Several people were holding up phones recording. Hushed whispers drifted through the crowd. Who's that guy? He's actually quite handsome. Never seen him around. That aura doesn't scream ordinary employee. The woman beside him is insane. Looks like a movie spy. Rumor is the boss is trying to stop him from leaving. Yi Fei kept one hand in his pocket. No explanation. No rebuttal. Wang Feng watched Yi Fei's unbothered demeanor and felt his rage intensify. Why? A low-level worker he could have crushed at any time was now looking down on him. What are you pretending to be some big shot for? Wang Feng took 2 steps forward. Is it you behind Manager Chi's sudden change of heart? What dirty tricks did you pull, eh? Yi Fei finally shifted his gaze to Wang Feng's face. Your goods were tainted. Something was bound to blow up eventually. I merely helped expedite the process. Wang Feng flew into a frenzy. You know nothing. What business in this world is clean? I pay millions in taxes annually, support all of you incompetents. I feed you and clothe you, and now you bite the hand that feeds you. Sharp police sirens wailed outside. 3 police cruisers sped onto the small plaza in front of the office building. Blinding red and blue strobe lights reflected against the lobby's glass curtain wall. The revolving doors of the building swung open. 8 fully armed officers strode in with purpose. The lead officer's expression was grave, his eyes sweeping across the entire scene. Relief flashed across Wang Feng's face. Ignoring the pain in his waist, he hurried forward. Officers, you're finally here. It's him. He pointed at Yi Fei. He was fired from our company. He came back today to cause trouble and ordered this foreign woman to beat me and 2 employees. The lobby surveillance captured everything. Arrest them immediately. The lead officer paid his spluttering accusations no mind. He brushed Wang Feng aside and marched straight through the security cordon. Stopping before Yi Fei, the officer took in the strikingly distinctive mixed heritage face and confirmed what he needed to know. Then he snapped to attention. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi Fei? Yi Fei nodded. That's me. The officer's tone softened, noticeably laced with clear courtesy. We received an urgent notice from the North America and Oceania Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. By order of our superiors, we are here to ensure your personal safety. Are you all right? At those words, an unnatural silence fell over the entire lobby. The security captain nearly dropped his rubber baton. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Protecting personal safety. Brother Lee, who had just chased out of the elevator, heard this, and his legs buckled. He braced himself against a nearby trash bin. Wang Feng stood frozen, his mind going blank. He must have misheard. Officers. You must be mistaken, right? He stammered. He sputtered. His name is Yi Fei. He's a recently fired employee, just a penniless nobody. How could he possibly have anything to do with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? The lead officer turned his head, his expression darkening completely. Do we need to explain official duties to you? He swept his gaze across the guards still gripping their batons. Who authorized you to restrict someone's freedom of movement? Drop your batons. The security team, terrified, immediately dropped their rubber batons and retreated to the sidelines. The officer refocused on Wang Feng. You said earlier that he directed others to assault you. Wang Feng nodded frantically. Yes. My waist still hurts. The surveillance footage proves it. The officer nodded. Very well. Since this involves a diplomatic matter, this case will be transferred to the Municipal Bureau's Foreign Affairs Division. All individuals involved in the blockade will be taken to the station for investigation. Surveillance footage will be collected in its entirety. Wang Feng's face went completely white. Foreign Affairs Division. He had only intended to use his connections with the local police station to intimidate Yi Fei into settling the contract matter. How had this escalated to a diplomatic incident? If this were truly investigated, every unsavory transaction in his company, every kickback he'd handed out over the years, would be dragged into the open. There must be some misunderstanding. Sweat beaded on Wang Feng's forehead. Officers, this might just be a misunderstanding. It's a purely internal employee dispute. The officer ignored him and turned back to Yi Fei. Mr. Yi, your car is waiting outside. Leave this matter to us. Yi Fei adjusted his suit cuffs. Thank you for your trouble. He strided toward the main entrance. Natalia followed at his heels. Passing Wang Feng, Yi Fei didn't so much as break his pace. Wang Feng watched Yi Fei's retreating figure. He wanted to shout to demand answers, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, utterly silent. He watched the young man he had once scorned and berated at will now escorted out of the office building under the protection of a phalanx of police officers. Outside, A red flag sedan bearing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs plates was already waiting at the bottom of the steps. The driver opened the rear door. Yifei bent and slipped inside. Natalia took the front passenger seat. The red flag sedan glided smoothly into the traffic flowing along Chang'an Avenue. Wang Feng's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the cold tiled floor of the lobby. Wang Feng, right. Let's go. Come to the station and explain yourself. Inside the red flag sedan, Yifei reclined against the leather seat and pulled out his phone. The screen lit up. A new message from Zhou Jianing. The Sichuan Airlines delegation is waiting for you at the Jiangwo Hotel. Yifei read the words on his screen as the neon lights of Beijing's CBD blurred past the window racing across his face. The red flag sedan pulled into the driveway of the Jiangwo Hotel. Yifei tucked away his phone and pushed open the door to step out. Natalia emerged from the other side, tablet in one hand, positioning herself half a step behind him. A doorman hurried forward. Yifei glanced up at the lights on the top floor. The Sichuan Airlines delegation was already waiting. Meanwhile, a mediation room at a Chaoyang district police station. The fluorescent light illuminated a paint-chipped desk. Wang Feng clutched his lower back, staring at the surveillance footage on the computer screen. The footage paused. Dechang spread his arms wide, lunging toward Natalia. Wang Feng himself had his hand outstretched, ready to grab Natalia by her suit collar. The officer rapped his knuckles against the desk. Seen it clearly now. You were the ones who blocked her path first through the first punch. Their actions constitute legitimate self-defense. My recommendation is settlement. Wang Feng slammed his palm on the table. A jolt of pain shot through his waist, and he slumped back into the chair, sweat beading across his forehead. Settlement. They threw me around like this, and you want me to settle? They beat me up. Why aren't you arresting them? The officer flipped a page of the transcript. You first restricted someone's freedom, then surrounded her with a group. Dechang's movements already constitute attempted indecent assault. If this goes to trial, they might walk away scot-free, while you lot would be the ones doing time first. Wang Feng's throat went dry. A foreign national. That blonde woman was indeed a foreigner. But what about Yifei? Yifei had worked at his company for over a year. His employment records, ID copy, and social security information were all in the company files. How could a person with a Chinese ID card suddenly become a protected figure under diplomatic channels? Wang Feng pulled out his phone and sent a voice message to accounting. Send me Yifei's ID copy from when he was hired. Now. Less than half a minute later. The image arrived. Wang Feng strode to the officer's desk with his phone. Officer, please look at this. Yifei is a Chinese citizen. What passport is he using with that Gamma Jala thing? Isn't dual citizenship illegal? The foreign ministry must have been deceived by him. The officer took the phone and glanced at it. He didn't respond immediately. Picking up the desk phone, he dialed the contact number the foreign ministry had left. Speakerphone on. The foreign ministry building. The North America and Oceania Department office area. Zhou Jianing's desk was covered with evaluation materials on the Gamma Jala port expansion, road construction, and airport renovation projects. The desk phone rang. She answered, listened to the police station situation, and set down the documents in her hand. A shell company selling defective fire safety equipment, and the boss was now trying to investigate a head of state's nationality. This is the North America and Oceania Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Yifei currently holds a Gamma Jala Kingdom passport and entered the country as the head of state of Gamma Jala. The Chinese side has completed identity verification through diplomatic channels. Matters concerning his personal identity and diplomatic protection are being handled by the diplomatic department. Zhou Jianing paused. This incident caused no serious consequences. We recommend handling it as an ordinary dispute first. If the party involved continues to cause trouble, harass, or maliciously spread related information, the foreign ministry will intervene formally. The call ended. Silence fell over the mediation room. Wang Feng stood rooted in place, his face completely bloodless. His ID copy still glowed on the screen. In the past, he had used these documents to dock Yifei's pay, threaten to fire him, and block his promotion. Now this was worth less than scrap paper. The officer slid the settlement agreement across the desk. Sign it. Wang Feng stared at the agreement. For a long moment, he didn't move. The officer added, or don't sign. Then I'll call everyone from your company here. Obstruction, assault, attempted indecent assault. One by one we'll take statements. Wang Feng picked up the pen. His hand shook violently. He scratched out his name twice before finally finishing. He walked out of the police station. The cold night air of Beijing poured into his collar. Wang Feng stood below the steps, turning his head to glance back at the blue and white sign. Yifei. That Yifei who wore the same old suit every day and subsisted on instant noodles for lunch. Now he had the foreign ministry speaking up for him, foreign bodyguards at his side, and even the police courteously escorting him out. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, acting like some big shot. A king of some pathetic island country, still having to rely on a woman to prop him up. He refused to accept defeat in his heart. But his feet dared not turn toward the Jiangwo Hotel. The Jiangwo Hotel. The private dining room on the top floor. On the lazy Susan at the center of the round table sat several dishes that had barely been touched. The 8 people from Sichuan Airlines sat around the table, ties loosened, several cigarette butts crushed in the ashtray. Manager Li, leading the group, held a cigarette between his fingers. Your Majesty, let's confirm the terms once more. A total of 2 brand new A350s, 4 second-hand A350s. The new aircraft will be delivered after being painted in the Gamma Jala Royal Airlines livery. The first batch includes one second-hand A350-900 as aircraft just completed its scheduled maintenance. After delivery, it can proceed directly with ferry flight preparations, temporarily retaining the Sichuan Airlines paint scheme. 2 flight crews, 2 cabin crews, 30 maintenance personnel along with initial dispatch flight operations and operational support, all going to Brad as a package. First-year personnel wages, overseas allowances, aircraft price, insurance, initial spare parts, and ferry flight costs. Package price of $90 million. Yifei leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the table. This was more like it. Getting one ready aircraft first to restore Royal Airlines' operational capability. The subsequent new A350s would be delivered in batches according to the previously agreed framework. First assemble the team, establish the routes, build up airport capacity. Buying 6 new aircraft at once would feel great. But if the planes came back and just sat in Brad baking under the sun, that would be sheer waste. $90 million. He only had $20 million left in his account. But it was already past midnight in Gamajela. Today's systematic funds would arrive soon. Yifei lifted his teacup. The contract can be signed, but there are a few terms I want set in stone. Manager Lee crushed his cigarette into the ashtray. Please go ahead. Before aircraft delivery, airworthiness documents, maintenance records, engine condition, and initial spare parts inventory. All to be sent to Royal Airlines and Prime Minister Anya. Crew list, maintenance personnel list, dispatch list. I want them today. Whoever causes problems takes responsibility. Don't try to pull one over on me with an aircraft that looks pristine on the outside, but is falling apart inside. Manager Lee set down his wine glass. You have my word on that. Sichuan Airlines doesn't tarnish its own reputation. Yifei nodded. There's more. The first batch of crews arriving, the aircraft ferry flight, and Royal Airlines regaining basic operational certification. These 3 milestones need clear dates. If they're not met, all subsequent new aircraft deliveries and cooperation payments will be postponed accordingly. The people in the private room exchanged glances. This young man played hardball. But every single requirement targeted the critical points. Not simply throwing money around to intimidate people. Manager Lee lifted the small wine decanter. Mr. Yi, the contract is in order. Here, this toast is to you. Just as Yifei was about to lift his teacup, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The screen lit up. National Development System, today's funds have been dispersed. An electronic voice echoed in his mind. International wire transfer of 100000000 USD has been credited. Yifei flipped his phone face down on the table. Today's 100 million had arrived. He had been prepared to delay payment until tomorrow. No need now. Gamajela was short on aircraft, short on personnel, short on ports, short on roads, short on hospitals, short on industry. The only thing it wasn't short on temporarily was cash. Yifei looked up. Manager Lee, paying tomorrow is just a formality. You want to clear your capacity? I want these aircraft back in Brad as soon as possible. The private room fell silent. Yifei gestured toward the unopened bottles of Wuliangya on the side. 1 gin of liquor, contract signed tonight. 2 gin, I'll pay $30 million first. 3 gin, Yifei raised 3 fingers. Full payment, right now. The cigarette in Manager Lee's hand froze midair. The 8 senior executives of Sichuan Airlines exchanged glances. 3 gin of Baijiu. Split among 8 people, it wasn't really much. But $90 million in immediate transfer from a private account directly into the company's account. A client like this, you might not encounter one in several years. Manager Lee stubbed out his cigarette. Mr. Yi, do you mean that? Yifei settled back into his chair. Pour the drinks. Natalia sat to Yifei's side, tablet resting on her lap. She watched the Chinese men open the bottles, pour the drinks, and toast each other. She still didn't understand. What necessary connection was there between drinking and buying aircraft? 5 minutes later, 3 bottles of Wuliangya drained. Manager Lee flipped his empty wine glass upside down on the table, his face flushed, his breath reeking of alcohol. Mr. Yi, the drinks are done. Yifei took the tablet Natalia handed to him. He logged into his account. Entered Sichuan Airlines corporate account number. Amount 9000000 USD. Confirmed the transfer. Natalia watched the numbers on the screen change. She had handled high-risk security missions and taken orders worth tens of millions of dollars. But Yifei swiped away $90 million without even pausing. Less than 2 minutes. Manager Lee's phone rang. The CFO was calling. Manager Lee, the company account just received a $90 million foreign exchange wire. Full payment. No one in the private room said another word. Just moments ago, some had thought Yifei was just another newly emerged overseas rich kid. No one dared think that way now. $90 million. Private account. Full payment, immediate wire. This wasn't an ordinary client. This was someone who could rewrite an airline's entire capacity plan. Manager Lee stood up, his posture considerably more deferential. Mr. Yi, it's still early. We've booked a private room upstairs. Would you like to go sing a couple songs? Yifei waved his hand. No need. I have real business tomorrow. Manager Lee glanced at Natalia, then at Yifei. Understood. Rest well, Mr. Yi. Yifei ignored the implications and rose to leave the private room. Natalia followed behind him. The corridor carpet was thick, her heels made no sound. The two entered the elevator. The door slid closed. Only the two of them remained in the car. Natalia held her tablet in one hand and turned her head to look at Yifei. Boss, did those people just now think we were going to? Tonight. Yifei's hand paused on the floor button. He turned his head. Probably. Natalia paused for 2 seconds. Do I need to offer myself? Yifei pressed the button. He didn't look at her. No. The elevator continued its descent. No need. Not necessary. Absolutely unnecessary. Yifei refused 3 times in a row. Natalie tucked the tablet into the crook of her arm. The security agreement covers this as an add-on service. If the employer needs a cover story or has physical needs, I can accommodate. I have no moral qualms. Yifei pressed the button for the basement level. Keep that professionalism for the actual job. We have a wedding to attend tomorrow. The elevator stopped at the first floor. Natalie followed him out and said no more about it. Zhang Chao's wedding was set at the Inyo Hotel in Wangjing. To keep things simple, Yifei booked a room at the Hyatt next door. The front desk clerk took his ID card. 2 rooms with a king bed each. Natalie stood to the side. Make it connecting rooms. A suite plus a single. Yifei turned his head. Beijing is perfectly safe. Security protocol has no borders. The front desk clerk checked the room availability. Sir, right now we only have an executive suite plus a deluxe room that can be connected. It's 5,800 yuan per night. Yifei paused for 2 seconds. 5,800. It used to cover a month of rent and half a month of meals. Now his account held tens of millions in dollars. Still spending that much just to sleep stung. He slid his bank card across. Book it. Put it on the card. Once inside the room, Natalie blocked Yifei at the door first. Behind the curtains, the wardrobe, under the bed, the bathroom, the air vent. She checked each spot, then ran a detector over the whole space. It took less than 3 minutes. All clear. Natalie opened the connecting door between the rooms. Don't lock the door when you sleep. If anything happens, I'll reach you first. Yifei tossed his suit onto the sofa. Fine. You get some rest too. At 7 the next morning, the doorbell rang in long bursts. Yifei opened the door, his hair a mess. Natalie stood there in a sports vest, a towel around her neck, a training tablet in hand. Grizzly left a training plan. You need to train. I refuse. Yifei moved to shut the door. Natalie raised a hand and braced it against the doorframe. The head of state of Gamma Jala can't collapse at the 2-kilometer mark. 2 hours later. The hotel gym. Yifei lay spread out on a yoga mat, his chest heaving and his t-shirt soaked through. Natalie unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. Your bone density and muscular endurance are well above the normal range. Your recovery speed is unusual too. Yifei took the bottle and drained half of it. Is that praise or criticism? Good foundation, terrible form. Natalie picked up the tablet and brought up the training data. You can squat 100 kilos, but your lower back drive doesn't meet the standard. Your running posture has issues as well. Grizzly's conclusion is right. You need to start from the fundamentals. Yifei braced himself against the wall and got to his feet. Go lighter tomorrow. You nearly trained the king out of existence today. Natalie tucked the tablet away. We'll cut tomorrow's volume by 20%. But no breaks. After showering and changing into his old suit, Yifei stood before the bathroom mirror and took the black-rimmed glasses out of his toiletry bag. The moment the glasses settled onto his nose, he settled back into the look of an ordinary corporate drone. Today was Zhang Chao's wedding. He had no intention of stealing the groom's thunder. At a bank branch, the ATM spit out a stack of red bills. 10,000 yuan tucked into a red paper envelope. 10 in the morning. The Inyo Hotel in Wangjing. Outside the banquet hall on the second floor, Zhang Chao stood in a made-to-measure suit, the groom's boutonniere pinned to his chest. His 100-kilo frame strained the fabric tight. He was blotting sweat with a tissue when he heard the elevator arrive and turned around. Old Yi. Zhang Chao strode over and wrapped Yifei in a bear hug. Where the hell have you been these past days? No WeChat replies, phone off. I thought that bastard Wang Feng had sold you down the river. The squeeze left Yifei's ribs aching and he pushed him away. Switch jobs. Busy. He handed over the red envelope. Happy wedding. Zhang Chao felt the envelope's thickness and his expression changed. How much did you put in? 10,000. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Chao immediately tried to push it back. You couldn't even cover rent before. Who are you pretending to be now? Your presence is enough. I can't accept this. Yifei pressed his hand down. Keep it. I genuinely have plenty of money now. The bride came over, and at the sight of the red envelope her manner warmed considerably. Yifei, you're here. Go on in and sit. Zhang Chao started to argue again, then suddenly froze. Natalie stood half a step behind Yifei. Her blonde hair was pinned up, a black gown traced her figure, and she held an evening clutch. Without her tablet, her posture remained just as crisp. Zhang Chao opened his mouth. And this is Natalie, a friend of mine. Natalie gave a nod. Congratulations on your wedding. Zhang Chao scratched his head. Go on in. The table next to the head table is all our old classmates. Yifei led Natalie inside. A good number of people were already seated in the banquet hall, with the classmates' table sitting right beside the head table. Yifei pulled out a chair, waited for Natalie to sit, and only then settled in beside her. Several people at the table paused their conversation. Yifei, a voice called from across. Zheng Shui wore a Chanel suit, jewelry strung at her wrists and neck. She first swept her gaze over Yifei's old suit and black-rimmed glasses, then turned to Natalie. I heard you couldn't even pay rent last winter. At the wedding today, how much did you give? Don't show up empty-handed to the feast. A few at the table looked awkward. Zheng Shui's husband gave the Rolex on his wrist a slow spin and leered at Natalie. Honey, give a helping hand to a classmate in trouble. My company could use another security guard, room and board covered. Yifei picked up his teacup and brushed aside the floating leaves. Those words weren't even worth a rebuttal. Natalie turned to Zheng Shui. Dear lady, your suit is last year's off-season piece. The bag stitching is off and the hardware color is wrong too. An undeniable counterfeit. She paused then added, your husband's Rolex however is genuine. The entire table fell silent. Zheng Shui's face burned red as she whipped her head toward her husband. The man instantly shoved both hands beneath the table. What nonsense are you talking? Zheng Shui slapped the table. Natalie remained perfectly calm. I've done luxury authentication. Would you like me to list the flaws one by one? Zheng Shui didn't reply. At the table someone lowered their head to sip tea, someone else lowered their head to check their phone. Yifei set down his cup. The ceremony hasn't started yet. Let's keep the peace. Zheng Shui clutched her bag, her face ghastly, but she didn't dare make another sound. Outside the banquet hall the bride's hand shot out and gave Zhang Chao's waist a vicious twist. Zhang Chao sucked in air sharply from the pain. Quite the view, were you enjoying it? Honey, I swear I wasn't. Zhang Chao kneaded his waist. It's just that it doesn't add up. Back then Yifei had to study group by coupons just to treat me to a bowl of malatang. Now he shows up to the wedding with a foreign date and drops 10,000. The bride pursed her lips. Probably rented just to put on a show. Zhang Chao lowered his voice. I also invited Li Wanqi. The bride froze. Why would you invite her? Old Yi is single, and Li Wanqi is single too. Back in college the two of them were only a sheet of paper away from tearing through. I thought I'd use today to get them together. Zhang Chao glanced back into the hall. Now there's a real problem. The elevator doors slid open. Li Wanqi stepped out. A sky blue dress with a cinched waist, black hair flowing past her shoulders. She walked to the registration table and set down a red envelope. Zhang Chao, congratulations. Zhang Chao accepted the envelope but didn't speak right away. Li Wanqi followed his gaze into the banquet hall. At the classmates' table, Yifei was looking down at his phone. A blonde woman sat at his side, the space between them close. Li Wanqi halted where she stood, one hand still resting on the edge of the red envelope. The banquet hall buzzed with voices. Through the shifting crowd of guests, Li Wanqi caught sight of the empty seat beside the classmates' table. Yifei was scrolling through his phone, black-framed glasses perched on his nose, his old suit washed to a faded pallor. Natalie sat to his right, golden hair coiled up, a black dress clean and sharp, entirely out of step with the people drinking and chatting around her. Li Wanqi wanted to turn away. Chen Yao caught up from behind and grabbed her arm. Why are you standing here? Hurry up and get inside. The seats near the main table won't be there for long. Before Li Wanqi could refuse, she had already been pulled into the banquet hall. The closer she got to the classmates' table, the more uncomfortable she became. Natalie sat perfectly straight, her evening bag at hand, sweeping a glance over every person who entered or exited the table. That was not the habit of an ordinary female companion. Chen Yao pressed Li Wanqi into the empty seat to Yifei's left and sat down beside her. Yifei, long time no see. Yifei set his phone face down on the table and turned around. Li Wanqi wore a sky blue dress, her black hair draped over her shoulders with hardly any makeup, just as she had been in college. Long time no see. Li Wanqi fingered the clasp of her bag. Long time no see. The table fell silent for a few seconds. Zheng Shui, who had just had her counterfeit bag exposed by Natalie, was quietly nursing her anger. At the sight of Li Wanqi, she found another opening. Wanqi, you're here too. I heard you're in grad school at Peking University. Impressive. Li Wanqi picked up her teacup and did not respond. Zheng Shui leaned back in her chair, her gaze sweeping among the three of them. Yifei, aren't you going to introduce us? She tilted her chin toward Natalie. A girlfriend this beautiful. You've kept her quite well hidden. Yifei raised his teacup. A friend. Just a friend. Zheng Shui dragged her words out. I think the two of you suit each other perfectly. Wanqi, what do you think? Li Wanqi didn't look up. She had always told herself that once she finished grad school and landed a decent job, there would still be time to go find Yifei. By then they would both have incomes and he wouldn't have to shoulder the rent, the living expenses, and the future alone. But now sitting here she suddenly realized that perhaps Yifei no longer needed all the things she had spent so long preparing. Natalie took no part in the table's idle gossip. She only noticed that Li Wanqi's hand was slightly unsteady as she held her tea, and she also noticed Zheng Shui's persistent troublemaking. Natalie leaned toward Yifei. Boss, the lady on your left is unwell. Would you like me to ask the one across from us to quiet down? Yifei glanced at Natalie. Drink your tea. Natalie picked up her teacup and resumed her tea drinking with nothing better to do. Yifei stopped paying attention to Zheng Shui as well. That faint spark from their university days, he had not forgotten it. He simply had no right to mention it. Back then he was so poor he had to count every cent of his meal money. Classes during the day, part-time jobs at night. Li Wanqi was wonderful, quiet, accomplished, and she never once made fun of his hardships. But he couldn't afford to make her any promises. He could afford them even less now. The port in Gamajala had to be repaired, the airport expanded, the industrial zone built. A $9 billion debt pressing down on him, and the livelihoods of 1 million people pressing down as well. Romance was a luxury. Yifei picked up a peanut and chewed it slowly. But Li Wanqi took his silence as an answer. Seeing that no one responded, Zheng Shui became even more eager. Wanqi, grad school must be exhausting, right? After you graduate, why not let my husband arrange an easy job for you? The pay isn't high, but it's still better than sending out resumes everywhere on your own. Li Wanqi set down her teacup and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. She stepped around her chair and headed out of the banquet hall. Chen Yao called after her. The ceremony is about to start. Don't stay too long. Li Wanqi didn't look back. Natalie put down her utensils. I'll go check. Yi Fei looked up. Don't cause trouble. Understood. The corridor outside the banquet hall was quiet. Li Wanqi hadn't gone into the restroom. She leaned against the wall staring at the pattern in the carpet, her chest tight. She felt she had been wrong to come. Today was supposed to be a reunion of old classmates. A cheerful meal, a chance to see Yi Fei. But now even sitting beside him, she felt superfluous. A pair of high heels stopped 2 steps away. Li Wanqi looked up. Natalie stood beneath the corridor light, no weapons in her hands, no aggressive posture. Something I can help you with. Natalie spoke. You've misunderstood my relationship with the boss. Li Wanqi frowned. I've misunderstood nothing. You have. Natalie answered directly. I'm his security personnel. Li Wanqi paused. Security personnel. My job is to protect and manage risks, arrange routes, and verify the identities of strangers. Natalie glanced toward the banquet hall. Sitting beside him is a work requirement. Li Wanqi was silent for a moment. He's an ordinary office worker. Why would he need a bodyguard like you? Natalie did not answer. Yi Fei's identity was not hers to disclose. She only said what needed to be said. That is a question you should ask him. Li Wanqi clutched her evening bag. You came all the way out here just to tell me this. Natalie paused for 2 seconds. You care about him a great deal. But you have no idea what he's facing right now. Don't rush to make decisions for him, and don't step back because of me. Li Wanqi lifted her head to look at her. Then what exactly is your relationship with him? An employment relationship. Natalie answered quickly. That's all. She turned and walked back toward the banquet hall. At the doorway she paused. The Kingdom of Gamajala. You can look that up. The door closed behind her. Only Li Wanqi was left in the corridor. Gamajala Kingdom. What kind of restaurant name was that? She took out her phone and typed those 6 characters into the search box. The page returned matching entries. Gamajala. Kingdom of Gamajala, an island nation in the center of the Pacific Ocean with an area of approximately 1 million square kilometers and a population of about 1 million. The northern and central regions of the country are covered in toxic fog year-round. The economy has long been depressed and foreign debt stands at roughly $9 billion. Li Wanqi stared at the screen, her finger resting on the entry. A Pacific island nation. On the verge of bankruptcy. Toxic fog. What did any of this have to do with Yi Fei? She thought of the way Yi Fei had treated Zheng Shui just moments ago at the table. He wasn't enduring it. He wasn't afraid of trouble. He simply couldn't be bothered to spend his time on Zheng Shui. Li Wanqi went into the restroom and splashed cold water on her face. She looked at herself in the mirror, pulled out a tissue, and dried off the water. Then she turned and went back into the banquet hall. The hot dishes were already on the table. The MC on stage was calling for the newlyweds to come in. Zheng Shui was still chatting loudly with the people next to her about her husband's company. Li Wanqi pulled out her chair and sat down. Yi Fei tilted his head toward her. Are you okay? Li Wanqi didn't answer that. She looked at him. Black-framed glasses, old suit. Still the person she knew. But she could no longer see him as the ordinary corporate drone who once crammed into the subway and worked late into the night. Yi Fei. Moi. Where is Gamajala? The chopsticks in Yi Fei's hand halted in midair. Natalie kept her head down, still sipping tea whose color had long since faded. Yi Fei looked at Natalie. Natalie didn't raise her head. She found it out herself. Yi Fei turned his eyes away. He wasn't planning to hide it anymore. Li Wanqi was not like Zheng Shui. If she asked, she would not stop until she had the answer. It's in the middle of the Pacific. You're going there? I'll leave in a couple of days. To do what? Yi Fei leaned back in his chair. To take over a country's mess. The evening bag in Li Wanqi's hand slipped onto her lap. She looked at Yi Fei and was silent for a long moment. Zheng Shui heard his words and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yi Fei, this is way too over the top, even for you, isn't it? Taking over a country. Are you going to go be a king? Her husband twirled his Rolex and laughed along. Man, if you become a king, I'm going to run for Secretary General of the UN tomorrow. Several people at the table joined the laughter. Others lowered their heads and sipped tea, clearly thinking Yi Fei had gone too far this time. Yi Fei didn't explain. He removed his black-framed glasses, folded them, and slid them into the inner pocket of his suit. Zheng Shui's laughter died in her throat. With glasses on, Yi Fei's features were normally suppressed behind the lenses and the fringe of hair. Dressed in that old suit, he had no presence in a crowd. Now with the glasses gone, his entire bearing had changed. He was no longer the Yi Fei who could be trampled on by anyone. Li Wanqi wasn't laughing. She believed him. Not because of the phrase, taking over a country. But because when Yi Fei said those words, the uproarious laughter at the table couldn't touch him at all. Li Wanqi lowered her head and a tear fell onto the back of her hand. She wasn't upset that someone else stood by Yi Fei's side. What struck her was the sudden realization that after all her preparation, she still had not managed to stand beside him in his hardest moments. On stage, Zhang Chao had already taken his place beside the bride, holding a microphone, his forehead drenched in sweat. Old Yi, I'm getting married today. You, the brother who slept in the bunk above me, have to come up and say a few words. The spotlight fell on Yi Fei. Zheng Shui curled her lip. Let's see what else he can bluff about. Yi Fei rose, buttoned his suit jacket, and walked toward the stage. Zhang Chao handed him the microphone. Yi Fei stood at the front of the stage looking out at Zhang Chao's relatives, business partners, and college classmates. Zhang Chao was the brother who slept in the bunk above me in university. When I had no money for food back then, he treated me to malatang many times. Laughter rose from the audience. Zhang Chao scratched his head, his eyes a little red. Yi Fei continued. Today he's getting married and I don't have much to offer. His family is in the garment trade, so I've brought him a deal. Zhang Chao was stunned. Old, you don't mess around. Yifei took out his phone from his pocket. He had long remembered the collection account of Zhang Chao's company. Years ago, when he was handling invoices and payments for Zhang Chao's company, he had sent plenty of invoices to that company and received payments from it too. Now that account came in just right. In the amount field, the number had already been filled in. 100000000 USD. Remark, initial advance payment for garment procurement for the kingdom of Gamajala. Yifei tapped confirm. Wishing you a blissful marriage. Applause broke out below the stage. Many of the guests didn't understand the business deal. They simply took it as the groom's best friend stepping up to offer his congratulations. Zhang Chao, still holding the microphone, took 2 steps after him. Old, you, what kind of work did you just rope me into? Yifei had already stepped off the stage, returned to the classmates' table, and picked up the peanut he had not finished. Less than 2 minutes later, Zhang Chao's second sister strode quickly through the guests and stopped at the edge of the stage. She was in charge of the family's finances, phone clutched in her hand. Her voice changed completely. Zhang Chao, $10 million just hit the company's account. Zhang Chao turned around. His second sister handed him the phone. The payer is Yifei. The note says it's a prepayment for garments. Zhang Chao and his bride stood on the stage completely dumbfounded. At the classmates' table, Yifei raised his teacup and took a sip. The chopsticks in Zheng Shue's hand fell onto the table. Zheng Shue stared at the bamboo chopsticks on the table, only one number left in her mind. $10 million. Over 70 million RMB. Back in college, Yifei would check coupons before ordering a serving of chicken rice. This year, he joined that firefighting equipment company. He worked overtime every day, got his salary docked, and could barely pay the rent. A couple of months ago, his moments showed instant noodles and a computer screen. How could someone like that come up with over 70 million? Zheng Shue turned to look at Zhang Chao on the stage. Zhang Chao's family did garment foreign trade, mostly overseas orders. Many of the guests at today's wedding were Zhang family clients and partners. She pieced it together and had her answer. Zhang Chao was putting on a show for Yifei. She pulled out a fresh pair of chopsticks, adjusted her suit collar, and spoke loudly. Zhang Chao really splurges to save face for his buddy. A $10 million down payment transferred from the left hand to the right, then announced under Yifei's name. It adds luster to the wedding and makes the old classmates look up to him. She looked at Yifei. Yifei, how much did you get for your cameo? The table fell silent. Several male classmates didn't respond, but they all leaned towards Zhang Shue's explanation. Yifei suddenly producing $10 million was simply too absurd. Zhang Chao helping an old classmate put on a show made much more sense. Zheng Shue waited for Yifei to explain. The moment he spoke, she could tear it apart piece by piece. Yifei picked up a piece of braised pork, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times with his head down, then reached for the spare ribs on the platter. That morning, Natalia had pushed him through 2 hours of training. He was starving now. Besides, this table wasn't cheap. Back when he went to buffets, he would force down the last 2 pieces of meat on his plate. Now he had tens of millions of dollars sitting in his account, but old habits hadn't changed. Money could be wasted. Food couldn't. Besides, nearly 1 million people in Gamajala still didn't have enough to eat. The one spare rib he ate today wouldn't send a single bag of grain over there. But he still couldn't bear to waste it. Natalia picked out the boneless part of the fish belly and put it on his plate. She was very systematic about choosing food. She only took meat, eggs, fish, and high-calorie staples. Zheng Shue rambled on beside her for a long time without getting even a glance. Li Wanqi held her soup bowl and sipped the chicken broth. She had heard it all, but she had no interest in explaining Yifei's situation. She had already looked into Gamajala. She also knew where Yifei was headed next. No matter how harsh Zheng Shue's words were, they were just gossip at a wedding banquet. What Yifei faced was a country with $9 billion in debt and not even basic industry. The 3 of them kept their heads down eating. Zheng Shue sat there, cheeks burning with embarrassment. She set her chopsticks down beside her bowl. What's the matter, feeling guilty? Her husband kicked her under the table. That's enough. Say less. Whether he's acting or not, Zhang Chao has real wealth. This is someone's wedding today. Don't make a scene. Zheng Shue suppressed her anger and set her chopsticks down hard. Still no one answered her. Soon the toasting began. Zhang Chao changed into a dark red suit, brought the bride and his parents to the classmates' table, and everyone stood up clinking glasses. Zhang Chao drained his glass in one go, handed the empty cup to the best man, and grabbed Yifei by the arm. Come out for a bit. Yifei put down his chopsticks and followed him out of the banquet hall. At the smoking area at the end of the corridor, Zhang Chao loosened his bow tie, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, then didn't light it. Lao, you give me the truth. Where did that $10 million actually come from? My second sister just checked the account, and her hands were shaking. Spot transfer all payment documents in order, you're the payer. He lowered his voice. You didn't actually rob a bank, did you? Yifei leaned against the wall and didn't take the cigarette. I brought you a deal. Gamajala needs clothes. Your family has the goods, the channels, and the manpower. That $1 million is the down payment. The list will be sent to you in a couple of days. Zhang Chao's hand froze around the cigarette. You really got rich. You could say I took a big order. Yifei slid his hands into his suit pants pockets. Don't touch this money yet. Procurement, quality, inspection, logistics, delivery. Every step has to be done right. If the goods screw up after shipping, I won't let brotherhood get in the way. Zhang Chao stared at him for a few seconds. Are you serious? Obviously. Yifei turned and headed back. You're getting married today? Go take care of your bride first. We'll talk business tomorrow. Zhang Chao didn't move. He He suddenly remembered the foreign woman Yi Fei had brought today. Black evening dress, blonde hair. She had been scanning the surroundings the whole time beside Yi Fei. That wasn't an ordinary companion. Wait. Zhang Chao called out to Yi Fei. That foreign girl, what's the real story? I went to a lot of trouble to get Li Wanqi here. She's doing her master's at Peking University and doesn't even like attending class reunions. She agreed to come because of you. And you bring a foreign girl to sit beside you. You think Li Wanqi feels good about that? Yi Fei stopped in his tracks. Li Wanqi showing up had genuinely surprised him. Back in college, he couldn't even promise anyone a stable future. Now he had even less right to. Gamajala's debt, ports, airports, industrial zones, and that unknown toxic mist in the north, no one had figured out all of it pressed down in front of his eyes. If he pulled anyone into this, he'd be responsible for them. Natalia, she's not my companion. Yi Fei paused. She's my bodyguard. Zhang Chao was stunned. Bodyguard? What exactly do you do now? I'll tell you tomorrow. Yi Fei waved a hand. Go back. The bride's looking for you. Not far away, the bride stood at the entrance of the banquet hall waving at them. Zhang Chao tucked the cigarette back into the pack and pointed at Yi Fei. Fine. Don't run off tomorrow. Yi Fei returned to the classmates' table. Most of the dishes were already gone. Natalia was peeling shrimp, neatly lining up several pieces on her plate. Li Wanqi kept her head down, phone on her lap, fingers tapping away at the screen. Yi Fei thought about explaining Natalia's identity. Seeing how busy she was, he swallowed the words. Li Wanqi really was busy. The WeChat screen was stuck on the Peking University Chinese Language International Exchange Group. An hour and a half ago, her advisor posted a program notice. Ministry of Foreign Affairs Oceania Department Urgent Project Teaching Support Program in Brad, the capital of the Pacific Island nation of Gamajala. Teaching period 1 year. Departure time 3 days from now. Quota 3 people. Below was her advisor's risk disclaimer. The local economy is struggling, supplies are insufficient, and infrastructure is limited. The northern and central regions are covered by an unknown toxic mist for long periods. Please consider carefully. There were over 60 people in the group. Usually when the advisor posted a notice, people rushed to reply. This time, after an hour and a half, no one signed up. Some asked privately about the pay. Some asked if they could participate online. Others just sent a message. There isn't even much high-definition footage of this place on the map. Can people actually go? Li Wanqi stared at the 4 characters for Gamajala. It wasn't that she hadn't seen the risks. It wasn't that she hadn't asked herself why she wanted to go. For Yi Fei, that was part of it. But not all. When Yi Fei used to squeeze onto the subway, run part-time gigs, and eat instant noodles, she hadn't stepped closer. Now he was going to shoulder the mess of an entire country. She didn't want to stand somewhere safe anymore, waiting for it to end before asking him if he was tired. Her fingers hovered above the keyboard. Li Wanqi typed 2 characters. I'll sign up. The message went out. The quiet group chat immediately burst with notifications. Li Wanqi, you're really going. The conditions there are very poor. I'll apply too. Count me in. Her advisor's private chat popped up quickly. Wanqi, don't be impulsive. Your credentials are excellent. Stay in the country, join a university, or the civil service. All steady paths. Gamajala lacks water and electricity. It has almost no industrial base and most supplies depend on imports. The country just established diplomatic ties with us, and even security can't be guaranteed. This is not an ordinary teaching program. Li Wanqi looked up. Yi Fei was lowering his head, gnawing on the last piece of spare rib. Old suit, black-rimmed glasses, still eating the way he did at the university cafeteria. But he was already about to go to the center of the Pacific and take over a country no one was willing to accept. Li Wanqi lowered her head and replied to her advisor. Professor, I've thought about it. I'm applying to take part. I don't want to regret it later. The message had barely gone out when her advisor replied. Interview at 3 this afternoon. The final list will be confirmed tonight. Li Wanqi hit send and slipped the phone back into her bag. She pulled back her chair and stood up. Something came up at school, so I have to go. Chen Yao was still chewing a mouthful of food, her chopsticks frozen midair. Didn't we have plans this afternoon? Why are you leaving so soon? Li Wanqi shook her head and looked across the table at Yi Fei. Yi Fei had just finished the last rib and was wiping his hands with a napkin. If something came up, go take care of it. We'll meet some other time. Li Wanqi nodded. She did not explain further, turning and heading out of the banquet hall. Her high heels moved quickly across the carpet. Her advisor had scheduled a meeting with her that afternoon. 3 days later, she would travel to the center of the Pacific, to Gamajala, the country Yi Fei was taking over. This time she was not going to wait for Yi Fei to turn back. She would stand before him in person and give him a surprise. Yi Fei watched her walk out of the banquet hall, paused for half a second, then stood up and straightened the hem of his old suit. I'm leaving too. Zheng Shui held her teacup and gave a snort. Why run off so fast? Afraid we'll look into where those $10 million came from. Yi Fei ignored her and walked straight out. Natalie picked up her evening bag and followed behind him. At the main table, Zhang Chao was surrounded by relatives of the bride, being pressed to drink until his face was bright red. Seeing that Yi Fei was leaving, he raised his hand in a hurry. Yi Fei made a call me gesture toward him. Zhang Chao was about to chase after him, but someone beside him handed over another glass of wine, leaving him stomping his feet in frustration. Outside the banquet hall, the corridor had turned quiet. Yi Fei walked, mapping out the next procurement in his head. What Gamajala lacked was more than ordinary clothing. Fishermen going to see farmers heading into the fields, port workers hauling goods, and road crews heading into the mountains. All of them needed tough workwear that resisted abrasion, moisture, and dirt. Zhang Chao's family factory had always exported industrial workwear and outdoor clothing. First they would cover the basic clothing needs of 1 million people. After that they would procure school uniforms, medical attire, police uniforms, and hotel supplies in separate batches. Since the money was being spent, it had to be spent where it would actually make a difference. Natalie walked beside him. Boss, can Zhang Chao's factory take on an order this big? The first batch can't be completed all at once. Yi Fei pressed the elevator button. Start with 200,000 sets, prioritizing fishermen, farmers, port workers, and construction crews. The rest will be delivered in batches after the deep water port dredging is finished and cargo ships can dock steadily. Natalie noted the key points. Do you want me to have Blackwater check the factory's credentials and supply chain? Yi Fei nodded. Run the check. Ties are ties, but business is business. Whatever needs spot checking gets spot checked, whatever needs inspection gets inspected. If he tries to pass off shoddy goods as the real thing, Zhang Chao will still have to compensate. After a couple of steps, Yi Fei suddenly turned to Natalie. Since when does a bodyguard also handle an assistant's job? Natalie rolled her eyes in speechless exasperation, wishing she could slap her Stanford computer science degree in Yi Fei's face and ask who on earth he thought such a trivial question could stump. The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside. Inside the banquet hall, Zhang Shui set her teacup down with a clink, spilling a few drops. What an act. She poked her husband Chen Yu beside her. Let's go. It's no fun. Zhang Chao and Yi Fei played off each other, treating everyone in the room as fools. Chen Yu put away his phone and smoothed his sleeves. Your classmate Zhang Chao's family has money and is willing to spend it to give a friend face. Why do you care about that? I just can't stand it. Zhang Shui picked up her bag. He used to be so poor, he didn't even dare join a group dinner, and today he shows up with some foreign woman talking about $10 million like it's nothing. Who's he trying to impress? Chen Yu did not answer and rose to leave. They had just reached the first floor lobby when Chen Yu stopped. On the sofa in the lounge sat a heavy-set, pot-bellied man. The man's suit was wrinkled, a bandage stuck to his face, and he was holding an ice pack against his cheek. Mr. Wang. Chen Yu walked over quickly and offered him a cigarette. You're here too. How did your face get hurt? Wang Feng took the cigarette without lighting it. Young Chen. As soon as he spoke, the movement tugged at the wound on his face, and he winced as he drew a sharp breath. I came to a wedding banquet for old Li's daughter upstairs. Chen Yu pointed at his face. Who gave you that? Wang Feng tossed the ice pack aside, his face dark. Ran into a lunatic at the company yesterday. Zhang Shui stood nearby, studying Wang Feng carefully. She had once scrolled through Yi Fei's social feed. In the company team building photos, this man always stood in the center. Yi Fei had even posted, thanks to Mr. Wang for treating us. Zhang Shui immediately leaned in. Are you Yi Fei's boss? At the name Yi Fei, Wang Feng's face darkened further. Huh, used to be. I wouldn't dare claim that now. I already fired that ingrate yesterday. Zhang Shui perked up. Mr. Wang, Yi Fei just transferred $10 million to Zhang Chao upstairs, saying it was an advance payment for clothing procurement. $10 million. Wang Feng scoffed, crushing the cigarette in his hand. Last month he was still asking finance for an advance on his salary with no way to pay next month's rent. Zhang Shui recounted what had just happened, embellishing the story. Yi Fei had brought a foreign woman. Zhang Chao's account had received a foreign exchange remittance. Yi Fei also said he was going to the Pacific to take over a country. After all this, even the bruises on Wang Feng's face could not hold back his fury. 10 million a king, it's all an act. That kid sold company documents, hooked up with a foreign woman, and got himself the identity of some rundown island nation. Yesterday, he brought that woman to the company and made a scene, and the police even protected him as he left. I'm still planning to pursue charges against him for infringing trade secrets. Chen Yu frowned. If foreign exchange really hit his account, how did the bank let it through? Wang Feng sneered. Who knows what connections he found? A nearly bankrupt island country. What money can it have? He's just gotten some perks by tagging along with a foreign broad. Zhang Shui felt gratified hearing this. I knew it. He was so poor before, there's no way he suddenly brings out $10 million that easily. Chen Yu rotated the watch on his wrist. Even if the money really arrived, he can't necessarily deliver the goods. Apparel exports require contracts, customs declarations, letters of credit, and logistics. If Zhang Chao takes the money and then can't produce the goods, he'll still run into trouble. Wang Feng lit a cigarette. That Zhang Chao you're talking about has been fooled by him. Yi Fei used to work under me. When I told him to work overtime, he worked overtime. When I told him to run errands, he ran errands. He never dared to say a single extra word. Now, relying on someone to protect him, he dares to put on airs in front of me. On the plaza outside the hotel, Yi Fei had just reached the fountain when his phone rang. It was Zhang Chao. Yi Fei answered and held the phone a little away from his ear. Old Yi, why the hell are you running off? Zhang Chao's voice boomed. You haven't even explained the $10 million yet. Get back here now. Yi Fei sighed. That big guy would not be able to enjoy his wedding today unless he got an answer. Fine. Wait for me at the lobby cafe. He hung up, put the phone back in his pocket, and turned back toward the hotel. Natalie followed. Should I clear the venue in advance? It's just coffee. No need to clear anything. Yi Fei pushed through the revolving door. In Beijing, don't be too dramatic. The two stepped into the lobby. Wang Feng was sitting in the lounge area, spittle flying. Who the hell does Yi Fei think he is? In the past, if I told him to go east, he never dared to go west. If I told him to stay and work overtime, he wouldn't even dare make a peep. Yi Fei walked past the lounge without slowing. His mind was still calculating the dredging progress of the deep water port. Once the port was open, Zhang Chao's workwear, the domestically procured cement and steel, and all the follow-up equipment could enter Bulat. People like Wang Feng were not even qualified to distract him. Zheng Shui was the first to spot Yifei. Mr. Wang, look who that is. Wang Feng turned his head. Yifei in his washed-out old suit and black-rimmed glasses was walking toward the cafe. What stung Wang Feng most was that Yifei never even looked at him. Yesterday at the company, he had been thrown to the ground in public. Today at the hotel, Yifei treated him like air again. The anger in Wang Feng's chest flared up. Yifei did not stop. Wang Feng strode over. Stop right there. Natalie slowed her pace and moved to Yifei's side slightly behind him. Wang Feng rushed up and reached for Yifei's shoulder. You ungrateful bastard, still pretending. Natalie raised a hand to block his arm and stepped into his path. Wang Feng's wrist was caught. Instinctively, he yanked back, swinging his other hand forward. Natalie pressed down on his elbow and twisted his wrist. Crack! Wang Feng shrieked as his knee slammed onto the tile. His wrist had been dislocated. His entire arm was locked behind his back, his face pressed against the cold floor, his whole body trembling from pain. The lobby fell silent. The front desk staff halted their work. Several security guards hurried over from the entrance. Zheng Shui stepped back 2 paces, her high heel wobbled, and she grabbed Chen Yu's arm for support. The Rolex at Chen Yu's wrist knocked against the sofa armrest with a dull thud. Only then did Yifei stop. He turned around and looked down at Wang Feng, who was kneeling on the floor. Mr. Wang, it seems you didn't fully understand yesterday's settlement agreement. Wang Feng's forehead was covered in sweat, the searing pain from his wrist leaving him with barely enough strength to curse. He hit me. Help. Security. Call the police, quick. Natalie did not increase the pressure. She simply held Wang Feng in place. Yifei looked up at the hotel security guards rushing over. Please call the police. Then he looked at Wang Feng. It's a good chance to settle everything that was left unresolved yesterday. The lobby fell into an uneasy silence. The moment Yifei's words, let's settle this all right now, had barely faded, sirens wailed outside the hotel. Within 5 minutes, 2 police cars came to a stop beyond the revolving doors. 4 police officers strode into the lobby. Natalie released Wang Feng's arm and stepped back half a pace to Yifei's right rear. Wang Feng lay sprawled on the tile floor, his right wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Clutching his wrist, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Officers, help! They're trying to kill me. The officer in charge swept his gaze across the scene. Wang Feng lay on the ground. Yifei and Natalie stood beside him. Hotel security guards hovered nearby, while Zheng Shui and Chen Yu shrank back at the edge of the lounge area. Zhang Chao was still hurrying over from the cafe entrance. Who called the police? The lobby manager stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. Wang Feng propped himself up on the floor, then raised his uninjured hand and pointed at Yifei. Officer, I'm his former boss. He's suspected of stealing company trade secrets and leaking core client data. I went to confront him, and this foreign woman beat me up like this. Wang Feng spoke quickly. Yesterday at the police station, he had already come out on the losing end. Today the hotel lobby was full of surveillance cameras. When he charged over, his hand hadn't even touched Yifei before Natalie pinned him to the ground. On camera, he really didn't have the upper hand. But trade secrets, embezzlement, and economic crimes didn't need to be caught red-handed. As long as he dragged Yifei to the police station and muddied the water, things could still turn around. The officer turned to Yifei. Is what he said true? Yifei stood motionless. He struck first. My people stopped him. The surveillance footage at the scene can prove it. As for the trade secrets, it's a pure fabrication. The officer took out his body camera. Everyone take out your ID documents for registration. Wang Feng immediately pulled his ID card out of his wallet. After taking it, the officer looked at Natalie. Natalie opened her evening bag and produced a U.S. passport. After checking the passport, the officer's expression turned noticeably more serious. Disputes involving foreign nationals were inherently troublesome. Add to that a man with a dislocated wrist and an accusation of corporate crime. If it wasn't handled properly, this would be more than a routine public order dispute. Yifei, your documents. Yifei felt his suit pocket. He hadn't been able to use that old Chinese ID card for a long time. His Gamajila passport was in the suitcase in the suite upstairs. He hadn't brought it with him when he left. I didn't bring it. Wang Feng's spirits lifted at once when he heard that. He doesn't dare produce it. Officer, his name is Yifei. He used to be an employee at my company earning just a few thousand yuan a month. Now he somehow scraped up a Gamajila citizenship and is using a tiny island country's identity to come back and swindle people. He definitely still has Chinese citizenship too. That's dual nationality. Take him back and investigate now. Zheng Shui, standing at the edge of the crowd, chimed in as well. Right? Just now upstairs he transferred $10 million, saying it was an advance payment for clothing procurement. A man so poor he couldn't pay rent suddenly has this much money. There's definitely something wrong. Chen Yu tugged her arm. Don't get involved. Zheng Shui shook his hand off. Did I say something wrong? The officer closed his notebook. He didn't bring his papers and both sides have different accounts. Come back to the station with us to assist the investigation. 2 young officers stepped forward. Natalie shifted slightly on her feet, her shoulders and back tensing. Yifei raised his hand to stop her. Don't move. Natalie stopped. Yifei lowered his voice. This is Beijing. We'll do things by the book. Natalie stepped back to where she had been. Yifei turned to the officer. I'm willing to cooperate. However, wait 2 minutes. Someone is coming to confirm my identity. Wang Feng sneered. Still acting. Besides tricking Zhang Chao into backing you up, who else can you call? Hurried footsteps came from the elevator. Zhang Chao in a dark red toasting suit, his bow tie pulled loose, reeked of alcohol. As soon as he emerged from the elevator, he saw Wang Feng sitting on the floor and Yi Fei surrounded by police. Zheng Shui hurried over to stop him. Zhang Chao, don't go over there. Boss Wang says Yi Fei stole company secrets and the police are about to take him away. If you jump in now, you might get yourself dragged into it. Zhang Chao brushed her aside. Get out of my way. Old Yi is my brother. Who do you think you are to run your mouth here? He pushed through the crowd and planted himself squarely in front of Yi Fei. Officer, there's definitely a misunderstanding here. Zhang Chao took out a pack of cigarettes and was about to offer one, but the officer raised a hand to stop him. Comrade, please cooperate with law enforcement and do not obstruct official duties. Zhang Chao quickly put the cigarettes away. Cooperate? Absolutely, I'll cooperate. But my brother is no criminal. I know how much he had to put up with at Wang Feng's company. And now this Wang is turning the tables on him. Utterly shameless. Wang Feng, gritting his teeth through the pain, sat on the floor and shouted curses. Zhang Chao, stop playing the loyal brother here. Yi Fei stole my company's files and hurt me. Whoever comes won't change that. Zhang Chao was so furious he charged forward. Two officers immediately held him back. The lobby erupted into chaos again. Wang Feng was shouting for a case to be filed. Zhang Chao cursed Wang Feng, calling him worthless. Zheng Shui stood behind him, adding fuel to the flames. The hotel security guards didn't dare step in. They could only keep onlookers at bay and stop people from moving closer. Yi Fei rubbed his temples. This wedding he thought would never be peaceful for Zhang Chao now. He was just about to pull Zhang Chao away when the revolving door of the hotel was pushed open. High heels struck the tile floor with a clear, decisive click. Zhou Jianing, wearing a dark professional suit with her hair in a neat ponytail and carrying a black briefcase, strode straight into the crowd. She ignored Wang Feng and didn't even look at Zhang Chao. She stopped before the officer in charge opened her briefcase and took out an identification document. Comrade Officer. Zhou Jianing, Department of North American and Oceanian Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The officer took the document and examined it. After confirming its validity, he immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Zhou Jianing put the document away and turned toward Yi Fei. Mr. Yi Fei's identity has been registered with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is a visiting distinguished guest of the Kingdom of Gamajila, and this trip constitutes an unofficial diplomatic visit. The lobby fell silent. Zhang Chao stood where he was, most of his drunkenness gone. The bag in Zheng Shui's hand slipped from her grip and hit the floor. Chen Yu bent to pick it up, his fingers touching the strap, yet he did not rise at once. Wang Feng sat on the floor, his breathing turning ragged. He stared at the credential in Zhou Jianing's hand, then looked at Yi Fei. How could Yi Fei, the man he had bossed around the man who didn't dare complain when his salary was docked, have become a foreign VIP? After all, it was 2026, not just any foreigner could be a distinguished guest of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Zhou Jianing faced the officer, her tone calm. With regard to this dispute, please investigate the facts as the law requires. Mr. Yi Fei is willing to cooperate in making a statement and to submit the relevant materials. However, if the matter involves measures restricting a foreign VIP's personal freedom, please coordinate first with the Municipal Bureau's Foreign Affairs Division and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The officer nodded. Understood. Zhou Jianing turned to Yi Fei. Mr. Yi, did you bring the materials? Yi Fei removed his black-rimmed glasses and placed them in the inner pocket of his suit. Then he produced a silver USB drive and handed it to Zhou Jianing. I did. This is a formal report. Zhou Jianing took the USB drive. The report is against whom? Wang Feng and the companies under his name. Yi Fei looked down at Wang Feng. Within the past 3 years, issuing false VAT invoices, evading taxes, bid rigging, and colluding in tenders. He also sold substandard firefighting equipment as qualified products to old residential communities and municipal projects. There are also transfer records, audio recordings, and chat logs of bribes paid to project leaders. According to preliminary calculations, the total amount is around 150 million yuan. Wang Feng's breath hitched. He braced his hands against the floor, but his palms slipped, and he collapsed backward. Those accounts, he had hidden them well. Access to the finance computers had been compartmentalized. He had never let Yi Fei anywhere near the key contracts. Yi Fei was just an errand boy sales rep. How the hell had he obtained these things? Wang Feng lifted his head, his voice quavering. You're framing me. You drew up those bid documents yourself. You were the one who delivered the money and worked the connections. If it really gets investigated, you can't escape either. Zhang Chao's face changed. Old Yi, is what he said true? Yi Fei did not sidestep the question. He looked at the officer in charge. As for what Wang Feng said, the police are welcome to check. Everything I handled, signed, or illegally profited from during my employment can all be checked. The USB drive also has chat records proving I refused to take part in illegal bidding and asked for written procedures to be kept. It also contains recordings of Wang Feng using wage deductions and threats of dismissal to force employees to run his errands. Wang Feng's face fell apart. He had never expected Yi Fei to have kept evidence and to have placed himself under investigation as well. Yi Fei walked over to Wang Feng. Boss Wang, didn't you just say that even if the King of Heaven came today, it would be useless? That's right. For anyone who breaks the law, no one can save them. Wang Feng gritted his teeth. You think changing your nationality will wipe your slate clean? Yi Fei stopped in front of him. The nationality changed, but the person did not. I won't use my status to escape what I've done. And what I haven't done you can't pin on me. He raised a hand and pointed toward the USB drive in Zhou Jianning's hand. You say I paid kickbacks. Write it out clearly item by item in front of the police, the time, the place, the amount, and the person who received it. If you can't write it out, then it's a false accusation. Wang Feng opened his mouth to speak. Not a single word would come out. The officer took the USB drive from Zhou Jianning and handed it to a colleague to be registered and sealed. Wang Feng is suspected of false accusation, bribery, and selling substandard products. We will investigate according to law. As for the scene of the conflict, we'll first pull the hotel surveillance footage. Mr. Yifei, please leave a way for us to contact you at any time. If we need to verify anything later, we will reach out in accordance with the law. Yifei nodded. Okay. The officer turned to Wang Feng. Your wrist needs to be treated at a hospital first. Afterwards, you'll come back with us to explain matters. Wang Feng sat on the ground, his back soaked with cold sweat. He finally realized that the police he had summoned today might not be here to take Yifei away. They were here instead for him. Police lights swept across the hotel glass doors several times as two patrol cars pulled out of the parking area. Wang Feng settled into the back seat, his right hand encased in a splint, his expression even grimmer than the car door itself. His illicit dealings had gone along with him into the police car. The lobby gradually filled with voices again. Zhang Xiao stood rooted to the spot, his toast suit hopelessly wrinkled, his bow tie askew. He watched the direction the police car had vanished, then turned to look at Yifei. Xing Shui and Shen Yu still stood not far away. Xing Shui clutched her bag in white-knuckled hands, her palms slick with sweat. Just moments ago, she had been the loudest voice, first accusing Yifei of putting on an act, then helping Wang Feng pin the label of commercial espionage on him. Now that the foreign affairs officials had arrived, and Wang Feng had been taken away by the police, she could barely stand. Shen Yu tugged at her twice. Let's go. Zhang Shui didn't dare make another sound. The two of them shuffled along the wall toward the side door, without even a word of farewell. Yifei didn't look back. This kind of person daring to make a scene today had clearly thought he was still the pushover he'd always been. Now that the matter was settled, wasting time on them would only delay his real work. Let's go. Yifei clapped Zhang Chao on the shoulder. Find somewhere to sit. Zhang Chao nodded and followed him toward the coffee area on the side of the lobby. Natalie hung back behind the two of them, first scanning all the entrances and exits, then confirming the positions of the elevators and side door. The three of them sat down. Yifei ordered 2 Americanos, and Natalie only asked for a bottle of mineral water. Zhang Chao pressed both hands flat on the table, his thumbs rubbing back and forth. Old Yi, those things that just happened. None of it was an act, right? Yifei slipped off his suit jacket and draped it over the back of his chair. No. That Zhou Jianning. Is she really from the Foreign Affairs Department? Yes. She also said you're a visiting dignitary from Gamajela. Zhang Chao paused. And just now you also said you're actually a king. Yes. Zhang Chao sat motionless for over a dozen seconds before raising a hand to touch his forehead. A king? You are goddamn kidding me. A guest at the next table glanced over at him. Zhang Chao lowered his voice and leaned forward. For 4 years in college I treated you to Malatang, and you wouldn't even spring for a tea egg. After graduation, when I asked you out to dinner, the first thing you asked was whether we could use a group buying coupon. And now you're telling me you're of royal blood. Yifei lifted the Americano the server had just delivered and took a sip. I only found out a few days ago. What exactly happened? Yifei didn't hold back any longer. His great-uncle had searched for relatives scattered throughout China before his death, and the Sharif family had only him as the remaining descendant. The Gamajela throne had ultimately fallen to him. He skipped over the system and only told the parts he could share. Zhang Chao listened in utter disbelief. The Central Pacific Ocean. A narrow, elongated island nation spanning 1 million square kilometers. 1 million people. $9 billion in foreign debt. The northern and central regions blanketed in toxic fog. The capital, Brad, consisted only of a crumbling port and airport and a population that couldn't feed itself. The server set down the coffee and left. Zhang Chao grabbed his cup and took a long gulp. The bitterness hit him, and he set the cup down with a grimace. This isn't being a king. This is being a project manager, plus carrying $90 billion in debt. 90 billion, man. If I sold you, it wouldn't even cover the interest. Yifei didn't take the bait. Zhang Chao was silent for a moment, then his tone grew serious. Then why did you still transfer me $10 million? That's a different matter altogether. Bullshit. Zhang Chao slammed his palm on the table. You can't even feed your own people, and I accepted your money. I'll return that $10 million right now. The clothes from my factory. Consider them a donation to Gamajela. Yifei set down his coffee cup. What's your production capacity? Running all lines at full capacity, we can do over 100,000 sets per month. Gamajela has 1 million people. Yifei tapped twice on the tabletop. The first batch of work clothes is 20,000 sets prioritized for port workers, road construction crews, farmers, and fishermen. Later there will be school uniforms, police uniforms, medical gowns, hotel linens, and industrial protective wear. Zhang Chao's hand froze in midair. Yifei continued calculating. Fishermen go out to sea year-round. Their clothes need to withstand salt and alkali. Construction crews working in the mountains need sun protection, moisture resistance, abrasion resistance, and breathability. Missing any one of these won't work. Once the industrial zones are built, we'll also need high-temperature work suits. You can donate 1 batch. But what about the next few years? Are you going to tear down your factory and use it as raw materials for me? Zhang Chao opened his mouth, but couldn't retort. He pulled out his phone, opened the calculator, and his fingers flew. The most basic t-shirts, shorts, and underwear, $10 per set in costs. 1 million sets would be $10 million. And that's only the cheapest everyday clothing. Zhang Chao put his phone down. Specialty fabrics, labor, accessories, quality inspection, ocean freight storage, plus clothing size variations and inventory loss. Old Yi, this isn't just one order. This is a long-term supply system. Yi Fei nodded. That's right, so don't talk to me about donations. What I need is a stable, qualified supplier who can deliver on time. I'll pay by milestone, and you take your profit margin. But there's one condition. The goods can't have any problems. Zhang Chao looked up. You have my word. I'll pull back some of the factory orders back home and personally oversee this batch. Fabric, stitching, accessories, random inspections, all will meet export standards. Anyone who dares to slip substandard goods into this batch, I'll be the one to send them to prison myself. Yi Fei raised his coffee cup and clinked it with Zhang Chao's. Now that's what I call a brother. Zhang Chao held his paper cup, but didn't rush to drink. He looked down at Yi Fei's old suit, worn so much it had faded, and his heart ached. This man used to be so poor he couldn't afford a decent meal. Now that he had money, the first thing he did wasn't to buy a house or a car, nor to upgrade his wardrobe. It was to buy work clothes for 1 million people. Zhang Chao cleared his throat. Old Yi, your country is this poor. The port needs fixing, the airport needs expanding, and now you're buying clothes. Where's the money coming from? He lowered his voice. Did your great-uncle really leave you a gold mine? Yi Fei's hand holding the coffee stopped. He thought of Brad's streets, of the half-abandoned airport, and of Anya sitting in her office doing calculations. That woman would stretch a single dollar into two. A gold mine. If Gamajela really had a gold mine, could it have racked up $9 billion in debt? It's a family legacy. Yi Fei set down his cup. Earmarked for specific purposes. Zhang Chao stared at him for a long time. What you're saying sounds even less believable than Wang Feng's bullshit. Yi Fei ignored him. The phone on the table buzzed. Zhang Chao glanced at the screen, and his expression suddenly turned strange. He slid the phone toward Yi Fei. Take a look at this. The screen showed an SMS message. Heartbeat Frequency Production Team, dear Mr. Yi Fei, your application for Season 3 of Heartbeat Frequency has passed the initial screening. Please confirm whether you will participate in the filming on the 7th of next month within 3 days. Yi Fei nearly spat out his coffee. He grabbed a napkin and wiped his hands. What the hell is this? A wildly popular dating show. Zhang Chao couldn't hold back a laugh. A few months ago you were working overtime every day and didn't even have time for blind dates. I saw that this show provides accommodation and appearance fees, so I just filled out your information. Now that you're a king, this crappy show is way beneath you, right? I declined on your behalf. Yi Fei was about to nod when his hand stopped. What did Gamajela lack? Money, people, and a chance for the world to see it. A country without routes, without ports, without industrial foundations could be built up gradually. But if no one knew it existed, tourists wouldn't come, investors wouldn't come, and overseas orders wouldn't come either. No matter how beautiful the 18 surrounding islands were hidden in a corner of the map, they couldn't generate a single dollar in foreign exchange. Wait. Zhang Chao looked up. What are you going to do now, eh? Who are the other guests? Zhang Chao froze for a few seconds. Why are you asking? Are you really going to participate? Answer the question. Zhang Chao pulled up the SMS attachment. There's a mysterious top celebrity. The exact name hasn't been released. It's a full livestream broadcast. Last season's peak concurrent viewers broke 10 million. The production team also announced that this season will feature guest-selected destinations. Whoever secures a special filming location will be the lead of the first episode. Yi Fei leaned back in his chair. The 7th of next month. Port dredging would be nearly complete. Work uniform production lines could launch. The two brand new A350s from Sichuan Airlines resale should be ready for handover with their new paint jobs nearly done. Anya had mentioned that there were luxury resorts in Brad and on the outer islands that had been abandoned for years. With urgent repairs, they should be usable. The timeline wasn't generous, but it would barely suffice. Natalie set down her mineral water. Boss reality show productions involve complex personnel with numerous security blind spots. With your status, this type of activity carries a level A risk rating. I need to obtain complete personnel files from the production team, filming plans, real-time movement routes, and security clearance in advance. If the filming location is set in Gamajela, the Blackwater Alpha team must be deployed ahead of time. Zhang Chao nodded vigorously. This time I'm on the beautiful bodyguard's side. You're a head of state going on a dating show. It would blow up the entire internet. Plus you're still wearing those glasses. The production team probably thinks you're just an ordinary office drone. Once the show airs and your identity gets revealed, won't people call you out for pretending to be poor to trick the female guests? Yi Fei took off his black-framed glasses and slipped them into his suit's inner pocket, then ran a hand through his hair. Zhang Chao stopped mid-sentence. This guy was seriously handsome without his glasses. Yi Fei tapped the phone screen. Reply to the production team. Zhang Chao's throat bobbed. You're really confirming? Oh, confirm. Yi Fei paused. Add one condition. Make the first episode's filming location the Kingdom of Gamajela with all travel expenses waived. The text message had barely been sent when Zhang Chao's phone buzzed again. A string of unfamiliar numbers appeared on the screen. After Zhang Chao answered, he immediately passed the phone to Yi Fei. It's for you, the director of the Heartbeat Frequency production team. Zhang Chao handed over the phone. On the screen, a string of Beijing landline numbers flashed. Yi Fei took the phone and pressed speaker. Mr. Yi Fei. The woman spoke rapidly. I'm Chen Lin, Chief Director of Heartbeat Frequency. Director Chun. Yifei leaned back in his chair and picked up the paper coffee cup. I've reviewed your terms. The outdoor location will be in Gamajala, and all travel expenses are waived. The sound of keyboard clacking came through the phone. I just finished checking the information. In the center of the Pacific, 1,000,000 square kilometers, 18 ring islands. The scenery is indeed rare. Chen Lin paused for a beat. But the online data also says Gamajala is burdened with $9 billion in debt. The north and central regions are sealed off by toxic fog. The airport is half abandoned, and the harbor hasn't been maintained for years. You're asking me to send dozens of people, equipment, and performers to a country where we can't even find complete information. Zhang Chao sat nearby, his hands nearly sweating from rubbing them together. Natalie leaned back in her chair, her hand resting beside her evening clutch, watching the cafe entrance and exit. Yifei finished his coffee and set the paper cup back on the table. Violate International Airport has a 4E runway, wide-body aircraft can land. The port is undergoing dredging and repairs. As for accommodation on the south shore of the main island, there is a Bay Resort hotel that has been closed for 3 years. The main structure is fine. Once utilities are restored, it will be usable. Offshore, there's also an overwater villa resort. The first phase may not be ready in time, but the second phase can be arranged. The other end of the line fell silent. Chen Lin stopped typing. Mr. Yi, you're just a non-celebrity guest registered for this season. What makes you guarantee the hotel can be repaired before filming starts? And what gives you the right to offer the venue for free on behalf of Gamajala? Zhang Chao held his breath and turned to look at Yifei. Yifei tapped his fingers on the table twice. Because I am the current king of the kingdom of Gamajala. Soft music played in the cafe. Zhang Chao had heard this once before, but it still seemed just as absurd now. The line was silent for half a minute. Chen Lin finally spoke. Mr. Yifei, I have 3 alternative locations in hand. Filming starts on the 7th of next month, and the entire team's schedule is already set. If you're joking with me, I'll hang up right now. 8 o'clock in the morning, 3 days from now. Yifei gave the time directly. There's a direct flight from the capital's airport to Belate. You can bring your producer and location manager to scout the place. The airport, port, hotel, and outer islands. Look at anything you want. If the conditions don't meet expectations, the production team can switch locations immediately, and I'll cover the round-trip airfare and accommodation. If the conditions are sufficient, the venue is free for you. Chen Lin was silent for a moment. Free, Yifei added. But during filming, Gamajala's port reconstruction, road construction, and supply distribution must be captured in the shots. Zhang Chao was stunned. So this guy wasn't just looking for a production team. He intended to use the dating show as a promotional film. Chen Lin understood as well. You want to use the show to promote the kingdom. Mutual benefit. Yifei leaned back in his chair. You need a filming location that hasn't been done to death. And I need more people to know about Gamajala. Chen Lin opened her laptop. The page still showed a few photos of the outer islands. White sand beaches, seawater, abandoned, overwater bungalows. Season 3 was her last chance to turn things around. Sanya had been done, Phuket had been done, and Hokkaido had been done too. If she chose another conventional island, the audience wouldn't buy it. But Gamajala was different. It was mysterious enough and dangerous enough. Fine. Chen Lin made her decision. 3 days from now, I'll personally bring the producer and location manager there. Send me the flight information. It's a deal. Yifei hung up. Zhang Chao leaned over and gave a thumbs up. Lao Yi, with your nerve, it's a shame you're not a con artist. Get lost. Yifei tossed the phone back. Hurry up on that batch of clothes. Each day late, I'll deduct $100,000. Zhang Chao's face fell. You really don't treat your brother like a person anymore. You still owe me money for 2 hot pot meals. That's called a favor. Yifei stood up. An overdue order is called breach of contract. Beijing Starlight Media Tower. Chen Lin hung up the phone and sat motionless in her office chair. 3 alternative location plans were laid out on the desk. Maldives, Bali, Okinawa. All safe choices. Also places audiences had seen countless times. Chen Lin opened the drawer and stuffed the 3 plans inside. Xiaolu, the assistant, pushed the door open. Director Chun, check the flights to Belate, the capital of Gamajala, 3 days from now. The assistant paused. Gamajala. If you can't find flight information, contact Sichuan Airlines. We're going to see the island in person. The assistant stood at the door holding her phone, not moving. Director Chun, are we really going? We're going. Chen Lin picked up her phone and dialed another number. The phone rang 4 times. Director Chun. The girl's voice sounded a bit lazy with the sound of a hairdryer in the background. Reba, getting ready. Just finished a magazine shoot, about to take off my makeup. Is the location decided? There's a new option. Chen Lin walked to the window. The kingdom of Gamajala. The hairdryer stopped. Gamajala. Reba laughed. Director Chen, are you taking me to eat hot pot? Gamajala is a Pacific island nation. Chen Lin didn't respond to the joke. It has 18 ring islands, primitive overwater bungalows, and a coastline that has barely been developed. The location the production team has in mind is on the south shore of the capital Belate. The conditions still need to be confirmed on site. Sounds good. Reba removed her hair clips and placed them on the vanity. Then let's go check it out. Don't agree so fast. Chen Lin laid the risks on the table. This country is very poor, burdened with $9 billion in debt. The north has toxic fog, and there's little information online. The local hotel's medical care and transportation support can only be confirmed after the site inspection. The makeup room fell quiet. Reba waved for the makeup artist to leave first, then picked up a tablet and searched for Gamajala. Few entries. On the brink of bankruptcy. The Sharif family. 1 million people. Toxic fog. No records of war, no records of terrorist attacks. She scrolled down and stopped at an aerial photo of an outer island. White sand stretched to the sea, overwater bungalows half-soaked in the water. She had been on too many shows. Private islands, yachts, beach villas. She almost had the routine memorized. Director Chun, you go scout first. If the safety and accommodation are fine, I'll join. Chun Lin sighed in relief. It probably won't compare to a domestic 5-star hotel. As long as I can shower and sleep, it's not a big problem. Reba leaned back on the sofa. Recording a show in a place where no one knows me. That's pretty refreshing. All right, wait for my message. The call ended. Her manager pushed the door open holding 2 scripts. Was that Chun Lin just now? Yeah, we were talking about locations. Maldives or Bali. Gamajala. The manager's motion of flipping through the script stopped. Where? In the center of the Pacific, a country on the verge of bankruptcy. The manager put the scripts on the table. Don't mess around. What's the medical care like there? What about security? Has the production team prepared for that? Director Chin will scout the location in 3 days. Reba took a sip of warm water. We'll decide after confirming everything is fine. The manager wanted to say more, but Reba had already lowered her head to continue browsing the materials. The country whose land was mostly shrouded in toxic fog piqued her interest. In the cafe, Yifei finished the last sip of coffee and stood up. Let's go. Zhang Chao also stood up. Are you really going to record a dating show? A free promotional channel. Why not use it? Yifei picked up his suit jacket. The port needs repairing, roads need paving, and supplies need distributing. The production crew will carry their cameras over and capture it all. Zhang Chao scratched his head. Will the audience enjoy a dating show filming all this? The show films the guests. Yifei put on his jacket. Outside the show, it captures the country. Only when people see it will they come. Natalie pushed open the glass door of the cafe. Sunlight fell on Yifei's washed-out faded suit jacket. Zhang Chao washed his back, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. During 4 years of university, Yifei would calculate coupons for half a day before treating someone to a meal. Now for a country, this guy dared to pack top celebrities, a production team, a port, and an airport all into one deal. Yifei walked to the hotel's revolving door, turned back, and shouted, "Speed up the clothes. Send a batch back with the plane first. 1 day late, deduct $100,000. Zhang Chao was so angry he cursed, "You bastard." Outside the hotel, the Beijing wind had turned a bit cold. A black Hongqi H9 was parked on the roadside. Zhou Jining stood by the car holding a black briefcase. "Miss Zhou, you haven't left yet. Waiting for you." Zhou Jining opened the rear door. "Get in and talk." Yifei bent down and got in. Natalie entered from the other side and sat in the passenger seat, first confirming the driver's identity before pulling her hand back. The Hongqi H9 merged into traffic. Zhou Jining took out a document from her briefcase. Wang Feng's case has been taken over by the Municipal Bureau's Economic Crime Investigation Division. The evidence chain you submitted is very complete. He won't be out for a while. Yifei took the document and placed it on his lap. "Sorry for the trouble. All in a day's work." Zhou Jining pulled out another itinerary. At 8 in the morning 3 days from now, an A350 flight operated by Sichuan Airlines will take off from Capital Airport and fly directly to Bulate. Yifei rubbed his forehead. "Another expense." Secretary Zhou, does the Foreign Ministry's Department of Oceania Affairs have an Overseas Poverty Alleviation Fund? Zhou Jining paused. Gamajala has just established diplomatic relations with China. Aid projects need to go through project initiation, evaluation, and approval. At the earliest, it will take half a year. Half a year? Yifei leaned back into the seat. "Forget it then. I'll earn it myself." Zhou Jining put away the file and took out another list. "There's one more thing. The Department of Oceania Affairs has organized 30 volunteer teachers from Chinese as a foreign language programs at major universities in Beijing to go to Gamajala on the same flight as you. At the same time, there are 30 medical workers and the 100 military officers you previously applied for. These 160 people will travel to Gamajala together. Additionally, there will be leaders from certain central state-owned enterprises, private companies, and the foreign ministry traveling there one after another. You may need to speed up the hotel renovation progress." Yifei nodded. He didn't look at the list. After all, he didn't know anyone on it. It wasn't as if he could kick someone off the list by looking. Meanwhile, in the graduate dormitory of Peking University, Li Wanqi received the final list from her advisor. She was one of 3 volunteers from Peking University. Outside the car window, city lights receded into the distance, and a plane flew overhead. 3 days later at 8 in the morning, she would take another flight to the distant Pacific island nation of Gamajala. 3 days later, the A350 bound for Bulate at the capital airport was about to take off. Yet Yifei had set aside the next afternoon for Shanghai. The Hongqi H9 pulled into the underground garage of the Peninsula Beijing. Natalie got out first, checked the garage entrances, camera positions, and safety passages, and only then opened the rear door. "Boss, tomorrow's schedule is packed." She followed Yifei into the elevator, the schedule listed on her tablet. At 9 in the morning, confirmed the uniform fabric sizes and delivery milestones with Zhang Chao. At 11, meet with the Sichuan Airlines representative to sign the aircraft transfer agreement. The afternoon is free for now. The elevator doors opened. Yifei walked into the penthouse suite, took off his washed-out old suit, and draped it over the arm of the sofa. He loosened his tie, walked to the bar, and poured a glass of ice water. His phone vibrated continuously. Anya's encrypted email had arrived. The email contained 3 documents. The first was the CEO candidate list for Carmagala Royal Airlines. The opening pages were filled with executives from legacy carriers such as Delta, Cathay Pacific, and Qantas. The resumes were impressive. They had managed international routes, led fleet expansion, negotiated airport resources, and won industry awards. Yifei flipped to the final page and stopped. Wang Jia, president of Spring Airlines. Yifei dialed Anya's international dedicated line. Among all those major airline executives, you slipped in a low-cost carrier president. He drank some ice water. We're building premium island tourism. You want to bring in someone who counts the cost of a bottle of water to run a royal airline. The sound of papers rustling came through the phone. He understands the Chinese market. Anya's Chinese was still standard, her voice a little hoarse. When Bilad Airport resumes operations, there will be no international connecting traffic. Our first batch of customers can only come from Chinese tourists. A person who understands Chinese tourists' route pricing and distribution costs is more useful than one who understands wine and how to drink claret at receptions. Yifei said nothing. Anya continued. Wang Jia has reached the ceiling at Spring Airlines. With the founding family above him, major decisions are not his to make. Give him the chairman position at Royal Airlines and full management authority. He may not be willing to stay where he is. Yifei pulled up Wang Jia's public resume. Spring Airlines could keep fares extremely low, not by handing out one less bottle of water, but by squeezing route utilization, crew scheduling, fleet dispatch, procurement costs, and distribution expenses down to the finest detail. A man like that may not be suited to head up service at a premium airline, but he is very suited to hold down costs. Yifei set down his water glass. All right, Natalie, I'll fly to Shanghai tomorrow afternoon to meet him. Anya did not linger. The second file is the livery and cabin design. Yifei opened the attachment. A side view of an A350 appeared on the screen. The fuselage was mostly white with the vertical tail painted in Mars green and a cartoon fish printed in the center. Along the fuselage was a line in English, Carmagala Royal Airlines. What is this fish design? King salmon. Anya paused. 50 years ago the Shun River was clean, and every year large numbers of king salmon migrated from the sea into the river to spawn. After the United Nations helped build a dam, the migration route was cut off, and the king salmon never appeared again. Between electricity and a king salmon that could only sell a little each year, the kingdom could only give up on the king salmon. The old king once wanted to put it on the national flag. Yifei zoomed in on the design. The cartoon fish had rounded, smooth lines and restrained colors. Too plain. Paint the whole fuselage Mars green. Put a large cartoon king salmon at the nose like the ANA A380's giant sea turtle and blue whale. When the plane sits at Capital Airport or Pudong Airport, passengers walking into the terminal should recognize it as Carmagala's aircraft. The other end of the line went quiet for a few seconds. A full aircraft special livery costs at least 50% more per plane. For a 6-aircraft fleet, that is not a small sum. Yifei stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Even if we don't run ads, we still need people to remember Carmagala. King Salmon, Mars Green, Royal Airlines. These elements have to be planted in travelers' minds first. Every dollar spent must at least buy back search volume, discussion, and route recognition. This expense can be justified. Anya did not immediately argue. Yifei opened the third document. The A350 cabin layout plan. Dense rows of seats, all in a 333 economy configuration. Is this the original Sichuan Airlines cabin? A high-density layout increases capacity and spreads the cost per flight. Rip it out. We're going to be a premium full-service airline. Yifei placed the tablet on the bar. Reconfigure the first 2 new aircraft with 42-121 fully flat business seats, 24 premium economy seats, and 187 economy seats. For the next 4 used aircraft entering the facility for modification, apply the same standard. For in-flight connectivity, implement the Starlink access plan. For anything involving approvals and route country permits, arrange contacts in advance. Anya raised her voice. No. A single premium fully flat business class seat costs nearly $100,000 at purchase. Add the entertainment system, interior panels, wiring, network equipment, and labor, and the retrofit for 1 aircraft costs at least $10 million. 6 aircraft means $60 million. That money is enough to advance the second phase of the Deepwater Port project. Yifei took off his black-rimmed glasses and placed them on the coffee table. Anya, the Sichuan Airlines operated flight in 3 days stays unchanged. The inaugural flight goes as planned. Schedule the cabin modifications around the delivery windows. Start with 2 aircraft, then send the remaining 4 into the facility one by one. It won't delay the current routes. The line was silent. Yifei pressed on. We are in the premium island tourism business. Beijing to Bilad is 8 hours. If paying customers suffer through the entire flight, they'll only want to sleep in their rooms when they land. Who would still go yachting, book a dive, or tour the outer islands? Airfare is not a standalone money-making business. If the plane is comfortable, travelers will be willing to keep spending in Carmagala. I will make up the port's funding. We cannot cut corners on the airline's positioning. Anya kept her voice low. But the account. You will monitor the costs and progress. Where we can save, you save. Where we must invest, I decide. Click. The call ended. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Kingdom of Carmagala Bilad. The clock had just passed midnight. Anya placed her phone face down on the office desk. Spread across the desk were more than a dozen financial statements. The 150 million infrastructure advance Yifei had wired in the past few days had already covered the deposit for port dredging equipment payments for heavy machinery and large amounts of overdue wages. The balance in the treasury account was not ample. She opened the bottom drawer and took out an unlabeled bottle of vodka. After twisting off the cap, she drank directly from the bottle. She was not opposed to building the port, buying the planes, or developing tourism. What she feared was where the money came from. Yifei came by money too easily. So easily that it gave her no sense of security at all. China had only just established diplomatic relations with Karmagala. If this money came from some invisible arrangement, then the way Yifei was spending it would eventually write the port, the airline, the land, and the treasury into the terms others imposed. Karmagala already carried $9 billion in foreign debt. She could not let the country the Shuri family had left behind take on another debt it could never repay. Anya put down the vodka bottle and opened her computer. A blank document appeared on the screen. The title was already typed: National Fiscal Expenditure Approval System. Her phone suddenly lit up. Yifei's WeChat messages popped up one after another. The resort hotels on the East Coast that are closed. Immediately arrange emergency repairs to the water and electricity and renovate the guest rooms. Inspect the main structures of the overwater bungalows on the offshore islands and refurbish every one that can be used. Don't be afraid to spend money. Speed is critical. On the 7th of next month, the production crew is coming to scout locations. Anya picked up her phone, her finger hovering over the input box. She was just about to send it. Your Majesty, the infrastructure advance payment is almost exhausted. Do you think I'm a money printer? Without money, what are we going to repair with? The message had not been sent. At the top of the screen, a top priority notification popped up. It wasn't WeChat. It was the Karmagala National Treasury account. Add 00051000000000. 00 USD was credited to your account. Remit a Yifei. Anya's hand, still hovering over the send button, did not press down. On the treasury account page, the number after the balance had changed. The vodka still sat at the edge of the desk. That questioning message was never sent. At the top of the notification bar, Yifei's 3 commands were still hanging there. The gym on the top floor of the Hyatt. The treadmill was still running. Yifei, clad in a gray athletic tee, maintained a pace of 15. Sweat traced its way down his chin, splattering into beads upon the control panel. Having left the wedding venue yesterday, and then gone straight into negotiations for a garment factory, an airline, and a production crew, the old Yifei wouldn't have mustered the willpower to even rise from bed today. Nearly 10 kilometers in, his breathing remained even. Natalie lingered by the doorway, an encrypted message flashing across her tablet. The Cinder Grey Bear, captain of the Blackwater Alpha team. Sir, the advance party has secured the outer periphery of Brad Palace. Yifei tapped the deceleration button, snatched a towel, and rough-dried his face. And the Royal Guard. Military proficiency is abysmal. Grey Bear reported that nearly half of the 500 can't even grip a rifle properly. Tactical coordination is beyond them. Natalie paused, flipping to the next page. However, the physical metrics are anomalous. Yifei reached for the mineral water, twisting off the cap. In what way? Every one of the 500 cleared the loaded cross-country test. One of them bent a rusted steel pipe at the training ground with his bare hands. Natalie extended the tablet toward him. Grey Bear suspects prolonged use of some sort of enhancement drug. Yifei cast a glance over the report. The previous day's financial settlement had already been credited. Current talent tree resident, body, level 6. Six-fold enhancement of national physical quality. Eye bone density has surged. Muscular endurance has shattered the bounds of ordinary human capability. He pushed the tablet back. It's the sacred spring water. Natalie looked up. The sacred spring. That river flows from the poison fog. The water carries substantial trace elements. The kingdom's people drink heavily from it, which explains why their physiques are sturdier than those from outside. Natalie glanced down to make a note. Upon our return to Brad, I'll adjust the team's water provisions. The sacred spring water will be incorporated into our daily rations. Yifei screwed the cap back on, offering no further explanation. The workings of the system defied easy explanation. Besides, Natalie was a woman who valued results above all. If their bodies failed to transform, she'd simply conclude they hadn't drunk enough of the sacred water. 9 o'clock in the morning. The suite door swung open. Zhang Chao, dark circles bruising the skin beneath his eyes, burst in with armfuls of sample garments and dropped them onto the coffee table with a thud. Old Yi, the factory, pulled an all-nighter on these. Salt alkali resistant coating, abrasion-proof fabric. Every stitch meets export standards. Yifei lifted a short-sleeved shirt, tugging at the material. Substantial, yet breathable. The collar and cuffs were all reinforced. 200,000 sets. How soon can you deliver? 15 days. Zhang Chao unscrewed a water bottle and gulped down half of it in one go. We also have ready stock. The warehouse is sitting on 20,000 blank short sleeves, originally destined for export, unprinted and unlabeled. 300,000 yuan, and they'll be at the airport tomorrow. Yifei's mind drifted to the port of Brad. Workers waded through the muck, their bodies wrapped in blackened rags. Patches of crimson rash spread across some men's arms, their sun-peeled skin adhering to the seawater. The first batch of work uniforms wouldn't be ready for another 15 days. They couldn't afford to wait. Take it all. Zhang Chao hesitated. You mean it? Those are plain short sleeves. People need clothes first. Yifei set the sample back on the coffee table. Ship it tomorrow alongside the A350. Priority goes to the port dredging workers. The remainder goes to the road construction crews. Zhang Xiao pulled out his phone, already coordinating the warehouse loading. Old you the way you're spending money. It gives me flashbacks to my old man expanding the factory, all fire and no caution. He looked up. $10 million in upfront payment, not to mention the port equipment, the aircraft, the hotel renovation. Just how massive is this ancestral gold mine of yours? We bear the burden, whether we can or not. Yifei picked up his suit jacket. Money idle in an account won't clear the port's silt, nor will it fill hungry bellies. Zhang Xiao hesitated a moment, then stuffed his phone into his pocket. I'm off to the Jiangwo Hotel. 11 o'clock. A private dining room at the Jiangwo Hotel. Several delegates from Sichuan Airlines occupied seats at the table, their eyes ringed with the red fatigue of sleepless nights. Yifei drew out the host chair and took his seat. He had left his black-framed glasses at home today. Gentlemen, 3 items on the agenda today. He held up 3 fingers. First, the transfer of 3 additional used A350s must be completed within 10 days. Second, instruct the paint shop to execute the livery design for the 2 new aircraft. Entire fuselage in Mars green with the king salmon motif preserved on the nose cone and vertical stabilizer. Third, finalize the crew and maintenance roster today. They'll fly to Brad alongside the maiden flight. The vice president of Sichuan Airlines set down his teacup. Mr. Yi, completing the transfer of 3 wide-body aircraft in 10 days. Regulatory approval, maintenance, handover, crew reassignment. All require time. I'll cover the expedited fees. Yifei folded his hands on the tabletop. $500,000 per aircraft. The vice president remained silent. 3 planes. $1.5 million. It was no trivial sum. Yifei pressed on. Once the funds are in place, the process will move forward. 10 days from now, 3 aircraft will be touching down at Brad Airport. Failure to deliver means the termination of all subsequent route partnerships. Silence claimed the private room for a few moments. The vice president retrieved his phone and dialed the head of operations. Elevate the A350 handover to top priority. I want the timeline on my desk this afternoon. The call ended. The vice president gave Yifei a nod. In 10 days, sir, you will see those aircraft. Yifei rose and fastened his suit jacket. It's been a pleasure doing business. 1 in the afternoon. Capital Airport, Terminal 3. The flight to Shanghai was preparing to close its doors. Wang Jie was already awaiting in Shanghai. Among the CEO candidates for King Airlines put forward by Anya, this was the one Yifei valued most. Zhou Jianing trailed behind, Yifei a black briefcase in hand. She had originally booked economy. Finding the prospect of discussing business mid-flight impractical, Yifei had requested that Natalie upgrade her to business class. The narrow-body aircraft offered but 8 business-class seats. Natalie and Zhou Jianing occupied the front right row. Yifei settled into a rear window seat, the aisle chair beside him remaining vacant. Zhou Jianing opened her folder. Mr. Yi, all 30 volunteer educators and 30 medical professionals have assembled. On the Jingxi construction front, my father has detailed 20 senior engineers bringing their own surveying equipment. They'll board the flight the day after tomorrow alongside the production team's scouting unit. Yifei nodded. Zhou Jiangwo was a man who didn't dally. And the visas and route approvals. Natalie lifted her tablet. Minister Li Tay has opened an expedited channel. All processed and complete. Director Chen Lin's scouting team, 5 people total, will convene at Terminal 3 at 7 tomorrow morning. Very well. Yifei leaned back against the seat. Zhou Jianing closed her folder, asking no further questions. She understood all too well that the resources Yifei had mobilized in recent days surpassed what an ordinary small nation would accomplish in years of international cooperation. More remarkably still, this 23-year-old king held no meetings, dragged out no procedures, and required no one to draft torrents of empty rhetoric. He asked only 3 things: the cost, the timeline, the feasibility. The cabin intercom crackled to life. Ladies and gentlemen, the aircraft doors are about to close. Please fasten your seatbelts. Restlessness emanated from the economy section. Excuse me, make way. Who's that? Hats pulled down so low. Some celebrity. What are you doing filming? Aren't you annoyed? Phone camera shutters clicked relentlessly. The flight attendants hurried over to restore order. Within moments, the partition curtain between business and economy class was drawn shut. A woman entered, head bowed. A black bucket hat shadowed her features, sunglasses obscuring the upper half of her face, a black mask concealing the lower. She wore an oversized gray hoodie, a canvas bag slung over her shoulder. She made her way to the aisle seat beside. Yifei stowed her bag beneath the seat in front and collapsed back into the chair. The aircraft began to taxi. The aircraft lifted off. Once at cruising altitude, a flight attendant approached Yifei with a business class meal. Sir, your lunch. The tray was set before him. Beef, rice, fresh fruit, yogurt, bread rolls, and pickled vegetables, all arranged with precision. Yifei had logged 10 kilometers that morning, and the noon meeting had been consumed entirely with aircraft contracts. His stomach had been empty for hours. He lifted his fork and finished quickly. The portion was modest. Insufficient. Yifei turned his head toward the aisle. The woman in the gray hoodie remained asleep. Yifei pressed the call button. Has her lunch been delivered? The flight attendant glanced at the adjacent seat. Madam has been resting, sir. We haven't disturbed her. She won't be eating it. Yifei slid the empty tray aside. Give it to me. It'll go to waste otherwise. The flight attendant hesitated. It was true that one shouldn't rudely awaken a sleeping business class passenger, but handing another passenger someone else's meal, this was unprecedented. Sir, I'm afraid that's not quite proper. I'll arrange a replacement when she awakens. Yi Fei added. Surely there are extras available. The flight attendant relented, fetching a second business class meal. Steam rose from the tray, the aroma of beef drifting through the cabin. Gurgle. A muffled sound came from beside him. The woman in the gray hoodie froze. She had been rushing from morning commitments straight to the airport, hadn't so much as sipped water, and had intended to sleep through the flight. But the scent of beef rice had drawn her back to consciousness. She turned her head. Her sunglasses had slipped slightly, revealing eyes heavy with exhaustion. Her gaze fixed on the steaming bowl of beef rice before Yi Fei, then dropped to the fork in his hand, a piece of beef impaled upon it. If her half-dreaming ears hadn't deceived her, this person had just taken her lunch. The fork paused in midair. Yi Fei turned his head. The woman in the adjacent seat had awakened. Her black bucket hat was pulled low, sunglasses slid to the tip of her nose, revealing the exhaustion of a sleepless night. She wasn't looking at Yi Fei, her attention was fixed entirely on the beef on his fork. The cabin was utterly silent. The sound of her swallowing was unusually clear. Yi Fei moved the fork toward his mouth. Her head followed, lifting slightly. Yi Fei paused. She stopped as well. Business class meals were distributed by seat. This woman had slept the entire flight, and upon waking she'd zeroed in on his meal. Clearly starving. Want some? The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Fei realized. It was her meal. Him asking on her behalf was rather superfluous. But the woman nodded eagerly, her bucket hat nearly tumbling onto her lap. She didn't touch the fork in Yi Fei's hand. Her arm reached across the armrest and first swept away the vegetable salad, the yogurt, and the croissant. The salad lid was flipped open. With several swift strokes of the fork, the box was empty. The yogurt was torn open and drained in a few gulps. The croissant was broken in half and stuffed into her mouth. Yi Fei looked down at his tray. The side dishes were gone, leaving only the beef rice. The way she ate was even more frantic than when he used to wolf down steamed buns outside a shady agency's door, pressed for time. Footsteps echoed from the aisle. A flight attendant approached with a tray, intending to collect the empty cups of the passengers ahead. She glanced at this row and paused mid-step. The woman in the gray hoodie was finishing off the bread. The tray in front of Yi Fei was missing more than half its contents. The flight attendant quickly looked away and continued forward. The relationships between business class passengers were none of her concern, especially when one on the manifest was a major celebrity and another a foreign dignitary. Reba swallowed the last mouthful of bread, reached up to unscrew a bottle of water, and took several gulps. Her stomach was still empty. She removed her sunglasses, thought about calling the attendant, then lowered her hand. That flight attendant must have seen everything. Here she was, a top-tier celebrity, secretly eating a strange man's side dishes. If she pressed the call button now to ask for food, who knew what rumors would be circulating by tomorrow? She pulled her hat brim lower and turned to look out the window. But her stomach, of course, refused to spare her. Gurgle. The sound wasn't loud, but both of them heard it. Yi Fei set down his fork and pressed the call button. The flight attendant returned quickly. Sir, what do you need? Another beef rice. Yi Fei handed over the empty tray. This one wasn't enough. The flight attendant took the tray and paused for half a second. Certainly, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, the flight attendant brought a fresh meal. As the steam rose, the aroma of black pepper beef drifted out. She set down the tray and lowered her voice in reminder. Sir, this is the last main course in business class. Should you need anything further, we can only arrange the economy class chicken noodles. That's enough. Thank you. The flight attendant left. Yi Fei didn't touch his chopsticks. With one hand, he slid the tray across the armrest and stopped it in front of the woman. Reba turned her head. Her mask was pulled down to her chin and her sunglasses rested on her lap. Yi Fei finally recognized her. High-nose bridge, sharply defined features, highly distinctive. Reba, the one Zhang Chao would swipe past in 2 out of every 10 short videos while scrolling. Yi Fei betrayed no surprise. He was currently running a nation on the brink of bankruptcy, dredging harbors, reconfiguring airline cabins, rushing emergency repairs on hotels. Every last one of those was more trouble than meeting a celebrity. But to see a big star he'd known of before, and one Zhang Chao especially adored. It was just one meal. If it could buy a good impression, it was worth it. Reba looked at the tray, then at Yi Fei. This man wasn't wearing glasses, his features far more distinct than a moment ago. Seated there, he put on no airs, yet one didn't quite dare to crack casual jokes. She didn't stand on ceremony, and took the fork. Thanks. Go ahead. Reba lowered her head and began to eat. This time she was a bit more restrained. But 5 minutes later, the container was empty all the same. Not even a single grain of rice left. She pulled out a tissue, wiped her hands clean, and put her mask back on. Then she stacked the meal box, the yogurt cup, and the salad bowl one by one, and pushed them back onto Yi Fei's tray table. She even wiped the sauce off the armrest with a tissue. Having cleaned up the scene, she leaned back against her seat, arms crossed over her chest. She had reverted to that keep-your-distance demeanor. Yi Fei stared at the 3 empty containers before him and couldn't help tallying the account in his head. He had eaten 1.5 servings. She had eaten a full serving plus a heap of side dishes. When the flight attendant came to collect the trays, she'd probably take him for some freak with a monstrous appetite. Being a celebrity wasn't easy. Even a meal had to be pinned on the person next to her. Yi Fei didn't call her out. He closed his eyes and rested. The plane began its descent. The intercom crackled to life. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Please fasten your seat belts and stow your tray tables. A commotion broke out from the rear of economy class. The curtain partitioning the business cabin was pried open a crack. A phone lens poked through from behind. The flash went off a few times. Is that Reba? The flight info matches. It's definitely her. Don't crowd, yet we'll move once we land. Reba straightened in her seat, gripping the straps of her canvas bag. This was a private trip. She hadn't brought an assistant or given her team any notice. Once the flight details had been sold off, those paparazzi and sayseeing fans behind her wouldn't care about rules. If she got cornered at the jet bridge, getting away alone would be no easy task. The landing gear touched the runway. The fuselage rolled along. The jet bridge beyond the cabin door gradually came into view. The moment the seatbelt sign went dark, passengers in economy were already on their feet, pressing toward the front cabin. Please remain in your seats. The aircraft is still taxiing. The crew tried to maintain order from the rear, but their voices were quickly swallowed by the uproar. The instant the aircraft came to a halt, the partition curtain was yanked open. Reba grabbed her bag and rose, hoping to move forward first. Several ground crew members and 2 uniformed security officers entered the business cabin. The purser followed behind, holding a manifest. She stopped at Yifei's row. Mr. Yi, the ground passage is ready. Please deplane first with your party. Zhou Jining picked up his briefcase and walked to Yifei's side. Natalie rose to her feet, swept a glance over the raised phones behind, and rested her hand by her evening bag. The purser turned to face the crowded cabin. Remain in your seats, everyone. Until the VIPs have deplaned, no one is permitted to leave the cabin. The security officers set up a cordon at the partition. Several paparazzi who had pushed to the front were forced back. Why won't you let us off? Who's that man? Does money buy him a private exit? A security officer stepped forward. Step back. Cooperate with the airport's foreign affairs security operation. The noise behind subsided considerably. Foreign affairs security wasn't something ordinary passengers could casually defy. Yifei stood up and smoothed his suit jacket. He was about to leave when his peripheral vision swept to the side. Reba was still standing in the aisle. Ahead were the security guards and the VIP passage. Behind was the crowd with lenses raised. She looked as though she badly wanted to leave, but was terrified of the crowd. Yifei stopped and raised a hand toward Zhou Jining. Add one more to our party. Miss Reba will deplane with us as well. Zhou Jining raised an eyebrow, but asked no questions. He took the manifest from the purser and appended a line at the end. Reba was taken aback. Yifei turned around. Let's go. Deplane with us. Her mind in a daze. Reba followed Yifei's party off the plane first. Only once she was seated in the shuttle bus did she cover her face and finally speak. Oh great. I can't imagine what the press is going to write about me now. Reba covered her face. No sooner had she murmured it's over than her finger had already slid to her manager's number. She needed to make sure her team was prepared first. A secretly filmed video, a chance encounter at the airport, an unidentified man disembarking beside her. Any one of those phrases alone would be enough for gossip accounts to spin into a few hundred words of lurid fiction. Before she could dial, Zhou Jining reached out and blocked the top of her phone screen. Ms. Reba, please don't make this call. Reba looked up. Zhou Jining placed her black briefcase on her lap and spoke calmly. The person who rushed into the forward cabin. The airport police have already kept his information on file. The cabin crew has secured the recording timeline, and the airline's legal department will handle the covert cabin video at the same time. If you contact your team now, it will only make it harder to trace where the leak came from. Reba left her phone frozen on the dial screen. Having been in the industry for so many years, she understood the implication at once. When an ordinary celebrity was cornered by unauthorized photographers, airport security would at most maintain order. But on that plane just now, the forward cabin had been sealed off entirely. Even the passengers weren't allowed to disembark. And now it involved foreign-related security. This was no longer a simple leak of a celebrity's itinerary. Reba lowered her voice. Who exactly is he? Zhou Jining closed her briefcase. Mr. Ye's identity is sensitive. Without his permission, I'm not at liberty to disclose it. Reba didn't press any further. The minibus pulled up outside the VIP passage. Natalie got out first, walked a full circle around the vehicle, and the passage confirmed both exits were clear, then nodded to Yifei. A black Hongxi was waiting outside bearing a diplomatic reception plate. Yifei got out and straightened his suit jacket. Reba stood by the car door, canvas bag slung over her shoulder, in no hurry to leave. She had spent too many years in the entertainment world not to know every type of person. Some seized the chance to hand over business cards. Others pretended not to recognize you, then quietly asked around for your contact information. Still others behaved with perfect restraint on camera, then privately pushed their assistant's WeChat to you. She had just eaten 2 meals at Yifei's expense and used his passage to steer clear of the photographers. By any calculation, the least he could do was leave a polite word. Yifei stopped at the car door and turned. Reba instinctively straightened up. Yifei gave her a slight nod. Farewell. With that, he opened the rear door and got in. Zhou Jining entered from the other side. Natalie made one last check of the surroundings. Before closing the door, she swept a glance toward Reba's position, then took the front passenger seat. The door shut. The black Hongxi pulled out of the VIP passage and soon merged into the traffic outside the airport. Reba stood where she was, only snapping back to reality a few seconds later. Just left like that. She hadn't even asked his name. This man had eaten her meals to boot, made her a guest in the VIP passage, and then left without even leaving a contact. Reba pulled down her mask and muttered under her breath. Weirdo. The van stopped in front of her. The driver came around and took her canvas bag. Reba bent down and climbed into the van. She picked up her phone again and called her manager. Sis, don't have the PR team do anything yet. I wasn't caught on camera. A 2-second pause came through the line. Where are you now? Who brought you out? Reba sank back into her seat. In her mind flashed that diplomatic Hongqi and those two women with their strange, unidentifiable identities. I don't know, but they're definitely not ordinary people. A little more than an hour later, the black Hongqi stopped before the Spring Airlines headquarters building. Yifei pushed the door open and got out, glancing up at the building's sign. Natalie followed at his side and slightly behind the building's floor plan displayed on her tablet. Boss Wang Jie's office is on the top floor. Entrances and fire exits have been checked. No issues. Good. Yifei strode inside. Let's go see this President Wang, the man who can split a cent in half. Top floor president's office. Wang Jie stood behind a desk stacked with several documents awaiting signature. His secretary had just told him that important guests had arrived. He had expected leaders from the Civil Aviation Administration or executives dispatched by some major airline. When the door opened, the first person in was a young woman in a dark business suit. Zhou Jining took out her credentials and presented them with both hands. President Wang, Department of North American and Oceanian Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Zhou Jining. Wang Jie took the credentials, examined them carefully, and returned them. Secretary Zhou, welcome. Zhou Jining stepped half a pace to the side. This is Mr. Yifei, the reigning king of the kingdom of Gamajiala. He is here on an unofficial visit as head of state. Wang Jie paused for a beat. Gamajiala. That Pacific island nation staggering under $9 billion in foreign debt, with most of its territory enveloped in toxic mist. This young man in front of him was a king. Wang Jie recovered quickly, came around the desk, and extended both hands. Your Majesty, welcome to Spring Airlines. Yifei shook his hand briefly. President Wang, that's enough formalities. I'm here on short notice, so let's talk business. Very well, please sit. Wang Jie personally brewed tea and placed a cup in front of each of them. Yifei sat down, but didn't speak at once. He took off his black-rimmed glasses, laid them on the tea table, then picked up the teacup and turned it half a circle. President Wang, I'll lay it all out for you. Gamajala has secured 2 brand-new A350s that were originally meant for Sichuan Airlines. In addition, 4 used A350s are currently being handed over. Initial fleet 6 aircraft. Wang Jie's hand still holding the teacup froze in midair. 6 A350s. This wasn't a matter of buying a few narrow-body planes to fly regional routes. An A350 was a money-devouring beast. Procurement, modification, parts, crew, maintenance, fuel, parking. Every single item was a fortune in itself. And Gamajala was a tiny country with a population of barely 1 million and a treasury on the verge of collapse. Yifei went on. King Airlines maiden flight will be operated on behalf by Sichuan Airlines. But King Airlines won't depend on others to fly forever. Gamajala sits in the center of the Pacific, west to Asia, east to North and South America, south to Australia and New Zealand. What we're building is not a single tourist charter route. What I want is a Pacific aviation hub. Wang Jie set down the teacup. Yifei didn't pause. The first batch of passengers will be Chinese tourists. After that, North America, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Russia, Central Asia, and South America. King Airlines' future international fleet will be made up mainly of wide-body aircraft. Tourists want direct flights, and transit passengers need connections. Traffic rights, slots, channels, fleet maintenance, and service systems. Everything must be built from zero. Yifei set the teacup back on the table. This is the scale of King Airlines. The office fell quiet. Wang Jie leaned back into the sofa, already calculating in his head. 6 A350s. An all-wide-body fleet. A Pacific transit hub. It sounded enormous. Enormous, even absurd. But this young king had managed to buy aircraft and had brought a foreign ministry secretary along for the visit. He plainly hadn't come to Spring Airlines for a few basic lessons on the industry. Wang Jie rose, walked to the whiteboard, and picked up a marker. Your Majesty, let me begin with the most realistic problem. A wide-body aircraft doesn't make money just by being bought. A plane sitting on the ground burns money every day. Fuel, crew, maintenance, landing fees, inventory. Short one of them, and it can't fly. He wrote a few lines of figures on the whiteboard. The core of Spring Airlines' low-cost model isn't handing out one less bottle of water. It's breaking down every back-end cost and calculating each item separately. The more unified the fleet, the lower the pilot training, maintenance training, parts purchasing, and repair systems. Aircraft utilization must be high, scheduling must be precise, and ground support cannot lag behind. Fuel procurement, parts supply, hotel agreements, crew, layovers abroad. All of it must be locked into long-term contracts. The sales side has to stay in your own hands. Official website, app, membership system, travel agency channels. You can't simply let agents live off commissions. Wang Jie stopped writing. But King Airlines is meant to be a premium full-service carrier. Spring's high-density cabin configuration can't be copied wholesale. Business class can't be cut. Meals can't be cheap. Seats, lounges, baggage allowance, cabin service. These are the things passengers experience directly with their money. What can be saved shouldn't be saved on passengers. Yifei leaned back on the sofa and tapped the armrest twice. Then where should it be saved? Wang Jie turned around. Save where it can't be seen. Unified fleet types, shared spare parts, routes, scheduling, ground support, procurement, contracts, channel commissions, and empty seat rates. What passengers pay for is comfort. What we should cut is waste, not service. Yifei listened and nodded. Those words struck a chord in his heart. What he wanted was premium aviation, not higher ticket prices paired with a cheap box meal. Anya excelled at tightening budgets. Wang Jie excelled at finding holes in them. Put the two together, and they could settle King Airlines accounts to the last cent. Half an hour later, Wang Jie put down the marker. 2 more sheets of draft paper covered with data lay on the desk. Your Majesty, if you agree, I can have a team produce a preliminary feasibility study for King Airlines. From the first set of routes, load factor, fare, model, crew costs, and cash flow, everything can be listed. There's also a history hall on Spring Airlines' first floor. From the first chartered flight to the current cost system, all the materials are in there. Yifei stood up. No need for the exhibition hall. Wang Jie rose as well. Yifei picked up the black-rimmed glasses from the tea table, but did not put them on. President Wang, I reviewed your resume before coming. You've been at Spring Airlines for many years. Operations, costs, routes, fleet. You know every part of it. But above you is the founding family. When it comes to truly major decisions, the final call is never yours. Wang Jie said nothing. Yifei took a step forward. I'll give you complete management authority. 6A350s are only the beginning. Routes, teams, fleet plans, and cost systems, you build them. As for the traffic rights and resources that need national-level negotiation, I'll handle those. Yifei stopped in front of Wang Jie. President Wang, would you be interested in coming to King Airlines as chairman and CEO? Wang Jie did not answer immediately. Chuanqiu was his life's work. He had risen from route operations to the presidency, taken part in fleet expansion, and kept watch over aircraft materials procurement, crew scheduling, and distribution costs. But in the past 2 years, the company's meetings had become increasingly difficult. The old chairman had stepped back, and the young heir of the second generation had begun taking over the business. One thought the other old-fashioned and conservative, the other thought the first could only read spreadsheets. At the operations meeting a few days ago, the young heir had pressed him in front of a room full of executives over a difference of tens of thousands of yuan in aircraft materials procurement. Wang Jie explained his proposal 3 times. After the meeting, the young heir still had the procurement department force the price down again. He did not argue. Winning a single purchase order would change nothing. Wang Jie raised his teacup and blew the steam away. Your Majesty, Chuanqiu is my life's work. I hold a 1% stake in Chuanqiu, which at the current market value is worth nearly 400 million yuan. No matter how grand the vision you paint for me, there has to be a price that can make me leave. Yifei took off his black-rimmed glasses and tucked them into the inner pocket of his suit. $10 million. The office fell silent. Zhou Jianing paused mid-page. Wang Jie set down his teacup. Annual salary. Annual salary. Yifei leaned back into the sofa. Once you are permanently based in Bilad, your compensation will be paid under a Gamma Jala contract, and taxes will be declared in accordance with the law. The contract will contain a tax compensation clause. Your annual net take-home will be no less than $10 million. Wang Jie did not respond. Yifei continued laying out conditions. A 5-year guaranteed contract. Net profit beyond the annual operating targets will carry a 5% performance incentive for you. An Ocean View villa beside the King Hotel with permanent residence rights. Your family's medical care, education, and security will be borne by the royal family. As chairman and CEO, you will decide the operations team, route plans, fleet planning, and procurement system of King Airlines yourself. At the national level, traffic rights, airport resources, and diplomatic coordination, I'll handle them. Wang Jie tapped his knee with his fingers. $10 million net in his pocket. 5 years, that was $50 million. The profit incentive was separate. This was no longer as simple as changing jobs. Yifei did not urge him. That 1% stake in Chuanqiu won't turn into cash at once. If you really reduce your holdings, you'll need to issue announcements, time the window, and take on stock price swings and taxes. The salary I offer you will be credited monthly to a contract account. All you need to do is build King Airlines up. Wang Jie was silent for a moment. Your Majesty, this is no small matter. I need to see King Airlines books, and I also need to conduct due diligence on Gamma Jala's policies, fiscal condition, traffic rights, and airport capabilities. That can be arranged. Yifei nodded. This afternoon, Natalie will send you the fleet handover documents, airport data, fiscal support plan, and first-round route projections. Run all the checks you need. Wang Jie looked up. Yifei pushed the scratch paper back across the tea table. But before you run them, I have one question for you. Chuanqiu's all-Airbus narrow-body fleet was built up by you. How far costs could be pressed, how the aircraft should be scheduled, how to save on aircraft materials. Few people in the country know these things better than you. But do you really intend to spend the rest of your time in meeting rooms arguing over a bottle of water, a row of seats, and tens of thousands of yuan in procurement price differences? Wang Jie's hand stopped. It was hard to hear, but it was not wrong. Low-cost carriers have their value. They make flying affordable for more people and have carved out a path for Chuanqiu in the domestic market. But after more than 20 years in civil aviation, he had not been without other ambitions. Who wouldn't want to run a fully flat business class? Who wouldn't want to open intercontinental routes? Who wouldn't want to see their own aircraft parked outside the terminals of Tokyo, Los Angeles, Sydney, and Sao Paulo? At Chuanqiu, these were only pipe dreams. Yifei took the tablet and opened the world map. King Airlines' future fleet will use only Airbus wide-body aircraft. The A330neo will fly routes to Japan, Australia, and Southeast Asia. The A350-900 will fly the main routes to China, North America, and South America. The A350-1000 will fly high-density intercontinental routes. No narrow bodies. Routes with a minimum flight time of 3 hours don't need narrow bodies. Training, maintenance, materials, repairs, and procurement will all be built around the all-Airbus system. Wang Jie stared at the route map on the tablet and took a few seconds before speaking. The cost of an all-wide-body fleet is staggering. Bilad has no mature transfer passenger flow, yet the airport ground services, maintenance, and parts inventory all have to be built from zero. Buying 6 A350s doesn't mean the 6 aircraft will make money. Then there's the load factor. Without a stable source of passengers, every wide-body flight burns through a huge amount of cash. How do you plan to solve these problems? Yifei did not dodge the issue. The first 6 aircraft will be modified according to the layout already decided. 42 business class seats, 24 premium economy seats, and 187 economy seats. Before cash flow gets going, I won't recklessly burn money on ideals. Wang Jie's brow twitched. Yifei went on. Standard economy will be dropped from the future flagship fleet. Once Bilad's hotels, outer islands, overwater villas, yachts, ports, and routes are running steadily. The flagship routes will keep only premium economy, business class, and first class. King Airlines doesn't fill seats with low ticket prices. What we sell is airline tickets, hotels, dining, outer islands, yachts, and transfer services. Yifei tapped the location of Gamajala on the tablet. This is in the center of the Pacific. To the west is Asia, to the north North America, to the east South America, and to the south Australia and New Zealand. For people flying from China to South America, many have to go via the Middle East, Europe, or North America, taking more than 30 hours. Transferring through Bilad shortens the journey. Transit passengers can enter visa-free, stay a night in a hotel, enjoy a seafood meal, and take a tour of the outer islands. The money they spend doesn't stay only on the ticket. Wang Jie did not interrupt. Yifei placed the tablet on the tea table. I'll handle the toxic fog problem. Before safety, hotels, roads, power supply, ports, and the airport reach the required standards, King Airlines will not expand blindly. Divine River, water, King Salmon, 18 outer islands, the glass, sea, coastline, and year-round sunshine. All these resources are in Gamajala. The King Salmon farming project will be restarted. King Waterworks, King Hotel, King Port, and King Airlines are all under one royal asset portfolio. When an airline ticket comes in, the tourists spending on food, lodging, entertainment, and transit should stay in the kingdom as much as possible. Yifei paused. President Wang, your job is to make the numbers work and get the planes flying. My job is to give you resources, traffic rights, and a place to work. Are you in? The only sound left in the office was the hum of the air conditioner. Zhou Jining closed her folder and wrote several items in her notebook. Compensation structure, operational authority, traffic rights support, fleet boundaries. The negotiations she had dealt with before usually went through many rounds of probing. Yifei had not beaten around the bush. The price was on the table. Authority was written into the contract. Then one by one he laid out the things Wang Jie could not do at Chunqiu. Wang Jie sat where he was thinking about that aircraft materials procurement meeting. He remembered how when the young heir told him to force the price down again, no one in the meeting room spoke up for him. He also remembered when Chunqiu's first aircraft landed, he had stood outside the apron staying up all night with a fleet planning sheet. At that time, what he had wanted to build had never been just a low-cost airline. Wang Jie rose and walked to his desk. In the bottom drawer lay a resignation letter. It had been written 2 years ago. He had revised it many times, but never submitted it. Wang Jie took out the paper and flipped to the last page. The date on the signature line was still from 2 years ago. He slapped the resignation letter onto the desk. Wang Jie pressed down on the resignation letter on the desk. The paper edges had been creased by repeated folds. This was written 2 years ago. He unbuttoned his suit jacket and leaned back into the sofa. Spring Airlines is something I watched grow, and I have deep feelings for it. But these days, just holding a meeting is exhausting as hell. Yifei didn't prod him, he just sat across and waited. Wang Jie loosened his tie. The old chairman has retreated to the back, and the young master has taken over. He studied abroad and likes to manage everything with spreadsheets and models. The day before yesterday at the operations meeting over a procurement price difference of a few tens of thousands on aircraft materials, he asked me in front of all the executives why I couldn't squeeze it any lower. He picked up the tea that had gone cold and drained it in one gulp. I explained 3 times. Buying aircraft materials isn't like buying cabbages at a vegetable market. The price depends on long-term contracts, supply, lead times, inventory cycles, and maintenance plans. More than a dozen people in the meeting room all bent their heads over their notebooks and said nothing. Wang Jie set the teacup back on the table. It's true that Spring Airlines was built on low costs, but costs can't be cut by empty talk. If you truly want to lower prices, it depends on purchasing scale long-term agreements and calculating the consumption of every batch of aircraft materials clearly. But he, on the other hand, went to negotiate with suppliers using prices he'd found online. Wang Jie paused for a moment. The suppliers were squeezed to the point of no profit, so they kept delaying shipments. Every extra day those 2 planes sit in the hangar costs money. Parking fees, ferry flight losses, schedule changes. In the end, the supplier refused to deal with us, and I was the one who had to apologize and chase the shipment back. He reached out and patted the resignation letter. I know how to control costs, but I can't do this kind of work that only looks at numbers and ignores the whole system. A plane gets off the ground because people, maintenance, aircraft materials, dispatch, and ground service all work together. It's not about scraping a few dollars off screws. Yifei gathered the scratch paper on the coffee table into his briefcase. He understood that kind of frustration all too well. Outsiders stand behind giving orders while the professionals clean up the mess in front. When something really goes wrong, the ones who did the work take the blame. Yifei stood up. Come to Gamagella. Take charge of King Airlines accounts. How to hire people, how to schedule aircraft, how to buy materials, how to run routes. Handle it by professional standards. I only look at two things. Can the planes fly? Can the accounts make money? Wang Jia also stood up. 2 days later, he extended his hand. On the day of the inaugural flight, I'll go with you to Braid. I'll see the airport, the port, and the hotel with my own eyes. Once I confirm that your resources can truly be delivered, I'll sign the contract. If everything is just as you've told me, I'll stake everything on King Airlines for the rest of my life. Yifei reached out and clasped his hand. It's a deal. When they walked out of the Spring Airlines headquarters, the sun was already low in the west. Zhou Jining went through the itinerary and closed the folder. Mister, you have no appointments this afternoon. She opened the door of the Hongqi sedan. Since this is your first visit to Shanghai as a head of state, according to the foreign visit protocol, you could take a stroll around the Bund. You'll get a feel for the city, and it will make it easier to discuss economic and trade cooperation later. The reasoning was complete. But Yifei noticed the newly created Shanghai check-in folder in her phone album. This girl clearly just wanted to go shopping. Yifei had originally planned to go back to the hotel and lie down. These past few days he had been talking about planes, factories, and production crews without a moment's rest for his mind. He also wanted to check the system account and see how much money had been credited again. But Zhou Jining had already brought out the full foreign affairs protocol. Fine, let's go take a look around. More than an hour later, Yifei sat on a roadside bench and no longer wanted to move at all. It wasn't fatigue. It was that the soles of his new leather shoes were too stiff, and they had rubbed his heels raw. Nanjing Road, the Bund, the ferry Lujiazui. Zhou Jining took a photo at every landmark. The Peace Hotel, the Oriental Pearl Tower, even an old Western-style house by the roadside, where she'd stop and explain a bit of history. Mr. Yi, this row of buildings used to be one of the most prosperous districts in the Far East. Yifei nodded, but his gaze fell on the tall buildings in the distance. Braid didn't have such neighborhoods. No sprawling malls, no forest of office towers, no pedestrian streets stuffed with tourists. What it had were the ramshackle tiered city, the silt-choked harbor residents drying fishing nets in the sea wind, and a stretch of toxic fog in the north that no one dared enter. The system gave him $100 million every day. Money was enough. But money couldn't repair the roads for him, couldn't train the workers for him, and couldn't turn a nearly bankrupt country into a place that truly works. Water, electricity, roads, ports, and the airport came first. Buildings could be built later. Zhou Jining had just photographed a stick of candied hawthorns when Natalie lowered her voice. At 10 o'clock, 2 security personnel have been following us. There's a bulge at their waists, possibly a stun device. Yifei looked where she indicated. 2 shopping mall security guards were standing at the entrance, walkie-talkies on their belts, staring at the candied hawthorn stick in Zhou Jining's hand. Those are security guards. They're watching her. Zhou Jining hugged the hawthorn stick. I already paid for it. Natalie swiped away a record on her tablet. Occupational habit. Yifei stood up, and as soon as his soles hit the ground, his heels throbbed again. Let's find a place to eat. If we keep walking, this king is going to file for a workplace injury on the streets of Shanghai. Zhou Jining put away her phone. There's a decent restaurant nearby. On the top floor of the Park Hyatt Shanghai. Outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sightseeing boats on the Huangpu River glowed with lights, and the high-rises across the river stretched on one after another. The three had just sat down when a waiter brought the menus. Yifei flipped to the main course page, and a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Natalie's shoulders tensed, and her right hand dropped to her side. Zhou Jining closed her menu, edged backward half an inch, and slipped her hand into her bag. The newcomer wore a loose black windbreaker, a baseball cap, pulled down low, and a black mask that hid most of her face. She pulled out the chair next to Yifei and sat straight down. The cap came off. The mask came down. Reba fanned herself with one hand. Finally shook them off. She looked at Yifei. What a coincidence, running into you again. Yifei pushed the menu half an inch away. Are you following us? Do I have that kind of free time? Reba pointed downstairs. I was shooting magazine pages downstairs, just wrapped up, and came up to eat when I happened to see you. She raised a hand to the waiter. This table is my treat. Yifei took the menu back. No need. We'll eat by ourselves. Reba pressed down on a corner of the menu. I ate 2 meals of yours on the plane and borrowed your VIP passage to get away from the paparazzi. I don't like owing favors. Yifei looked at the hand she had pressed on the menu. This girl was stubborn. If he kept refusing, tonight's dinner wouldn't happen at all. Fine. Yifei looked at Zhou Jining and Natalie. Order 1 main course each. Don't feel sorry for the big star's wallet. Zhou Jining ordered beef Wellington. Natalie chose seafood pasta. Yifei turned to the steak page. Tomahawk medium rare. The waiter had just finished writing and was about to take the menu. Reba pulled the menu back. That's all. She flipped to the appetizer page and tapped quickly. 2 orders of French foie gras, 4 black truffle mushroom soups. 2 Boston lobsters roasted with garlic. King crab, 2 ways typhoon shelter crab legs, and steamed crab body with egg custard. Caviar with blini plus tiramisu and Napoleon. The waiter stood holding the order pad and didn't move. I am 4 guests ordering all this. Won't the portions be too much? Serve it all. Reba handed the menu back. After the waiter left, Yifei ran through the prices in his head. Foie gras, lobster, king crab, caviar, plus 3 main courses and desserts. This table at the very least cost 20,000 yuan. Converted to dollars, that was close to 3,000. $3,000 was enough to buy 2 used water pumps for Braid's port. Yifei picked up his water glass and looked at Reba. Celebrities really did make easy money. Zhou Jianing spread the napkin on her lap. Miss Reba, 4 people can't eat this much. Even when treating someone, you shouldn't waste ingredients. Reba leaned back in her chair. I was afraid you wouldn't dare to order. It's rare for me to treat, so I have to make sure everyone eats their fill. Half an hour later the table was full of plates. Tomahawk steak, lobster, king crab, foie gras, and desserts came up one after another. Reba cut into the foie gras first, then dismantled the lobster, then reached for the king crab legs. She was quick, used her utensils properly, and left nothing on her plate. By the time Yifei had cut through a piece of steak, she had already polished off most of a lobster. Natalie lowered her head to eat her pasta, and casually jotted a note in her tablet's memo. Reba, extremely high replenishment efficiency. Yifei put down his knife and fork. Doesn't your manager keep an eye on your appetite? Reba wiped her hands with a napkin. I used up a lot of energy today, so I need to replenish. Usually, I eat very little. Yifei leaned back in his chair. You weren't afraid we wouldn't get enough to eat. The fork in Reba's hand froze. Yifei pointed at the pile of crab shells stacked up in front of her. You saw that with more people you could order more dishes. And you get to eat plenty without having to shoulder the blame for wasting food by yourself. Reba held half a piece of lobster meat in her mouth, and only after 2 seconds did she slowly put her fork down. Yifei, keep this up and you'll really end up with no friends. Friends aside for now. Yifei skewered the last piece of tomahawk steak and sent it into his mouth, juice and all. Reba held her fork suspended in midair, unable to bring it down. She had been going non-stop from morning to night, and the table in front of her already bore signs of a hearty meal. Yet the pile of bones and empty plates before Yifei was even larger than hers. Yifei swallowed the beef and raised a hand toward the waiter. Not enough. Bring more. Natalie finished her seafood spaghetti and also ordered a serving of roasted lamb chops. She had been following Yifei through his schedule all day. The security work took a lot out of her. But compared with Yifei, this amount of food was nothing. After continuous enhancement by the system, Yifei's stamina and recovery had long surpassed ordinary human limits. After a whole tomahawk steak, he still didn't feel full. The waiter came over with the menu. 3 servings of seafood fried rice, 2 roast spring chickens, and 2 Wellington steaks. Yifei flipped to the last page. The dessert menu, one of everything. The waiter paused. Sir, are you sure you want all of them? Yes, and if we can't finish, I'll take it home. Reba leaned back in her chair, lowering her voice. Don't you usually film? What films? Weight loss films. She pointed at the table. With your appetite, you trend on the hot search in the entertainment industry. Yifei picked up his water glass. I used to be poor. When I ate hot pot, I had to count the number of meat rolls. Now that I can afford it, I just eat a little more. What's wrong with that? Reba didn't respond. The excuse was so plain that she couldn't find a fault with it. Half an hour later, the empty plates on the table were stacked in a pile. Reba rubbed her stomach and leaned back in her chair. She picked up the last Napoleon cake, then put it back. I really can't eat anymore. Yifei wiped his hands with a napkin and stood up. I'll go to the restroom. The moment he left, Reba immediately took out her phone, opened the payment code, and waved at the waiter. Check, please. The waiter walked to the table and gestured toward the front desk. Mayim, that gentleman already paid the bill. Reba's hand froze in midair. She turned around. Yifei was returning from the restroom and pulled out a chair to sit down. Reba put her phone on the table. Didn't we agree I'd treat? If you paid, tomorrow's headline would be something like, popular actress secretly treats 3 mysterious gluttons late at night. You're quite self-aware. I mainly don't want to add more work to your team. Reba stared at him for 2 seconds. Yifei, you're really hard to get along with. Right back at you. Yifei rose and adjusted his jacket. Let's go take a walk and digest. Pudong Riverside Promenade. The river breeze blew through, dispelling much of the evening heat. Reba put her bucket hat and mask back on, shoved both hands into the pockets of her hoodie, and walked beside Yifei. Natalie lagged a few steps behind, checking the shrubbery intersections and blind spots along the route. Zhou Jianing clutched her briefcase, looking down to confirm tomorrow's schedule. There were no paparazzi, no fans, and no one surrounding them with phones raised. Reba's steps lightened considerably. She didn't press Yifei about his identity again. The security arrangements in the front cabin of the plane, the diplomatic license plates, the officials from the Foreign Affairs Department, and the blonde bodyguard, who kept checking their security perimeter. All of it was enough to tell her something. Some things are easier not to know. Is it tiring being a boss? Reba kicked a pebble on the roadside. Not really. Yifei kept both hands in his pockets. Every day the moment I open my eyes, nearly 1 million people are waiting for their meals and hundreds of projects are awaiting funds. Reba thought he was talking about his company and let out a soft laugh. That does sound worse than me. Every day when I wake up, dozens of commitments are lined up. The crew is waiting for me to join the set, brands are waiting for me to shoot photos, and platforms are waiting for me to post on Weibo. Yifei tilted his head. You're not easy either. That's why I ate a lot today. Your logic is flawed. You ate so much and you still criticize me. The two bickered all the way to the end of the promenade. Reba's van was parked by the road. She stopped, raised a hand toward Yifei. Thanks for today. The meal on the plane, the VIP channel, and this dinner. I'll pay you back next time. Yifei waved his hand. Don't wait until next time. If we have another meal like this, I'm afraid you'll go broke. Reba cursed at him through her mask. Just you wait. She turned and got into the car. After the door closed, Reba sat by the window, not looking away until the black Hongqi drove out of the intersection. At the front desk of Park Hyatt Hotel, Zhou Jianing took out her ID card and bank card, sliding them across to the receptionist. I'll pay for my own room. Yifei pushed her card back and handed over a black card. 3 suites, 2 connecting. Zhou Jining didn't take the card. Mister, ye public officials have accommodation standards on business trips. I'll cover the excess myself. This trip is for Gamajala. You shouldn't pay out of pocket. Yifei took the room cards and slid one into her hand. I'm stingy, but only with money I should save. If the people who work for me have to pay for their own lodging, then I'd be a pretty shabby king. Zhou Jining held the room card, no longer insisting. Natalie took the other 2 room cards. I'll go up and check first. 1155 p.m. Yifei finished showering and sat on the living room sofa in his bathrobe. The time on his phone screen jumped to midnight. Credited USD 100000. A bank SMS popped up immediately. Just as Yifei switched out of the interface, a cross-border video call request from Anya appeared. He pressed to answer. Anya sat behind the old desk in the city hall, her dark military-style uniform buttoned all the way up and her platinum blonde hair neatly coiled. Several engineering documents lay on the desk beside an untouched cup of coffee. Your Majesty, speak. 3 matters. Anya opened the folder. First, the emergency repairs at the East Coast Resort are going smoothly. The water villas have no major structural issues. After replacing the rotten planks and restoring water and electricity, they can receive the show's location scouting team next week. Second, the gap in aviation fuel and gasoline. She held the table up to the camera. Once the 6 wide-body aircraft arrive one after another, the port dredgers, construction vehicles, and backup power generators will also be running. Fuel spending next month will be at least $50 million, and the supplier requires cash on delivery. Yifei nodded. The third matter. The joint survey team from China Construction and China Communications has produced the master plan for Bulad. Anya switched the display. On the blueprint, Bulad's terrace city districts were divided into several zones. The new waterworks upstream on the Shun River, the expansion of the West Coast deepwater port, the hardening of the main roads, and the renovation of the King's Square. All were listed clearly. The first phase of the master plan has a budget of $1 billion. Anya reached out and pressed the blueprint. If we sign a conventional general contract, the initial advance payment alone will be $200 million. The infrastructure advance payment in the fiscal account is no longer enough. We have to cut some projects and give priority to the port and roads. Moreover, there's food imports. In the past, the kingdom's annual food imports were less than $100 million. Now the kingdom is thriving, the labor force has greatly increased, and everyone's appetite has grown too. We estimate that a food supply of $3 per day is needed, which amounts to $700 million a year in food imports. Yifei waved his hand. $3 a day is too little. Increase the daily budget to $10, which is still only a bit over $3 billion a year. Once supply and demand normalize, sell it to citizens at just a little above cost. Food is the first necessity of the people. Oh, don't try to profit too much from grain. Yifei picked up another phone and opened the transfer interface. Don't cut a single cent from the other plans. Anya stopped moving. Your Majesty, $1 billion is no small sum. I'm not asking you to pay all $1 billion at once. Yifei tapped a few times on the screen. Split the bid according to the original drawings. Start the roads, port, and waterworks first. Cover the fuel and the first mobilization payments. Sign follow-up projects by milestones and report to me if the money isn't enough. Ding. The encrypted phone on Anya's desk rang once. She looked down and glanced at the screen. It was the Gamma Jala National Fiscal Account. Your account received USD 2000000 at 0015. Sender Yifei. Anya was silent for a few seconds, then put the phone back on the desk. The money has been received. Watch the project progress, construction quality, and the flow of funds for me. Keep a tight watch on them. Understood. The doorbell rang twice. Yifei got up and opened the door. Zhou Jining stood outside wearing pajamas with a thin jacket over them, holding several documents in her hand. Mister, one part of tomorrow's visit schedule with the Geely Group has been temporarily adjusted. I need your confirmation. She walked into the living room and closed the door behind her. The video call wasn't disconnected. Anya sat on the other side of the screen, the folder still spread open on the desk. She first heard Zhou Jining's voice, then noticed the open collar of Yifei's bathrobe. Anya folded the blueprints one by one, her voice turning cold. Your Majesty, I have received the money. Yifei turned back. Anything else? The country is waiting to be rebuilt, and as the sovereign, Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. Anya paused. Please be sure to exercise restraint. Don't wear yourself down for the sake of the country. After all, late-night meetings are exhausting. Snap. The video cut off. The living room fell silent. Yifei stood there holding the dark phone. Zhou Jining, holding the documents, stopped flipping through the pages. She understood the Chinese that Anya had spoken. Zhou Jining clutched the files, her fingers frozen mid-page. The phone screen had gone dark. She had heard Ya's final sentence in Chinese distinctly. Late-night business matters. And she was telling Yifei to exercise restraint. Zhou Jining had been in relationships before, and she could tell what was bothering Ya. She stepped back half a pace, her hand coming to rest on the door handle. Mister, shall we go over this tomorrow morning? Yifei tossed his phone onto the coffee table, adjusted the collar of his bathrobe, and tilted his chin toward the sofa across from him. Sit. If we don't finish this tonight, we'll be rushing again tomorrow. Zhou Jining released the door handle, settled onto the sofa, and opened the folder. Tomorrow Geely Group has adjusted the reception standards. The CEO's assistant from Zeekr will personally lead the convoy to pick us up. Yifei reached for the itinerary and glanced over it. In the transportation plan that China Communications Construction developed for Blade after the main road paving is completed, they'll need to import a batch of urban public transportation vehicles. He set the itinerary back on the desk. Gamakara relies entirely on imported fuel. Fishing boats, construction vehicles, power generation equipment, aviation fuel. It's already burning through a fortune. Wherever possible to use electricity, let's avoid burning oil. Zhou Jining jotted down key points in her notebook. The Northern Hydropower Station can currently support 1 million people in the initial industrial park, but the power shortfall will grow increasingly significant. Photovoltaic companies have been reaching out these past few days. Yifei lifted his water glass. Charging stations need energy storage paired with them and time-of-use charging. Don't overload the hydropower station. Public transit, business receptions, private vehicles. All will move toward pure electric eventually. Zhou Jining flipped to Zeekr's product materials. Which model from Zeekr are you considering? The 009. Yifei finished the last sip of water. Spacious enough and comfortable to sit in. Tomorrow we're closing a big deal. 8 o'clock the next morning. 3 Zeekr 009s idled at the entrance of the Park Hyatt Hotel. Li Ming, the CEO's assistant from Zeekr, stood beside the lead vehicle and proactively opened the door when Yifei and his party emerged. Your Majesty's Secretary Zhou, morning tea has been prepared in the vehicle. Yifei settled into the back seat. The seat reclined to a half-lying position, legroom was expansive, and the cabin sound insulation was excellent. Natalie climbed into the passenger seat, inspecting the central control system window thickness and chassis structure, then noted on her tablet adequate space remains for protective modifications. The convoy departed the hotel, heading toward Zeekr headquarters. At the building's entrance, Chairman and personally waited with the management team. Brokered by the Foreign Ministry's North America and Oceania Division, and with a visiting head of state, Zeekr showed no signs of negligence. Just as Chairman and prepared to lead the group to the exhibition hall, Yifei had already started walking toward the elevator. I've experienced the car already. We'll view the exhibition hall another time. Let's go straight to the meeting. In the top floor conference room, both sides of the long table were filled with people. The overseas market director opened the presentation and had just finished introducing the vehicle platform and battery architecture when Yifei raised his hand to interrupt. The chassis and soundproofing are quite good. He removed his black-framed glasses, folded them, and placed them in his suit's inner pocket. The director's hand stopped mid-page turn. Li Ming also set down his pen. Yifei interlaced his fingers on the tabletop. Top spec Zeekr 009, 3,000 units. Including sea freight and port delivery. Give me a CIF price. The remote control slipped from the director's hand onto the table. Click. Silence descended upon the conference room. 3,000 top spec 009s. This was no ordinary procurement. Domestically, a top spec 009 cost close to 500 RMB on the road. Export transportation services, spare parts, and overseas operational costs would only continue to add up. Chairman and did not rush to speak. Li Ming pulled out a calculator entering vehicle costs, shipping, delivery, spare parts, and personnel deployment expenses, then handed the calculator to the overseas market director. The director checked the figures twice. Your Majesty, based on 3,000 top spec 009s, including shipping, port delivery, and the first batch of spare parts, the minimum per unit is 5500 USD. Yifei leaned back in his chair. 40000. The overseas market director's expression shifted. Your Majesty, this price is unworkable. 400 USD converts to less than 3000 RMB. The material cost, production costs, shipping, and after-sales team expenses for a top-spec 009 cannot even be covered. Yifei did not respond to the director. Instead, he turned to Chairman N. Gamakara will exempt import tariffs on new energy vehicles. Once Zeekr enters Blade, you may establish a brand exhibition center, maintenance center, and training center. The equipment construction and engineer deployment for the first batch of charging networks will also be handled by Zeekr, settled separately according to the project scope. Chairman and tapped his fingers twice on the tabletop. Yifei continued pressing his conditions. These 3,000 vehicles are not buses. The 009 will serve the Airport Kings Hotel, East Coast Resort, Yacht Marina, Outer Island Terminals, and premium chartered services. For subsequent government vehicles, tourism reception vehicles, and private new energy cars, Zeekr gets priority. What you're obtaining is not merely a vehicle sales order. It's Gamakara's new energy passenger vehicle market for the next 3 years. No one in the conference room dared speak. Yifei leaned forward. The profit from 3,000 vehicles in exchange for a country's long-term market access. Chairman, and can you not see this calculation? And picked up the quotation sheet on the table and studied it for a long while. Gamakara had a modest population, but the market was remarkably complete. Vehicle sales, maintenance, parts, supply, charging networks, brand exhibition, technical training, overseas case studies. All could be implemented. More importantly, this was a national-level partnership. Once the project proved successful, Zeekr would have another impressive achievement to showcase for its Oceania overseas business. 3 minutes later, Chairman and closed the quotation sheet. 4,000 USD CIF price. With the condition that Zeekr establishes a brand exhibition center in Blade, enjoying priority supplier qualification for new energy passenger vehicles for 3 years. This qualification applies only to passenger vehicles and does not affect Gamma Car's subsequent procurement of engineering equipment and public transportation. The maintenance engineer team will be dispatched by Zeekr with your country providing premises accommodation and basic office conditions. Additionally, the design plan and equipment list for the first batch of charging networks will be delivered within 30 days. Yifei nodded. Agreed. We signed the letter of intent today. Total price $120 million with a $30 million advance payment first. In 3 months, once phase 1 of the West Coast deep water port dredging is complete, vehicles will be directly unloaded at the port. Chairman and Rose instructing the legal department to prepare the documents. Zhou Jianing sat beside Yifei, carefully reviewing each clause. Tax exemptions, delivery after sales service exclusivity scope, and dispute resolution terms. She raised her pen to strike out an ambiguously worded perpetual exclusivity. This needs to be changed to 3 years, limited to new energy passenger vehicles. The Zeekr legal representative immediately nodded. Modified according to Secretary Zhou's opinion. Half an hour later, both parties signed the letter of intent. Yifei took out his phone and completed the $30 million advance payment. The bank receipt arrived. Li Ming stared at that string of numbers, his hand holding the document frozen for several seconds. A $120 million procurement contract. From quotation to advance payment receipt, it took less than half a morning. Afternoon. The China Eastern Airlines 787 flew smoothly toward Beijing. In the business class cabin, Zhou Jianing closed her laptop and turned to look at Yifei. Mr. Yi, I've personally calculated Blade's transportation data. A population of 1 million, a terrace city layout with main road paving still incomplete. Using 3009S for urban transportation. There's too many, and this vehicle type isn't suited for outer unpaved roads. She handed over the tablet. On it was Blade's road capacity model. Regular buses, small ride-hailing vehicles, and engineering vehicles would better match current needs. Yifei did not take the tablet. Who told you these 3,000 vehicles were for ordinary citizens commuting? Zhou Jianing froze. Yifei turned to look out the cabin window. What can Blade rely on to turn things around? Fishing, agriculture, or sending citizens into the toxic fog to search for new resources? He withdrew his gaze. None of those. It's tourism. 18 outer islands, all with glass-like seas, premium fine sandy beaches, year-round sunshine, high-quality, sacred river water, and remarkably calm coastlines. With these conditions in hand, it would be sheer waste not to develop high-end island resorts. Zhou Jianing did not interrupt. For low-end manufacturing, Gamma Car cannot compete with Southeast Asia. High-tech industries. Temporarily, there's no people and no industrial foundation. So let's first sell scenery, sell service, sell safety, sell comfort. Yifei raised his hand and pointed to the Blade Airport on the tablet. King's Airways will be responsible for bringing visitors here. King's Hotel Group will construct resort hotels along the entire 15 kilometers of the East Coast, while the outer islands will feature top-tier resorts with exceptional privacy. Kingsport and the Yacht Marina will transport visitors to sea. The 009 will handle high-end tourist transfers between airports, hotels, terminals, and resorts. Public transit will serve middle-class travelers. Tourists get off planes, board vehicles, check into hotels, then head to the outer islands. Every trip to Blade should leave money in Gamma Car. Zhou Jianing gazed at the marked airports, ports, East Coast hotels, and outer island routes on the map. The 3009S were no longer a simple luxury vehicle procurement. They would park outside airports, at hotel entrances, beside yacht marinas. They would serve not Blade's ordinary commuters, but rather the high-spending tourists soon to be entering Gamma Car. What about regular buses and small ride-hailing vehicles? Those will be purchased later too. Yifei leaned back in his seat. But not now. Right now, let's first build the profitable high-end transfer system. The 009 won't be driven on outer unpaved roads either. They would only operate between airports, ports, hotels, and resort areas. Zhou Jianing flipped to the power supply page. The charging demand won't be small either. The hydropower station can sustain the initial phase, but after the industrial park and city expansion, the shortfall will become increasingly pronounced. That's why we need to negotiate solar and energy storage simultaneously. Yifei closed his eyes. Build charging stations first at airports, hotels, ports, and resorts. Use solar power during the day and time of use charging at night. Keep engineering vehicles and fishing port equipment on fuel for now. Don't replace everything at once. Zhou Jianing completed her final notes in her notebook. Port dredging, main road paving, charging networks, hotel renovations, outer island routes. Every single item cost money, and not small amounts either. But the infrastructure can't keep up. Ports, roads, hotels, power grids, all burning through the budget. Can the national treasury sustain this pace of investment? Yifei touched the phone in his pocket. The $100 million that had arrived at dawn lay quietly in his account. You don't need to worry about the money. From Yifei's tone, Zhou Jianing believed he did have this money. But from Inya's tone, she couldn't tell exactly how much there was. How much money had the old king secretly left to Yifei? Where did his wealth come from? The plane experienced slight turbulence. Yifei adjusted his seat and drifted off to sleep. Zhou Jianing lowered her head to study the map of Blade on the tablet. Airports, ports, hotels, outer islands, and main roads. She marked each one. Finally, her finger stopped on the northern part of the map. The area covered in red was precisely the toxic fog. and the sacred river flowed out from there. The aircraft tires rolled over the runway, and the cabin gave a soft jolt. Zhou Jining withdrew her hand from the tablet. She closed the tablet and placed it into her briefcase. Mr. Yi, I'll go back to the ministry first to report in and file the Zeekr letter of intent and the China Communications Construction Project documents. Yifei unbuckled his seatbelt and set his black-framed glasses back on the bridge of his nose. Keep an eye on both the follow-up Zeekr contracts and China Communications Construction's construction progress. Zhou Jining nodded. This diplomat was busy. The two parted ways at Terminal 3. Yifei did not go back to the school, nor did he go looking for Zhang Chao. Natalie, with a backpack on her shoulders, stood beside the terminal exit. Where to? Wang Fujing. Half an hour later, a black chauffeured car stopped in front of the Waldorf Astoria. Yifei got out and looked up at the hotel entrance. When he worked for a private company, he had once come here with his boss. While his boss talked with clients and had afternoon tea inside, he sat on the edge of the lobby for more than 10 minutes, not daring to drink even a glass of water. Back then, he was afraid the server would come over and hand him a menu. 1 cup of coffee was enough to buy 3 days of meals. Now Yifei walked to the front desk and handed over his black card and passport. 2 executive suites connecting rooms. The receptionist took the card with both hands and quickly arranged the rooms. For a hotel front desk clerk, the sight of a high-net-worth foreign guest paying full rate for suites meant a generous commission. Mr. Yi, your rooms have been arranged on the top floor. Would you like a butler to help with your luggage? No need. He swiped his key card and took the elevator upstairs. The suite was large, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the night view of Wang Fujing. After he showered, Yifei changed into a white t-shirt and black joggers, took off his black-framed glasses, and put them by the wash basin. The face in the mirror had lost a little of its ordinariness and gained a cold, hard edge. In China, he was used to wearing glasses. There were too many people and too many complications. Keeping a low profile saved trouble. Inside the room, there was no need to keep up the act. He knocked on the adjoining door. Natalie, dressed in a black tactical vest beneath a sun protection jacket, was checking the air vents and window frames with an instrument. Boss, come on, I'll take you around. Yifei turned and stepped into the elevator. In the past, I had no money and no time to look around. Today, let's take in old Beijing's night view. Nanluo Guxiang. People pressed against people. The smells of grilled skewers, stinky tofu, candied hawthorn, and milk tea mixed together. The shops glowed with lights and tourists held up their phones to take pictures. Natalie walked slightly behind and to the side of Yifei, one hand always in the pocket of her sun protection jacket, though it contained no weapon. She was not used to such dense crowds. If someone in front stopped abruptly, she would sidestep. If someone squeezed past from beside her, she would first scan the person's hands and waist. Yifei took a bite of grilled gluten. Relax. In China, your greatest safety risk is having your shoe stepped off. Natalie ignored him. They passed an intersection with 4 sorting bins at the roadside. A young man carrying half a cup of milk tea was walking along with his head down, replying to messages. When he reached the bins, he casually tossed it. The milk tea cup hit the bin's rim, fell to the ground, and the lid popped open, spilling the remaining milk tea across the ground. The man did not look back and kept walking. Natalie stopped. He won't pick it up. Most likely not. In California, something like this would get complaints, and a business could get flagged by the environmental department. Yifei dropped the used bamboo skewer into the other waste bin. How long has it been since your database was updated? Natalie turned her head. Yifei pointed at the row of bins. Sorting is not just putting out 4 bins and calling it done. The key lies in how waste is collected at the front, separated in the middle, and ultimately treated. Many cities now rely mainly on waste-to-energy incineration with landfill as a fallback. Sorting policies also have to be tailored to local collection, transport, and processing capacity. It is not one model for the whole country. Natalie pointed at the milk tea on the ground. If it isn't sorted, can an incineration plant handle it? Being able to handle it doesn't mean it can be disposed of carelessly. Yifei took 2 steps forward. Waste incineration requires the waste to go into the furnace at sufficiently high temperatures and with sufficiently long flue gas residence time. Afterward come rapid cooling, activated carbon baghouse, dust removal, and online monitoring. Fly ash must be solidified and safely landfilled, and leachate must be treated separately. A truly qualified plant should not let residents nearby smell anything, nor should it discharge pollutants into the sea or groundwater. After listening, Natalie took out her tablet and noted down a few points. Quite a few California cities are still arguing over landfill expansion and the recycling system. Not every place in China does well either. Yifei raised his hand and pointed at the bins by the street. Litterers can be found anywhere. But whether the technology and systems can hold things together is another matter. He paused for a moment. In many parts of China, incineration capacity is already high enough that some regions have to transfer waste across cities to maintain their loads. Natalie crossed out an old entry on her tablet. That piece of information is indeed outdated. Yifei did not answer. He looked at the puddle of milk tea on the ground. Garbage. Incineration. Power generation. The words circled through his mind. Then Brad's map surfaced. East Coast resort hotels. 18 outlying islands. West Coast port and industrial zone. And the sacred river flowing out of the depths of the toxic mist. He had once looked up information about the Maldives and even imagined vacationing there. When he saw the prices around Spring Festival, all he could say was, well, goodbye. Tourist islands are clean, but residential islands and garbage disposal are a different story. The thing a top tourist destination fears most is not high hotel prices. It is a visitor stepping off the plane and smelling rot. It is a yacht sailing out of the harbor and leaving plastic bags and oil slicks floating on the surface. Gamajala will have more tourists in the future. King's Airways will bring people in. Hotels, resorts, docks, vehicles, and routes to the outer islands will all be running. The population will grow, the industrial park will start, and the port will expand. There will only be more and more waste. The northern hydropower station can still support the entire city for now. Once the West Coast Industrial Zone begins operation, the power gap will sooner or later become an open issue. Yifei took out his phone and opened Zhou Jianning's WeChat. Help me contact leading domestic waste-to-energy incineration companies. Oh, any top-tier company is fine. Reserve a plot on the periphery of Brad's West Coast Industrial Zone for a waste-to-energy incineration plant. The site selection must first include wind direction, ocean currents, geology, and environmental impact assessments. Follow high international standards, online flue gas monitoring, safe disposal of fly ash, full treatment of leachate, and no odor at the plant boundary. Phase 1 should be designed according to Brad's current population and the industrial park's demand, with equipment, pipelines, and land reserved for future expansion. The electricity generated should be prioritized for connection to the West Coast Industrial Park grid. Money is not a problem, have them bring a complete proposal. After sending the messages, Yifei put away his phone. A waste-to-energy incineration plant is not cheap. But the environmental bottom line of a tourism country is even more expensive. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Department of North American and Oceanian Affairs. Zhou Jianning had just finished photocopying the Zika letter of intent and filed it in an archive box. Her phone buzzed a few times. She picked it up, finished reading Yifei's messages, and sat back down in her office chair. A waste-to-energy incineration plant. In the morning, she had been discussing 3,000 high-end new energy vehicles. By evening, Yifei was already calculating waste and power grids. She pulled over a notebook and wrote a few lines on a blank page. Tourism, environment, industrial power supply, long-term operation. Zhou Jianning looked at those words and opened her contacts. Many small countries, when they first start out, lower environmental requirements in order to attract capital and industry. Highly polluting projects come in first. Garbage is allowed to pile up. Wastewater is allowed to be discharged. Only after tourists stop coming do they try to make up for it. Yifei clearly was not going to take that path. What he wanted was not a plant that could merely burn garbage. He wanted a plant that would not harm the tourism brand and could also provide power for the industrial park. Zhou Jianning dialed the number. Hello, I am Zhou Jianning of the Department of North American and Oceanian Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to inquire about overseas project cooperation opportunities with domestic waste-to-energy incineration companies. Oh hi. The lights of the bar street fell on the water. Music came from the shops along the street, and tourists walked slowly beside the lake. Yifei bought 2 bottles of Arctic Ocean soda and handed one to Natalie. Try it. It's orange-flavored. Natalie unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Better than an energy drink. Of course. Yifei drank half the bottle. I used to be unwilling to buy this. 5 yuan a bottle could buy 2 packs of instant noodles. You still think in those numbers now? People who have been poor never lose their ledger. The two walked north along Shikahai. The night wind blew across the lake and the temperature dropped a little. Natalie took out her tablet and checked their position against the map. Her finger stopped over an area to the south. Behind a high wall, tree shadows pressed against the roof ridges. Boss. She handed the tablet to him. The map shows there is a large body of water inside. What is this place? Yifei looked in the direction she pointed. Red walls, green tiles. Zongnanhai. Natalie added, can we go take a look? Yifei put the empty glass bottle into the recycling bin. We can't go now. But you're a king, and you came in with diplomatic status. To go in there, the king's status must be written into a formal diplomatic note and reception protocol. Yifei stood outside the red wall and did not go any farther. If we went over there now, we would be regarded as unauthorized persons or even spies. The guards would ask us to leave. Natalie put away her tablet. Then when can we? Yifei turned around. When Brad's private jet lands at Capital Airport. When the avenue is hung with the flag of Gamajala. When you are registered on the delegation list. I will take you in through the front gate. The next morning, 10 o'clock. The lobby of the Waldorf Astoria. Zhou Jianning pushed 3 hefty 28-inch luggage carts to a halt before Yifei. She had changed into a dark gray business suit, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, a briefcase tucked beneath her arm. A stark contrast to her leisurely stroll through Wangfujing just yesterday. Yifei wore a dark blue casual suit, black-framed glasses perched on his nose. He cast a glance at the 3 trunks. Secretary Zhou, are you going shopping or preparing to smuggle contraband? Zhou Jianning nudged the heaviest silver aluminum magnesium alloy case beside Natalie, asking her to lend a hand. No jokes, Mr. Yi. The ministry sent a supplementary notice last night. She drew out a document bearing a red official seal and extended it toward Yifei. The North America and Oceania Department has assigned a senior director to serve as the inaugural ambassador to Gamajala. In 1 month, the ambassador will lead a team of 20 civil and military officials to establish a presence in Brad. This trip, apart from overseeing various central enterprise projects, I also need to finalize temporary office accommodations for the embassy. Yifei did not reach for the document. 20 personnel for an embassy, accommodation offices, security network vehicles, all requiring substantial funds. The East Coast resort remained under emergency repair, certainly no place to squeeze people in. Those vacant French-style townhouses beside City Hall would be perfect. Renovate them, install dedicated lines, add security systems, then sign long-term leases according to overseas embassy standards. Another steady stream of USD income for the national treasury. Is there a budget allocated for the venue? Zhou Jianing tucked the document back into her briefcase. The ministry has approved special funding. Rent, security, renovations, network installation. All settled through official government-to-government accounts. Yifei nodded. That simplifies things. Brad has ready-made buildings in secure locations. Rent will be assessed at standard rates for comparable embassy districts. Fair to you, but I'm not running a charity. Zhou Jianing scribbled in her notepad. Upon arriving in Brad, I'll inspect the venue together with Prime Minister Anya. Shall we? To the airport. Natalie lifted the heaviest case with one hand, never breaking stride, following behind the two. The black Hongxi official vehicle pulled into the VIP zone of Terminal 3 at the capital airport. Only half an hour remained before departure. This flight was Gamajela King Aviation's inaugural transition flight following their acceptance of the A350. The aircraft's pan livery had yet to be changed. The crew remained Sichuan Airlines personnel. However, the operations department had issued a notice the aircraft had entered its transition and handover period with the crew's annual contracts to be assumed entirely by King Aviation. Yifei would depart alongside the first batch of A personnel heading to Gamajela on this very flight. The moment the official vehicle stopped, the lounge manager rushed over with ground crew in tow. Mister, you leave the luggage to us. Zhou Jianing produced their passports. The 3 luggage cases were loaded onto baggage carts tagged with priority and fragile stickers. Procedures for foreign head of state travel had been pre-filed long ago. Private security screening, customs verification, and baggage check-in proceeded without a hitch. 5 minutes later, a black coaster pulled up at the VIP corridor exit. The driver swung open the door and shielded the roof with his hand. The 3 boarded. Instead of heading toward the regular boarding gates, the coaster drove directly onto the tarmac. The roar of engines seeped through the car windows. Zhou Jianing opened her tablet, pulling up the advance report from China Communications Construction. Mr. Yi, the dredging work at the West Coast Deepwater Port is proving more troublesome than anticipated. The silt deposit at the harbor floor is quite thick and current equipment efficiency falls short. CCC recommends adding 2 large sand suction vessels, otherwise the Phase 1 milestone may be delayed. Yifei gazed out the window. Have Anya arrange the rentals. Factor the cost into the port's Phase 2 budget. Have CCC list out equipment specifications, lease terms, daily efficiency rates, and alternative options in detail. Money can be spent, but the timeline is not something I'll let others dictate. Zhou Jianing nodded and made a note. Yifei retrieved his phone. The system panel flickered with a notification. Cumulative funds disbursed $800,000 USD. 800 million USD, coming in swiftly, going out even faster. His account balance now barely topped 150 million. Grain, fuel, ports, roads, aircraft, security, infrastructure deposits. Each item a substantial sum. But the 100 million deposited daily at midnight had never once failed to appear. That was the foundation allowing him to expand his ambitions so boldly. The coaster cut across the tarmac and stopped beside an A350's boarding stairs. The Panda livery remained unchanged. Below the fuselage, a temporary identification sign for Gamajela King Aviation had been added. Natalie stepped out first. She circled beneath the stairs and fuselage, confirming ground crew positions and pathway security before signaling Yifei with a raised hand. Inside the aircraft cabin, first row of economy class, Li Wanqi sat by the window, a white knit top, black hair cascading over her shoulders, a Chinese language teaching textbook resting on her lap. Most passengers on this flight were among the first contingent of teaching volunteers, medical cooperation personnel, and engineering support staff heading to Gamajela. The economy cabin was not full. The airline had locked certain middle seats according to load distribution. Li Wanqi occupied seat A with seat B empty. In the aisle seat C sat a young man, Nan Xiangtian, a direct doctoral candidate from Peking University's medical school. He adjusted his cuff and rested his left hand on the armrest. The custom shirt's cufflinks and a green submariner watch were fully on display. Wanqi, is this trip mainly for language volunteer teaching? Li Wanqi turned a page of her book. Nan Xiangtian pressed on, undeterred. The medical conditions in Gamajela probably aren't great. Tropical diseases, infectious illnesses, sanitation issues, plenty of troubles ahead. I'm going to conduct tropical pathology collection and provide medical assistance. My family wasn't too happy about it at first. My grandfather, father, and uncle all work at Beijing's top-tier hospitals. They didn't see why I needed to endure such hardship. He paused. But I've still got 2 years until I finish my doctoral program, and afterward I'm applying for an exchange project at Johns Hopkins. Having 8 experience on my resume will always be useful. Li Wanqi closed her book. That sounds good. Nan Xiangtian shifted his position. Among graduate students at Peking University, quite a few had pursued Li Wanqi. Sports cars, luxury gifts, dates arranged under the guise of club activities. None had succeeded. But this time was different. 6 months overseas. A remote island nation far from Beijing where she'd know no one. He doubted Li Wanqi could remain this cold forever. Economy class for over 10 hours. That'll wreck your back. Nan Xiangtian waved over a flight attendant. Are there any seats available in business class up front? The attendant paused. Sir, business class does have available seats. Nan Xiangtian turned to Li Wanqi. Wanqi, let me upgrade us both. Flatbeds up front, and we can order from the menu. Much better than suffering back here. Li Wanqi shook her head. No need. This is fine. She bent her head to organize her book pages. Yi Fei used to always calculate overtime pay and rent. An upgrade fee of over 10,000 yuan, spent by Yi Fei, it could stretch into half a year's living expenses. She wondered what he was busy with now. He said he was in Gamajela, but never mentioned his actual work. Once she graduated and started earning her own money, perhaps she could help share his burdens. Nan Xiangtian was about to try again. From the direction of the forward cabin came a flurry of footsteps. All flight attendants on cabin patrol came to a halt. The lead flight attendant stationed herself at the front of business class reviewing reception procedures. Several crew members hastily straightened their uniforms, name tags, and scarves. 2 plainclothes security officers withdrew to either side of the cabin door, clearing the boarding passage. Outside the cockpit, the captain, co-pilot, and second officer had already taken their positions. Nan Xiangtian craned his neck toward the forward cabin. This was no ordinary VIP boarding. The arrangements clearly signaled someone important was about to board. The last flight attendant hurried past with a tray. Nan Xiangtian reached out and stopped her. What's going on up there? The attendant halted, her expression tinged with urgency. Sir, please let me through. Nan Xiangtian did not release her arm. I'm from Peking University's medical school, heading to carry out a medical aid mission. Your entire crew is gathered up front. So who's handling any emergencies in the cabin? He lifted his badge higher. Li Wanqi looked up. The flight attendant glanced toward the cabin door, then at the blocking Nan Xiangtian. The new boss is boarding. Please move aside. I need to greet them. Nan Xiangtian was nudged half a step back. He stood at the aisle's edge, hands still suspended in the air. Wasn't Sichuan Airlines a state-owned enterprise under China Southern? Where did this new boss come from? Nan Xiangtian's hand froze midair. The flight attendant had already walked past him, striding toward the front cabin. The new boss is boarding. Those words still echoed in his ears. Nan Xiangtian settled back into seat C, straightening his shirt collar and pulling up his sleeve slightly to reveal the green submariner. Sichuan Airlines was state-owned. Where did this private boss come from? At most it was a new executive, and the crew was just putting on a welcoming show. He had seen the airline's routine 100 times, or at least dozens. His family had served in Beijing's top-tier hospitals for 3 generations. Whether it was hospital director transitions, leadership inspections, or expert team reviews, each occasion was marked by impressive entourages. It was simply a group of people orbiting around one individual. Nan Xiangtian leaned back into his seat and glanced at Li Wanqi. She remained bent over her book. She turned pages silently, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. On her knees rested the book, Teaching Chinese as a Foreign Language. From boarding until now, Nan Xiangtian had spoken dozens of sentences, yet she had responded with barely 10 words in total. A sense of unease gnawed at Nan Xiangtian. His trip to Gamahela was never about any medical aid mission. 2 years later, he planned to apply for the Johns Hopkins exchange program, and his resume required an overseas medical collaboration experience. A place like Gamahela was poor enough, remote enough, and perfectly suited to demonstrate dedication spirit. Moreover, Li Wanqi had signed up too. He pulled strings through his family connections to slip his name onto the medical collaboration roster, all for the sake of being on the same flight and project team as her. Once they landed in that impoverished island nation, once Li Wanqi discovered the absence of Beijing's conveniences, no malls, no cafes, and utterly deplorable medical and living conditions, she would surely realize who was truly worth relying on. Wanqi, Nan Xiangtian patted the armrest. Sitting in economy for over 10 hours is brutal. There are seats available in business class up front. Let me upgrade you. Li Wanqi didn't lift her gaze. No need. Don't be stubborn. Prolonged sitting causes problems, especially on such an extended flight. You can lie down up there, and it's quiet. It's fine here. Nan Xiangtian didn't press further. He withdrew his hand and touched his watch face. This watch alone could sustain an ordinary person for years in Gamahela. He had worried about theft, yet insisted on wearing it purely for ostentation. In a country where the annual per capita income was merely $100, any clothes, a watch, or a laptop he brought would likely be considered extraordinary treasures. Footsteps echoed from the front cabin. A middle-aged man in a dark suit entered the cabin, his hair meticulously combed, walking with brisk strides. Nan Xiangtian recognized him immediately. Wang Jia, the former president of Spring Airlines, a familiar figure in financial magazines. Nan Xiangtian shifted slightly toward Li Wanqi, lowering his voice. See, Wang Jia from Spring Airlines. He's probably the new executive the airline invited. No need for the crew to put on such an extravagant welcoming display. Li Wanqi turned a page without responding. Wang Jia approached the cockpit door. The captain, co-pilot, and chief flight attendant had already lined up in 2 rows. The chief flight attendant adjusted her silk scarf and positioned her hands in front of her. The 50-something captain took out a tissue to wipe his forehead, then smoothed down his uniform collar. Wang Jia did not step forward for pleasantries. He moved to the right side of the cabin door, stepping back half a pace to leave the center passage clear. Then he raised both hands. Fingers interlaced. Both palms pressed to their foreheads. Wang Jia bowed his head. The captain, co-pilot, and chief attendant followed suit. The 2 rows of flight attendants performed the identical gesture in perfect unison. Silence descended upon the cabin. Nan Xiangtian straightened up slightly. As he observed the line of people bowing in the front cabin, his earlier nonchalance considerably diminished. For someone of Wang Jie's caliber to stand aside and voluntarily yield the central position, this was not a reception for an ordinary leader, nor was it simply an internal airline management transition. Wanqi, Nan Xiangtian reached out to touch her arm. Li Wanqi shifted toward the window. What are they doing up there? Is this some kind of religious ceremony? Li Wanqi closed her book and finally glanced toward the front cabin. This is how Gamma Gila greets their king. Nan Xiangtian looked utterly bewildered. The king, hands clasped at the forehead, then bowing. Some locals prostrate themselves when they encounter their king. Nan Xiangtian paused for a moment. So why did Wang Jie make the Sichuan Airlines crew learn this? Li Wanqi reopened her book. Weren't you asking about the new boss? Nan Xiangtian had no retort. He gazed forward. Wang Jie remained stationed by the cabin door. The captain's back was bowed extremely low. The chief attendant's palms were pressed to her forehead, her breathing barely audible. Nan Xiangtian suddenly felt restless. Could Gamma Gila's king truly be aboard this flight? Could an island king drowning in $9 billion of foreign debt and surviving on fishing actually compel Wang Jie to personally receive him on the plane? He unconsciously tucked his watch further up his sleeve. Li Wanqi paid him no further attention. She had come to Gamma Gila for a 6-month teaching volunteer assignment. Once the project concluded, once she graduated from graduate school, she would have a stable income. By then, even if Yifei was still laboring overtime at a private company, still struggling with rent and living expenses, she could help share his burdens. Yifei had only told her he worked in Gamma Gila. She hadn't inquired about the specifics of his job. In such an impoverished place, living alone abroad, his life certainly couldn't be easy. Li Wanqi had brought 2 large suitcases this time. Half were filled with textbooks and materials. The other half contained common medications, energy bar, sunscreen, and several sets of durable clothing. All meant for Yifei. She had planned to search for him gradually once she arrived in Braid. There was movement again in the front cabin. 2 plainclothes security officers positioned themselves on either side of the boarding corridor. The curtain between first class and economy was pulled aside. Several aid workers who had been conversing near the aisle all returned to their seats. Nan Xiangtian craned his neck to peer forward. He was determined to see what manner of person this Gamma Gila king actually was. Presumably an older tropical man. Pot-bellied, wearing a floral Hawaiian shirt, rings on his fingers trailed by secretaries and bodyguards. Footsteps sounded outside the cabin door. The first to enter was a blonde woman. Black tactical vest layered over a sun protection jacket, her physique trim and capable. She did not pause upon entering the cabin, scanning the front row seats, inspecting emergency exits, overhead compartments, and the aisle. When the blonde woman paused at Nan Xiangtian's row, where he had been making a spectacle of himself, she glanced at him for an extra moment. Nan Xiangtian pressed himself against the seat back, not daring to move. After confirming nothing was amiss, the blonde woman returned to her position by the cabin door. Immediately after, a young woman walked into the cabin. Deep gray business suit, ponytail pulled back neatly, a briefcase tucked under her arm, and a personnel list in her hand. Nan Xiangtian did not recognize her. Yet she radiated an unmistakable bureaucratic aura. Walking behind the blonde security personnel and appearing on this flight bound for Gamma Gila, her identity could not possibly be ordinary. Finally, the person from outside the cabin door entered. Nan Xiangtian's breath caught. No floral Hawaiian shirt. No portly middle-aged king. The young man who entered was tall, dressed in a deep blue casual suit with no watch on his wrist and no conspicuous brand labels. He was not wearing those black-framed glasses. Nan Xiangtian stared at that face, his mind going blank for a fleeting moment. That face seemed somehow familiar. The young man in Li Wanqi's phone wallpaper bore a striking resemblance to this person. But in the photographs, the man always wore black-framed glasses and faded shirts that had been washed countless times, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary office worker. This person, however, had piercing eyes and radiated an unmistakable aura of authority. Nan Xiangtian noticed the man did not slow his stride. Yet the captain and chief attendant remained with heads bowed. Wang Jie stood nearby, maintaining the formal gesture. As the young man passed Wang Jie, he merely raised his hand slightly. No need for formalities, President Wang. Only then did Wang Jie straighten up. Your Majesty, this is merely proper etiquette. The captain, co-pilot, chief attendant, and flight attendant spoke in unison. Your Majesty. Several aid group experts in the front rows ceased their conversations and turned toward the boarding corridor. Nan Xiangtian sat frozen in his seat. The green submariner on his wrist was still exposed. Yet he could not spare a thought for concealing it. He gripped Li Wanqi's armrest, his voice unable to contain itself. Li Wanqi, you just said this ceremony is performed for the king. Annoyed by the disturbance and unable to continue reading, Li Wanqi watched Nan Xiangtian acting like a fool and simply gave a perfunctory nod. Nan Xiangtian raised his hand, pointing toward the front cabin. Then what about him? That young man. Is he the king of Gamma Gila? Does the king of Gamma Gila speak Mandarin? Li Wanqi finally set down her book. She followed the direction of Nan Xiangtian's finger and lifted her gaze. Li Wanqi raised her head in the direction Nan Xiangtian was pointing. In the aisle of the forward cabin, the young man in the dark blue casual suit was walking past Wang Jie. He wasn't wearing his black-rimmed glasses. His brow bone, high nose bridge, and every contour of his face were exposed beneath the cabin lights. Li Wanqi sat motionless, her breath catching for half a beat. Yifei. How could it be Yifei? Back in the university library, he had always worn that pair of black-rimmed glasses. The lenses were cheap and the edges of the frame were scuffed. She used to think those glasses made him look old-fashioned. Once when Yifei took them off to wipe the lenses, she stared at his face for a long time and finally cracked a joke. You'd better put them back on. If someday a rich woman falls for you because you're not wearing glasses, what then? Yifei rolled his eyes. If a rich woman pays next month's rent for me, I'll smash these glasses tomorrow. Now he wasn't wearing glasses. He had become the king of Gamajiala. Wang Jie stood beside him offering a salute. The captain, first officer, purser, and flight attendants all kept their heads bowed. A king of a nation was standing less than 20 meters from her. Li Wanqi shrank deeper into her seat, hiding her face in the shadow cast by the seat back in front of her. She was still clutching the canvas bag. Inside were the medicine she had brought for Yifei, compressed biscuit, sunscreen, and a few durable pieces of clothing. She had originally planned to take her time finding him after arriving in Bulad. The Yifei who was always working overtime, always complaining about being broke, and even agonizing over an upgrade fee for ages. But now she didn't even have the courage to look up and greet him. She had come to volunteer teach to build a resume and earn a salary. Once she finished graduate school and could earn money, perhaps she would be able to share some of Yifei's burdens. But the Yifei have now dealt with airplanes, seaports, and an entire country. Nan Xiangtian was still holding her seat back. He lowered his voice and spoke quickly. Li Wanqi isn't that kingdom man on your phone wallpaper. Li Wanqi's fingers tightened around the edge of the canvas bag. Nan Xiangtian's voice burrowed into her ears, making her even more unsettled. If Yifei really was the king of Gamajiala, Nan Xiangtian couldn't possibly have failed to notice the relationship she once had with Yifei. The superiority he had just been flaunting, his direct admission PhD slot, his family's hospital, and his green submariner watch, would all turn into a joke. Li Wanqi looked up. How could that be? She stuffed a methodology for teaching Chinese as a foreign language into her bag and zipped it shut. You've mistaken him for someone else. Nan Xiangtian was still unwilling to drop it. Really? I think it's the same person. Without glasses his aura changed, but his features didn't. Many people in the world look very similar. Li Wanqi turned toward the cabin window. The glass reflected her pale face. Nan Xiangtian wanted to keep pressing, but someone from the forward cabin had already walked over. Liang Shan, the leader of the Peking Union Medical College medical team, stopped in front of Yifei with several medical team members. Liang Shan held a very prominent status in China's medical community. At ordinary conferences, he was always a figure seated in the front row. At this moment he pressed his interlaced fingers to his forehead and bent low. Your Majesty, I am Liang Shan, leader of the Chinese medical aid team to Gamajiala. Yifei raised his hand. Professor Liang, no need for such formalities. The medical foundation in Gamajiala is weak. Your willingness to go there is a blessing for the people of Gamajiala. The words were crisp and measured, calm and restrained. Li Wanqi listened to that voice and her chest tightened. In the past when Yifei spoke Mandarin, he had always had a slight Sichuan Chongqing accent. When the canteen raised its prices by 2 yuan, he would grumble about it for ages. Now hearing these words leave his mouth, he seemed so unfamiliar that she didn't dare believe it. But it was definitely Yifei's voice. Liang Shan straightened and stepped half a step aside. Your Majesty, this is a key young member of our medical aid team, Nan Xiangtian, a doctoral student at Peking University Health Science Center. Nan Xiangtian rose from his seat. He pushed the exposed watch back into his sleeve, pressed his interlaced fingers to his forehead, and bowed very low. Your Majesty. He had thought that going to Gamajiala this time would merely add an aid experience to his resume. Who could have imagined that he would see a head of state on the plane? As long as he left an impression on Yifei, the road ahead would become much wider, whether he later applied for exchange programs or entered the hospital system. Yifei extended his right hand. Thank you for traveling to Bulad to provide aid. Gamajiala's medical development needs professional talent. Nan Xiangtian straightened up, wiped his hand on his trouser leg twice, and only then clasped Yifei's hand. Your Majesty, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve Gamajiala. Yifei withdrew his hand and nodded. There were no extra words. Liang Shan, however, was quite satisfied. On such occasions what young people feared most was not knowing protocol. Nan Xiangtian had at least shown enough respect. Meanwhile, Zhang Feifei, leader of Peking University's language volunteer teaching team, had already stepped forward. She also performed the royal etiquette of Gamajiala. Your Majesty, I am Zhang Feifei, leader of the Chinese language volunteer teaching team to Gamajiala. Yifei raised his hand in acknowledgement. Professor Zhang, you've worked hard. The language system of Gamajiala is complex, and standardized language education bears on the nation's future. Chinese language education is of paramount importance. Zhang Feifei nodded repeatedly. Then she turned and looked toward the window seat in the first row of economy class. Li Wanqi was still watching the luggage cart outside the window. She hadn't heard Zhang Feifei calling her at all. Zhang Feifei frowned, walked over, and patted her on the shoulder. Wanqi. Li Wanqi's shoulder trembled. What are you thinking about? Get up and greet His Majesty. Zhang Feifei turned around and lowered her voice. Your Majesty, please forgive her. This is my student Li Wanqi. She is always very steady and hardworking. She was organizing teaching materials last night, so she probably didn't rest well. Li Wanqi had no choice but to stand up. She didn't dare raise her head. Her gaze landed on the second button of Yifei's suit jacket. The cabin fell silent. Nan Xiangtian stood on the other side of the aisle staring at her profile. Natalie, standing to Yifei's right rear, glanced at Li Wanqi's rigid shoulders and suppressed a smile. Zhou Jianing opened the personnel roster and made a mark after Li Wanqi's name. Li Wanqi folded her hands in front of her. Hello. Her voice was very soft. She didn't dare call him Your Majesty. She was afraid that once she spoke her emotions would no longer be hidden. Yi Fei stood before her. Her long black hair fell straight beside her cheeks, and the white knit sweater made her look especially fragile. She didn't look up. He recognized her anyway. At school this was exactly how she looked when she rejected someone. Quiet, distant, hiding every emotion. Besides, they had seen each other only 2 days ago. But Yi Fei did not intend to acknowledge her in public. There were too many people here. Liang Shan, Zhang Feifei, Nen Xiangtian, and all the aid personnel on the plane were present. If he showed the slightest hint of anything unusual today, Li Wanxi's next 6 months of volunteer teaching would never again be peaceful. Some would flatter her. Some would watch her. Some would use her to approach the royal family. Since she had come to volunteer teach, she should arrive in the identity of a volunteer teacher. Yi Fei extended his hand. Going to Bulad to teach is hard work. Keep it up. His tone was steady, no different from how he treated the other aid personnel. Zhang Feifei breathed a sigh of relief. Nan Xiangtian also withdrew his suspicion. It seemed he really had been mistaken. When Li Wanxi heard those businesslike words, her shoulders relaxed. He hadn't recognized her. Or perhaps Yi Fei no longer needed to recognize an ordinary schoolmate. That was fine too. She slowly extended her right hand. Her fingertips were icy cold. Their hands clasped in midair. Yi Fei's palm was very warm. She whispered thank you and prepared to pull her hand back. The next second, Yi Fei tightened his grip. His index and middle fingers slipped into her palm and gently tapped twice. 2 fingers tapped lightly twice against her palm. Yi Fei released his hand, first his expression calm, and continued down the aisle toward the next aid worker. Li Wanxi tucked her right hand into the pocket of her coat. The warmth still lingered in her palm. She lowered her head and opened her book, but the page remained unturned for a long while. Nan Xiangtian sat by the aisle, craning his neck as he watched Yi Fei shake hands with the medical team and the engineering group. Only after the curtain fell and the young king disappeared into business class did he lean back in his seat. Nan Xiangtian pushed his sleeve up, revealing more of the green submariner. See that? He slapped his knee, his voice low, but the excitement impossible to contain. The king shook my hand personally and said Gamma Jala needs professional talent for its medical infrastructure. That wasn't empty courtesy. That was an opportunity. Once we land in Bradley, I'll polish the medical collaboration report, get in touch with the Royal Medical Department. After that, when I apply for the Hopkins Exchange, who can compare with my resume? Li Wanxi kept her head down, a crease forming where her fingers pressed the page. Nan Xiangtian leaned closer. Why is your face so red? Li Wanxi pulled her scarf up, covering half her face. The cabin's a bit stuffy. Nan Xiangtian looked up at the air vent above. Cold air was streaming down. Stuffy. My back's freezing. I'm going to ask a flight attendant for a blanket. Li Wanxi turned toward the window without answering. Her palm remained curled in her pocket. Those 2 light taps were Yi Fei's way of telling her he recognized her, but didn't want to draw attention. In the university library, Yi Fei always liked to take the seat by the window. When she was tired from writing her thesis and refused to move from the desk, he would tap the surface twice with his pen. The meaning was simple. Stop pretending to sleep, let's go eat. But now what tapped her palm was no longer a pen. It was the king of Gamma Jala. The business class cabin used a staggered 1-2-1 layout. Zhou Jining sat at the window on the left side, a map of the Bradley City area spread across her lap with documents from the embassy's temporary office placed beside it. The French-style townhouse near City Hall, the vacant property west of King's Hotel, and the standalone building outside the East Coast Resort. All of them had been circled on the map. Establishing an embassy was not as simple as renting an office. Dedicated communication lines, security, isolation, vehicle dispatch, consular reception staff, housing. Every single item had to be put down on paper. Yi Fei sat in the middle section, the seat to his right empty. Natalie was in the window seat on the far right, noise-canceling headphones over her ears, her tablet screen streaming data from the onboard network and communication frequency scans. In the rear of business class, Chen Lin sat, ramrod straight, tablet resting on her lap, unmoving for a long time. Her mind had been racing nonstop since boarding. Yesterday in the hotel lobby, she heard someone mention the king of Gamma Jala, and assumed it was some publicity stunt the production crew had arranged. That was until Wang Jia personally organized the welcome lineup. It wasn't until the captain, the purser, and the foreign ministry staff all performed the royal ceremonial greeting that she finally accepted it. That young man in the front row, barely past 20, was truly the head of state of a nation. Chen Lin opened her notes app. Her original filming location options had been Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, and Indonesian islands. She crossed them out one by one. All that remained were a few words. Gamma Jala, young king, mysterious toxic mist, Pacific Island nation, top-tier guest. These elements together needed no manufactured hype. Only one question remained. How could she convince this king to appear on camera long-term instead of as a one-off guest? Chen Lin typed royal collaboration proposal at the top of her notes, then added 4 more words. Absolute confidentiality. The aircraft finished its climb, and the cruise indicator light came on. Yi Fei tapped the entertainment screen in front of his seat. The screen stuttered twice before the homepage loaded. He tried to connect to the onboard Wi-Fi. The webpage spun for ages, not even a news headline loading. Yi Fei unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the back row where Wang Jia sat. Wang Jia was revising the fleet plan on his computer. Seeing Yi Fei approach, he closed the screen and started to stand. Stay seated. Yi Fei pulled open the fold-down seat beside him. Wang, this plane's internet and seats are rough for long-haul flights. Wang Jia took off his glasses. Your Majesty, this A350 is a transitional aircraft. The cabin still has Sichuan Airlines' original configuration. Once it goes into the factory for a new paint job, we'll redo the seat's lighting and catering standards. For the two newly purchased A350s, the seat pitch across all three cabins will be higher than the major domestic airlines. Business class will be fully lie-flat, and the meals are being designed by a team from a 5-star hotel. Yifei shook his head. Not enough. Wang Jie stopped writing. Yifei raised his hand and tapped the screen in front of him. What's the point of fully lie-flat business class if you can't even load a single web page? Once passengers board, they're out of contact for over 10 hours. Files can't be sent, video meetings can't be held, and they can't even sleep well. Why would they fly with us next time? Wang Jie pulled up the cost projection sheet. Covering the entire fleet with Starlink is a hefty retrofit cost. For the used aircraft, we'd have to remove seats, rework wiring, and redo the interior. Each plane would need at least tens of millions of dollars in additional investment. And seat count. The wider the first and business class, the fewer economy seats. And short-term traffic is mostly aid workers, engineering personnel, and ordinary business travelers, so the cost pressure would be enormous. Yifei didn't touch the calculator. Which destinations have the highest budgets for families sending kids abroad to study? North America. And business travelers going to South America for mining, trade, and construction projects. Wang Jie paused. They have high budgets too. But flying from China to South America usually means routing through Europe or transiting via North America. Long travel times, visa hassles, and baggage transfer problems. Yifei turned Wang Jie's laptop around and pulled up the route map. His fingers traced from East Asia to the middle of the Pacific, then pressed down towards South America. Gamma Jala sits right in the middle of the Pacific. We're not competing for budget tickets. And we're not fighting domestic airlines over a few dozen yuan in fare differences. We sell time. We sell comfort. We sell certainty. Wang Jie stared at the map. Yifei kept going. Domestic flights to Bradley. After landing, passengers don't need to switch airports, go through transit again, or drag their luggage around for hours. Premium transit areas, through checked baggage, VIP lounges, short stop, refueling, even transit accommodation, all arranged for them. The plane refuels, the crew rotates, then continues to South America. One less hassle and roughly 10 hours saved means people will happily pay more. Wang Jie picked up his pen. But traffic rights, slots, South American ground support, jet fuel supply, and transit visa policies all need to be negotiated in advance. And passengers. Relying on students and business travelers alone may not be enough to sustain the route. Yifei leaned back into his seat. That's exactly why Bradley has to become a destination. Some people come to transit. Some stop for 2 days to see the sea. Some stay in hotels, take yachts, visit the outer islands. As long as people are willing to land, the airport, hotels, ports, duty-free tourism, everything makes money. King's Air isn't just moving people there. It's keeping people and money here. Wang Jie lowered his head and opened a new page of proposals. Economy class would keep a reasonable density. Super business class would use enclosed suites. First class would reduce seat count and raise privacy standards. High-speed network coverage across the entire aircraft. Exclusive lounge areas for transit passengers. Through checked baggage systems. He noted down each item. I'll rework the proposal when I get back. Starlink, premium lie-flat suites, cabin soundproofing, and the transit service system. All of it goes into the hard requirements. Within 2 weeks, I'll have the retrofit factory send quotes and technical plans to Bradley. Yifei nodded. Don't bring me just one quote. At least 3. Who's expensive, why they're expensive, who's cheap, what's missing, spell it all out. King's Air can spend money, but it won't be taken for a fool. Wang Jie smiled. That's my specialty. Lunch began to be served. The smell of hot meals drifted from the forward cabin. Yifei stood up to return to his seat. As he passed the junction between business class and economy, a gap opened in the curtain from the airflow. By the window in the first row, Li Wanqi was still sitting upright. She pressed against the window. Nan Xiangtian occupied the aisle seat, his mouth never stopping and his hands gesturing constantly. Economy seats weren't spacious to begin with. 10 hours of this would take a toll on her back and waist. Yifei stood for half a second, then turned and went back to his seat. The seat to his right was empty. Business class only had Yifei's party of 3 plus Wang Jie and Lin and a few team leaders who had been upgraded free of charge. There was plenty of space. Legs could stretch out and the seat could recline fully. He turned his head and raised a hand toward Natalie. Natalie pulled off one side of her headphones. Boss, go to economy class and bring the girl in the white sweater by the window in the first row. Natalie glanced toward the front. Isn't that Li Wanqi? I saw her earlier, but you didn't say hello. Yifei leaned into his seat. I did say hello. Go bring her here. On what pretext? Make something up. Have her sit here. Natalie set down her tablet and stared at Yifei for 2 seconds. You're the king. If you want someone brought over, why do I need to invent a reason? Yifei put his black-rimmed glasses back on. On this plane, I'm the host for her program. Don't cause trouble for her. Natalie muttered something in English under her breath. Coward. Yifei looked up. Say that again. Nothing. Neener, neener. Natalie stood up, straightened her sun protection jacket, and slipped through the curtain into economy class. The first row of economy. Nan Xiangtian was in the middle of describing his future career plans. Wanqi, listen to me. Bradley's conditions are rough, so the medical team will definitely need people. When you get there, don't go wandering off alone. If anything comes up, just come straight to me. Footsteps stopped beside them. Natalie stood in the aisle looking down at Li Wanqi. Miss Li, His Majesty requests your presence in business class. Li Wanqi raised her head. Blonde hair, emerald eyes, a black tactical vest. She recognized this face. 3 days ago at Zhang Chao's wedding, this woman had followed Yi Fei everywhere, never straying more than a step away. Yi Fei hadn't lied to her. This was his bodyguard. Nan Xiangtian's words trailed off his hand, frozen midair. He glanced at Natalia, then turned his gaze to Li Wanqi. Looking for her. Nan Xiangtian tugged at his sleeve, concealing the watch beneath. We are the Peking University Medical Aid Team. Li Wanqi was a member of the Linguistic Volunteer Teaching Group. What business could His Majesty possibly have with her? His tone carried a hint of wariness and the displeasure of having been interrupted. In Nan Xiangtian's view, his grandfather and father had both been chief physicians at grade A hospitals, and he himself was a direct doctoral candidate. If the king wished to receive anyone, it should be someone like him. A medical professional with solid expertise who could provide genuine value. Why would they want to summon a graduate student teaching Chinese? Natalia narrowed her eyes. She had absolutely no desire to entertain this insufferable man. During her computer science studies at Stanford, she had encountered countless such self-important elites. But Yi Fei had given strict instructions: do not bring trouble upon Li Wanqi. Her boss, decisive and ruthless as a tyrant when necessary, became timid and hesitant whenever it involved girls from his past. Natalia switched to a formal business-like tone. His Majesty needs to assess the willingness of Chinese students majoring in teaching Chinese as a foreign language to participate in volunteer teaching programs. The Gamma Jala language system is highly complex. Subsequent foundational education reforms require reference to domestic curriculum planning frameworks. His Majesty hopes to find someone with the appropriate professional background to gather relevant information. A few sentences logically airtight, leaving no room for criticism. Zhang Feifei in the forward business class seat spun around immediately. As the leader of the Peking University Language Volunteer Teaching Team, she understood precisely what this gathering of information signified. This was a direct signal of cooperation from the king himself. If negotiations went well, Peking University's Chinese language education aid project in Gamma Jala could secure top-level policy support. Future funding venues and personnel allocation would be settled with a single word. Wanqi. Zhang Feifei gestured urgently, her voice tense. Go quickly. You are the most reliable student I've ever mentored, and your academic scores rank first in your class. Whatever His Majesty asks, report honestly. This is an excellent opportunity. Explain our teaching philosophy thoroughly, especially the tiered instruction approach. You must mention it. Li Wanqi's fingers pressed against the cover of Methods for Teaching Chinese as a Foreign Language. She knew it was merely a fabricated pretext. She stood clutching the book against her chest. Nan Xiangtian occupied seat C and had to vacate the aisle. As Li Wanqi passed before him, the envy in his eyes was barely concealed. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about shaking the king's hand. Now the king had personally summoned Li Wanqi to the business class for a private conversation. How could such a rare opportunity to cross social boundaries fall upon a girl who taught Chinese? He clenched his jaw and drew his leg back into the seat. Li Wanqi did not glance at Nan Xiangtian. Following Natalia, she walked through the curtain separating the economy and business class sections. The space at the front of the cabin opened up completely. No cramped seats, no cacophony of conversation. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, and the engine's roar was entirely muffled. Natalia came to a halt, gesturing toward the center seat. Yi Fei sat on the left. The empty seat on the right had its half-height partition partially lowered, creating a relatively private alcove. Li Wanqi walked over and settled into the spacious aviation seat. Natalia did not follow. She took the rightmost window seat, pulled down the window shade, clamped noise-canceling headphones over her ears, turned toward the glass, and assumed an unmistakably hands-off demeanor. Yi Fei leaned back against the seat. The black-framed glasses were gone. The cabin's overhead reading light cast shadows across his brow bone. Li Wanqi placed the Methods for Teaching Chinese as a Foreign Language on the side table. She dared not lift her gaze to meet his. Zhang Feifei's instructions and Natalia's fabricated excuse now served as her best concealment. Your Majesty, regarding the difficulties in the Gamma Jala language system transition, I have previously conducted some research. Li Wanqi flipped open the book, her fingertips pressed against the page's edge. The local language lacks many modern technical and industrial vocabulary terms. If we proceed directly with pinyin-based Chinese instruction, conflicts in pronunciation habits will inevitably arise. My proposal is to begin the first phase with everyday vocabulary incorporating local. Her speech was rapid, her voice barely above a whisper. As if delivering a final semester presentation in a university classroom. Yi Fei turned his head toward her. She remained unchanged, always reciting from memory when nervous, always avoiding eye contact while reciting. The collar of her white knit sweater was slightly disheveled. After shuffling through economy class for quite some time, a few strands of her hair had come loose. She had come for volunteer teaching to build her resume and also to earn money. Now she sat beside him, still diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned by her team leader. Yi Fei raised his right hand. His index finger bent at the knuckle, and he tapped twice on the partition between them. Tap, tap. Li Wanqi's voice ceased. We can discuss these matters after you arrive in Bradley. There are things you aren't yet aware of, for instance the English proficiency rate. Yi Fei closed her book and pushed it to the edge of the table. Get over your jet lag, first settle into your accommodation. Once you've adapted to the local climate, then come discuss education system reform with me. Li Wanqi drew her hands back to her lap. All those prepared professional terms had been jammed back down her throat. Yifei pressed the call button on his armrest. For now, let's eat first. The chief flight attendant emerged from the galley with a service cart. She approached their seats and presented a handwritten menu in deep blue ink with both hands. Your Majesty and this lady. These are the business class dining options for this flight. What may I bring for you both? Li Wanqi accepted the menu with both hands. The calligraphy was exquisite, presented in both Chinese and English. Appetizers, main courses, desserts, and beverages. Dozens of options filled the pages. Before she had finished reading the first line, Yifei had already spoken. She'll have the beef rice noodles. Extra broth, no cilantro. And a glass of room-temperature apple juice. Plus a box of sugar-free yogurt. The chief flight attendant stood frozen, her pen suspended midair. Her gaze flickered between Yifei and Li Wanqi. A foreign head of state, elevated and supreme. An ordinary Chinese volunteer teacher. The king hadn't even glanced at the menu, yet he precisely recited this teacher's food preferences, even down to the minute details of no cilantro and room-temperature juice. The flight attendant had undergone rigorous professional training and swiftly suppressed the astonishment in her heart. Very well, Your Majesty. Miss Li's order is noted. And for you, the same as hers plus a serving of chicken rice. The flight attendant collected the menu and pushed the cart away briskly. Back in the galley, the flight attendant handed the order slip to the catering staff. 2 beef rice noodles, 1 chicken rice. 1 noodle order with extra broth and no cilantro. The other regular. The king's portion without cilantro. No, it's for Miss Li seated beside him. The flight attendant lowered her voice. The king ordered it himself. The catering staff widened her eyes in disbelief, but dared not ask further. She turned and hurried to prepare the meal. In the cabin, Li Wanqi set the menu down on the table. The warmth in her cheeks was rising, spreading to the tips of her ears. She leaned slightly closer to Yifei and lowered her voice to barely a whisper. Why did you order for me? The flight attendant's gaze when she looked at us has completely changed. She must have gotten the wrong idea. Yifei leaned back against the seat and adjusted the leg rest height. Wrong idea about what? That I know you, or that I know you don't eat cilantro. Li Wanqi was rendered speechless. Back in the school cafeteria, every time she ordered noodles, she had to remind the serving auntie 3 times. No cilantro. There was once when the auntie's hand trembled and sprinkled a little cilantro on her bowl. She sat at the table picking it out for 10 minutes. Yifei had been sitting across from her at the time, mocking her like she was performing surgery. Just tell me, was I right or not? Yifei shifted sideways, his elbow resting on the armrest. You've always had decision paralysis. If I let you just stare at the menu, you'd flip back and forth for 10 minutes, then still agonize over rice versus noodles. By the time you decided, I'd have finished eating. It's much faster for me to choose for you. Li Wanqi studied him. He wore a perfectly tailored bespoke suit, and on his wrist was no cheap digital watch. He sat in the forward cabin of a flight bridging the Pacific Ocean and Asia, wielding life and death power over an entire nation. Yet his tone of voice moments ago was still that of the penniless student who used to steal meat from her plate and complain about her slow ordering. He had changed, and yet he seemed utterly unchanged. Still that sunshine youth. The irritability stirred up by Nanxiangtian throughout the journey and the initial awkwardness from witnessing his transformation. All of it dissolved completely over a bowl of beef rice noodles. A tiny smile curved at the corner of her mouth. Li Wanqi picked up the beverage menu left behind by the flight attendant. She raised it to cover her lower face, pretending to study the vintage years listed inside. Her voice was soft, yet each word was articulated with perfect clarity. I don't have decision paralysis. I chose Gamma Jala without hesitation. I chose Gamma Clara without hesitation. The voice was soft, yet Yifei heard every word clearly. He leaned back in his seat, fingers tapping twice on the armrest without turning around. Li Wanqi held the drinks menu in front of her, waiting. Beside her, only the faint sound of a tablet turning pages. Slowly, she lowered the menu, suppressing her emotions. Yifei was no longer the Yifei who used to rush subways, calculate rent, and worry about end-of-month bills. Now he was responsible for the airport food for 1 million people and a $9 billion debt that could collapse an entire nation at any moment. She hadn't said those words to force him into a promise. She only wanted him to know. She hadn't come for the resume. Yifei folded away the tray table and turned to look at the thick clouds outside the window. He wasn't pretending not to understand. It was precisely because he understood that he couldn't respond casually. Brad didn't even have a decent chain supermarket. The port silt hadn't been cleared, the industrial zone faced power shortages, and the workers' wages had only been paid a few days ago. Making promises now. What happens when she stays a few months, can't bear it anymore, and wants to return to Beijing? How would he explain then? Money poured and infrastructure built, order stabilized. Wait until Gamma Clara no longer needs aid to survive, then talk about other things. The rest of the flight was much smoother. Yifei occasionally asked about happenings at Peking University, her mentor's research direction, and the curriculum of the teaching Chinese as a foreign language program. Li Wanqi leaned back in her reclined seat, answering intermittently. Neither of them brought up that sentence again. Dinner was delivered to their seats. Pan-fried French silver cod, caviar, champagne, and several elegantly plated appetizers. Li Wanqi held her wine glass and chatted with Natalie about Brad. Natalie's Mandarin was fluent. The ultraviolet rays in Brad are very strong during the day. Don't forget your sunscreen. Your housing is near the Shun River. Although the water flows from the toxic fog region in the north, the quality is excellent. Many people in the city use it directly for daily living. The deep water port on the west coast is full of silt right now and the cranes are rusted. Once it's cleared, you'll see many large ships entering the harbor. Li Wanqi listened intently. Occasionally, she turned her head glancing at Yifei. Yifei was reviewing aviation kerosene import quotes. He hadn't touched the champagne. There was only a glass of ice water on his table. On the tablet were aviation fuel procurement contracts, transport insurance storage facility leases, and import tax exemption applications. Behind each figure, countless zeros stretched on. Li Wanqi set down her glass and tucked in her blanket. She didn't want to press further. First do the volunteer teaching well. First do what she should do. At the very least, she couldn't let Yifei think she was a burden that needed taking care of. Halfway through the flight, Yifei unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the front cabin galley. The captain and chief flight attendant were reviewing the post-landing ground handling checklist. When Yifei approached, both immediately stood up from their seats. Your Majesty. Yifei waved his hand and leaned against the bar counter. His phone screen lit up. Anya had sent a message. The aviation hotel beside the airport had been cleared and completed. Power lines were reconnected, all bedding replaced, enough to accommodate this flight's crew and the subsequent ground handling team. Yifei replied with a simple, okay, then looked up at the captain. In 1 year, Sichuan Airlines and Kingdom Air's lease contracts will expire. Those interested in staying can sign directly with Kingdom Air. The captain hesitated. Yifei continued. Salary increases 30% above North American major airline standards. Family settlement, children's education, medical insurance. All resolved by Kingdom Air. The chief flight attendant stood to the side, the documents in her hand frozen. The captain paused for 2 seconds before forcing a polite smile. Thank you for your recognition, Your Majesty. But this matter still depends on our domestic company's arrangements, and I need to discuss it with my family. The chief flight attendant nodded along. Yes, Your Majesty. We're very grateful for your invitation. The words were polite. The meaning was equally clear. Gamma Clara was simply too poor now. No matter how high the salary, without proper living facilities, who would uproot their family to stay on a small island in the middle of the Pacific? Yifei took a sip of ice water and didn't push further. There was no need to say more for now. The deep water port hadn't been cleared, the aviation hotel was just renovated, and Kingdom Air was still in its infancy. Wait until the port berths were filled with cargo ships. The airport saw wide-body aircraft landing daily, and Brad had hospitals, schools, commercial districts, and stable flight routes. By then these people would reconsider on their own. Empty promises were useless. Put the pie on the table and let it smell good. People would come on their own. The plane began its descent. The announcement reminded passengers to stow tray tables and return seatbacks to upright position. Yifei returned to his seat. Natalie took over the tablet and continued monitoring flight communication data. Zhou Jining took a document from her briefcase and handed it to Yifei. Mr. Yi, the site selection plan for the embassy of Gamma Clara has been sent back to the capital. Once Prime Minister Anya confirms the location, the lease agreement can be signed tomorrow morning. Yifei flipped through the document. Several French-style buildings beside the city hall would serve as the embassy district, not far from Kingdom Square. The surrounding roads were wide, convenient for security arrangements. The annual rent for one building was under $1 million USD, settled quarterly. Not much money, but this rent was stable, legal, and continuous USD income. Every bit of foreign exchange in Gamma Clara had to be carefully calculated now. The location is fine. Yifei closed the document. Tomorrow morning you go find Anya to handle the paperwork. Understood. The plane broke through the clouds. Below, the sea was pressed into a layer of gold by the setting sun. A few seconds later the landing gear touched down. The fuselage taxied forward, the engine reverse thrust, drowning out conversations in the cabin. The plane came to a steady stop at Brad International Airport. The cabin door opened. Yifei, Natalie, and Zhou Jining stood up and turned. Li Wanqi would clear customs together with Zhang Feifei's volunteer teaching team. Wang Jie waited to leave with the crew, exchanging with the captain about landing impressions at Gamma Clara Airport. Zhou Jining carried her briefcase and had barely stepped through the cabin door when she paused. The jet bridge had been connected. 7 days ago this had been a patch of overgrown weeds, the terminal exterior peeling, puddles pooled in every floor crack. Now the jet bridge lights glowed, cool air streamed down from the overhead ducts, new flooring had been laid, and bilingual signs in Chinese, English, and Gamma Clara's language hung on the walls. Crossing the jet bridge into the terminal hall, the walls had been repainted, every overhead light blazing. The electronic screens at the customs counters displayed information steadily. For women in dark uniforms stood behind the verification desks, uniforms pressed immaculately, new ID badges pinned to their chests. Security personnel on both sides of the hall had changed into black tactical gear. Those rusty AK-47s had been put away. Their waists now bore standardized tactical batons, handcuffs, and walkie-talkies. Brief dispatch commands occasionally crackled through the radios. For the first time the entire airport looked like it was functioning normally. Yifei stepped into the hall. Ground crew members who had been preparing stopped their work. Technicians debugging electronic screens stood up. A woman pushing a cleaning cart in the corner also froze. No one had reminded them. Yet everyone in the hall knelt simultaneously. Thud, thud, knees hitting the floor tiles, the sound merging into one. Everyone's hands pressed together, fingers interlaced, palms touching their foreheads before pressing down to the ground. 7 days ago they were still afraid of not receiving their wages, still worrying about food, still working in the dark terminal building. 3 days ago, the overdue salaries were finally paid. Grain had arrived at the warehouses. The port construction had begun. The airport had power. They might not know where the king's money came from nor what this country would become. But they knew. Their lives were beginning to have something to look forward to. The A-team following behind had just stepped out of the jet bridge. Nan Xiangtian walked at the front. The entire way he had been complaining about the long flight, about how remote Brad was, about how even a proper commercial district was nowhere to be found. But the moment he entered the hall, his words stopped completely. A sea of people kneeling on the ground. No one urging, no one organizing. That silence weighed heavier than any welcoming ceremony. Nan Xiangtian stood frozen in place, his legs slightly numb. He had seen patients' families begging in hospitals, had seen young doctors currying favor with department heads for opportunities. But he had never seen anything like this. This wasn't ordinary respect. He glanced down at his cuff. The green submariner watch was hidden inside, which he had thought too conspicuous earlier. Now he only wanted to cover it completely. He suddenly recalled those words on the plane. He had said Gamma Clara was a poor place. He had said he could use the aid mission resume to reach a higher platform. He had said Li Wanqi would need him once she was here. But the Yifei walking at the front only needed to raise one hand to make everyone in the airport stand up. He even wondered if he should kneel too to blend in. Professor Liang Shan stopped behind, pushing up his glasses, silent for a long moment. Zhang Feifei grabbed Li Wanqi's arm. "Wanqi, you didn't say anything wrong on the plane, did you?" Li Wanqi didn't answer immediately. She watched Yifei's back. The deep blue casual suit, steady footsteps. She shook her head lightly. Yifei reached the customs passage and raised his hand. "Arise." Everyone in the hall stood up. Customs officers quickly took Zhou Jianning's diplomatic passport, verified it, stamped it, and returned it. The entire process taking less than 2 seconds. Zhou Jianning secured her passport and followed Yifei out of the hall. Tropical sea breeze blew against them. The air carried the salt of the ocean and the lingering jet fuel smell from the runway. 3 old-style black G-wagons were parked by the roadside. Anya stood in front of the middle vehicle. She wore a traditional dark Gamma Clara dress, and on the passenger seat sat a thick stack of reports and financial records. Deepwater port dredging, grain distribution, hotel renovations, airport upgrades. These past few days she had barely slept a full night. As Yifei approached, Anya was already pulling out the top document. "Your Majesty, the port's dredging ships have." Yifei didn't take the reports. He stepped forward, spread his arms, and pulled Anya into an embrace. Anya's words stopped mid-sentence. Several reports slipped from her hand and fluttered to the ground. Yifei's chin pressed against her shoulder. "You've worked hard." Anya stood motionless. After a few seconds, she raised her hand, hovering in midair. Natalie stood beside them, quietly bending down to gather the scattered port reports one by one. Anya took the report forms back from Natasha and tucked them into the folder. She smoothed down the collar that Yifei had rumpled, then stepped back half a pace. "Your Majesty, the car is ready." Yifei released his grip. Outside the airport stood 3 black old-model Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs. The paint had just been waxed, and under the streetlights the vehicle bodies gleamed brilliantly. "Get in." Yifei slid into the back seat of the middle vehicle. Anya sat beside him, the folder resting on her knees. Zhou Jianning clutched her briefcase and voluntarily got into the rear vehicle. Natasha handed the last 2 report forms through the car window, then turned and followed. The car door closed. In the front passenger seat, a man in a black tactical vest pressed his hand to an earpiece. Perimeter confirmed motorcade departing. He spoke in English. Yifei glanced at the rearview mirror. The Polar Bear team had taken over the security along the route. 6 Blackwater security personnel were distributed across the 3 vehicles, with another 5 remaining at the airport perimeter and elevated positions along the route. As the motorcade exited the airport, brief radio confirmation came from rooftops of several buildings in the distance. Inside the rear vehicle, Zhou Jianning watched the low-rise houses recede on both sides of the road, then glanced at the armored door panels inside the car. "Miss Natasha, is this Blackwater International's highest-level security protocol?" Natasha tapped on her tablet. 3 observation posts along the route, 2 backup vehicles, the road ahead cleared in advance. Polar Bear is leading in person. Zhou Jianning held her briefcase even tighter. Before coming to Gamma Gela, Minister Hua had asked her to investigate the source of Yifei's funds. Now she wanted to know something else entirely. How much money did this 23-year-old young king actually have? Inside the middle vehicle, the air conditioning was running quite cold. Yifei traced the stitching of the genuine leather seat. "Where did this car come from? Weren't you driving a beat-up pickup truck before?" Anya flipped open a document. Found it in the royal estate garage. An asset left behind by the old king, covered with dust cloths all along. She pulled out a vehicle assessment form. "I was actually in contact with a used car dealer in Australia, planning to sell it next month to cover debts. The maintenance and fuel costs for these cars in the royal garage could feed 2,000 families for a month." Yifei removed his black-framed glasses, folded them, and tucked them into his suit's inner pocket. "Sell what? A proper country can't receive foreign guests with a tractor." Anya did not engage with this topic. She handed over the financial ledger. "This is the expenditure from the dedicated treasury account during the days you were away." Yifei did not take it. Anya simply read aloud. "Deepwater port dredging vessel and tugboat, $20 million. Western Coastal Industrial Zone Road advance payment, $50 million. Zeekr Motors advance payment, $30 million. Airport runway repaving, aviation, hotel renovation, grain procurement, fuel reserves, and resort maintenance." She closed the folder. The $300 million you left has already been spent in large part. I've checked the expenses for the Eastern Coast Resort down to the last nail 3 times. No waste. Money only becomes money when it's spent. Yifei leaned back against the seat. The streetlights outside the window flickered intermittently. Many districts lacked continuous power supply. Power lines hung drooping along the roadsides, and occasionally residents could be seen walking through alleyways carrying kerosene lamps. Sitting in an account, it's just a string of numbers. And you paused for 2 seconds. We still owe Australia and New Zealand $9 billion. Is there any practical difference between owing $90 billion and owing $900 billion as long as the creditors haven't come knocking? The difference is significant. And you press the folder against her legs. Owing $90 billion, they're willing to wait. Owe $900 billion, they'll come to dismantle the ports, seize the airports, and take away royal assets. Yifei turned his head. That's why we need to show them that the ports and airports are worth more than they are now. Once the deepwater port is operational and the industrial zone is running, once the airport has stable flight routes, what they'll get is a country capable of repaying its debts. If they dismantle everything now, all they'll take is a bunch of rusted crane hooks and crumbling runways. And you fell silent. This logic had occurred to her before. But she had guarded this nation for 3 years, opening her accounts every day only to see debts collection notices, supply interruptions, and lists of the dead. Now Yifei had been back less than 10 days and money was falling from the sky. She would have to relearn how to spend money. And you pulled out another document. The Eastern Coast Royal Resort is progressing faster than expected. The garbage along 15 kilometers of coastline has been cleared. 20 beach cabins have had their wood and roofs replaced. The main building has been reconnected to electricity. In 7 days the cabins can receive guests and dozens of rooms in the main building can be ready. When Chun Lin's variety show team lands, accommodations won't be a problem. Yifei nodded. Have someone coordinate properly with Director Chun Lin from that program team. And Yuzpin stopped on her schedule. She turned her head. Your Majesty. Moi. Are you trying to fall in love? Yifei nearly choked. Who? You. And you flipped to the page with the program introduction. Heartbeat frequency, a closed environment, male and female contestants' romantic interactions. You are the monarch of a nation. If a princess consort is needed, diplomatic channels can be used to contact European countries that still retain their monarchies. Gamma Jella may be poor, but the Sharif family's royal bloodline remains valid. She pointed to the words, dating show. But you're staging a dating reality show at the royal resort and planning to appear in it yourself. The citizens will think you're neglecting your duties. Yifei laughed in exasperation. People can barely afford to eat, and you're lecturing me about dignity. Would European princesses be willing to come here and crack coconuts? That doesn't mean you can go on a dating show. Do you understand what traffic means? Yifei raised his hand and framed a shot. Chun Lin's show is watched by tens of millions of people in this country. When they see headlines like shocking, Island King threatens top celebrity with a blade, they'll definitely click to watch. The show is filmed in Gamma Jala. The beaches, the resort, the airport, the port, all of it will be in the footage. When viewers see the ocean here, they'll want to buy tickets and come stay in hotels, spend money. Once people arrive, dollars arrive. And Ya's expression darkened. Then what did you mean just now about threatening a top celebrity with a blade? Am I not allowed to kill a chicken to make soup for someone? And you stuffed the document back into her bag. I'll get in contact with Chun Lin. The motorcade traveled northward along the coastline. After leaving the airport, the full extent of Bulad's decay became visible. The city was built into the mountainside, houses stacked layer upon layer. Most windows had no lights, occasionally a kerosene lamp inside a home cast a faint glow. The carriage was quiet for a long time. And you spoke up suddenly. This morning the medical rescue center in the residential district delivered a baby. Yifei was still calculating tomorrow's capital arrangements. Who's a? Could it be a royal orphan? Do I have competitors? And you rolled her eyes and shook her head slowly. An ordinary citizen. So what? Does the Prime Minister really need to report this to me, the king? This is the first child born in Gamma Jala in the past 2 years. Yifei sat up straight. Say that again. And you opened her black notebook. Gamma Jala's registered population, 994,721. In the past 24 months, 5,600 deaths. The main causes of death were malnutrition, basic illnesses, and maritime accidents. Number of newborns, 0. This morning that number finally became 1. The wheels rumbled over a bumpy road. Yifei said nothing. 1 million people. No newborns in 2 years. The system settled $100 million daily based on the resident population. But if the elderly kept dying, if young people dared not marry and dared not have children, the country's population would only continue to shrink. The port could be dredged deeper, but without workers. The airport could be built better, but without passengers. The hotel could be constructed more luxuriously, but without tourists or service personnel. The key point was the fewer people, the less money he received daily. Why? Yifei's voice dropped low. Can't afford to raise them. And you closed her notebook. Average annual income is $100. Fishing nets break with no money to repair them. Nothing grows in the fields. Adults are fortunate to eat 1 meal a day. When a woman is pregnant, she needs nutrition. For delivery, she needs medical care. After the child is born, there's formula needed. There's nothing here that isn't in short supply. She pointed out the car window. When young people don't know if they'll survive next month, who would dare have children? The child born this morning belongs to a couple in their 40s. Their eldest son went to sea the year before last, and never returned after encountering a storm. The couple wanted to leave behind something to remember him by, which is why they had this child. The baby weighed only 4 Gene at birth. Yifei reached into his pocket, felt the black-framed glasses, and pulled his hand back. What about the hospital conditions? Only basic anti-inflammatory medication. The incubator was a UN-8 item from 10 years ago. 3 have broken, only 1 remains functional. Then have someone notify Liang Shan, who came from China. Yifei looked up. Have the Peking Union Medical College medical team take over that hospital tomorrow morning. They just landed and are still adjusting to the time difference. The equipment is also on a cargo ship that just departed from Chinese ports. That child must survive. That's an order. And you took out her phone. I'll have the person receiving them convey this immediately. The motorcade drove onto the northern mountain road. The road had become much smoother with trimmed greenery on both sides. The royal estate appeared on the mountainside halfway up, while Bilad below remained submerged in darkness. Yifei lowered the car window. Sea breeze poured in. He was contemplating that childbirth still needed incentives. South Korea's stock rose, fertility subsidies increased significantly, and the birth rate immediately improved. Gamma Gela could learn from this too. One child $500 in monthly subsidies. $6,000 a year. Until age 18 that totals just over $100,000. 1,000 children, approximately $100 million over 10 years. This amount was less than a single day's allocation from his system. Yifei rolled up the car window. Enya informed the residents that tomorrow morning at King's Square, I'm giving a speech to promote childbirth. Enya flipped to a blank page. From today onward, all pregnant women, prenatal checkups, nutritional supplements, delivery, formula, medical care, and education will be covered by the royal household. Enya looked up. Your Majesty, this expense will be substantial. After pregnancy confirmation, $500 in monthly subsidies until the child turns 18. Subsidies distributed in phases. First payment upon pregnancy confirmation and registration, then into the child's account after birth registration. Vaccines, school enrollment, and health records all integrated into the royal system. If anyone dares to exploit children for money, they'll be dealt with according to royal decree. Enya's pen stopped on the paper. Yifei leaned back in his seat. I want this country to have 20,000 more babies next year. Anya's pen hovered over the schedule. She stared at Yifei's profile, waiting for him to take it back. The only sounds in the carriage were the engine and tires rolling over gravel. 20,000 children. According to the subsidy standard Yifei had just established, each child would receive $500 per month from birth registration until they turned 18. 20,000 people, $10 million a month. $120 million a year. And that was only the cash subsidy. Prenatal checkups, delivery rooms, doctors, incubators, vaccines, formula, nutritional supplements, cold chain transportation. Every single item required funding. The treasury of Gamagilla didn't even have stable tax revenue now. I'll mobilize the broadcasting system overnight and notify the district managers. Anya drew 2 circles around 20,000. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at King Square. Print the fertility subsidy policy as a briefing and distribute it household by household. She closed the folder. You announce it on stage yourself. You need to solve the funding problem too. The treasury has no folic acid inventory, and there aren't enough maternal and child health facilities. Pregnant women need meat, eggs, and milk, but current food supplies are limited to rice and flour. If there's a large-scale pregnancy among citizens, subsequent supplies must keep up. Yifei leaned back in his chair. Send out procurement inquiries tonight. Contact all of them. Australia, New Zealand, the United States. Meat, eggs, milk, powder, nutritional supplements. The first batch goes through cold chain. List all prices, quarantine standards, and arrival times clearly. Anya lowered her head and took notes. What about hospital construction? Have Professor Liang Shan take over the medical aid center first and split the union medical team into 2 groups. One group stays with the current patients, the other takes inventory of obstetric equipment and staffing gaps. Give me a list tomorrow of what's missing and contact Zhou Jiani to resolve it. As soon as Yifei finished speaking, the wheels hit a deep pothole. The old Land Cruiser jolted violently. His whole body bounced upward, his forehead nearly hitting the roof, his stomach churning badly. What's wrong with this road? Yifei gripped the door handle and forced down the nausea. Anya protected the folder. The winding mountain roads in the North District haven't been repaired in years. They used to be reserved for royal caravans. In the past 3 years, financial pressures mounted, and after each rainy season, more potholes appeared. I originally thought I could save money on road repairs and buy grain instead. Yifei rubbed his stomach, his expression darkening. Save my ass. Without roads, how does grain get into the city? How are building materials transported? When tourists arrive, are they supposed to ride a roller coaster the whole way? Anya stopped writing. Yifei turned his head. Once the urban planning study is complete, start road construction. Have the Minister of Transportation take responsibility for this. Understood. The convoy finally stopped on the flat ground halfway up the mountain. Gray Bear had already brought people to set up the cordon. Several strong lights swept across the surrounding bushes, and confirmation voices kept coming through the communication channels. Yifei pushed the door open and stepped down onto the flagstone ground, his stomach finally feeling better. Zhou Jianing got out of the rear vehicle and stood still where she was. Her father spent his entire life in construction, and she had seen many mansions and estates since childhood. But the scale of the royal estate before her exceeded her expectations. The building extended horizontally along the mountainside, covering over 3,000 square meters. The exterior walls were clad in gray-white stone with thick walls and few windows, the entire structure lacking any unnecessary decoration. A large flat area had been carved out halfway up the mountain with retaining walls extending all the way to the end of the road. Zhou Jining scanned the foundation slopes and drainage outlets. Just the earthwork and retaining walls for this site would be no small project back home. Natalie jumped out of the car and inspected the roof perimeter walls and elevated positions on both sides first. Too many blind spots. She pressed her earpiece. Roof, rear, mountain, cliff sides. All need surveillance coverage. In case of a surprise attack, existing cover is insufficient. Gray Bear, give me an outer defense layout tomorrow morning. Gray Bear raised his hand from a distance in acknowledgement. Let's go inside and take a look. Yifei pushed open the estate gate. The first floor hall had a ceiling height approaching 8 meters with reception rooms, banquet halls, and meeting rooms arranged in sequence. Furniture was still covered with dust cloths, and newly unpacked light boxes stood at the end of the corridor. Anya led everyone through the corridor and pushed open the back door. Sea breeze blew in from the cliff edge. Yifei stood on the steps looking toward the rear of the estate. That was a vast expanse of wasteland. The area approached 10 standard football fields. The outermost edge bordered the cliff with the Pacific Ocean hundreds of meters below, the sound of waves crashing against rocks reaching the grassland. Zhou Jining walked close to the cliff edge for a look, then quickly retreated. Has this land been empty all along? Yifei pointed toward the lawn. Anya opened the asset register. The old king would occasionally come for walks. The turf maintenance costs were too high, and later the finances couldn't sustain it, so it fell into disuse. If we relay the turf, just mowing and irrigation alone would cost $100,000 annually. In Anya's accounts, this land was nothing but an expense. Yifei walked to the center of the lawn and looked back at the hillside. This place can't just be grass. Anya looked at him in confusion. The hillside behind here should have tiered seating on 3 sides. Keep a football field below, maintain a safe distance on the cliffside, build railings and viewing areas. Host some matches and sell tickets. If there are no matches, set up stages for concerts, music festivals, and brand launches. We can also establish a Gamagila, letting children's matches be played here. Yifei gestured with his hand to indicate the seating area. 50,000 seats. $100 per ticket and full capacity would generate $5 million in ticket revenue. Plus naming rights, sponsorships, broadcasting, catering, and merchandise. When people come, hotels have guests, the airport has passengers, and the port has cargo. Anya looked down at the patch of wild grass. She had lived here for 3 years. She had never connected this land to any revenue stream. Zhou Jining picked up the conversation. The terrain should work, but we need to survey it first. The mountain body requires geological reports. The cliffside needs reinforcement, and accommodating 50,000 people moving in and out simultaneously demands high standards for roads, parking, and evacuation routes. Natalie added security costs for a gathering of 50,000 wouldn't be trivial either. Yifei nodded. That's why we shouldn't break ground yet. Ports, roads, hospitals, schools come first. Survey the venue, develop the plan, calculate the budget and return period. Revise if problems arise. Don't recklessly spend money for aesthetics. Anya turned to a fresh page and wrote a few words. Royal Mountain Sea, open air venue. Reserve project. 2nd floor, master bedroom. Anya pushed open the heavy double wooden door. Yifei paused for a few seconds after entering. He had previously rented a 15 square meter single room outside the 4th Ring Road in Beijing. The bed was right upon entering, the wardrobe pressed against the wall, and the desk squeezed by the window. Mornings meant competing with the neighbor for bathroom access. Now this master bedroom, with a surf bathtub in the bathroom, was nearly the size of his former residence. A 3-meter wide bed sat in the center of the room. The frame was solid with the bedding freshly changed. Yifei stared at the bed for 2 seconds and stopped himself from thinking further. The study is next door. Anya pointed to the side door. The internet was connected this afternoon, and the documents have already been delivered. Miss Zhou, the lease agreement for the embassy district will be signed at City Hall tomorrow morning. Stay in the estate guest rooms for tonight. Zhou Jining nodded, clutching the briefcase to her chest. Natalie Gray Bear is in the 1st floor monitoring room. Regarding the estate's security, go over it with him again. Natalie gave a gesture. After Anya finished her instructions and was about to leave, Yifei spoke up. Wait. He walked to the bedside and pressed on the mattress. Zhou Jining, Natalie, you two go downstairs first. Anya and I have something to discuss. Zhou Jining stopped in her tracks. She glanced at the 3-meter wide bed, then at Yifei and Anya, her cheeks growing warm. Just a man and woman alone. And he had sent everyone else away. She held her briefcase tighter, kept her head down, and hurried out. Natalie leaned against the doorframe, spat out her gum. She looked between Yifei and Anya twice, then whistled. Then she closed the door behind her. Click. The lock engaged. In the spacious master bedroom, only Yifei and Anya remained. Anya stood where she was, her military-style uniform perfectly neat. Why did you send them away? What do you want? Yifei sat on the edge of the bed and unbuttoned his suit jacket. He looked up with a mischievous smile. I want. Anya stepped back half a pace, her back pressing against the heavy solid wood door. She tugged at the collar of her military-style uniform, her hand already drifting toward her waist where a crystal dagger was usually sheathed. But today, heading to the airport to pick up Yifei, she hadn't brought it. A 3-meter wide bed dominated the center of the room. Yifei sat on the edge of the bed, his suit jacket casually tossed onto the mattress. Seeing Anya's defensive posture, he couldn't help but laugh. What's going through your mind, I was just playing along with your words. Your head is full of nothing but dirty thoughts. Not very proper of you, Prime Minister. Anya lowered her hand from her collar, the heat still lingering on her face. It's your wording that's the problem. Fine, my fault then. Yifei dropped the playful tone and patted the spot beside him. But keeping you here, there is something serious. The cabinet reshuffle. Anya remained standing. The earlier awkwardness faded, her expression turning grim. She looked down, pinching the edge of the folder, the plastic cover creaking softly under her fingers. Decentralization. Those two words surfaced first. Since the old king's death, Gamajala had been held together by her alone. Finance, interior, transportation, foreign affairs, royal estates. Whenever any department lacked manpower, she stepped in to fill the gap. More often than not, even neighborhood grain rations and hospital medicine shortages ended up on her desk. Now Yifei was back. No matter where his money came from, he had money. He was the true heir of the Sharif family. Taking the power back would be perfectly justified. Anya straightened up her leather boots, treading across the wooden floor. All right, you're the king, and the construction funds all come from your accounts. You must already have the cabinet list prepared. Clutching the folder to her chest, she lowered her head and waited for Yifei to speak. Yifei sat on the edge of the bed, paused for 2 seconds, and stared at her speechlessly. You silly woman, what are you imagining? Anya lifted her head. Who told you I was going to replace you? Yifei stood up, walked over to her, and rapped his knuckles against the folder. If I really wanted to take back power, would I have handed you that procurement list worth hundreds of millions in the car? Anya said nothing. Yifei turned, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The sea breeze poured into the master bedroom, lifting a corner of the curtain. What I'm asking is for you to delegate the work. Vice Premier, Interior, Finance, Health, Education, Labor, Royal Enterprises. Fill every one of those positions. Anya froze. You're letting me pick the people. Aren't you afraid they'll all be my loyalists? What else? Yifei looked back. I've only been here a few days. Aside from you, Lit, and Heather, I haven't even figured out how many capable people there are in this kingdom. You know this place better than I do. Pick people you trust, and people who can actually get things done. Try them out first. Keep them if they perform, replace them if they don't. Don't bring back that old disease where once someone sits in a seat, no one can touch them. Anya held the folder, not answering right away. Yifei pressed on. The volunteer teaching team needs school facilities tomorrow. The Concord medical team needs to take over the hospital. The dredging vessels need to enter the harbor. Maternity subsidies, nutritional supplements, milk powder, vaccines. All of it needs people on the ground. How much can you handle alone? Anya spoke up. If I can't find suitable people for now, I can keep holding the positions concurrently. You can hold them concurrently, but not forever. Yifei walked back to the bed and sat down. You're the prime minister, not a 247 errand machine. From now on, your job is to watch the budget, set the direction, push the schedule, and check for problems. Let the ministers handle the specific matters, and let the people below do the legwork. A prime minister oversees the whole picture. You're not supposed to do the entire country's work by yourself. Anya stood still, silent for a long time. Why what? You're handing me this much power. Aren't you worried I'll just take the money and run? Yifei laughed. You're the one who wanted to sell the old G-Wagons in the garage to buy food, and you're going to run off with the money. What are you going to leave in? Those 2 helicopters with no fuel. Anya's breath hitched slightly despite herself. Yifei's tone softened. I'm asking you to delegate not because you're in my way. It's because you're about to break down. Anya didn't move. Yifei reached out and tapped her cheek. When you picked me up at the airport, you could barely walk steadily. During the briefing in the car, you misread the harbor dredging budget twice. You're still sending me work messages at midnight every night. If you keep burning yourself out like this, you'll collapse in the city hall before the $9 billion national debt is paid off. I finally found a hard-working workhorse like you. I don't want you burning out this soon. Anya opened her mouth to speak. Yifei didn't give her a chance to dodge. A nation needs to be built, but you also need to stay alive. At least long enough to see Gamajala step onto the world stage. Get the team filled in. Finalize the list tonight, and we'll hold the meeting tomorrow. Then go home and sleep. You hear me? Anya stood by the door, thinking back over the past 3 years. Creditors came to her for money. Residents came to her for food. Hospitals came to her for medicine. Dock workers came to her for wages. Everyone was waiting for her to solve their problems. No one ever asked if she was tired. Tears fell onto the front of her uniform. She wiped once, but they kept coming. The next second, Anya strode over, threw her arms wide, and pulled Yifei into a hug. Yifei's entire face was pressed into the embrace, almost unable to breathe. Thank you. Anya's voice was thick with tears. Thank you, Yifei. Yifei's hands hung frozen in the air before he finally patted her on the back. All right, don't wipe your snot on my suit. This thing cost a fortune. Anya didn't let go. Suddenly the master bedroom door was pushed open. Boss, the perimeter surveillance is all ready. Natalie stopped mid-sentence at the door. The suit jacket on the bed, the folder on the floor, and the 2 people locked in an embrace, all laid out before her. Natalie let out a whistle and spit her gum into its wrapper. Looks like I interrupted His Majesty's reproduction plan. Anya immediately released. Yifei stepped back and wiped the dampness from her face. Yifei rubbed his neck, his face darkening. Not knocking before you enter. I'm docking your bonus. You've never paid me a bonus anyway. Natalie raised her tablet and pulled up the radar logs from Brad International Airport. There's something you need to handle first. Yifei took the tablet. On the screen was a freeze frame of a silver gray Gulfstream G650. 10 minutes ago, with no flight plan and no diplomatic notice, it applied directly to enter Brad airspace. The tower rejected its approach request. And then, oi, they activated Squawk 7700. Natalie swiped to another page of logs. Under aviation regulations, the tower is obligated to give priority landing clearance. Yifei's face hardened. Who's on the plane? They refused customs inspection and brought 4 armed bodyguards. Natalie zoomed in on the footage. In the terminal lobby, a young man in a white suit was shoving past airport security guards who tried to stop him. He shouted across the hall, "Tell the king to come out. Tell him the Prince of Gamajala has returned." Yifei tossed the tablet onto the bed. The screen was still glowing. In the airport surveillance feed, a man was shoving security personnel, his white suit collar knocked askew, his movements wild. Yifei turned to Anya. "Did you have a child behind my back?" Anya's chest rose and fell as she pressed a hand to her forehead. The Sharif family's genealogy is locked in the basement of City Hall. The old king never married. Apart from me, his adopted daughter, he had no other children. We've gone through George's lines records many times. The only one who meets the succession requirements is you. Yifei raised his hand and pointed at the screen. Then where did this brat crawl out from? Natalie pulled up the flight information. A Gulfstream G650. Its registration went through multiple layers of offshore companies. The actual owner cannot be traced. The airframe alone is worth $65 million, and it costs over $10,000 an hour to operate. Gamajala has to import even its aviation fuel reserves. Someone who spends that kind of money to fly here isn't here just to claim kinship. Yifei leaned against the bed, his mind racing. This country owed $9 billion in debt. The harbor's silt hadn't been dredged, and the airport had only regained a few days of order. A normal person would come here to talk aid, talk debt, talk resources. Who would fly in on a private jet and raise a ruckus to snatch the title of a poor kingdom's prince. Unless what he wanted was never out in the open. Yifei touched the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Every dawn the system wired $100 million into his account. The throne was his. So were the citizens. If anyone reached for them, they were touching his lifeline. Could he be an illegitimate son that old King Henry left behind? Anya's face turned cold, ready to kick Yifei at any moment. When the old king went to China searching for George's descendants, all of his itineraries were documented. He had no romantic entanglements. Yifei thought again. And it can't be from an ex-girlfriend of mine. In 23 years, I've never even held a girl's hand. Natalie leaned against the doorframe, chewing gum. Then there are only 2 possibilities left. A con artist or someone here on business. Come on, let's go take a look at the airport. Yifei grabbed his suit jacket and headed out. Zhou Jianing, clutching a briefcase, hurried over from the other end of the corridor. "Mr. Yi, do you need me to accompany you?" The other party flew a private jet into Gamajala's airspace. This may involve diplomatic negotiations. Anya blocked her path. Identity unverified. This concerns royal affairs. Miss Zhou stays at the estate. Zhou Jianing halted in place, looking at Yifei. Yifei didn't look back, merely raising a hand. "Listen to Anya." The estate gates swung open. The night sea breeze poured into the hall. 3 vintage black G-wagons roared to life at once. Grizzly sat in the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle, pressing his earpiece. "Alpha Squad, get to the control tower and verify the flight records. Bravo Squad, seal off the runway and the apron. Royal Guard, block every exit of the terminal. No one on that aircraft disembarks without permission." A steady stream of acknowledgments crackled back through the radio. Blackwater men checked their weapons, then dispersed into the vehicles. Yifei climbed into the back seat of the middle car. Anya sat beside him, the tablet on her lap, fingers gliding across the screen without pause. The convoy descended the winding mountain road on the north side. Moments after leaving the estate, a wheel smashed into a water-filled pothole. Yifei was thrown against his seat, his stomach churning. That bowl of beef rice noodles from dinner nearly surged back up his throat. He gripped the door handle, his face turning pale. "This goddamn road. I'll have Heather hire people to fix it tomorrow." Anya didn't look up. Got the flight path. The Gulfstream's last refueling stop was in Hawaii. It flew over 2,000 kilometers, heading straight for Brad. After the tower denied approach, they squawked the 7700 emergency code. Yifei's expression darkened. 7700 meant an emergency. Once an aircraft squawks that code, the tower must prioritize its landing. Is someone injured on board? No. The tower asked to connect a medical team. They refused. The tower asked border control to come aboard and inspect. They refused that too. Anya handed the tablet over. They used the emergency code to force a landing. Yifei read through the records and handed the tablet back. Then we do it by the book. First, we temporarily detain the aircraft and its crew on the grounds of falsifying an emergency code, refusing border inspection, and disrupting airport order. Anya looked up. This will provoke protests. Let them protest. Yifei leaned back into his seat. He trampled the rules to pieces first, and now he expects me to roll out a red carpet. Keep the Gulfstream right where it is. We'll deal with it once we've confirmed his identity. If he really is a fat sheep delivered to our door, we can't let him slip away. Grizzly twisted halfway around from the front passenger seat. "Boss, they've got 4 bodyguards. If they're carrying heavy weapons, what do we do?" Yifei raised his head. "Can we take them? In Gamajala, no one uses heavy weapons inside my protected zone." Grizzly's tone was steady. "If they dare make a move, it's over in 3 minutes." The convoy arrived outside the terminal. Yifei pushed the door open and got out, bracing against the frame as he dry heaved twice. Natalie passed him some ice water, then pulled a pair of black shades from her pocket and snapped them onto his face. Keep them on. The way you look just now, you'd be better off registering at a hospital than coming out to meet a scammer prince. Yifei took a sip of water and adjusted his sunglasses. I'm docking your bonus. You've never given me a bonus in the first place. Then I'll keep owing you. He straightened up and walked toward the terminal. The airport hall was already sealed off. 50 royal guards stood in 2 lines dressed head to toe in black tactical gear. Blackwater mercenaries held positions near the corridor staircases and customs counters. Yifei stepped into the hall. The guards turned in unison, one hand balled into a fist and pressed to their foreheads. Your Majesty. The shout drowned out the hum of the air conditioning. The man in the white suit surrounded in the middle turned around. He was in his early 20s, hair neatly groomed, a diamond-studded watch strapped to his wrist. At the sight of Anya, he paused for half a beat, his gaze sweeping over her. Anya positioned herself at Yifei's right, her hand resting at her waist. She hadn't brought her crystal dagger today. Yifei didn't speak either. Grizzly came up beside him and lowered his voice. It checks out. Those 4 aren't bodyguards. They're jailers. They don't have guns, only stun guns and restraints. Their positioning isn't a protective formation, it's to keep this kid in the middle from running. Yifei looked over through his sunglasses. The 4 burly men stood at 4 corners, trapping the white-suited man in the center. The man's wrists bore red marks and his suit cuffs were creased from being yanked. This wasn't a prince returning to his kingdom. This was someone dumping their problem onto Gamajala. Yifei shoved his hands into his pockets and walked forward. Anya and Natalie fell in on either side of him. Grizzly raised his hand. 10 Blackwater mercenaries pressed forward, gun muzzles trained on the 4 burly men. The royal guard parted to make way, then sealed the line again behind them. The 4 burly men didn't retreat. They clutched the stun guns at their waists, their faces tensing. One of them spoke in English. This is a private matter. Yifei stopped 3 meters away, leaving them no chance to continue. This is Gamajala International Airport. You forced a landing using the 7700 code, refused border inspection, and carried prohibited weapons. And now you dare talk about private matters on my turf. The burly man lifted his chin. We are from. I didn't ask where you're from. Yifei raised his hand. Drop your weapons. Get on the ground. The hall went quiet. The 4 burly men exchanged glances. Just as they were about to make their move, the white-suited man suddenly rammed into the guard on his left. The man hadn't expected the sudden resistance and staggered back 2 steps. Natalie drew her pistol. The royal guard raised their muzzles. The white-suited man shot forward 2 strides, his knees slamming into the floor tiles. Thud. He slid forward half a meter and clung to Yifei's pant leg. Save me, Your Majesty. They're here to throw me into the toxic mist. The man in the white suit lay half sprawled on the tiled floor, both hands clamped desperately around Yifei's trouser legs. His just-pressed trousers were already creased by the grip. Natalia stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Yifei. A pistol rose, its muzzle pressing against the back of the man's head. Grizzly did not fire. He merely raised a hand and made a signal. 2 Blackwater mercenaries moved in from the flanks, each seizing a shoulder, and yanked the man in the white suit away from Yifei's feet. The man's arms were pinned behind him, a knee pressed into his back, and his face slammed against the cold tiles. He let out a muffled grunt of pain, but still struggled to lift his head. Your Majesty, save me. They're going to throw me into the poison mist in the north. I'll die. Yifei lowered his head and brushed the dust from his trousers. He did not step back. Instead, he turned to look at Anya. A romantic debt you left behind out there. Anya stared at the man on the ground, his face smeared with tears and snot, but her expression did not change. Never seen him. He's not in the royal archives either. The man was still struggling, the veins on his neck bulging. I'm not a fraud. They really are going to kill me. Yifei ignored him and turned to face the 4 burly men opposite. They were covered by the rifles of the Blackwater mercenaries, their formation scattered, yet they did not drop to the ground at once. The man in the lead raised both hands. Your Majesty the King, we have no intention of violating the laws of Gamajala. He pulled a folded document from his inner pocket. Grizzly stepped forward, took it, checked the lining, and then handed it to Anya. Anya unfolded the document. A loan contract. Signature, fingerprint guarantee clause. All present and complete. The burly man continued. Mr. Nick at the VIP gambling hall of Golden Sands Group accumulated debts over 4 years totaling $13 million, including interest. He has no assets and his guarantor has already passed away. When the casino was about to pursue the debt, he told us that if we sent him to Gamajala, the new king would pay off his debts. The burly man looked at Yifei. He claimed to be a relative of the royal family. We were just responsible for delivering him here to collect the money. Once we get the money, we leave. He stays. Yifei listened, then raised a hand to rub his temples. $13 million. In the past, he would not have dared to even dream of that amount, not even a fraction of it. Now the system gave him $100 million every day, but the harbor needed dredging, roads needed repairing, and food, fuel, hospitals, and the airport. Every sector was crying out for funds. No matter how much money he had, it was not meant to fill the bottomless hole of a gambler's debts. Yifei took off his black sunglasses and hooked them on the lapel of his suit. What's your name? The man on the ground answered hastily. Nick. My name is Nick. Do I know you? No, you don't, but I really am. We don't know each other, and you came all the way here to ask me to repay your debt. Yifei cut him off and turned to Anya. Is this guy's brain soaked from gambling? Do I look like a charity fund? Anya closed the contract. The royal family of Gamajala has nothing to do with this loan. The national treasury will not repay a gambler's private debts. She looked at the four burly men. You've come to the wrong people. Leave now. The burly men did not move. Your Majesty, our boss gave us two options. First, collect 13 million US dollars. Second, if Mr. Nick has no money, then he will create value for Golden Sands Group in another way. The hall fell silent. The burly man raised his finger pointing north. The poison mist in northern Gamajala has kept people out for decades. Our boss ordered us to take Mr. Nick to the edge of the poison mist and record the entire process. The video will be posted on underground gambling sites and the dark web. So every deadbeat knows that when Golden Sands Group collects debts, we never joke. Anya's hand moved to her hip. Grizzly's finger rested against the trigger guard. Yifei stood where he was, the smile gone from his face. Poison mist. That was the one place in Gamajala that must never be touched. The United Nations had sent scientists, hundreds of them had died. Every country abandoned their equipment, withdrew their personnel, and left behind a vast no man's land. Now a few casino enforcers had flown a Gulfstream straight into his airspace, and they even wanted to film a murder video in the poison mist. They really treated Gamajala like a dumping ground. You want to film a murder video in my country? Yifei took a step forward. Natalia shifted half a step to the side, her gun still trained on the burly man. Does your boss think Gamajala is so poor that even basic rules don't apply here? The big man paused for a moment. We're just following orders. If your country is inconvenient, we can also take him to international waters to handle it. But the poison mist makes for a better spectacle. Yifei raised a hand and pointed at the airport gate. If your boss wants to film that, he can go back to Las Vegas and build his own studio. The poison mist and the waters of Gamajala are not taking your bookings. The big man frowned. Your Majesty, this is his personal debt. Whether he owes money or not, you people have no right to kill anyone on my soil. Yifei looked at Grizzly. Take Nick to the temporary detention cell. Check his identity, his entry records, and whether he has any connection to the royal family. Disarm these four first. Confiscate the aircraft. Investigate the crew, the flight route, and the source of funds. Nick stood frozen, stunned. He lay on the ground, forgetting even to cry. The big man's face completely changed. Your Majesty, this does not conform to our agreement. The hell, I have an agreement with you people. Yifei looked at him. You filed a false squawk 7700 emergency code, forcibly entered Gamajala's airspace, refused border inspection, and are suspected of illegal detention and intentional homicide threats. And you still want to film your little show on my land to make money. Whether you leave today depends entirely on the investigation. As for Nick, he stays here under the jurisdiction of Gamajala law. Grizzly raised his hand. 10 Blackwater mercenaries pressed forward at once. The four burly men finally lost their composed demeanor. As one of them reached for the stun gun at his waist, a rifle but smashed down on the back of his hand. The stun gun clattered to the floor. Another tried to retreat, but two royal guards blocked the way from behind. Get down. The four men were forced onto the tiles, their wrists bound with restraints. Nick watched the scene, a dry laugh squeezing out of his throat. He had gambled for 4 years and lost $13 million. He had fled to this tiny bankrupt island nation in the middle of the Pacific just to grasp at one last lifeline. Unexpectedly, this new king actually kept him here. Yifei turned to Anya. Have you calculated the fines yet? Anya opened her tablet and pulled up the airport temporary handling regulations. Filing a false emergency squawk and disrupting tower control, a fine of $100,000. Illegal entry, refusing border inspection, and occupying the runway, a fine of $50,000. Parking fees calculated on a 12-hour basis, $24,000. Emergency security deployment, ground handling, and fuel losses, $30,000. Anya closed the tablet. Total $204,000. Yifei raised his hand. Wave the odd amount. Make it $200,000. He looked at the big man pinned to the ground. Card or cash? The man gritted his teeth and after a long moment pulled a black card from the inner pocket of his suit. Card. Yifei took the card and casually handed it to the airport finance officer beside him. Write him a receipt. Royal Airlines and Brad Airport just got their most extravagant customer yet. Anya added one more line. While the aircraft remains at the airport, fees will continue to accrue. If the investigation finds that the crew participated in illegal activities, the aircraft will be seized as an asset involved in the case. The big man's face darkened. His boss sent them to collect $13 million. Now they had not gotten the money, had not taken the man, and had already lost $200,000 on top of it. That Gulfstream was also impounded here. Nick was hoisted up by 2 Blackwater mercenaries. He had taken a kick to the ribs, and his steps were unsteady. But this time he did not struggle. Yifei turned around. Anya, go back and get some sleep. There is still a speech at King's Square tomorrow. Nick was being led toward the side door of the hall. When he heard the name, Anya, his footsteps halted. He twisted his head around, staring at the woman beside Yifei, blonde hair pinned up, dressed in a dark military-style uniform. Ice blue eyes, an erect, solemn posture. The sister in his memory who always locked candy in the cabinet, but would secretly slip some to him when the old king was not looking, merged with the person before him. Nick suddenly broke free of the 2 mercenaries' grip. He staggered forward, lunging. Natalia raised her gun. Grizzly raised a hand to stop her. Nick fell heavily to his knees, lifted his head, and shouted until his voice cracked. Anya, it's me, Nick. Fat Nick. Anya stopped in her tracks. She turned around looking at the gaunt, disheveled man on the ground. Nick coughed up a mouthful of bloodied spittle. The grandnephew of the old queen. The Nick who came to Brad every summer as a kid and always trailed behind you begging for candy. Anya halted in her tracks. Through 2 rows of gun barrels, she stared at the gaunt, emaciated man on the ground. Yifei stood beside her, offering no urgency. Anya clutched the folder, its plastic cover creased under her grip. Yifei lowered his voice. Is he really that grandnephew of the old queen? Anya did not answer at once. She switched to Chinese, a language she had painstakingly learned 3 years ago in her search for George's descendants. In the airport terminal, aside from Yifei, no one could understand, making it safe for secrets. You know why they call him Fat Nick? Yifei gave the man on the ground a sweeping glance. Because he used to be fat. At 18 he was 180 centimeters tall and weighed 180 kilograms. Anya paused. For every centimeter he grew, he gained another kilogram of flesh. Yifei couldn't help it. That's certainly a heavyweight relative. Anya stared at Nick's sunken cheeks. It's been over a decade since I last saw him. I don't even know what Nick looks like anymore. And this man, if weighed now, would probably come in under 70 kilograms. I can't acknowledge him just because he called out Anya. Yifei nodded. A gambler hunted across the ocean by his creditors would fabricate any lie. Especially when the man's opening demand was $13 million. In his place, Yifei would also investigate to the bottom of things. Nick couldn't understand Chinese. He was pinned to the ground by 2 Blackwater mercenaries, arms wrenched behind his back, forehead pressed against the icy floor tiles. Anya and Yifei exchanged a few low words. Anya was still shaking her head. Nick's throat ran dry. He had been hauled by his creditors all the way from Las Vegas to the middle of the Pacific, and now he was merely one decision away from the northern toxic mists. Anya, it's really me. Nick lifted his head, his voice cracking as he shouted in English. When you fell into the sea at age 8, I was the one who dragged you out. The folder in Anya's hand stopped. Seeing her reaction, Nick hurried on. When you were 10, those neighborhood kids called you an abandoned baby, and I fought them for you. They broke 2 of my ribs, and you stayed by my bedside crying for 3 days. No one in the hall spoke. Anya's shoulders were taut, and the hand she had pressed against her side slowly lowered. Nick pressed his forehead to the tiles, breathing heavily. His mind churned up more memories. When you were 5, do you remember what you did? You set the curtains on fire, and that night the old king. Shut up. Anya's voice cut through the hall. Nick immediately fell silent. He lay on the ground, not daring to move. Yifei looked at Anya. She didn't explain, only gave a slight nod. That was enough. A story about setting fire at age 5 wasn't something an outsider could easily dig up. Nick truly was that Fat Nick. Yet confirming his identity brought Anya no relief. She stood still, her breathing thrown off. Nick was her relative, and one of the few people in her childhood willing to stand up for her. But his debt was $13 million. Not $1,300. She didn't even have private savings of her own. The paltry funds in Gamma Jala's treasury had to be split every which way just to cover prenatal vitamins and baby formula. $13 million could buy tens of thousands of tons of grain. It could repave that pothole-riddled mountain road in the Northern District. It could outfit Brad's medical relief center with incubators, monitors, and maternity ward equipment. This money could not be poured into a hole dug by a gambler. Nor could Anya bring herself to ask. She couldn't touch the treasury. And she certainly couldn't let Yifei pay Nick's debt for the sake of her personal ties. She lowered her head. Yifei stood beside her, taking in every reaction. On ordinary days, Anya would pinch every budget down to the last screw. She had even wanted to sell the old G-Wagon in the garage to buy more grain. Yet now for Nick, she couldn't even utter a single plea on his behalf. Anya gave her all to Gamma Jala. It seemed she was ready to give up on Nick. Yifei raised his hand and rubbed his chin. $13 million, close to 1/7 of the system's daily funds. Not a small amount. But for him at this moment, it wasn't unaffordable either. The question was, why should he pay? Nick owed a debt. What did that have to do with Yifei? And what did a casino debt have to do with Gamma Jala? Yet one name made Yifei stop. The Sands Group. A storied Las Vegas gambling conglomerate. It had money, hotels, a steady stream of customers, and a crowd of wealthy clients willing to pay handsomely for luxury. If Gamma Jala wanted to build tourism, the King's Resort on the East Coast was far from enough. Chunlin's dating show could generate buzz. Buzz brought tourists. When tourists landed, they needed hotels, meals, places to spend money, and entertainment. Once the Royal Mountain Sea open-air venue was built, and 50,000 people poured into Brad, they couldn't all be left sleeping in beach huts. Nick's $13 million bad debt suddenly held a different kind of value. The casino sending men to the edge of the toxic mists to film a killing was thinking far too small. Since they had come, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. Yifei turned to look at the 4 escorts pinned to the ground. Can you contact your boss? The lead man lifted his head with effort, half his face pressed against the floor tiles. We're only responsible for delivering the person. Contacting the boss requires the internal satellite channel. He paused, his tone hardening. No one can welch on a debt to the Sands Group. If you keep our men and our plane, the group's legal and security teams will get involved. Yifei walked over the toe of his leather shoe, tapping the black satellite communicator on the floor. Make the call. Grizzly released his foot and kicked the communicator over to the man. The escort rubbed his shoulder and picked up the communicator. He glanced at Yifei. This young king hadn't negotiated Nick's debt, nor had he asked about the Sands Group's background. He simply told him to call. The escort pressed the encryption key. Once the satellite signal connected, an internal operator answered. He reported quickly. The mission was blocked. Gamma Jala has seized the Gulf Stream. Nick is being detained by the royal family. The communicator was silent for a few seconds. The operator confirmed once more. The new king wants to speak directly. Yes. Another moment passed, and the line was transferred. An elderly man's voice emerged from the speaker. Put him on the phone. The escort handed the communicator over. Anya's breath caught for half a beat. She thought Yi Fei intended to negotiate Nick's repayment. Nick also raised his head. A spark of life returned to his face. He thought he had gambled correctly. As long as this new king was willing to pay, he could live. Yi Fei took the communicator. He wasn't wearing those black-rimmed glasses. And he didn't mention the $13 million. He pressed speakerphone. The CEO of Sands Group's breathing filled the terminal. Yi Fei spoke. My friend, any interest in building a Venetian resort in Gamma Jala? The satellite communicator was silent for 5 seconds. The Venetian? The CEO of Sands Group repeated. Your Majesty, my people went to Gamma Jala to recover $13 million. Not to build a hotel. In the hall, the 4 escorts were still lying on the floor tiles. The man at the head craned his neck, completely unable to follow Yi Fei's train of thought. For 6 years he had done his boss's dirty work, kidnapping people, collecting debts, and dealing with casino guests who refused to pay up. But he had never encountered anything like this. The plane was seized, his men were pinned down, and the other side was not discussing compensation. It started with a $2 billion hotel project. Nick knelt beside him, his mouth half open. He had still hoped Yi Fei would repay his debt. Instead, Yi Fei had not mentioned a single dollar. He was directly pitching a casino license to the creditor. Yi Fei switched off speakerphone and pressed the communicator to his ear. First, let me introduce myself. Yi Fei, king of the kingdom of Gamma Jala, first in the line of succession of the Shuri family, will be formally crowned on September 22nd. The money Nick owes you has nothing to do with the Gamma Jala royal family. I will not pay a single cent of that $13 million. A soft laugh came through the communicator. In that case, there is no need for us to continue. Don't be in such a hurry to hang up. Yi Fei walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window of the terminal. Only a few guidance lights were on along the runway. The silver-gray Gulf Stream was parked in the distance, and the crew had already been taken away for questioning. I am going to build a city that never sleeps in the capital, Brad. Tourism shows hotels, casinos. Once tourists land, they cannot just look at the sea, eat, and sleep. If the whole city closes at 11 at night, they will leave after a few days. So I will issue casino licenses. The first license I intend to give to you. From the other end of the line came the sound of a chair being moved. The CEO of Sands Group laughed a few times. Your Majesty, before I sent Nick over, I had people investigate Gamma Jala. The report was only a few pages. Population under 1 million per capita, annual income $100, national debt $9 billion. The international airport has only 2 flights a month. The harbor has been silted for 3 years. They cannot even scrape together a tugboat. I never expected Nick to repay the money. I sent him there only because the toxic fog in your north has excellent publicity value. A country with no tourists, no spending power, and no infrastructure. Why should Sands Group invest $5 billion to build the Venetian? Yi Fei was not angry. Everything the other man said was Gamma Jala from 3 days ago. A half-abandoned port. 2 helicopters without fuel. The Prime Minister had even thought of selling the old G-Class in the garage to buy grain. But the investigation report in the other man's hands could no longer keep up with the current pace of construction. The information you found is outdated. Yi Fei raised a hand and tapped the communicator. The outside web has not updated yet. How much did you manage to find? For example, Gamma Jala Royal Airlines has resumed operations. I bought 6 Airbus A350s from Sichuan Airlines in China. The first aircraft, 1 year of crew salaries and related expenses have already been paid. The line went silent. Yi Fei continued. For the concrete roads in the West Coast Industrial Zone, the total investment is $100 million, and a $50 million advance payment has been arranged. Dredgers and tugboats for the harbor are being dispatched. A 30-member medical team from Union Hospital has arrived in Brad and will take over the Medical Aid Center tomorrow. 30 volunteer teachers sent by 6 Beijing universities have also landed. The lead escort, still lying on the floor, broke out in a sweat across his forehead. None of these pieces of news appeared in their investigation report. Yi Fei did not stop. 3,000 new energy vehicles, $120 million. A monthly fuel budget of $50 million. A monthly grain import budget of $300 million. These are not intentions, nor are they numbers from a press conference. The contracts have been signed, and the advance payments have been made. Anya stood 3 steps away, quietly listening. Every one of these accounts had passed through her hands. She had checked the contracts for every purchase. She had repeatedly confirmed the accounts for every advance payment. When the documents were scattered across different departments, she had only felt that the money was being spent too fast. Now Yi Fei listed the projects one by one. The airport, the harbor, the roads, healthcare, education, and transportation had all been set in motion at the same time. Gamma Jala was no longer simply waiting for aid. It was spending money to procure services and releasing projects to the outside world. Natalie, leaning against a pillar, stopped chewing her gum. The investigation report Sands Group obtained was not fabricated. It had simply lost all reference value along the timeline. Finally, a response came through the communicator. Your Majesty, I will have people verify the projects you mentioned. Do not send ordinary investigators. Yi Fei cut him off directly. I am inviting you to send over a vice president with signing authority. Submit a flight plan through the normal procedures and enter the country legally. I will personally show him the airport, the harbor, the resorts, and the planned land. If after the inspection he is unwilling to invest, I will cover the round-trip transportation and accommodation costs for the delegation. As for the $200,000 in fines you just paid, it will not be refunded. The CEO paused. Fine. This Gulfstream falsely declared the 7700 emergency code, refused border inspection, entered illegally, occupied the runway, and mobilized airport security. Originally, it was $204,000. I knocked $4,000 off for you. Your people have already swiped the card. The hall fell silent for a long time. The 4 escorts lowered their heads, and none of them said a word. That aged voice came again. You pinned my men to the ground, fined me $200,000, and now you want to talk to me about a $5 billion investment. Your Majesty, you are certainly unusual. But business cannot rely on courage alone. Sands Group understands the distribution of gamblers across the Pacific Rim better than you do. Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, Japan, South Korea, and China's high-net-worth customers. They need airports, hotels, consumer attractions, and stable fund settlement channels. Your airport can handle wide-body jets. That has value. But do you have enough hotels? Do you have a stable power supply? Do you have a financial system that can pass an anti-money laundering review? Do you have gaming laws? A casino is not something you can run just by setting up a few tables. Yi Fei turned to Anya. Anya immediately opened her tablet and reported in a low voice in Chinese. The hydropower station on the Upper Shan River is running at full capacity, just enough to meet current residential electricity demand. Once the industrial park goes into operation, the power shortage will be at least 30%. The gaming law has to be written from scratch. The anti-money laundering review is even more troublesome. We do not have a complete central bank clearing system, nor do we have a mechanism for monitoring large amount fund flows. Yi Fei nodded and spoke in English again. For insufficient power, I can purchase power generation equipment and energy storage facilities from the Chinese market. You know their infrastructure pace and intensity. If the financial system is incomplete, we will set up independent supervisory accounts and bring in third-party audits. Not having a gaming law is actually more convenient. You can send a compliance team over to submit technical opinions on casino operations, anti-money laundering, player protection, and fund settlement. The final provisions will be formulated by the Gamma Jala government. The powers of supervision, interpretation, and punishment will also belong entirely to Gamma Jala. But the mature proposals submitted in the first batch will affect the license term, tax rates, and entry standards. This opportunity comes only once. The other side did not answer immediately. Mature casino groups were not afraid of paying taxes. What they feared was rules changing repeatedly, investing billions of dollars in a project while the license could be revoked at any time. Gamma Jala currently had no gaming law and no other casino groups. The first investor to enter could not decide the law, but could submit operating data in advance and strive for license terms more suited to itself. That kind of opportunity no longer existed in mature gaming markets. Your Majesty, the CEO's tone changed. How old are you? 23. People of 23 usually do not think about licensing systems and regulatory costs. What I think about is poverty. Yi Fei turned around his back to the runway. Gamma Jala has nearly 1 million people. For 2 consecutive years, not a single child was born in the whole country. This morning a child was finally born in Brad, but weighed only 4 gene. My people are not afraid of work. They simply cannot find jobs. Your hotel can provide 3,000 jobs, and the casino can provide 2,000. Add in catering, transportation, cleaning, security, and suppliers, and it will support at least 10,000 families. 10,000 families mean 10,000 reasons to be willing to have children. The communicator fell silent. Anya lowered her head and closed her tablet. Over the past 3 years, she had held 19 rounds of talks with Australia, New Zealand, the World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank. Every time she would first speak of the $9 billion national debt, then of how difficult things were in Gamma Jala. The other side would express sympathy, but also demand more collateral, stricter fiscal constraints, and a higher risk premium. Yi Fei did not beg Sheldon for aid. He only talked about jobs, markets, and profits. 10,000 families had never appeared in any loan report. But that was what Gamma Jala truly lacked. Yi Fei lifted his wrist. I will give you 48 hours. Have someone with decision-making authority arrive in Brad within that time. Once the time passes, I will send the investment invitation for the first gaming license to Hentang Win and the casino companies in Macau. They may not be willing to come. But if even one of them accepts the inspection, you will have to enter the bidding. Your Gulfstream is still parked at my airport. It cannot take off until the investigation is over. He paused. Finally, let's talk about Nick. Nick jerked his head up. He owes you $13 million. I will not repay it for him. But I can make him repay it himself. He has gambled in casinos for 4 years and knows VIP room chip conversion, casino commissions, lending procedures, and gambler management very well. I will establish a gaming preparatory office. Nick will serve as its first consultant. 80% of his salary, bonuses, and future consulting income will be used to repay the debt. You must stop the interest from accruing, and we will discuss debt restructuring later. The CEO laughed out loud. Are you planning to let a gambler who owes a casino $13 million participate in drafting gaming law? He has no power to make the law. Yi Fei looked down at Nick. I want him to write out item by item how casinos induce guests to borrow, how they hide costs, and how they control VIP rooms. Sands Group may make money, but it cannot exploit legal loopholes to harm Gamajala or its gamblers. Nick knelt on the ground, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times. The 4 escorts stopped struggling as well. From the communicator came the sound of pages turning. Stopping the interest, that is negotiable. Your Majesty, my name is Sheldon. Remember this name. I will arrive and brand myself within 48 hours. The line went dead. Yi Fei tossed the satellite communicator to Grizzly. Untie them. Keep the aircraft impounded. The crew may not leave the island until the investigation results are ready. Grizzly raised a hand. The Blackwater mercenaries put away their weapons and unbuckled the restraints on the 4 men. Yi Fei walked over to Nick, crouched down, took off his sunglasses, and tapped Nick's forehead with the temple arm. Fatty. Nick's chin quivered twice. From today on, you are the first employee of the Gamma Jala Gaming Preparatory Office. Your monthly salary is $3,000. 80% will be deducted to repay the debt. The remaining $600 is enough for you to eat. If you gamble even $1 more, I will remove you from your position, deduct your entire salary, and send you to dredge the harbor. The dredging process will be broadcast live. Before the tears on Nick's face had dried, he had already started calculating. He straightened on his knees. Your Majesty, what about setting the gross gaming revenue tax at 39%? Macau is close to that figure. Sands Group will definitely object, but they will still sign in the end. Anya opened her folder. 42. She paused. Calculated on gross gaming revenue. 42%, Anya quoted the tax rate. Nick's Adam's apple shifted, and he didn't dare respond. Yi Fei hooked his sunglasses back onto his collar and tilted his chin toward Grizzly. Hand those 4 men over to the Royal Guard. Put them in the airport duty dormitory. They get food and lodging, but they are not allowed to leave the airport. Sheldon will arrive within 48 hours, and the men need to be in one piece by then. Grizzly pressed his earpiece and relayed the order. The 4 escorts had their restraints removed and were placed under the Royal Guard's custody. As the lead man passed Nick, his steps paused for half a second. Before coming here, Nick had been nothing more than an uncollectible debt. In less than an hour, this gambler, who owed $13 million, had become the first advisor to the Gamma Jala Gaming Preparatory Office. Nick was put into the middle G-Wagon. The convoy left the airport and drove toward the city along the temporary road beside the runway's outer edge. Nick pressed himself against the window and said nothing the entire way. In the distance, the deep water port's searchlights illuminated half the bay. The dredger's diesel engines roared continuously as the clamshell bucket rose from the water-black mud streaming down its edges. A section of roadbed near the port had already been poured. Workers in reflective vests were tying rebar under the construction lights. Nick recognized that kind of pavement. It wasn't an ordinary municipal road. Heavy vehicles, high-frequency transport, industrial zones. This road had never been designed for residents commuting from the start. The vehicle pressed on. A few minutes later, the construction lights disappeared behind them. The old town's houses were crowded on the hillside. Corrugated metal roofs were weighed down with stones, and torn sections were patched with plastic sheeting. Street lights burned every few poles, and a woman crouched by her door scrubbing clothes in a plastic basin. Nick rested his forehead against the window. The last time he had been in Brad was when he was 10 years old. 15 years had passed, and the residential area had barely changed. Yet a few kilometers away, the port was being dredged and industrial roads were being built around the clock. He had been escorted onto a Gulf Stream and flown more than 2,000 kilometers to Gamma Jala. If he couldn't produce $13 million, the Golden Sands Group was going to send him into the toxic mist. But the road he had just passed represented a total investment of $100 million. Where did Gamma Jala get that kind of money? By the time the convoy arrived at City Hall, it was already 8 o'clock at night. The entire building was still lit. An unauthorized private plane making a forced landing involved the control tower, border inspection, airport security, and royal affairs. Several departments had kept duty staff on site, and the port engineering office was also waiting on the dredging progress. When Nick got out of the car, his legs nearly gave way. He steadied himself against the door, then turned straight to Anya. Sis. Anya stopped on the steps. I've known you since I was 4 years old. Nick spoke quickly in English. After the old queen died, our family never came back. Everyone in the family knows exactly what Gamma Jala is like. Aside from the manor, a few old cars and some land that can't be sold, the royal family doesn't have much in the way of assets. He raised his hand and pointed west. That road isn't an aid project. It's heavy-duty pavement for an industrial zone. The port is being dredged, the airport has fuel, and Blackwater personnel are parked outside. But the residential area doesn't even have washing machines. Where did all this money come from? Anya didn't answer. She only spoke after confirming that only Yi Fei, Natalia, and Grizzly were nearby. Royal funding provided by the new king. Nick was stunned for 2 seconds. Chinese financing. He knew Yi Fei was from China. Port Highways, Airport, Airline. A whole suite of projects starting at once. China was the only backer he could think of. They supply the funding, and Gamma Jala trades the port or land in return. No. Anya denied it outright. No aid agreement, no new loans, and no sovereign collateral. A layer of sweat broke out on the back of Nick's neck. Then what's the upstream source of the funds? That's outside the scope of your duties. Anya pushed open the door of City Hall. Nick followed closely. You're the Prime Minister. Every procurement contract passes through you, and every advance payment passes through you too. So even you don't know. Anya turned around. The money moves from the royal account into the fiscal account. The bank confirms the funds have arrived, the contract documents are complete, and the money can be settled normally. but the cabinet doesn't know where it came from before that. You're already the interim advisor to the gaming preparatory office. Once you sign the confidentiality agreement, you'll be able to access the budget related to your work. As for everything else, don't ask. Nick stood at the bottom of the steps for a long time without moving. The prime minister of a country didn't know the upstream source of the king's funding. If anyone else had said that, he wouldn't have believed a single word. But Anya had never been able to lie since childhood. When she was 8, she fell into the sea and he dragged her ashore. She was so cold she couldn't speak all night. When the old king pressed her about why they had gone to the reef area, she still refused to make up an excuse. Nick turned his head. Yifei was bent over the threshold, scraping mud off the soles of his shoes. A $100 million Road 6 Airbus A350S, a $300 million monthly food budget. The man who had put up all that money was at this very moment dealing with a lump of mud stuck to his shoe. What are you standing around for? Yifei raised his wrist to check the time. It's 8 at night, and we still haven't eaten. Let's hit the cafeteria first. The City Hall cafeteria was on the west side of the first floor. The airport and port personnel had just changed shifts, and the stove fires hadn't gone out yet. When the curtain was pushed aside, more than 40 people were seated inside. When Yifei came in, the clatter of trays stopped. The middle-aged woman carrying a soup pot flinched, and the hot soup splashed onto the back of her hand. Without even bothering to wipe it, she set the pot on the table, pressed both hands together against her forehead, and dropped to her knees. Your Majesty. The young staff members beside her knelt as well. More people left their seats and prostrated themselves. Your Majesty. Several others pressed a single fist to their foreheads and bowed toward Anya. Nick stood behind, Yifei's shoulders tense. He had met many people in Las Vegas who were called sir. A dealer bowed for tips. A manager opened the door so guests would keep betting. The VIP lounge director memorized every guest's birthday in order to raise their credit limit. All that service came with a price. The people in this cafeteria weren't asking Yifei for anything. The hand of the woman who had knelt first was already scalded red. After she got up, she wiped her face twice, then hurried to help the elderly staff member beside her. Yifei raised his hand. Get up. From now on, no one kneels in the cafeteria. The soup's already spilled. Eat first. Food is the first need of the people, and I can't be greater than that. Everyone gradually rose, but no one picked up their cutlery first. Yifei had no choice but to walk to the serving area and stand at the back of the line. The server holding the ladle trembled so badly that he clanged against the rim of the pot twice. Your Majesty, let me make you a fresh portion. No need. Yifei pushed his tray forward. 1 piece of fish, 6 shrimp, greens, and rice. He glanced toward the fruit area. Are there any mangoes left? Yes. I'll go get some. Anya took the same meal, but skipped the fruit. Natalia carried a plate of fried fish and grabbed an entire bottle of cola from the freezer. Grizzly asked for a double portion. When it was Nick's turn, he stood at the window, but didn't reach out right away. The stainless steel tray held white rice, steam rising in a steady curl. How much? The server asked. A bit more. The server gave him 1 scoop. Nick didn't leave. More. A second scoop pressed down, and the rice was already mounded above the edge of the tray. Still Nick didn't move. Can I get 1 more bowl? The server didn't refuse. He fetched another bowl and filled it halfway with rice. Nick carried his tray to the table. The rice was packed firm, topped with 3 pieces of fish, a portion of shrimp, and 2 scoops of greens. In his left hand, he still held the extra half bowl of rice he had asked for. Natalia twisted open her cola. Are you sure you can finish all that? Nick sat down without answering. The first spoonful of rice went into his mouth, and he closed his eyes. A second spoonful. A third. He didn't touch the fish or the shrimp. He only shoved rice into his mouth. By the 5th spoonful, his hands began to tremble. A few grains of rice fell onto the table. Nick picked them up one by one and put them all into his mouth. Yifei stopped peeling his shrimp. He had seen this way of eating before in a factory cafeteria in Tianjin. It was a man who had come from out of town looking for work. He had only a few yuan left and hadn't eaten a proper meal in 3 days. When he got the free staff meal, he also ate only the white rice and didn't touch the dishes. Hold on. Nick looked up, his cheeks still puffed with food. Yifei pushed the soup in front of him. Have a couple of mouthfuls first. No one's going to take it from you. Eat slower. Nick swallowed the rice in his mouth, picked up the soup bowl, and took a sip. As soon as the soup was set down, he reached for his spoon again. Yifei set his own piece of fish onto Nick's tray. Has anyone stayed in the infirmary? The duty staff member beside him stood up at once. 2 nurses are on duty. Call one over. Yifei picked up a shrimp again. Have him checked out. After going hungry for a long time, he can't eat too much all at once. Don't rescue him, and then have him end up with a medical problem right here in the cafeteria. Nick's spoon paused. I'm fine. That's not for you to decide. Yifei tapped the table. Only the doctor gets to decide. Natalia moved the extra half bowl of rice a little farther away from him. Finish what's on your plate first. Nick didn't try to grab it back. He lowered his head and took another bite of rice. Yifei set a peeled shrimp into his own bowl. I have a question. Anya told me you used to be 1-to-1 when you were a kid, right? So how did you end up at this weight? Anya's chopsticks froze. Nick swallowed the mouthful of rice and wiped his face with his hand. I ran for half a year after running up debts in Vegas. I couldn't stay in Las Vegas, so I took a bus east. At night, I slept behind gas stations. If I had money, I bought a $1 hot dog. If I didn't, I waited for restaurants to close and dug through what they threw out. He picked up a bite of greens. Then they caught me, took me back to Vegas, and locked me up for a month. 1 bottle of water and 1 piece of bread a day. Around the 10th day, I almost chewed on the plastic bag the bread came in. Not because I wanted to eat plastic. It was just that I needed something in my mouth. The cafeteria went quiet again. Someone at a nearby table set down their chopsticks. Yifei tapped the table twice. Everyone keep eating your own food. Staring at other people. Is that going to fill anyone up? The clatter of trays started up again, but nobody spoke loudly anymore. Yifei pushed the rest of the shrimp over to Nick as well. Eat. Nick nodded. He no longer forced the food down. Instead, he drank soup first then ate the rice. Anya never picked up her chopsticks. She remembered the Nick from over a decade ago. 180 kilograms out of breath after a few steps, never able to find clothes in his size. Every time the old queen saw him, she would tell the kitchen to cut back on desserts. Now the man sitting across from her had collarbones showing at the collar of his shirt with red marks left by restraints around his wrists. Anya placed her hands on her knees and gripped the seams of her trousers. A few seconds later she set down her chopsticks. Nick raised his head, his mouth still full of rice. You were very obedient when you were little. When the old queen tested your arithmetic with candy, you always answered easily. And after you got the candy, you would always share half with me. You got into UC Berkeley and studied business management. Why did you drop out? Why did you go to the casinos? Anya paused. And why did you end up owing $13 million, being shoved onto a plane and getting ready to be thrown into the toxic mist for a video? The spoon in Nick's hand stopped midair. A few grains of rice slipped from the edge and fell back onto the tray. He swallowed the rice in his mouth, set down the spoon, and wiped his face with the back of his hand. Sis, do you want to hear the version they wrote into the IOU or the reason I sat down at the very first gambling table? Anya pushed her tray half an inch aside. I want the truth. Nick licked the grease from his lips, his voice slowing. The second year after I dropped out of Berkeley, I was desperate for money. My mother was a restaurant cleaner in Los Angeles earning $200 a month. I didn't want her working until she was 60 or 70. I ran errands in the VIP lounges of Las Vegas, carrying chips for the dealers, keeping the ledgers, buying cigarettes for the guests. After half a year of watching, I figured I'd already learned everything there was to learn about the tables. He raised his right hand. The old scars on his knuckles had not faded. The first time I placed a bet I won. The second time I won too. In 3 months, I made $11 million. Natalie screwed the cap back on her Coke. The most common lie in a casino is the gambler who claims he once won a fortune. Yet when Nick said 11 million, there was no boast in it. He was simply confessing to a debt that had already destroyed him. Yifei went on peeling shrimp. After you won, you didn't leave. I did leave. Nick nodded. I cashed out everything, closed my casino account, and bought a ticket back to Los Angeles. Anya's hand pressed against the edge of the tray loosened. Once I was back, I stayed home for 2 months. Nick set down his spoon. Around then, the news was all about Chinese solar power, industrial upgrading, and stock market surges. Financial programs spoke of companies that had grown tenfold in 3 years. I'd studied business management and finance. I ran my own calculations on production capacity, component prices, and market size. I thought I calculated right. He paused. I first made a few trades in U.S. stocks and rolled the 11 million into 16. I left $1 million in my account. The remaining 15 million I converted into RMB and bought 3 solar stocks. Nick looked down, nudging the grains of rice on his plate. I thought they'd become the next Tesla. Yifei tossed the shrimp shell into the dish. That phrase was all too familiar. In 2021, when he was working at a factory in Tianjin, the workshop director would crouch by the stairwell every lunch break, scrolling through tongue washing. The man's mantra was the same, the next Tesla. 6 months later, he quit to deliver takeout. His cigarettes were still 4 yuan a pack. How much was left in the end? Yifei asked. At its lowest, the 15 million was down to 4 million. Across the cafeteria came the sound of forks scraping against plates. Nick didn't lift his head. Later, my mother was diagnosed with kidney failure. By then, she was already in the hospital. The transplant, the hospital stays, the anti-rejection drugs. It would cost at least $1 million from start to finish. I'd already spent a good chunk of that million, but I still believed the stocks would come back. As long as I didn't sell, I hadn't lost. I just needed to borrow $1 million to ride out the stock's downturn. Yifei raised a hand. That's the kind of sentence that's usually followed by disaster. Nick tore off a paper towel and wiped his hands. The client manager of the Sands Group VIP lounge called me. He knew exactly how much was still in my stock account, 10 million in cash value at the time, and he knew my mother was waiting for surgery. He said the group would accept my stock account as collateral and grant me a $12 million line of credit. If I lost, I'd settle it with stock. If I won, I could cash out that same night. Anya finally spoke. You agreed. I told myself, just one night. Nick picked up his soup bowl and took a sip. Win back what the stocks had lost, and I'd walk away. That night, I lost the entire $12 million credit line. But that day, it was like God had it in for me. My solar stocks kept hitting limit down every single day. There was no selling them. That damn limit down rule on A shares meant I couldn't sell a single share. By the time there was no more limit down and I could sell, I had only 4 million some left. I pulled it all out and repaid them. That left 8 million in principal at 15% annual interest plus default penalties. Over 4 years I tried to pay some back, but it was useless. With interest, the balance now stands at 13 million. Nick set the soup bowl back on the table. His hands were not shaking. Yifei recalculated in his head. He'd won 11 million in 3 months, and Nick had mistaken luck for ability. When his stocks had fallen to 4 million, he mistook accepting the loss for failure. Sands Group had done only one thing. At the moment he needed money most, and was least willing to concede they handed him a $12 million credit line. A casino doesn't need to force a gambler. It only needs to have the money ready for his next bet. Anya lowered her voice. And your mother? It was the first time she had asked about his family since Nick came to Brad. Nick looked up, his shoulders easing. Alive. Living well. Before the stock pledge, I had already wired that million to her. A kidney donor was found. The surgery was successful. She lives in Los Angeles now, going for regular checkups. Some months she has to go to the hospital 3 times. She doesn't know about the debt. She's always thought I worked in hotel management in Las Vegas. Nick paused for a few seconds. In 4 years, Sands Group never approached her. They knew where she lived, and they knew which days she went to the hospital. But they never called. They never sent anyone to the hospital. They only came after me. Yifei stopped moving, a shrimp tail pinched between his fingers. Sands Group certainly had no claim to decency. Forcing debtors into toxic fog to film death videos, that alone had already crossed the line of the law. But they hadn't used a sick woman to pressure Nick. They hadn't harassed his family nor dragged unrelated people into his debt. This was not kindness. It only showed that Sheldon operated within boundaries. Where boundaries exist, contracts, penalties, and interests can hold a man in check. Yifei pulled out a tissue and dried his hands. To borrow your sister's words. He tilted his chin toward Anya. Let's eat first. Yifei rose, walked to the cafeteria entrance, and pulled up Zhou Jianning's number. The phone rang twice. Your Majesty. Keyboard clatter still reached over from Zhou Jianning's end. Help me get in touch with someone. Yifei stood with his back to the door curtain. The Ho family in Macau, someone with the authority to decide on casino investments. Do you have a channel? The typing stopped. Which one are you referring to? Whoever can decide a multi-billion-dollar project. Find them. The line went silent for 3 seconds. Zhou Jianning had seen Yifei procure grain, aircraft, and medical equipment. Those projects could all be written into livelihood cooperation reports. A casino was different. If word made it back home, the diplomatic memorandum would gain at least one phrase sensitive in nature. First, I need to confirm one thing, Zhou Jianning said. Do you intend to cooperate with the Ho family, or do you only want a quote from them? Let them be informed first. Yifei answered decisively. Sands Group is already preparing to send people. I need Sheldon to understand that Gamma Jiala's first gaming license is not reserved for him. The more competitors there are, the better the price for the license and the land. Zhou Jianning lightly tapped the desk twice. Gamma Jiala doesn't even have a draft gambling law. Why would the Ho family send anyone? Precisely because there's nothing they might come. Yifei leaned against the doorframe. If the law were already written, they could only accept ready-made terms. But it isn't written yet, so they can submit their operating data and compliance recommendations. How it's ultimately decided remains the Gamma Jiala government's call. Pass that on to them. Whether they come, they'll do the math themselves. The rustle of documents came through the phone. I can relay the message through private channels. But this doesn't represent any official Chinese position, and I can't use my diplomatic status as a guarantee. That's fine. One more thing. Zhou Jianning paused briefly. Once the casino license process begins, the number of people investigating your funding sources and Gamma Jiala's will grow. There are already plenty of them. Yifei glanced toward the airport. A Gulfstream just got impounded today. You impounded a plane. Zhou Jianning fell silent again. I'll give you the details later. Yifei hung up and returned to the table. The rice in front of Nick was gone. A nurse stood beside him with a blood pressure monitor wrapping the cuff around his arm. No extra food tonight. The nurse pressed down on the cuff. Blood sugar, blood pressure, and food intake are all recorded. You've been starving for a long time. You can't eat too much at once. Nick obediently kept his arm extended. Still, nothing beats Gamma Jiala's water. Yifei sat down and glanced at the empty bowl. You only had 2 mouthfuls of soup. Water doesn't have to go straight into my mouth to count. It's in the food. Nick straightened his back, the gesture of a man who still carried weight. Your Majesty, the most important thing in a dish is not the chef. What is it then? The water. Yifei picked up a bite of greens and froze. The greens had only been blanched in plain water with a touch of salt. He'd eaten them at the manor that afternoon and thought his hunger had made them taste sweet. The rice is cooked in Shun River water. Nick pointed to his empty bowl. Pasta boiled in this water comes out sweet on its own. Fish soup needs no stock. Plain water brings out an unmatched depth of flavor. In Las Vegas, I once had a $2,000 meal. The restaurant filtered its water 3 times. That meal couldn't hold a candle to this fish. Anya's chopsticks hovered above her plate. When I was a kid, I'd beg every year to come to Brad. The nurse recorded the reading, and Nick pulled his arm out of the cuff. My mother thought I wanted to see the old queen. Actually, I just wanted to eat here. There's no mall, no movie theater, and plenty of mosquitoes at night. But this white rice, I could put down 5 bowls of it as a child. Nick picked up his soup bowl and finished the last of the broth. When I was 10, I brought something up with the old queen. I said, Grandmother, you should have the king open a bottled water plant. Avion Perrier Fiji water. A bottle can sell for $2, and the premium ones for $8. Customers aren't just buying water. They're buying the brand and the provenance. If Gamma Jiala's Shun River water passes inspection, it can absolutely break into the high-end market. The cafeteria fell quiet. Yifei tapped his fingers on the table twice. King Water Factory. That name had been lying dormant in the Kingdom Corporation's registry. No production capacity. No bottling line. No distribution channels. Not even a stable supplier of bottle caps. Beside it was written King Oil Factory. Yifei had always assumed the so-called King Water Factory was simply the tap water utility serving the residents of Brad. How did the old queen reply? Nick set down the bowl. She said, what does a child know? Water falls from the sky. Who would pay for it? Anya reached out and pressed her hand on Nick's wrist. The old queen didn't listen to you. But 3 years ago I did act on it. Nick was stunned. Anya pulled out a document on her phone, a feasibility report photographed with a phone camera. The paper's edges were worn and creases left by repeated folding ran through the middle. This is the commercial feasibility report for the King Water Factory. Back then, through a World Bank aid project, I sent Shun River water samples to a partner laboratory. She slid the phone in front of Yifei. The preliminary testing is done. Heavy metals, microorganisms, mineral content. All the results are there. Yifei took the phone and read. Half a page of test data. No official certification stamp in the lower right corner. Why wasn't this made public? The technical team assigned to the project refused to issue formal certification. Anya turned to the second page. Across it was printed the English name of an international consortium. They're willing to continue the testing and to provide loans, bottling equipment, and sales channels. And what's the condition? Anya pushed the second page toward Yifei. Not shares. Not operating rights to the factory. They want 30 years of exclusive commercial water rights to the Shun River. Yifei placed his phone back on the table, his fingertip pressing against the edge of the screen. 30 years of exclusive commercial water rights. Not an equity stake, not an ordinary procurement contract. The Shun River flowed out of the toxic mist-covered zone, and nearly 1 million people in Brad relied on it for drinking water and cooking. The upstream hydroelectric station also depended on the river for power generation. Once the industrial park was built, water consumption would only increase. Whoever secured the exclusive commercial water rights would control the most vital freshwater resource in Gamajara. 30 years was long enough for a child to be born and reach middle age. You turned it down, Anya nodded. They offered it in the first round of negotiations and I refused. Later they reduced the term from 30 years to 25, then to 20, and even offered an advance payment of 30 million US dollars. And you still refused. A country may be poor, Anya said as she put her phone away. But you can't sell a river. Yifei tapped the edge of the table twice. He had always hated the attachments buried in contracts. At his former company, he had once been made to sign a supplementary labor agreement, with a clause waiving overtime pay hidden on page 7. He only discovered it 6 months after signing. When he went to HR to argue, they simply told him to look at his own signature again. Back then he had no right to refuse. 3 years ago Anya had that right. And she had truly refused. $30 million would have been enough for Gamajara to purchase a batch of grain, clear overdue wages, and keep the government finances afloat for a while longer. But Anya had not signed. Well done. Anya's hands resting on her knees paused. The report had been in her possession for 3 years. Some cabinet members accused her of being rigid, others believed she had given up what was then Gamajara's only financing opportunity. She did not explain herself. Yifei did not press her about the old dispute either. From now on, commercial development of the Shun River will follow 3 rules. Anya reopened her tablet. First, no exclusive water rights of any kind will be sold. Second, residential drinking water, agriculture, and power generation take priority. Commercial water use must be calculated separately and approved on an annual basis. Third, the river belongs to the nation. The royal family may operate water plants, but it has no authority to include the Shun River in any long-term mortgage contract. The Shun River is Gamajara's Shun River, not the Sheriff family's Shun River. Anya recorded all 3 rules. I'll have the Interior Ministry prepare a water resources management regulation. Prepare a draft first and submit it to me before it's officially issued. Yifei looked at her again. What do you think of the water quality of the Shun River? No particular opinion. Anya answered without hesitation. I've been drinking this water since I was a child. That's all. It's just water. Natalie raised her cola bottle and shook it. It's not ordinary water. On my first day in Brad, I drank half a glass of tap water at the hotel and thought they had served me bottled mineral water. She paused. I checked twice afterward. It really did come from the faucet. Yifei also recalled the night he had arrived. The manor's cook had poured him a glass of cold water. He had been busy dealing with the thrown foreign debts and the system, so he just picked it up and drank. After finishing, he asked the cook whether she had added sugar. The cook said no. At the time, he thought he was simply very thirsty. Grizzly, his mouth still full of fish, looked up. Your Majesty, this water here, what difference can you taste? Grizzly swallowed the fish and thought seriously for 3 seconds. Water. Be more specific. Wet. Natalie set the cola bottle back on the table. Don't ask him. In the Middle East, he drank water discharged from a generator's cooling system and even commented that it had a pleasant aftertaste. Grizzly did not argue. Nick set down his chopsticks and leaned forward. Your Majesty, none of you are getting to the point. What point? The Shun River water isn't astringent and it doesn't cling to the tongue. Nick gestured at his throat. Evian has a noticeable mineral taste on the palate. Fiji water is softer. But after you swallow Shun River water, your mouth and throat feel completely clean. If you did a blind tasting at the same temperature, it would score highly. Yifei studied him for a moment. This man who had just been stuffing plain white rice into his mouth spoke about water with more seriousness than he discussed casino regulations. Do you have test data? When I was 10, how would I have test data? Nick spread his hands. I only had my mouth. Yifei picked up Anya's phone, photographed the 2 pages of the report, and sent them to his own phone. Then he opened Doubao. Natalie leaned over. What are you planning to do? First, I need to understand the report. That's a chat app. It's also an AI. You're going to entrust a country's strategic resource to an AI's judgment. I'm just asking it to translate the data into plain language. Yifei sent the images into the chat. I'm a liberal arts graduate from a second-tier college. You expect me to directly interpret heavy metal ion concentrations and detection limits? That's beyond me. Natalie leaned back in her chair. I can access Stanford's laboratory database. And once you do, can you explain every value to me? Natalie did not answer. Yifei continued typing his request. It gives results in 3 seconds, and even notes which conclusions shouldn't be taken at face value. Anya did not join the argument. She only moved her chair a little closer to the table. 3 years earlier, she had handed the same report to the technical team of a World Bank cooperative project, and 4 months later all she received was a single sentence, needs further verification. The phone soon displayed a reply. Yifei read from the first item downward. The calcium and magnesium levels in the samples fall within a suitable range with a relatively balanced ratio. The metasilicic acid content is relatively high, consistent with typical characteristics of certain natural mineral waters. Total dissolved solids are within the common range for high-quality drinking water. All heavy metal items listed in the report are below the detection limits and nitrate levels are very low. He continued scrolling. Based on the available data, the samples show no common indicators of industrial or agricultural pollution. Several parameters exceed the EU Drinking Water Directive and U.S. Drinking Water Reference Limits, giving it value for further natural mineral water certification and commercial assessment. Nick spoke immediately. Keep reading the limitations. Yifei turned to the later pages. The existing report covers insufficient parameters, and the sampling procedures and sample preservation conditions are unknown, so it cannot replace formal certification. Since the upstream source lies within an uncharted toxic mist-covered zone, additional screening is required for radioactive substances, volatile organic compounds, persistent organic pollutants, and unknown microorganisms. Continuous sampling must also be conducted during dry season, wet season, and across different seasons to confirm water stability. The dining hall fell silent. Anya raised a hand to her forehead. A report she had pored over for 3 years had finally received a clear preliminary interpretation. Yifei placed his phone on the table. The AI can only help us decide whether this is worth spending more money on. For formal production, a third-party institution must sample seal the samples and conduct testing. The report must include a certification number, and the chain of custody must be intact. Nick responded quickly. At least 3 sets. 1 from an EU-recognized laboratory, 1 from the U.S. NSF-accredited system, and 1 from a Chinese national-level testing institution. Mineral water certification, food safety, and bottled water export standards all have to be handled separately. Only if the 3 results align will buyers agree to long-term contracts. You know about this. I handed out a lot of water in the VIP lounge. Nick pushed the empty bowl aside. A guest once asked me why a bottle of water sold for $8, so I looked into it. For premium water, the origin story only attracts a customer's first purchase. What hotel procurement departments really look at are certifications, supply stability, and liability insurance. Yifei nodded. That was enough. The existing data was insufficient to prove Shin River water could enter the market directly, but it was enough to support the next round of formal testing. Keep a note of the testing institutions. Nick was about to nod when Yifei added, provide only a list. Your primary job is still the casino. Nick's hand froze. Yifei turned to Anya. What's the current status of the Royal Water Factory? 3 factory buildings, 1 domestic bottling line purchased in 1998, and it's already scrapped. Anya did not need to consult any documents. Part of the roof has collapsed and the pipes are entirely rusted. The factory land is owned by the royal family with no dispute over title. The original water intake is downstream of the Shun River, only 3 kilometers from a residential area, so it's no longer suitable for continued use. Move the intake. Anything above the hydroelectric station is off limits. Anya brought up the Bradwater system map. Further north approaches the toxic mist warning zone, and no personnel or equipment can enter. Yifei studied it for a few seconds. Choose a location downstream of the hydroelectric station and upstream of the residential intake. Build a separate intake facility and water conveyance pipes. Install online monitoring for the intake volume with automatic pump shutdown if the approved quota is exceeded. Anya marked the location. This section requires new pipelines and has to avoid the hydroelectric station's flood discharge area. Then go around it. Yifei pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. You'll still be in charge of this project. Anya had already opened the budget page. We need to determine the budget ceiling first. Not for now. Yifei raised a hand to stop her. First, look into 2 types of equipment. The first is a top-tier fully automatic glass bottle filling line. The second is a PET bottle filling line. Purchase both. First, get quotes from top suppliers in Germany, Japan, and the United States. Yifei tossed the tissue into the trash can. Glass bottle products will go through premium channels. 5-star hotels, high-end restaurants, private jets, and first-class cabins are all worth exploring. Assess the retail price at $8 to $10. PET bottle products will go through supermarkets, convenience stores, and tourism channels focusing on the Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and American markets. $2 is the terminal retail target, not the X-factory price. Anya recorded it on her tablet. If both production lines are built simultaneously, we'll need to recalculate the factory buildings, warehousing preforms glass bottles, and the dock cold storage. The investment won't be small. That's why I told you to request quotes, not to make a payment tonight. Yifei looked at her. List everything: pricing, capacity, delivery, lead time, installation period, after sales terms, and power and water consumption. I need to confirm the total investment for both lines, and how soon we can produce the first qualified bottle. What capacity should we ask for on the glass bottle line? Ask the equipment vendors. Yifei spread his hands. It's not like I've ever run a mineral water plant. Nick moved his chair forward half a foot, his hand already raised. Your Majesty, I can help with this. No need. I know several hotel procurement directors in Las Vegas. I know exactly how premium water gets into hotels. You're not needed. Yifei pointed a finger at the empty plate in front of him. You're in charge of the gambling regulations. Nick still hadn't lowered his hand. A water plant can make money too. Construction and payment recovery both take time. Sheldon arrives within 48 hours. He'll bring a compliance team, legal staff, and an already calculated investment plan. Yifei listed several items. VIP room, rolling chip system, casino commission, credit limit approval, lending restrictions, gambler protection, and anti-money laundering review. Before he arrives, you need to have all of these written out. Nick lowered his hand. Me? Write all that. Write it until I can understand it. Your Majesty, that's basically the technical draft of the gambling regulations. Didn't you study business management at Berkeley? I dropped out. Then use the courses you did take. Yifei stood up. If you can't write it, I'll have Sheldon send someone to do it. If Sands Group's people draft the clauses, they'll definitely prioritize Sands Group's interests. Gamajara will lose hundreds of millions every year, and I'll deduct it from your salary. Nick did the math. $3,000 a month with 80% garnished to repay debt, leaving him only $600. Hundreds of millions deducted from $600. I'll write it. Start tonight. Anya closed her tablet and raised her wrist to check the time. It was already past 9. The port engineering office on the second floor of City Hall was still waiting for the dredging progress report, and the airport also needed the initial investigation report on the illegal entry incident. She stacked her tray and stood up. Yifei rose as well. Back to the manor. Natalie finished the last sip of her cola and moved to his left. Grizzly pressed his earpiece, and soon the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the door. Nick followed them to the entrance of the dining hall. Sis. Anya stopped. I used to live in the Royal Manor. Nick rubbed his hands together. The small room at the eastern end of the second floor corridor. A bed, a cabinet, and a window facing the lawn. Can I move back in tonight? No. Just for one night. That room is no longer assigned to you. Anya pushed the door open. You're staying at the King's Hotel. Nick froze for a split second, then immediately followed her out. The King's Hotel had a garden and a restaurant, and at least the rooms had clean beds and hot water. For the past 4 years, he had slept in empty lots behind gas stations on the floors of motels, and once spent a month locked in a Sands Group basement. The King's Hotel is fine too. I'll take the smallest room. I'm not picky. Anya didn't look back, but as she descended the steps, she called Grizzly over. Select 2 men from the Royal Guard to supervise him in shifts. Grizzly nodded. How should it be arranged? One stays in the same standard room with him in the second bed. The other stands guard in the corridor outside. At all times, he must never be left alone. Nick stood on the steps. Sis, say. Anya turned around. You owe $13 million. I won't run. Nick raised a hand and gestured around them. This is an island. Where could I run? You don't need to leave the hotel. As long as you have a phone with internet access, you can place bets. I'm afraid you'll repeat the same mistake. Nick opened his mouth, but couldn't argue. The hotel room will have no internet. Your phone will be handed to the Royal Guard for safekeeping. If you want to call your mother, the guard will dial for you, and it will be on speakerphone the entire time. Your work computer will stay in the City Hall office, installed with monitoring software, and allowed to access only work-related websites. Nick lowered his head and looked at his phone. You've already planned all of this. Anya tucked the folder under her arm. You fled Las Vegas for 6 months, and in the end you still went back to gamble. Until you've paid off your debts and passed a gambling addiction assessment, I won't accept your personal guarantees. Yifei had already gotten into the middle G-Wagon. The window rolled down, and he waved at Nick. Fatty. Nick looked up. Grizzly said the 2 guards staying with you. One is 6'3", and the other is a boxer. If you need to think about things at night, do it in bed. Don't casually open the door. Your Majesty. One more thing. Yifei rested his arm on the windowsill. The rice at the King's Hotel breakfast is cooked with Shun River water too. Eat plenty. Nick swallowed whatever he was about to say. The motorcade drove toward the Northern Mountain District. 2 Royal Guard soldiers stood on either side of Nick. One of them took his phone, powered it off in front of him, and placed it in an evidence bag. Nick followed them toward another car. Can I get an extra portion at breakfast? The soldier on his right replied in Gamajara's language. The nurse said no. Before Nick could argue, the soldier added, the Prime Minister instructed that before noon tomorrow you need to hand over the VIP room lending process. Nick was writing the VIP room lending procedure, now on page 7. The title was Ship Conversion and Credit Limit Restrictions. He hadn't slept all night, his pen hovering over the paper, not yet touching down for a long while. Voices drifted in from outside the window. At first only a few people were shouting, but before long the whole street was echoing with sound. Nick looked up. On the opposite bed sat a 1.9-meter tall Royal Guard soldier, his rifle resting across his knees. The Prime Minister ordered that the procedure be ready by noon. I'm not running away. Nick pushed the manuscript paper half an inch aside. Listen outside. What's happening? The citizens are gathering in the square. This early. His Majesty is going to speak. Nick lifted the curtain. The King's Hotel stood on the west side of King's Square, and the third-floor room faced the City Hall directly. The square was already packed with people. Not a single patch of the cobblestone road was visible from the center of the square to the steps of the City Hall. All that could be seen were faded, washed-out old clothes. Some carried fishing nets, some held children by the hand, and some had just returned from the night shift dredging at the harbor, their rubber boots still caked with mud. The surrounding streets were jammed as well. Nearby shops had not opened, breakfast stalls had stopped their fires. Even the fishermen who normally set out to sea at the crack of dawn were standing in the crowd. The main street of Las Vegas on New Year's Eve had never been so crowded. What is he going to talk about? The guard shook his head. Nick sat down again and grabbed the manuscript paper. $100 million for Industrial Zone Road 6, a 350S, and a monthly grain budget of $300 million. The man who was scraping mud off his shoes on the City Hall threshold last night was going to stand before hundreds of thousands of people today. Nick stared at the words, chip conversion and rake, and his pen tip poked a hole through the paper. Bro, no phone. I don't want a phone. Nick pointed out the window. Give me a pair of binoculars. On the east side of the City Hall steps, Zhou Jining propped her tablet against the railing and revised the on-site headcount for the third time. The square's design capacity was 500,000. The number of people now inside and outside the square was approaching that figure. The surrounding streets were still feeding people in as the Royal Guard kept setting up cordons to keep the roads to City Hall clear. Gamajala had a total population of 99000. Personnel remained at the Harbor Airport Hydroelectric Plant and hospital, and elderly people who could barely walk could not possibly all come. But of those in Bulate who could stand here, more than half had already come. Zhou Jining deleted the phrase, large numbers of citizens spontaneously gathering. She typed instead, apart from those in essential posts, nearly all residents of the capital are present. Comrade Xiaozhou. Chen Lin squeezed out from the crowd with an assistant carrying a camera and a tripod slung over his shoulder. Director Chen, can your foreign ministry approve a camera position for me? Chen Lin raised her hand and pointed across from City Hall. Set up a scaffold over there with the lens facing the terrace. I'll include a foreign ministry logo for you in the program. I'm in charge of recording the proceedings, not approving venues. Then does your embassy have the authority? The embassy hasn't been established yet. Zhou Jining put away her tablet. We're temporarily using the second floor of the King's Hotel as our office. Chen Lin didn't press further. When she had arrived at the East Coast yesterday afternoon, she had planned to drive down the production team's quote. After the car stopped at the resort entrance, she walked along the beach for a while. Near the shore there were no big waves, the water was shallow, and the fine sand on the seabed was clearly visible. The 20 wooden cabins were in good condition, and only the main building's facade and a few rooms were still under repair. Once the camera was set up, post-production wouldn't have to work hard on color grading. She had sent 2 clips back to China at 11 last night. At 3 in the morning, the platform's content director replied with only 4 words. Lock it in. Is the show really going to be set here? Zhou Jining looked at her. It's settled. Chen Lin stared at the third-floor terrace. As soon as the royal family approves the paperwork, I'll arrange for the first team to come in. Director Chen, let me give you a piece of advice. Go ahead. This country's per capita annual income is $100. The venue rental will be paid at international rates and priority will be given to local hiring for staff. I'm not talking about money. Chen Lin paused. Zhou Jining lowered her voice further. You bring a dozen celebrities over, and behind them are tens of millions of viewers. Once the show airs, Gamajala will no longer be a country on the map whose name no one can pronounce. Chen Lin pushed the camera assistant aside. I've been making dating shows for 5 years. This is the first time I've had the chance to film a country go from unknown to trending across the entire internet. I couldn't be happier to take this job. At the entrance of the King's Hotel, luggage for 3 cars was half loaded when everything stopped. Zhang Feifei stuffed her student ID back into the file folder. We can't get to the school anymore. The whole area around the square is sealed off. What about teacher Liang? The hospital sent a car to pick him up, but it's stuck halfway. 30 graduate students of teaching Chinese as a foreign language plus 30 medical students filled the steps of the hotel garden. Some used their phones to film the square, some tested the network, and some crossed out the morning's itinerary. Nan Xiangtian handed Li Wanqi a bottle of water. Classmate Li, the sun is strong. No need. You keep staring at City Hall. Who are you waiting for? Li Wanqi didn't respond. Her position was directly opposite the third-floor terrace. The glass door remained closed. Nan Xiangtian set the water bottle down beside him. The green submariner on his wrist glistened in the sunlight. It's just a speech. We'll head to the hospital this afternoon, and tonight we can still organize the medical records and sampling notes. There's no shortage of such occasions back home either. Do 500,000 people stand in the sun for one person back home? Nan Xiangtian said nothing more. Li Wanqi lowered her head to adjust her bag strap. Her supervising teacher had asked her why she insisted on registering to go to a Pacific Island country that had no foundation of Chinese teaching materials. The reason she gave was that it would be convenient for conducting research on the environment for teaching Chinese as a foreign language. The teacher bought it. What she didn't say was that at the wedding banquet, she had overheard Yi Fei mention this country. Later, when her supervisor asked who was willing to come to Gamajala to teach for half a year, she was the first to sign up. After landing yesterday, she hadn't sent Yifei a message. She didn't dare. At exactly 8 o'clock, the sound in the square began to subside. Someone in the front row raised a hand, and those behind fell quiet in succession. Even the people who had been blocking the street corners gradually stopped moving. Zhou Jining looked up. The glass door of the third-floor terrace slid open. Anya stepped out first and stood by the door. She wasn't holding a tablet or any documents. A nurse from the central hospital remained inside the glass door holding a swaddled infant. The child's parents were both in the ground-floor reception lobby, accompanied by medical staff. Anya reached up and took the cane. Yifei then walked out of the door. He wasn't wearing glasses. His golden hair showed in the sunlight, his brow bone was deep, his nose was straight, and his jawline was sharply defined. The crown on his head was very thin, just a band of gold. Chen Lin tapped her assistant. Push in. Director Chen, the royal family hasn't approved the filming. Shoot first, stop arguing. Zhou Jining paused in front of her tablet. Yifei had only been in Gamajala for 10 days. 3 or 4 of those days he had spent in China. Harbor dredging, airport, jet, fuel, cash purchase of 6 A350s, grain import budget. Minister Hua had asked her to investigate whether Yifei's money came from the United States. In those 10 days she had examined every payment she could get her hands on. The remitter had always been the same line of letters: Yifei. No American consortium, no offshore fund, and not a single cent of money from Washington. A 23-year-old graduate of a second-tier Chinese university stood on the third-floor terrace. Below him, citizens of Gamajala filled the square and streets. Zhou Jining opened her tablet again. In the input box, she typed only one sentence: the situation on the ground needs to be reassessed. Li Wanqi stood at the edge of the crowd with nothing but people in front of her. She raised her head and could only see the outline at the edge of the terrace. A sea breeze blew across the square. Beside her, an elderly local man murmured something in English. What is he holding in his arms? Li Wanqi didn't catch the second half of the sentence. On the third floor of the King's Hotel, Nick was leaning against the window. Without binoculars, he could only press his forehead to the glass. A few seconds later, he took the pen from his mouth. Something's wrong. The guard turned his head. What's wrong? His Majesty is holding a child in his arms. Yifei walked to the terrace railing. His right arm was bent, a small body wrapped in washed-out white cloth pressed against his chest. The child had been born just 1 day earlier. In the Central Hospital's registry, this was also the first child born in Gamajala in 2 years. No one in the square knelt. Hundreds of thousands of people looked up, and no one made a sound. Yifei handed the cane back to Anya. With one hand supporting the infant's neck, and the other holding the swaddle, he lifted the child to chest level. The microphone on the terrace was already on. The baby opened its mouth and let out a cry. The cry traveled through speakers at the 4 corners of the square and reached beneath the farthest row of rooftops. The baby's cries echoed through speakers at each corner of the plaza. Even beneath the farthest eaves, the sound of a child weeping could be heard. Yifei shifted the infant securely against his chest. The child had been born less than a day ago, weighing under 3 kilograms. The terrace had been cleared in advance. Nurses stood behind the glass doors, the warming basket, and nursing supplies all arranged nearby. The midnight bank transfer notification still remained on Yifei's phone. Your account received a deposit of 100,000,100 USD at 0015. 100 million and $100. The extra $100 belonged to this child. The system hadn't waited until the next day. The moment the child was born, a new entry appeared in the resident registry. $100 per person per day, $36,500 per year, $657,000 over 18 years. Yifei ran the numbers through his mind. He had expected to feel nervous with hundreds of thousands of people gathered below. Yet with this small weight pressing against his arm, he found himself steadied instead. He began speaking in the Gamma language. As you all know, this king of yours came from China. The crowd below shifted forward by half a step. The last king who could speak Gamma had passed away many years ago. Today a group of Chinese people stands below, 30 teachers, 30 doctors. Today is China's national day. According to their customs, they should be on holiday right now. Yifei paused. Chinese doctors probably don't have long vacations. But they didn't stay in places with air conditioning, food delivery, and hot showers. They came to Gamma to blade to this place where there isn't even a cinema. Yifei raised his left hand, pointing toward the entrance of the King Hotel. 60 Chinese people stood there. For the next 6 months, they will teach your children and provide medical care for you. You must respect them. They don't owe Gamma anything. Applause rang out from the front rows first. The sound spread to the middle of the plaza, then to the outer streets. On the steps of the King Hotel, garden reception staff translated in hushed voices. Zhang Feifei clutched her document bag, unmoving. Liang Shan removed his glasses and wiped the lenses twice. Li Wanqi stood by the garden's low wall. The third-floor terrace was 200 meters away. She couldn't see Yifei's face clearly, only the golden-edged crown and his raised hand. His finger pointed directly at this spot. She knew Yifei was indicating the 60 Chinese people, not her, yet she still stepped back half an inch. Today's Yifei stood above hundreds of thousands, speaking in a language she couldn't understand. But she felt she understood perfectly what Yifei was doing. On the terrace, Yifei lifted the swaddling cloth another inch. The baby's small face emerged. This child has not yet been given a name. But this is the first child born in Gamma in 2 years. The first one on Central Hospital's registry this year. Remember, it's already October. The plaza fell silent. Yifei continued. I don't need to repeat what these past years have been like for all of you. The ports have decayed, the airport has shut down, wages have been delayed for ages, and life has grown increasingly miserable. This is the sorrow of your king, and it is Gamma Kingdom's shame. But I've been here for 10 days. In these 10 days you've all seen what has happened. An elderly fisherman in the front row raised a plastic bag. Inside was rice he'd received this morning. Several people beside him raised their rice as well. The future will surely be better. I'm showing you with actions. Yifei slowed his pace. But right now I need your help. A great figure from China left behind a saying. The more people, the greater the strength. Gamma has 1 million people. In 2 years, only one child has been born. At this rate, in less than 20 years, the kingdom won't be able to find any able workers. Someone lowered their head. The admiration was genuine. The hesitation was also genuine. They couldn't afford to have children. With a per capita income of $100 a year, many families didn't dare buy extra grain when having a child. Yifei glanced down at the infant in his arms. Providing money was the system's concern. A child cannot be reduced to mere numbers. But the accounts must still be calculated. Each child brings $100 daily. Over 18 years, that's $657,000. The royal family provides a monthly subsidy of $500 until high school graduation, totaling $108,000. The remaining funds must be invested in hospitals, schools, housing, and jobs. The money must flow out from the royal treasury first, and then people will stay. Yifei raised his head. He wanted every family still hesitating to know one thing. In Gamma, children can finally be afforded. So starting today, he handed his scepter to Anya, supporting the infant with his right arm. For women confirmed pregnant after marriage registration, the royal family will cover all prenatal examinations, delivery, and hospitalization expenses. Once the hospital confirms pregnancy, nutritional supplements and tonics will be distributed by the royal family. From the month pregnancy is confirmed, an additional $500 will be provided monthly. No one in the plaza made a sound. They were all absorbing this information. Yifei continued. This money will not stop after the child is born. It will be provided until high school graduation. For those who enter university, it continues until graduation. For children currently under 18 who are willing to attend school and pass the school registration review, the same applies. Someone in front retreated, bumping into the person behind them. Your Majesty. A woman holding a child around 3 or 4 years old called out, her voice catching in her throat. $500. Her husband worked clearing sediment at the port, earning $7 a day. Working 30 days a month, that was only $210. It was much more than before, but compared to this policy, wouldn't it be better to have 2 more children? $500 per child per month. More than the combined income of a couple. The back rows began asking questions. The translation spread to the perimeter, then to streets even farther away. 500 per month, not per year. On the terrace, Anya pressed her tablet against the railing. She first calculated the new pregnant women. The national female population of childbearing age was approximately 220,000. Calculating at 10% becoming pregnant within a year, that would be 22,000 new pregnant women. Prenatal subsidies, examinations, delivery, hospitalization, nutritional products. First-year expenditure would not be less than $200 million. She swiped to the next page. How many children under 18 were still registered in school? The education department's list from 3 years ago was already outdated. This amount wasn't even calculated yet. Anya closed her tablet. She didn't stop Yifei. Yifei opened the system panel in his heart. National Development System, remaining talent points available to residents. Physical level 6, level 8. Confirm. Yifei pressed confirm. There was no light on the plaza, no wind. The woman in the very front, holding a child, straightened her waist first. She had been holding the child all morning, and her arms were already sore. Now she lifted the child slightly higher, and her arms steadied. The man who had worked the night shift at the port had been standing for 40 minutes. His rubber boots were full of mud. He lifted a foot and knocked the sole against the ground. The ache in his knees was gone. A 70-year-old grandmother held her granddaughter's hand, squatting down herself, then standing back up. She tried twice in succession. Long live the king. Someone shouted first. A second person joined in. The third person's voice drowned out those in front. Long live the king. Long live the king. Hundreds of thousands shouted in unison. The city hall's outer walls continuously echoed the sound. The stone-paved ground began to tremble. Chen Lin grabbed the cameraman's collar. Don't stop, pull up for a wide shot, capture all the sound. Director Chen, the audio is going to overload. Still capture it. Chen Lin stood among the crowd. She had recorded top-tier concerts and manufactured applause bought with money. The sounds on this plaza needed no direction. Zhou Jianning's tablet had gone black 3 times. She deleted everything she had written before. Except for essential personnel, basically all capital residents are present. The on-site situation requires complete reassessment. She typed again. Local time October 1st, the King of Gamma announced a birth subsidy policy at King Square, $500 monthly upon confirmed pregnancy, continuing until the beneficiary graduates from high school or university. First-year expenditure for new maternity benefits is not less than $200 million USD, with subsidies for underage students still pending completion of National Education Department statistics. The country's annual GDP is $10 billion USD, with foreign debt of $9 billion USD. Zhou Jianning's hand paused over the 4 characters, funding source. 10 days. an A350 and crew charter paid in cash. 100 million in industrial zone roads. 300 million monthly grain budget. Now another minimum of 200 million in maternity benefits. Minister Hua had asked her to investigate whether Yi Fei's money came from America. She had investigated for 10 days and found not a single instance of American funding. Now she had only one question left. Where was Yi Fei getting all this money? Li Wanqi hadn't understood a single word of Gamma language. But the local receptionist beside her who had just been complaining about the hot weather was already kneeling on the garden's stone tiles. Both hands pressed together, fingers interlaced, resting against the forehead. That person was crying. Li Wanqi looked up. Yi Fei was shifting the baby from his right arm to his left. His movements were unpracticed. It took him 2 attempts to hold the child securely. The sea breeze disordered Li Wanqi's hair. The shouts on the plaza continued. On the 3rd floor of the King Hotel, Nick grabbed the manuscript he'd been writing on page 7 and tore it in half. A guard raised his rifle. What are you doing? Nick smoothed the paper back onto the desk and picked up his pen again. Rewriting. You worked all night on it. Why tear it? He promised today to fund through university graduation. Nick wrote the first line. Then the gambler protection clauses in this loan process need 3 more additions. Add what? Nick didn't look up. First item. Prohibit Gamma's domestic residents from entering casinos. Yi Fei handed the baby back to the nurse and turned to look at Anya behind him. Your single sentence adds at least 200 million in annual expenditure. Do you have the money? Yi Fei reached up to straighten the crown on his forehead. My dear aunt, go widen the door at the Civil Affairs Registration Office. Arrange more staff. There will be lines today. Yi Fei's hand still rested on the microphone stand. Don't go. Anya had already reached the glass door, her heel pausing just beyond the threshold. Yi Fei stood at the center of the terrace and resumed speaking in the Gamajara language. What I just said was about the children. Now I'm talking about the adults. The shouts from the square gradually died down. Hundreds of thousands of people looked up. The sea breeze poured in from the east, tugging at the hems of their worn clothes. Whether a child can be raised well first depends on whether the adults at home can earn money. The kingdom will establish a company. The King's Labor Security Company. Anya turned back, the tablet still clutched against her chest. Starting tomorrow, it will handle employment registration, vocational training, and job placement for all citizens. From 18 to 67, just register, and the company will provide training. During training, $600 per month. Below the steps, someone cupped a hand to their ear. 600. Did he just say 600? Yi Fei did not pause. After training is complete, jobs will be arranged according to ability, physical condition, and position requirements. Manual positions such as port work, road construction, construction sites, fisheries, and machinery repair start at $1,200 per month. Service positions such as hotels, restaurants, shops, and tour guides start at $1,000 per month. Teachers $1,500 per month. Doctors and nurses $2,000 per month. The starting salary is not the ceiling. Work well, and your wage goes up, your position rises. Wages are paid monthly. If anyone dares to delay even one day, come directly to City Hall and find the royal family. The square fell silent for 2 seconds. Then from the front row came a series of muffled thuds. It wasn't the stone cracking. It was the sound of people kneeling. The old fisherman's sack of rice fell at his feet, grains spilling into the cracks between the stones. He did not lower his head. He pressed his interlaced fingers against his forehead, knees striking the stone slab. The second row followed. The third row followed. From the steps of City Hall it spread, all the way to the street corner beyond the square. Beside the barricades, several Royal Guard soldiers halted and knelt on one knee. The sound of weeping drowned out the sea breeze. A woman holding a child crawled forward on her knees. Her husband dredged the harbor at $7 a day. Even working desperately for a month, he only earned a little over $200. Now if she registered for training, she would receive $600 a month. After training, the minimum wage would be $1,000. The child lay on her shoulder, not crying, still clutching half a piece of bread. A man returning from the night shift knelt in the muddy water, rubber boots filled to the brim. He pinched the back of his hand, leaving 2 red marks. A 70-year-old woman pulled her granddaughter down to kneel, but shouted no long live. She only repeated one number over and over. 1,200. 1,200. In the garden of the Royal Hotel, the translator's voice trembled. During training, $600 per month. Education positions $1,500 per month. Medical positions $2,000 per month. Zhang Feifei's document folder slipped onto the stone slab. She had participated in more than a dozen overseas teaching missions. In the poorest countries, a local teacher earning $80 a month was already considered decent. The average annual income here was $100. Now a local teacher's starting salary was $1,500. Liang Shan squeezed his glasses, frozen in place. Nan Xiangtian's Adam's apple moved. Teacher Liang. Do you remember how much monthly stipend I got during my rotations at Peking Union Medical College Hospital? Liang Shan did not answer. Nan Xiangtian lowered his head and touched the green submariner on his wrist. Before they left, his uncle had told him at the dinner table that Gamajara was too poor to bring more medicine and not to expect much from the local hospital. Now the starting wage for nurses here was $2,000. Nan Xiangtian raised his head. Where exactly did his money come from? No one could answer. Li Wanqi stood by the low wall of the garden. More and more people in front were kneeling, which only made the terrace more visible. Yi Fei adjusted the gold-trimmed crown and stood above hundreds of thousands. She remembered their wedding day. Yi Fei wore a faded shirt with a light stain at the collar that could never be washed out. He blocked a toast for her and ended up coughing for a long time. Back then Yi Fei didn't even have a steady job. Now he stood in a kingdom at the center of the Pacific paying salaries to an entire nation. Li Wanqi twisted her water bottle until it creaked. In Yi Fei's mind the numbers were clear. The system credited $100 million every day, $30 billion per month. Food and fuel costs fluctuated around $350 million per month. The port, airport, roads, aircraft, and ships were all one-time expenditures. What truly burned money was the welfare and wages he had promised today. But he could afford it. And he had to pay. The boss of a private company in Tianjin had once promised him that when the company went public everyone would get an apartment. Yi Fei waited a year and a half. The company never went public. 3 months of salary were never paid. From then on he only trusted money that had actually arrived in his account, never verbal promises about the future. If the money was in the account, wages had to be delivered into the workers' hands. Anya stood 1 meter behind him. Her tablet was already upright. She pulled up the population statistics and education records. The working-age population was roughly 500,000. Minors still registered in the school system were about 160,000. Citizens over 68 as well as disabled citizens confirmed to have lost the ability to work numbered about 340,000. All 500,000 would register for training. 500,000 times $600. $300 million. That was the first item. If 30% of them completed training and entered manual positions. 150,000 people at $1,200 per month. $180 million. The remaining 350,000 would continue training. $210 million. Just the expenditure on the working-age population reached $390 million. 160,000 in-school minors at $500 per month. $80 million. Confirmed pregnant women estimated at 22,000. Monthly subsidy, $11 million. 4 prenatal checkups, nutrition, hospitalization, childbirth, and newborn care, a conservative reserve of $20 million. Altogether, monthly expenditure already exceeded $500 million. Anya's hand stopped on the screen. This still did not include the higher wages for teachers, doctors, nurses, and technicians. Nor did it include the offices, training venues, teaching materials, transportation, and management staff needed for the labor security company. She lifted her head. Your Majesty, have you calculated this account? I have. What's the minimum per month? More than what you've calculated now. Anya flipped the tablet to the final page. The balance of the Royal Treasury account. $3 million. That was the money Yi Fei had transferred in a few days ago. The entire nation's fiscal account had only these $3 million left. She lowered her voice. This isn't a welfare budget. This is this country's monthly cash flow. If even one payment is delayed, the people down there will never trust the royal family again. Yi Fei turned sideways. Auntie, you've missed one more group of people. Anya froze. Yi Fei faced the microphone again. One last thing. The kneeling crowd raised their heads. The elderly who can no longer work after 68. Citizens unable to work due to illness, injury, or disability. $500 per month in living security. This money requires no training and no job hunting. The kingdom will support them. Another line of numbers appeared on Anya's tablet. 340,000 people. $500 each. $170 million. Adding the earlier expenditures. $670 million. Every month. In 1 year that exceeded $8 billion. Gamajara's nominal annual GDP was only $10 billion. Foreign debt was $9 billion. Last year actual fiscal revenue was $11 million. $7 million of that came from the fisheries tax. And the Royal Treasury account held only $3 million. Anya had never feared large numbers. What she feared were the people behind those numbers. She had looked at the archived photographs from the year of the port strike many times. The old king promised 3 months of back pay. The money was never raised. The dock workers smashed the warehouse gates and sat at the entrance for 11 days. Now hundreds of thousands of people were kneeling in the square. They had received a promise today. Next month they would wait for their wages. The month after that they would wait again. Her breathing turned ragged. The cane tapped softly against the terrace floor. Your Majesty, the state treasury has no money. Yi Fei did not turn around. I do. Anya's hands failed to hold the tablet. It hit the ground, the screen, landing on the page of the treasury cash flow. Balance. 0. The cane fell too. Yi Fei heard the sound and turned. Anya's 1.80 meter frame tilted sideways. Her platinum bun came loose and the shoulder insignia of her uniform scraped against the terrace railing. The nurse holding the baby stood inside the glass door and took half a step back. Grizzly rushed out from behind the door, knees hitting the floor, arms catching the back of Anya's neck. No one in the square noticed anything wrong on the 3rd floor. Hundreds of thousands were still kneeling. Long live the king. Long live the king. Yi Fei crouched down, pressed his fingers to Anya's wrist, then brushed her loose hair aside. He looked up and shouted one word in Gamajara toward the glass door. Doctor. The microphone was still on. Those 2 words carried by the speakers at the 4 corners of the square reached the farthest eaves below. When the 2 syllables doctor came from the square's loudspeakers, the interpreter in the garden of the king's hotel had just opened his mouth. The king is calling for a doctor. Zhang Feifei bent down to scoop up the document folder from the ground. and raised her hand toward the city hall. Teacher Liang, hurry. Liang Shan had already grabbed the first aid kit. Nursing team, follow me. Nen Xiangtian, you too. The group rushed out of the hotel garden, but quickly stopped. From the hotel steps to the city hall, hundreds of thousands of people were kneeling across the square. Ahead of them, there was nothing but shoulders, backs, and lowered heads. Not even a single foot could fit through. Liang Shan pressed forward 2 steps and was immediately blocked. The interpreter ran out after them and shouted at the crowd in the Gamajala language. Doctor! The king needs a doctor. Make way. A middle-aged man at the very front whipped his head around. He did not stand up. Pushing himself with his knees on the ground, he shuffled half a meter to the side. Those next to him shuffled as well. The front row opened a gap, and the people behind shifted their bodies to follow. In less than 20 seconds, a 2-meter-wide passage opened through the middle of the crowd, running all the way to the city hall steps. People on both sides remained kneeling. No one stood up, and no one reached into the passage. Liang Shan dashed through with the first aid kit. Nan Xiangtian followed behind, only noticing the people on both sides after running dozens of meters. A woman holding a child pulled the child into her arms and turned aside. A woman in her 60s shuffled backward on her knees. A worker just off the night shift at the port knelt in the mud and drew his rubber boots back. During his rotations with his supervisor at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, he had seen emergency corridors blocked by family members and stretchers unable to get through the resuscitation room doors. But today, hundreds of thousands of people were kneeling on the ground just to leave a path for the doctors. Teacher Liang. Don't talk, run. The male medical students split to both sides, shielding the female students in the middle. Li Wanqi had only been standing at the edge of the hotel garden, but after being pushed by someone she didn't know, she was swept into the group. She was not a doctor. She was a graduate student majoring in teaching Chinese as a foreign language. But everyone around her was from the medical school, all of them running forward. No one had time to check her major, and she did not stop either. She could not understand the 2 words Yi Fei had called out just now. All she caught was his tone. Urgent, but not panicked. At the wedding banquet that day, Yi Fei had taken a drink for her, coughed until his face turned red, and waved his hand saying it was nothing. Back then he had no job, no savings, and had never lost his temper at anyone. Now standing above hundreds of thousands of people, he was calling for a doctor in public for the first time. Li Wanqi quickened her pace. If something had happened to Yi Fei, she had to see it with her own eyes. Inside the reception hall, on the first floor of the city hall, the royal guard had already cleared a passage. The parents of a newborn sat on a bench. The mother, supported by a nurse, had tears all over her face. A tall female guard stepped forward to stop the medical team. Please submit to a quick check. 2 female soldiers stepped forward and frisked them, their movements swift. Another soldier opened the first aid kit at the same time, verifying the medicines and instruments inside. In less than 15 seconds, the check was finished. Liang Shan picked up the kit. Where is the patient? 3rd floor. The guard turned and led the way. 2 Blackwater mercenaries stood at the stairwell landing. Their bulletproof vests were fastened, pistols pressed against their chests with muzzles pointed down. One kept watch over the corridor, while the other reported the situation upstairs through an earpiece. Li Wanqi's palms were sweating. Before at school she had discussed political variables in language contact settings, and after the discussions a few of them would go to the cafeteria for a spicy mala stir-fry pot. Only today did she realize that the political variables in her papers translated into reality meant armed security, sealed off floors, and a pat-down before every door. She kept climbing. At the end of the 3rd floor corridor, a glass door stood half open. Natalie was guarding the entrance, a walkie-talkie held in her hand. Dr. Liang and 1 nurse come in. Liang Shan picked up the first aid kit. I'm the team leader. Go in. Natalie looked at the rest. Who was most experienced in nursing? A female nurse raised her hand. Go in. Natalie still needed someone to record the examination data. She scanned the visitor's credentials outside the door, then raised her hand and pointed at Li Wanqi. You will handle the records. Come in too. Li Wanqi paused. She looked down at the bottle of water in her hand and did not explain her major. Someone behind her gave her a push. She crossed the threshold, and the first thing she did was locate Yi Fei. Yi Fei stood beside the sofa. The gold-trimmed crown was still on his head, and the cuffs of his white shirt were rolled up to his forearms. He was not wearing glasses. He stood very steadily, and there were no injuries on him. Li Wanqi's shoulders relaxed. Then she noticed the woman on the sofa. A dark military-style uniform, platinum hair spread over the armrest. At 1.8 meters tall, even lying on the sofa, her legs extended beyond the armrest. Her ice blue eyes were closed and her face was pallid. Li Wanqi had seen plenty of beautiful women. International students at Peking University, models, and online celebrities had never made her feel such direct pressure. Yi Fei was bending over, pressing his fingers on the woman's wrist. Li Wanqi's chest tightened. She looked down at her sneakers. The shoe collars had picked up 2 streaks of mud while she ran across the square. Liang Shan was already kneeling beside the sofa. He first checked Anya's pupils and breathing, then felt her carotid artery, and then asked the nurse to take out the blood pressure cuff and glucose meter. Blood pressure 96/62. Blood glucose 4.2 normal. Anya's breathing was steady, and her fingers responded to painful stimuli. What's wrong with her? Yi Fei's Chinese came out faster than usual. Liang Shan looked up. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yi Fei raised a hand in the air. Treat her first. At the moment, there are no obvious dangerous signs. This is more consistent with reflex syncope caused by overwork and stress. Liang Shan loosened the blood pressure cuff. but all I can do here is a preliminary assessment. We should run an ECG, a complete blood count, and electrolyte tests as soon as possible to rule out anemia, arrhythmia, and other issues. Has she been sleeping very little recently? Yifei began to recall. At 2 o'clock the night before last, the lights in the port dredging office were still on. Anya was alone inside calculating the dredging volume. At 9 o'clock last night, she left the cafeteria with the airport investigation report still in her arms. At 6:30 this morning, she was already standing outside on the terrace checking the order of the speech. Yifei offered a figure. Adding up these past few days, she may not have slept 6 full hours. Liang Shan put the stethoscope back into the first aid kit. Then that basically fits. What should we do now? Let her lie flat, rehydrate her, and only let her eat after she is fully conscious. She must stop working today. She cannot keep handling documents. Liang Shan's tone grew heavier. For the next 3 days, she needs at least 7 hours of sleep every day. Also go to the hospital today for an ECG and blood tests. Could there be other problems? Right now I don't see typical signs of a cerebrovascular accident, and her heart rate is stable. But until the tests are done, I can't be too absolute. Yifei nodded. His tense shoulders and back finally relaxed. In the 2 seconds when Anya collapsed, the last thing on his mind was the national ledger. When the tablet hit the floor, the screen had been left on the Treasury cash flow page. The balance was negative. Anya had genuinely counted that monthly expenditure of $670 million into the national finances. She believed that next month's salaries, subsidies, and pensions all had to be squeezed out of the Treasury by her. Back home, private company bosses had once painted rosy pictures for their employees. The bosses themselves had never fainted. Several employees who stayed up late drafting proposals, calculating budgets, and chasing deadlines had collapsed. Thanks for your hard work. Yifei straightened up, and only then noticed that there was still another person standing by the door. A white t-shirt, jeans, black hair hanging past her shoulders, a sealed bottle of water still pinched in her hand. Li Wanqi. Yifei paused for half a second. Why is she here? Wasn't she part of the teacher delegation? How did you? His tone had already returned to the way it was between them at school. Li Wanqi switched the water bottle to her other hand. I came running along with the medical team just now. Oh. Yifei held back for 2 seconds, unable to get the rest of the sentence out. He turned and instructed Natalie. The room is for the Prime Minister. Stay here with her. Natalie raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, I'm in charge of security. As of now, you're my assistant too. Grizzly can come with me. Natalie clipped the walkie-talkie back onto her waist and did not argue further. She walked to the sofa, tidied Anya's disheveled hair, picked up the cane from the floor, and leaned it against the sofa armrest. The hilt of a crystal dagger still peeked out from Anya's waist. Yifei did not move. Dr. Liang, come downstairs with me. The group filed out of the room. Li Wanqi was the last to leave. At the corner where the third floor met the second floor, an old photograph hung on the wall. In the photograph, an old man with white hair held a little girl's hand standing on the lawn of the royal estate. The little girl had a pair of ice blue eyes. Li Wanqi slowed down. So that was the Prime Minister. Very beautiful and very exhausted. When she fainted, she had not even loosened the collar of her uniform. Not the queen. Not a princess either. That's good then. As soon as this thought surfaced, Li Wanqi herself felt something was wrong with it. She unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip. The water tasted clear and sweet without the slightest off flavor. She took another sip. What kind of water is this? A corridor at the rear of the first floor led directly to the side door. Walking, Yifei asked Liang Shan. Teacher Liang, you looked at the conditions at the central hospital yesterday. I looked around for half an hour. Liang Shan pushed up his glasses. Your Majesty wants to hear the truth. I do. Apart from disinfection, suturing, and routine trauma care, most other procedures are basically not possible. Liang Shan stopped in the middle of the corridor. There's no CT. The ultrasound is an old machine, and the probe has aged. The laboratory can only run the 3 basic routine tests. Yesterday, there was a fisherman with upper abdominal pain. I suspected gallstones, but the hospital had no imaging equipment, so I couldn't make a further determination. Yifei also stopped. How much would it cost to replace the equipment? I'm not a purchasing officer. You're familiar with the hospital. Give me a rough figure first. Liang Shan thought for a moment. A standard CT plus an ultrasound biochemistry analyzer and hematology analyzer, counting installation and training, starts at $10 million. And if we add a digital X-ray and an endoscope, around $15 million. Yifei nodded. Please make a list. Equipment models, manufacturers, and delivery dates. Write them all down. Liang Shan did not agree immediately. Your Majesty, I'm just the teacher leading the volunteer medical team. We'll be here for 6 months. After 6 months, who will operate that equipment? The next medical team will take them over. I can't produce a mature radiologist in 6 months. I'll select people and send them abroad to learn. Gamajila will not be backward forever. Yifei continued forward. Liang Shan stood where he was and only followed after 3 seconds. Nan Xiangtian, walking behind them, had heard the entire conversation clearly. $15 million. No meetings, no project approval, no layer-by-layer reporting. After Liang Shan quoted the price, Yifei simply told him to make the procurement list. Nan Xiangtian's uncle worked at a top-tier hospital in Beijing. To add 1 piece of equipment to his department, he had submitted application materials for 2 years, and to this day, they still had not been approved. Teacher Liang, don't ask. Liang Shan picked up the first aid kit and kept walking. I don't know where his money comes from either. The side door was just ahead. The light coming through the gap was blocked by a figure. Chun-Lin stood at the bottom of the steps, holding a video camera, a tripod slung over her shoulder, while her assistant crouched beside her replacing the battery, having just opened the battery compartment. The moment Yi Fei's hand touched the door handle, Chun-Lin had already called out, "Your Majesty." Her voice carried down the entire corridor. "Heartbeat frequency is set right here. I'll sign. I'll pay the rent at international rates, not a cent less." Yi Fei's hand stopped on the door handle. Chun-Lin walked 2 steps up the stairs and raised the camera. "You must appear on it. My show has a stunning beauty, a top influencer with 100 million fans across the internet. With your face matched with hers, I'll definitely dominate the charts this season." The corridor fell silent. Li Wanqi had just raised the water bottle to her lips. She did not drink. The bottle gave a faint crinkle as her hand tightened around it. Heartbeat frequency, a dating show. Chun-Lin stuffed the camera into her assistant's arms, the tripod hanging over her shoulder as she hurried after several others through the side door. Gray Bear adjusted his earpiece. Below the steps, the rumble of engines echoed from the side alley where 3 G-wagons were reversing out, their front ends pointed toward the city hall side entrance. Yi Fei did not get into the car immediately. He turned back and gestured respectfully toward the corridor with both hands. "Teacher Liang, Teacher Zhang, please make the hospital equipment list as detailed as possible. Model numbers, quantities, delivery dates, training periods, list everything." He paused for a moment. "Do the same for the school. How many desks and chairs are broken, whether the doors and windows close properly, how many blackboards and textbooks are needed. Please help compile all of this." Zhang Feifei clutched her document bag tightly. "Your Majesty, this isn't part of our assigned duties." "I know. Your duty is teaching." Yi Fei pointed toward the hallway outside. "But the kingdom is severely short-staffed right now. Everyone capable of working is already occupied as construction laborers for Chinese enterprises. If you trouble them for half a day more, the children won't have to sit in leaking classrooms for another half year." Zhang Feifei did not persist in her refusal. "I'll take people to do the survey today." Liang Shan shifted the first aid kit to his left hand and nodded as well. "The medical list will be sent to Secretary Zhou by tomorrow evening. Thank you for your trouble." As Yi Fei turned to leave, his gaze fell upon Li Wanqi at the end of the line. She stood beneath the photo wall, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, the plastic water bottle in her hand already dented from squeezing. Yi Fei gave her a playful wink before stepping through the doorway. Li Wanqi had not yet registered the gesture. Beside her, a nurse from the central hospital nervously adjusted her hair, her face flushed all the way down to her neck. "He just looked at me." The nurse lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Did the king have something to say to me?" Li Wanqi twisted open the bottle cap and took a sip of water. "Perhaps. He even winked at me." The nurse tugged at her sleeve. "Did you see it too?" Li Wanqi took another sip. "I didn't see it." The nurse was stunned. "Then why did you say perhaps?" "I was just guessing." Li Wanqi screwed the bottle cap back on the bottle body, denting further. The convoy emerged from the side alley of the city hall. The citizens in the square had not yet fully dispersed. Those who had knelt earlier were helping each other up. The royal guard maintained the barriers along the passage, while many in the crowd continued to bow toward the convoy. Chun-Lin sat beside Yi Fei. The moment her seatbelt clicked, she opened her tablet. "Your Majesty, I saw a girl among the medical team just now." Yi Fei had been checking payment notifications on his phone. He looked up at her words. Long black hair past her shoulders, about 170 centimeters tall, white t-shirt, no makeup. Absolutely stunning. Chun-Lin drew a framing rectangle on the screen with 2 fingers. "I've been directing dating shows for 5 years and seen plenty of celebrities and influencers. She wouldn't lose to anyone in the studio. Fresh faces going into entertainment is exactly what audiences love. I'm going to reserve a guest spot for her." Yi Fei turned off his phone, visibly troubled. Going into entertainment? What kind of outrageous language was this female director using? No, not even a tryout. She's a graduate student from the government-sponsored volunteer teaching team. Yi Fei turned to face her. "She's been here for half a year with one mission. Teaching, not providing you with dating show content. I'll pay her the standard international appearance fee. This isn't about money." Yi Fei tapped twice on his knee. "They have to submit mission reports when they return home, complete their studies, and defend their dissertations. If you drag them into a dating show, how are they supposed to write their reports after the program ends?" Chun-Lin closed her tablet. "What if she volunteers herself?" "Still no." Yi Fei answered without hesitation. "If you need fresh faces, I'll connect you with fishermen, tour guides, hotel staff. As long as they volunteer and sign contracts with no issues, you can choose whoever you want." "Should I stay away from the teaching team?" "They came here to help Gamajela. They don't owe your show any traffic." Chun-Lin stared at him for 3 full seconds. "Your Majesty, would you like to reconsider? She really does have star quality. Do you want to finish filming season 3 here and be able to continue filming?" "Fine." Chun-Lin reopened her tablet. "I won't recruit them as guests." Yi Fei leaned back in his seat. He couldn't let it happen. Li Wanqi had come here to teach. If she sat in the guest seat of a dating show and watched him pair up with other female contestants, neither of them would be able to face anyone back home. "Tell me your plan." Chun-Lin pulled up an aerial view of the King's Resort. "The filming base will be set up at the East Coast Resort. 20 beachside cabins, 1 guest per cabin. The 5-story main building will house the directing room, post-production studio, makeup room, and staff dormitories." She scrolled down a page. For the first 5 days, the couple's relationships remain undecided. Going out to sea, catching fish, building fires, cooking. Guests are randomly paired into groups of 2 each day. Let them get to know each other first, and let the audience make their own choices. If I participate, what identity should I use? An ordinary islander. Yifei looked at her. Be more specific. Gamma Jela citizenship, lived and worked in China, has local ancestry, occupation not disclosed. Lin pointed to the gold-rimmed crown on his head. This comes off before filming starts. The guest will only know you as a local male guest arranged by the kingdom. Drop some clues in the earlier episodes, then officially reveal your identity in episode 6. What about the finale? After the king identity is revealed, the dating continues. The headline for the trending searches is already prepared for you. Yifei took the tablet back. This plan had significant promotional value. Hot Wheels had 100 million fans. As long as the show aired normally, Gamma Jela's beaches, airports, hotels, and flight routes would all appear before the audience. The production team spends money filming, and the kingdom collects tourists in return. Is the show live-streamed? Time-segmented live streams. The cabins, beach, and common areas all have fixed cameras with full-day slow feeds retained for the evenings. Yifei switched to English. Gray Bear variety show, fixed live-stream cameras, 24-hour broadcast. Gray Bear turned around from the passenger seat. We'll arrange personnel to set the camera coordinates together. One security point on the eastern rocks and another on the main building rooftop. Drone flight paths require our approval. He looked at Lin. All production staff must submit passports, work history, and records of border crossings from the past 5 years. Anyone who fails the background check is barred from the filming area. Lin nodded. Agreed. The live stream must have a 10-minute delay. Gray Bear continued. In the event of a security incident, we have the authority to cut the feed first. The production team is prohibited from filming guard routes, weapon configurations, or the king's temporary rest area. Also acceptable. Yifei asked, what about identity confidentiality? Gray Bear paused. You can't hide it from the local residents. Tens of thousands of people saw you in the square today. Port workers recognized you from 200 meters away. During filming, if any resident gets close, your identity could be revealed early. Lin immediately spoke up. We're not trying to hide it from the people of Gamma Jela. Before the show launches, we won't publicly announce your guest identity. The filming area will be closed off and local staff will sign non-disclosure agreements. Even if the audience guesses, as long as there's no official confirmation, the suspense can still be preserved. Gray Bear nodded. You still need makeup. How should it be changed? Glasses, hair color, eyebrow shape, plus a beauty mark. Lin gestured to indicate a position. Take off the crown, replace the white shirt with local clothing. The audience identifies people mainly by fixed features. Change a few of them, and that's enough. Glasses, a thing he had grown accustomed to over many years. Li Wanqi had told him not to take them off to flirt around, so he barely ever removed them in public. In Gamma Jela, he took off his glasses to be king. Now participating in a dating show, he had to put them back on. Deal. Yifei returned the tablet to Lin. I'm familiar with wearing glasses. He turned to give instructions to Gray Bear. The labor protection company opens registration tomorrow. Also notify the local employees participating in the show filming. Once I'm filmed, no kneeling, no calling me your majesty, no taking photos and posting them. Externally, just say I'm a show guest. Gray Bear took out his phone to make notes. How do we handle violations? No penalties. Yifei thought for a moment. Explain the reasons clearly. This show is to attract tourists for the kingdom. Once the resort has guests, hotels, fishing boats, restaurants, and shops can all make money. Those who volunteer to participate and sign the confidentiality agreement will receive an additional subsidy. Understood. Gray Bear turned back to make phone calls. Lin slid her finger down the tablet. I want to add a segment midway through the show. What is it? Visiting schools for volunteer teaching. She tapped open the itinerary for day 8. Pairs of contestants will follow the teaching team into classes for 3 days. How they handle taking care of children, deal with crying and fussing, and cooperate with actual teachers. These aspects reveal character far better than sitting on the beach chatting. Yifei did not agree immediately. It cannot affect normal teaching. The curriculum is led by the teaching team. The contestants only assist. Children cannot be shown on camera casually. Will obtain authorization in advance. Students without guardian signatures won't be filmed. The school and teaching team must also give formal consent. Lin nodded. All procedures will be followed. Only then did Yifei scroll down to see the rest of day 8. The school needed repairs anyway. If the production team filmed there, it could also show the outside world Gamma Jela's educational conditions. If textbooks, equipment, and educational institution partnerships could be attracted after the show aired, these 3 days would not be filmed in vain. Finally, the finale. Lin pulled up a satellite cloud image. The central and northern parts of the island were covered with large gray-white areas, their boundaries lacking clear imagery. Toxic fog perimeter expedition. No one in the car responded. Lin continued. Contestants do not enter the toxic fog. They set up camp 1 kilometer outside the perimeter and stay 1 night. The United Nations hasn't publicly released clear footage in 50 years. If we get first-hand footage, Gamma Jela is guaranteed to trend on every platform. People reveal their true selves under high pressure. Yifei stared at the gray-white area on the satellite map. Since the system appeared, he had dared to bet with money and even distributed hundreds of millions in wages to citizens. But he could not gamble the northern island on a hunch. The United Nations had lost hundreds of scientists here. Even the composition of the toxic fog had never been conclusively determined. 1 kilometer is not acceptable. Lin stopped scrolling. 2 kilometers. The distance is not being determined right now. Yifei looked at Gray Bear. Send drones and unmanned vehicles there first to detect air, soil, and water quality. Only after 7 consecutive days of normal data will we consider letting the production team get closer. Gray Bear added, the camp must be set up upwind. If wind direction changes, all personnel evacuate immediately. The nearest evacuation route must be within 10 minutes by car. Contestants wear location trackers and air detection devices. A medical vehicle remains on standby at all times. Chunlin asked, if the tests pass we can film. If the tests pass the location will be determined by Gray Bear. Yifei closed the tablet. Where unmanned equipment can reach humans, don't necessarily need to go. You want the show's impact. I want everyone to come back alive. Chunlin was silent for a moment. Agreed, we'll follow the security plan. She got out of the car along the way. She had other locations to inspect, and the schedule was tight, with the mission heavy. Yifei's convoy entered the Western Sea area from the north. On the right side of the dirt road, residential houses spread along the hillside, their tin roofs gleaming white in the sunlight. Several children stood by the roadside. Upon seeing the convoy, they raised both hands and crossed their fingers over their foreheads. Yifei raised his hand through the car window, signaling them not to kneel. He began to reconsider. Somewhere in that itinerary, there was a detail that made him deeply uncomfortable. Not the toxic fog. Not the live stream either. But he simply couldn't remember what it was. Just then he spotted a school by the roadside, and it struck him like lightning. The volunteer teaching. Yifei leaned against the back seat, going through Chunlin's itinerary once more in his mind. The dating show participants would pair up and serve as teaching assistants at the school for 3 days. Brad only had 1 elementary school and 1 middle school. The 30 members of the Chinese volunteer teaching delegation were stationed at both schools. Li Wanqi stood at the podium of the middle school every day. When he put on black-framed glasses and walked into the classroom with a female guest saying to her, Teacher Li, we're here to be your teaching assistants. A heart-piercing move. Yifei raised his hand to press his forehead. Li Wanqi might not quit the volunteer teaching program, but she would definitely not speak to him for 3 days. Chunlin had already gotten out of the car. Now he needed to make a call to cut the teaching segment, but he needed a reason. Should he tell the director that there was a girl at the school he had liked for several years? Outside the car window, the old walls of Brad Middle School receded behind them. Several patches of wall plaster had fallen off, and there were traces of welding repairs on the iron gate. Yifei lowered his hand. He would arrange for the guests to go to the elementary school. If that didn't work, he could apply to repair desks, become a cook, or even clean latrines. As long as he didn't push open Teacher Li's classroom door together with a female guest, he would do any job. The convoy drove out of the residential area, and the West Coast port area appeared ahead. Bulldozers were leveling the land, and the smell of diesel drifted into the car. Beside the old dock, 2 dredging boats worked simultaneously, black mud flowing through temporary pipes into sedimentation tanks. The eastern empty lot had already been enclosed. Pile drivers stood in the center of the site, steel bars protruding half a meter from the foundation. Several excavators shuttled back and forth transporting earth, and the second phase of construction had already begun site preparation. The construction corridor from the port to the airport stretched along the coastline. Yellow safety helmets belonged to Chinese construction personnel, while blue safety helmets belonged to local workers. A Chinese master worker crouched beside a steel cage, tape measure in hand. 7 local workers surrounded him, with an interpreter standing in the middle explaining repeatedly. The master worker gestured 2 measurements. 1 local worker remeasured while 2 others had already begun adjusting the steel bar spacing. The convoy stopped outside the prefabricated housing area. Grizzly got out first, pressing his earpiece to confirm the surrounding situation. 2 Blackwater security personnel stationed themselves on either side of the vehicle door. Yifei stepped out of the car. The sea wind picked up dust from the ground, coating the Golden Crown in a layer of dirt. As he walked into the prefabricated housing area, the nearby cement-carrying team stopped work first. A middle-aged worker put down the cement bag, crossed his fingers, and pressed them against his forehead, his knees hitting the gravel. Your Majesty. 2 workers beside him also knelt down. The news of the plaza speech had already reached the port. During the training period, $600 per month. For labor positions starting from $1,200 per month. Most workers at the port already had existing skills. Dredging, loading, and unloading, maintenance, ship operation. As long as they passed the assessment, they could receive salaries at official position rates next month. A young man carrying a steel pipe heard the commotion and turned to kneel down. The steel pipe slipped from his shoulder, sweeping toward another worker's back. Grizzly stepped forward, supporting the steel pipe with 1 hand. The young worker let go in fright. Yifei's expression darkened. Everyone stand up. The workers immediately stood. Yifei spoke in Gamagila. From today onward, all construction areas, docks, and airports. No kneeling etiquette in any construction zones. People nearby paused their movements. During machine operation, no one may let go, leave their post, or suddenly kneel. If you wish to pay respects, do so after work. He pointed to the steel pipe from before. Respecting the king does not mean risking your own life or your co-workers' lives. The interpreter conveyed these words to those behind. More and more workers put down their hands that were about to cross, simply bowing their heads slightly. Yifei continued walking inward. This time no one knelt. Grizzly walked beside him, taking out his phone to make a note. I will notify all construction zones to add this to the safety regulations. Send it to the airport and port as well. Understood. At the entrance of the prefabricated office area, Zhou Jiangwo was leading two project managers out. He was 1 meter 85 tall, weighing over 200 kg. His dark blue suit was buttoned neatly, his tie in a Windsor knot, and a layer of dust had settled on his cuffs. Everyone on the construction site wore work clothes, but he dressed formally every day. Zhou Jiangwo walked up to Yi Fei and slightly bowed. "Your Majesty." Chinese people didn't have the custom of kneeling. This form of greeting maintained respect without placing oneself in a subordinate position. "Manager Zhou, are all personnel here?" Zhou Jiangwo took the folder from one of the project managers. "All 500 skilled workers have arrived. Structure, roads and bridges, earthwork, and electromechanical. All 4 specialties are complete." He flipped to the second page. 100 professional personnel for surveying, quality inspection, safety, and cost estimation are here. The living quarters, cafeteria, and warehouse are already in use. The second batch of 300 workers will arrive next Wednesday. The roll-on roll-off ship has departed from Shenzhen, carrying 2 sets of concrete mixing equipment along with formwork and construction vehicles. Zhou Jiangwo closed the folder and pointed toward the construction zone. The local workers' progress is faster than expected. Originally 2 weeks were allocated for adjustment, but it's been less than a week and some basic trades can already work independently. Yi Fei looked behind the enclosure. The local workers had just finished adjusting the steel bar spacing. The Chinese master worker measured again, then made a check mark on the record form. The system had brought the citizens' physical enhancement to level 8. Physical strength and endurance were just the basics. More importantly, these people were willing to learn and eager to work. What they lacked before wasn't strength. It was positions, equipment, and a steady paycheck paid on time. What about the road progress? Zhou Jiangwo flipped to the construction plan. According to the contract, the road from the port to the airport, Yi Fei Avenue, has a 3-month construction period. Yi Fei's raised hand stopped in midair. "What avenue?" "Yi Fei Avenue." Zhou Jiangwo's expression remained unchanged. Prime Minister Anya named it. The project documentation states it as the first fully paved highway since the founding of Gamagila. Yi Fei was silent for 2 seconds. He was 23 years old, less than a year out of university, with no stable job and no savings. Now his name was already printed on national-level road project blueprints. From now on, whenever Brad people gave directions to drivers, they would say to go straight along Yi Fei Avenue. "Can this name be changed?" Prime Minister Anya signed off on it. "But since roads belong to the kingdom, you can change it if you wish." Yi Fei rubbed his forehead. Anya would calculate 3 times before spending even $1, yet she was utterly decisive when it came to naming roads. "Let's not bother with paperwork. Continue with the progress report. At the current pace, we can finish 3 to 4 weeks ahead of schedule." Zhou Jiangwo handed the folder to a project manager. "There's one more thing." "Go ahead." After news of today's speech spread, local workers demanded to cancel the lunch break. Several foremen couldn't hold them back, so they had to forcibly stop the machines for half an hour. Yi Fei glanced into the distance. Someone was running toward the construction zone, carrying a lunchbox, the lid not yet properly closed. Their wages haven't arrived, yet they're ready to sacrifice their lives first. Zhou Jiangwo spread his hands. No matter how our people persuaded them, they wouldn't listen. They believe that every extra hour of work means the kingdom can finish the road 1 hour sooner. Yi Fei walked to the construction notice board outside the prefabricated building and picked up the marker hanging beside it. The work schedule was posted at the very top. He drew a line directly through the midday break column. During high-temperature periods, mandatory rest for 1 hour. Overtime at night shall not exceed 2 hours. After working 6 consecutive days, 1 day off is mandatory. Yi Fei capped the marker. Anyone who secretly starts work, the foreman and project manager will be penalized together. Several Chinese managers exchanged glances. Zhou Jiangwo took the marker and signed his name beside it. The project department will incorporate this into the assessment. If safety officers and translators are insufficient, prioritize selecting from locals. Those who speak English, are literate, and learn quickly, provide separate training. Zhou Jiangwo nodded and had a project manager recorded on the spot. Yi Fei confirmed the material supply and dock unloading schedule, then didn't linger at the construction site. His presence here would distract the workers. The convoy departed through the port side gate. He had originally planned to return to the city hall to check on Anya. Liang Shan had been diagnosed with exhaustion and stress-induced fainting. Anya hadn't slept more than 6 hours combined over the past few days. If she woke up and saw the fiscal budget again, she might climb off the sofa to crunch numbers. He had to force her to stay put, and he needed to tell her that with wage subsidies included the monthly expenditure of over $600 million, he could solve it. His phone rang at this moment. Caller Litwater. Yi Fei answered. "Your Majesty." Lit's Chinese trembled. "Something's happened." Yi Fei sat up straight. "Go ahead. The Australian Foreign Minister and New Zealand Foreign Minister have arrived together." The car fell silent. "When oi. Just now. 2 charter flights have already landed at Brad Airport. What about the diplomatic notes?" Papers shuffling sounded from the other end of the phone. "No diplomatic notes and no formal visit request through embassy channels." "Then why did the airport grant clearance?" "They submitted a temporary technical transit application, and both the flight plan and entry documents complied with aviation procedures. Only after the plane landed did the Australian delegation present diplomatic passports notifying the airport they wished to meet with you." Yi Fei switched the phone to his left hand, using a technical transit as a pretext to land, then revealing their diplomatic identity. This wasn't a procedural oversight. The other side simply didn't regard Gamajila's diplomatic approval as worth respecting. How many people came? 27 people across 2 planes. 2 foreign ministers accompanying officials, interpreters, and security personnel. The Australian side is requesting the airport arrange vehicles to take them to City Hall. Yifei looked up. Grizzly had already turned around, fingers pressed against his earpiece. The airport security team just sent an update. 2 Gulfstream G650s are parked on the east apron with no abnormalities among the crew. Australian security personnel are carrying weapons and are in negotiations with the Royal Guard over entry permits. Weapons are not permitted out of the airport. Already secured on the aircraft. $90 billion in foreign debt. All from interest-free loans from Australia and New Zealand. Gamajila's annual GDP was only $10 billion. In the past, if either of these 2 countries demanded early repayment, the kingdom's finances would have had no choice but to declare default. Now it's different. The system deposited $100 million daily. $90 billion could be accumulated in 3 months. But the other side chose to arrive suddenly on his 10th day of reign using the technical transit excuse. Their purpose couldn't possibly be just to sit down and verify the debt. Yifei looked out the window. From the port to the airport, the newly built road hadn't been completed yet, requiring at least 40 minutes of driving. Anya was still lying on the 3rd floor of City Hall. Lit. Your Majesty, keep them at the airport. The Australian delegation is demanding an immediate meeting with you. Tell them that for visits without diplomatic confirmation, the kingdom has no obligation to arrange reception. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. What if they insist on leaving the airport? No stamps from border control, nobody leaves. Yifei's voice dropped. This is Gamajila, not their backyard. Understood. Also tell them the king is en route to the airport. If they're willing to negotiate, they wait. The airport doesn't have an official VIP lounge. Yifei closed his eyes briefly. Brad Airport could accommodate wide-body jets, yet it didn't even have a VIP room for receiving foreign guests. Set up a prefabricated room and bring 2 chairs. What about refreshments? Shinha water is much better than Avion, isn't it? Give them glasses of tap water. Yifei hung up and patted the front passenger seat. Turn around, head to the airport. Grizzly grabbed the walkie-talkie to issue orders. The 3G wagons slowed simultaneously, made a U-turn at the residential area intersection, then drove toward the airport. Yifei opened his contacts. Anya's name was at the top of the list. His finger hovered over the dial button for 2 seconds, then he exited the page. She had just fainted from shock at the $670 million monthly budget. The creditors for $90 billion had already landed. This news couldn't be brought to her for now. Grizzly passed a document from the front passenger seat. Australian Foreign Minister Mary Payne. New Zealand Foreign Minister Winston Peters. Yifei took the documents. They were public photos of both ministers. Both were smiling radiantly. He hoped they would still be smiling when they left. When Litwater arrived at the airport, the 2 foreign ministers had already been waiting for 10 minutes. The so-called VIP area was merely a room partitioned off from the main departure lounge. Paint was peeling from the walls, dust clung to the air conditioning vents, and the few worn sofas had been left over from when the UN helped build the airport. 2 cups of freshly drawn Divine River water sat untouched on the coffee table. Voices speaking English drifted over from behind the partition. The private beach at that hotel in Hawaii is quieter. The minister has already booked the penthouse suite. Don't delay the rest of the itinerary. Lit paused for half a second, then pushed open the door. Australian Foreign Minister Maurice Payne was leaning back on a sofa, flipping through a document. New Zealand Foreign Minister Winston Peters sat on the other side, his tie already loosened. Several accompanying officials were scattered around the room. My sincere apologies, ministers. Lit gave a slight bow. There was a problem with communications between the airport and city center. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Maurice did not look up. Her aide closed the laptop beside her. Mr. Water, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, arriving 10 minutes late to receive the foreign ministers of 2 countries. Is this the diplomatic etiquette of Gamajala? Lit clutched his briefcase. This was my mistake. We came from Wellington and Canberra not to sit around waiting in a place like this. Winston's secretary raised a hand, pointing at the air conditioner. Even the temperature can't be brought down here. Lit bowed again. He had served as foreign minister for many years and was long accustomed to this kind of scene. Gamajala owed Australia and New Zealand $9 billion. The country's total fiscal revenue for the previous year was barely over $10 million. Government employees' salaries could not even be paid. Whenever he attended Oceania regional conferences, people addressed him as minister, but when it came to aid and loans, a division-level official was usually sent to receive him. Anya had told him 3 years ago that when a country has no money, it must learn to bow its head. He had been bowing his head for 3 years. Maurice set the document down on her lap. Can we go to City Hall now? Not yet. This time Lit did not continue apologizing. Maurice looked up. Lit added, the 2 of you submitted a technical stopover application and did not present diplomatic notes. Airport border control cannot yet process your entry for diplomatic visits. Winston sat up straight. We have already presented our diplomatic passports. A diplomatic passport cannot replace a diplomatic note. After saying these words, Lit's back was already soaked with sweat. These were Yifei's exact words. If border control doesn't stamp the documents, no one gets out. Maurice's aide interrupted him. Then process it immediately. Arrange vehicles to take the ministers to City Hall first. It requires His Majesty's approval. Then get your king's approval. Lit paused for a moment. His Majesty is on his way to the airport. Silence fell over the room for a few seconds. Winston's secretary laughed out loud. Are you telling us the 2 foreign ministers have to wait here for a 23-year-old youth? His Majesty will arrive very soon. It is you who owe us money, not the other way around. Marissa's aide tapped the table twice with his hand. Mr. Water, are you sure you understand where both sides stand? Lit said nothing in reply. Winston tilted his chin toward the window. The newly repaired runway extended all the way to the coast, and construction vehicles were still moving in and out beyond the fence. Didn't the airport have no money for repairs? The project has just recently started. The royal family suddenly has money to repair the airport. Maris picked up the cup on the table, sniffed it, then put it back down. $9 billion in debt remain unpaid, yet the airport, seaport, and roads have all broken ground at the same time. She opened the materials handed to her by a staff member. And your new king has announced high wages and universal subsidies in the square. I'm very curious. Where is his money coming from? Lit's hand stopped on his briefcase. This question he could not answer. Since Yi Fei ascended the throne, payments for grain, fuel, machinery, and construction costs had been going out one after another. Yesterday, he was able to pull out $90 million to buy an Airbus A350, and today he announced that hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent each month to pay wages and subsidies for all citizens. Even Anya did not know where the money came from. His Majesty's source of funds is legal. Lit could only offer this one line. Winston's secretary let out a laugh. Keep that line for the international banks. It's not like you can pay it back anyway. Marissa's aide reopened his laptop. This visit is only to confirm the kingdom's fiscal condition. When we return, we need to submit a report to Parliament. With that, he glanced at his watch again. How much longer until your king arrives? Lit was about to answer when footsteps sounded from outside the door. Grizzly pushed the door open and stood to one side. Yi Fei stepped across the threshold. He had come directly from the port construction site. His white shirt sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, and the edges of his shoes were still stained with mud from the harbor district. 2 royal guard soldiers stood sentry outside the door. Yi Fei did not sit down after entering. Who was it just now that wanted to lodge a complaint against the Gamajala Foreign Ministry? The accompanying officials froze mid-motion. Marissa's aide rose to his feet. You are His Majesty Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not answer him. He turned first to Lit. Raise your head. Lit was taken aback. Your Majesty, you are Gamajala's Minister of Foreign Affairs, not an airport attendant. Lit slowly straightened his back. Only then did Yi Fei turn to face the 2 foreign ministers. Minister Maris, Minister Winston. The 2 of you applied to land under the guise of a technical stopover, presented diplomatic passports only after the plane came to a halt, and asked the airport to arrange vehicles to take you directly to City Hall. Who taught you this procedure? Winston stood up. Your Majesty, time is pressing. We merely adopted a more efficient approach. A technical stopover is a technical stopover. A diplomatic visit is a diplomatic visit. Yi Fei walked over to the coffee table and picked up the untouched cup of water. You submitted a false purpose of visit and bypassed the foreign ministry to land on our soil, and now you talk to me about efficiency. Marissa's voice lowered. Kindly note that this visit concerns $9 billion in debt. That's why I'm here. Yi Fei took a sip of water. You are the creditors. I have not denied that. Marissa's aide stepped forward half a pace. Since you admit it, then please show the creditor nations the respect they deserve. Yi Fei set down the cup. Respect is not a border control pass. What Gamajala owes is money, not its territory, and certainly not its right to approve entry. No one in the room made a sound. Lit stood behind Yi Fei, the back that had been bent now straight. These were words he had never once dared to say before. With $9 billion weighing on the national treasury, every time the kingdom sought an extension of the repayment deadline from Australia and New Zealand, it first had to accept the financial review teams they sent. They inspected the fishery tax. They inspected port revenue. They even checked how much electricity the royal estate used each month. No one dared to refuse. Because the kingdom could not pay its debts. Yi Fei raised a hand and tapped toward the door. If the 2 of you wish to make an official visit, submit the diplomatic notes right away. After the foreign ministry reviews them, complete the entry procedures anew. Your security details, weapons remain on the aircraft, and your personnel submit to airport inspection. Once the procedures are completed, I will receive you at City Hall. Winston raised his chin. And if we refuse, then it will be handled as a technical stopover. After refueling, you continue on with the rest of your journey. Yi Fei paused briefly. The hotel in Hawaii should still be waiting. The document in Marissa's hands was snapped shut. Winston also said nothing further. Their arrangements to go to Hawaii were not part of their public itinerary. This so-called debt review was only planned to last a few hours. After meeting the king of Gamajala, both private jets were to proceed directly to Hawaii. How could Yi Fei possibly know? Yi Fei raised his hand, pointing toward the partition nearby. Your people spent 10 minutes discussing a private beach just now. This departure lounge has poor soundproofing, and my people have rather good ears. Marissa's aide went stiff-faced. Yi Fei turned to Lit. The airport will provide fuel and meals at commercial rates. Nothing is free. When the diplomatic notes arrive, you are responsible for reviewing them. Lit answered at once. Yes, Your Majesty. I still have to return to the port. Yi Fei turned back to the 2 foreign ministers. 500 workers are waiting for the construction documents. If the 2 of you wish to discuss the debt, you are welcome. But using $9 billion to decide for Gamajala who may enter its borders. No. With that, he walked out. Maris spoke from behind him. Your Majesty, are you certain you want to treat two creditor nations this way? Yi Fei stopped at the doorway. The debt contract contains repayment clauses. Which clause states that a creditor nation's foreign minister may bypass border control? Morris did not answer. Yi Fei stepped out of the room. Grizzly followed behind and closed the door. The VIP area fell quiet again. Winston sat back down on the worn sofa and took off his glasses to wipe them. Morris opened the debt document on the table. She turned directly to the early repayment clause. Notify the flight crew the Hawaii itinerary is cancelled. The aide did not move at first. Minister, send the formal diplomatic notes to Gamajala within 10 minutes. Morris slid the document over to Winston. Also send word to Canberra. I want every financial record that can be traced on Yi Fei since his ascension. Winston looked down at that page of clauses. $9 billion. Early settlement incurs no default penalty. He picked up the cup of divine river water from the table and took a sip. There's one more thing to look into once we enter. What? Winston tapped his finger on the repayment deadline. Take a look around while we're here and find out whether this new king actually dares to pay back the money early. The motorcade exited through the side gate of the airport and turned onto the dirt road leading to the city. Yi Fei leaned back in the rear seat, his fingers resting on his knees. Li Te sat beside him, holding his briefcase to his chest, his back still slightly hunched. Minister Li Te, Your Majesty, just now in the VIP area, what was the first sentence you said when you walked in? Li Te did not answer. I am terribly sorry, ministers. There was a communication problem that made you wait. Yi Fei repeated it for him. Li Te dug his fingers into the edge of his briefcase. You are the foreign minister of Gamajala. At the airport of your own country, you received two guests who had not submitted diplomatic notes. Yi Fei turned to him. Who are you apologizing to? They are creditor nations. Creditor nations are not suzerain states. The wheels ran over gravel, and the chassis jolted several times. Every step you retreat, they will count that concession against Gamajala. Yi Fei's tone was calm. From now on, when foreign officials visit again, no matter how big their country is, no matter how much money we owe, check the diplomatic notes first, then talk about protocol. If the paperwork is incomplete, the door stays closed. Li Te's back gradually settled into the seat. He had lived in this country for 62 years. When Henry was still alive, no matter how poor Gamajala was, no foreign official dared to enter the country without going through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After Henry's death, the country owed $9 billion and couldn't even pay government employees' salaries. Anya held on for 3 years and fell at the city hall today. Li Te had also kept his head low for 3 years. At regional meetings, he was placed in corners, received by low-level officials, and inspected by review teams sent by creditor nations that checked fishery taxes, port revenues, and even the electricity consumption of the royal estate. As time passed, he had gotten used to apologizing first. Yi Fei did not scold him further. Inside the car, only the sound of the engine remained. Li Te's phone vibrated twice. He read the message and immediately sat straight. Your Majesty, Australia and New Zealand have formally submitted diplomatic notes. Yi Fei raised his hand, signaling him to continue. Both notes are complete in format with the full itinerary and list of accompanying personnel attached. They are requesting formal entry and seek to pay respects to you. Approve. Yi Fei did not hesitate. Li Te paused for 2 seconds. Just now at the airport, Yi Fei would not budge an inch. Now that the other side had completed the procedures, he approved without delay. It was not deliberate obstruction nor youthful rashness. He simply followed procedures. How are the vehicles arranged? Yi Fei looked toward the front. Grizzly, how many vehicles in the Royal Guard are still running? Grizzly turned around. 5 Toyota Hilux pickup trucks, all over 15 years old. 3 have broken air conditioning, and 1 has its left front tire worn down to the steel cords. Yi Fei closed his eyes. With a population of 1,500,000 Royal Guard soldiers, they could not even put together a formal motorcade for foreign guests. Send all 5 pickups. He tapped the back of the front seat. Keep 1 G-Class for the 2 ministers. The rest of the accompanying personnel ride in the pickups. Grizzly picked up the walkie-talkie and issued the order. The G-Class doesn't have to be kept. Li Te tested the waters. Let them ride in the pickups too. Yi Fei shook his head. They formally submitted diplomatic notes, so the due courtesy must not be lessened. The G-Class is for the 2 foreign ministers, not for their assistants. Li Te nodded twice and lowered his head to notify the airport. 15 minutes later, at the Brad Airport Border Inspection Hall, Mary Payne and Winston Peters passed through entry inspection. A blue stamp now adorned their diplomatic passports. The pattern was crude, the ink darker on one side and lighter on the other, and a few letters of the kingdom's English name had not been fully stamped. Winston closed his passport. It was the shabbiest diplomatic entry stamp he had ever seen. A sudden roar came from the runway direction, shaking the terminal glass. Everyone on the apron turned toward the east at the same time. A wide-body airliner was descending, still carrying the livery and markings of Sichuan Airlines. An Airbus A350. Brad Airport had a 4E-class runway, but in the past few decades wide-body airliners had landed there only a handful of times. Several Australian and New Zealand officials sitting in the pickups turned their bodies. The A350's main wheels touched the runway and the engines engaged reverse thrust. After decelerating, the plane taxied onto the eastern apron and eventually stopped near 2 Gulfstream G650s. The 2 aircraft were less than 100 meters apart. Wait. Mary called the team that was moving forward. Winston did not urge them on. He also wanted to see who the Chinese widebody had brought. The jet bridge connected. The hatch opened. Business class passengers came out first. 7 or 8 Chinese people in suits carrying briefcases and computers passed through the bridge without stopping and walked directly to the arrival's immigration. Asian investors? Winston's secretary murmured. Not sure. Mary's assistant raised a phone to take pictures. The front section of economy class soon began to disembark. A group of Chinese passengers with backpacks emerged from the cabin. Some held safety helmets, others carried toolboxes. The middle-aged man at the front wore an engineer's badge, a gray jacket draped over his shoulder. Those behind dragged old suitcases, their hands bearing the calluses of long-term construction work. Engineers. Winston closed his file. Investors first, then engineers. This already confirmed it was not diplomatic contact, so it had nothing to do with them. Mary was about to continue forward when the Australian security officer suddenly spoke. Minister, there are still people in the rear of economy class. The 2 foreign ministers looked back at the jet bridge. The last group of passengers walked out of the cabin. They were not wearing suits and carried no construction equipment. Dark blue uniforms, silver buttons, and police rank badges sewn on the shoulder boards. All of them carried backpacks of a uniform style and passed through the bridge in formation. Winston's secretary raised a hand to count. 28, 29, 30. 2 more came out from behind. 32. He lowered his hand. These are 32 Chinese police officers. No one in the 2 delegations spoke. Business personnel represented investment. Engineering personnel represented infrastructure cooperation. Police officers represented something entirely different. Would China directly send police assistance personnel to a Pacific Island country? Winston turned to Mary. Mary did not answer. She told her assistant beside her. Arrange for 3 people to stay at the airport operating under the pretext of handling crew affairs. And send 3 people into Brad City. Check the dock, schools, hospitals, and the construction areas where Chinese personnel are involved. Don't enter restricted areas and don't have conflicts with locals. The assistant immediately sent the message. Winston's secretary was still taking pictures. The camera zoomed in, capturing the uniforms and shoulder insignia of the last several police officers. Set off. The 2 foreign ministers passed through the arrivals hall. Royal Guard soldiers were already waiting outside. A Mercedes G-Class and 5 old pickups were parked at the entrance. After seeing the G-Class, neither foreign minister mentioned reception standards again. They knew very well the financial situation of Gamajila. This motorcade already represented the highest courtesy the kingdom could offer. The motorcade left the airport. 5 Australian personnel stayed behind on the pretext of handling crew affairs. One of them soon reached the airport exit to observe the movements of the Chinese police assistance personnel. After entering the city, another 3 Australian officials requested free inspections and got off early. The Royal Guard drivers did not stop them and reported upward according to foreign affairs procedures. 10 minutes later, Yi Fei received a message forwarded by Grizzly. The Australia-New Zealand delegation had split into 3 groups, 1 to the city hall, 1 staying at the airport, and 1 entering the city to investigate the activity areas of the Chinese assistance personnel. Yi Fei read it and put the phone back on his knee. No need to stop them. Grizzly turned halfway around. They might follow the Chinese police team. Notify the Chinese leader to be prepared. Yi Fei continued. If the foreign guests move in public areas, register them normally. The airport restricted zone, the port construction core area, and the Royal Guard training area, they are not allowed to enter. If they cross the line, escort them back to the vehicles. Grizzly pressed his earpiece and relayed the command to the airport and city security teams. Should we arrange people to follow them? No need to stick close. Yi Fei looked out the window. On both sides of the road were shabby houses, some roofs weighed down with stones against the wind. What can they find in Brad? Leaking schools, hospitals short of equipment, a half-abandoned port, and an airport VIP lounge that can't even fix its air conditioning. Let them look. After they see it, write a report saying Gamajila is poor and the Chinese came only to build roads, repair schools, and train police. Yi Fei paused. It's better for them to find out personally than to go home guessing that we're hiding something. Grizzly turned back to the front and continued notifying the Royal Guard. Li Ti's phone rang again. He answered, listened for a dozen seconds, then looked at the screen and double-checked the incoming number. Your Majesty, the airport tower received a landing request from a Bombardier Global 7500. The plane departed from the United States, refueled in Honolulu, then flew non-stop to Brad. Li Ti paused. The caller claims to have an appointment with you. Yi Fei took out his phone and reviewed today's schedule. There were no Americans on the reception list. Who? Li Ti looked at the information just sent by the tower. The CEO of Sands Group. Sheldon. CEO of Jinsha Group. Lit looked at the materials sent from the control tower, his voice lowered slightly. Shelton said he would personally arrive in Brad within 48 hours. There are still 30 hours left before he arrives. He didn't go through diplomatic channels. Should we require him to submit additional documents according to Australian and New Zealander standards? He's here to invest money, not to audit accounts. Yi Fei tapped the car door panel twice. Process this as a standard business visitor application, expedited. Complete border inspection within 15 minutes of landing. But he didn't have an appointment. Yes, I do. Yi Fei pulled up yesterday's call records. I invited him. Lit glanced at the screen and made no further argument. What about fuel? Commercial price, no discount whatsoever. Lit pressed his phone to his ear and notified the control tower to grant clearance. Yifei had one of the G-wagons from the convoy return to the airport to pick up Shelton, while simultaneously sending a message to Zhou Jianing. Shelton from Jinsha Group will land in 2 hours. Regarding the first gambling license, inform Ms. He. You're familiar with the Macau side, so give her a heads up first. Zhou Jianing replied quickly. Received. I won't be using official channels on Ms. He's end. Immediately followed by another message. 32 aide police officers have been arranged into the King Hotel occupying 16 rooms. Prime Minister Anya signed off on it, and the room charges will be settled at domestic rates. The hotel manager mentioned the establishment hadn't accommodated such a large group in a decade. Yifei looked at the message and put away his phone. This hotel is finally getting some business. The city hall was just ahead. Yifei went up to the 3rd floor and pushed open the door to Anya's office. Natalie leaned against the doorframe and raised her hand to signal him to keep his voice down. She's still sleeping. Dr. Leon gave her a sedative injection later. She'll be asleep until at least evening. Yifei took a glance into the office. Anya was still wearing her dark military-style uniform, her platinum blonde hair somewhat disheveled. She lay on the sofa with one arm hanging down, ink from a blue ballpoint pen staining her fingers. The budget spreadsheet on the desk was open to the final page. The row marked 670 million had been crossed out 3 times with a pencil. The first attempt was a calculation error, the second was a recalculation, and the third was realizing it was correct. Don't wake her. Yifei closed the door. Take the documents first, and wait until she wakes up. When she wakes up, she'll ask about Australia and New Zealand. I'll let her know when the time comes. Natalie studied him for a moment before continuing to chew her gum. Footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor conference hall. Before going downstairs to receive the visitors, Lit had readjusted his tie 3 times. By the time he returned, his posture was already erect. Your Majesty, the Foreign Minister of Australia Mary Payne and the Foreign Minister of New Zealand Winston Peters. Yifei rose and gestured for them to take their seats. There were no journalists or cameras in the conference hall. Several paint-peeled long tables were pushed together with 4 foreign minister assistants seated on either side. Ministers. Yifei began in English. The diplomatic note is very thorough. A document prepared in 40 minutes is clearer than what some nations deliver in 40 days. Mary sat down, maintaining her smile. Your Majesty's border inspection procedures are also quite strict. That is one of the few departments in Gamajala that is still functioning properly. Winston removed his glasses and wiped them. Your Majesty is very young. Young people tend to act quickly, sometimes overlooking the consequences. Some have suggested I lack experience. I haven't said that, but you do think so. Yifei pushed a glass of water toward Winston. This is Shun River water drawn directly from the municipal supply. Of course you should be quite familiar with it. Years ago your aid projects conducted testing and found the mineral content exceeded that of several commercial bottled waters. Winston's hand paused near the glass. He had never seen that test report. Mary set her briefcase on the table. Your Majesty, regarding our visit. I've already reviewed the $9 billion loan agreement. Yifei raised his hand to interrupt her. Including Appendix 3, the early repayment clause with no penalty fees. Mary's fingers paused at the document seal. Your Majesty reads very carefully. How could I sleep soundly without thoroughly reviewing a $9 billion loan agreement? Yifei leaned back in his chair. Shall we now discuss your true purpose? The assistant behind Mary approached her and whispered a few words. The voice was too low for Yifei to make out the words. Mary's smile faded as she set the debt documents aside. My people just returned from the West Coast port. What did you see? Dredging vessels, pile drivers, excavators. All from China. The construction signage bore the names of Chinese enterprises, and there were over 500 Chinese workers on site. Winston chimed in. Another team entered the city from the airport. They observed road construction from the port to the airport with living quarters, cafeterias, and warehouses, all utilizing Chinese prefabricated project facilities. Mary continued. The wide-body aircraft from the Chinese airline today also brought business personnel, engineers, and 32 Chinese police officers. The conference hall fell silent. Lit's hand rested beneath the table, gripping the edge of his chair. These developments occurred in public areas, and the kingdom had made no secret of them. Yet, through Mary's presentation, every cooperation was linked together. Yifei remained silent. The initial batch of Chinese personnel consisted of 500 skilled workers and 100 professionals. Another 300 would arrive next week. The RORO vessel carried 2 sets of concrete mixing equipment, formwork, and engineering vehicles. Mary's team hadn't completed their full investigation. Your assessment is accurate. Yifei rotated his water glass. Mary leaned forward. Your Majesty, I need a direct answer. Has Gamajala already been infiltrated by China? Winston placed both hands on the table without stopping her. Mary continued. Or let me be more explicit. Are you intending to turn Gamajala into a Chinese colony in the South Pacific? Lit's expression changed. Ports, airports, highways, hospitals, schools, police. Mary raised her hand, pointing to each item. All 6 of these projects involve Chinese personnel and enterprises. On the 10th day of your coronation, you handed over the nation's most critical construction projects to the same country. This isn't ordinary cooperation. This is handing over both Gamajala's security and economy. Winston's tone softened. Australia and New Zealand don't oppose your nation receiving development assistance, but this $9 billion originates from our taxpayers. Interest-free loans still need to be repaid. Yifei took over the conversation. Winston nodded. That's precisely why I must ask, how will they repay? 3 years ago, Gamajala's fiscal revenue was merely over 10 million USD, unable to even pay civil servants' salaries. Now your nation suddenly produces billions of USD, simultaneously launching port, airport, road, healthcare, and education projects. Mary raised her hand and tapped the tabletop. You've taken our money yet awarded job positions and engineering contracts to Chinese enterprises. Australia has construction companies and New Zealand also has port engineering firms. Our joint Chamber of Commerce submitted a port restoration proposal 2 years ago, but the Gamajala government never responded. She picked up her briefcase again. I must also remind you of a clause within the loan agreement. The creditor nation can demand full early repayment if there are reasonable grounds. 9 billion USD. We can demand it at any time. Yifei set down his glass. Reasonable grounds. Your nation's audit institution will provide proof. Proof of what? Proof that Gamajala's debt servicing capacity has deteriorated. Yifei looked at her. Then I'll wait and see. How do you intend to demonstrate that Gamajala's debt servicing capacity has worsened in the past 10 days? Mary's assistant opened his laptop and began retrieving documents. Yifei didn't wait for him to find the answer. As for the colony you mentioned, I'd like to show both of you an old document first. He turned to Lit. For the West Coast Deepwater Port dredging and maintenance, what was the quote from the Australia-New Zealand Joint Chamber of Commerce's proposal submitted 5 years ago? Lit immediately stood up. Your Majesty, I remember it well. Submitted in 2021. For dredging and dock restoration, the total quotation was 480 million US dollars. Payment terms. Full advance payment or offset using the Shun River water withdrawal rights. Project duration. 5 years. Only the sound of air conditioning remained in the conference hall. Yifei raised his hand and tapped the tabletop. The Chinese highway project has a total investment of 100 million US dollars and will be completed in 3 months. The port dredging vessels and tugboats add another 20 million. The highway advance payment is 50 million and port equipment has already been transported. Half of the construction workers are from Gamajala, earning 600 US dollars per month during the training period, with formal positions allocated based on performance evaluations. He looked toward Mary. 480 million US dollars, 5 years of construction time. You knew Gamajala lacked funds, so your true objective remains the Shun River water withdrawal rights. Yifei pushed that glass of water back toward her. Minister Mary, answer my question first. 3 years ago, who was truly attempting to seize Gamajala's resources and water rights? Mary didn't take the glass. Her assistant behind her stopped typing, and the screen had already pulled up the 2021 archives. Below the quotation page, there was an additional clause. During the port restoration period, the upper reaches of the Shun River's water withdrawal rights would be prioritized for use by the Australia-New Zealand Joint Chamber of Commerce. Yifei glanced over the document. Why didn't you mention this clause just now, eh? Mary's hand pressed down on her briefcase. Winston turned to look at his assistant. The assistant remained silent. Yifei leaned back in his chair. Shall we continue discussing Chinese colonization now? Winston adjusted his glasses and pressed his finger onto the outdated quotation from 2021. $480 million of 5-year construction period and additional water extraction rights for the Shun River. The Chinese offer stood at $100 million with completion in just 3 months. No matter how these figures were presented at any hearing, the outcome would never change. Your Majesty, Winston spoke up on project pricing. The Chinese side does hold an advantage, and we acknowledge their higher construction efficiency. He paused. I only need to confirm one thing. Does the $100 million for the highway and the $20 million for port equipment originate from Chinese government loans or grants? Let's back stiffened. This question struck at the heart of the $9 billion loan agreement. Chinese enterprises undertaking the project was purely a commercial partnership. If the Chinese government were lending money to Gamajala for construction, that would constitute new sovereign debt. Australia and New Zealand could immediately question the kingdom's debt servicing capacity and even initiate early repayment proceedings. Yifei pushed his water glass halfway across the table. No. Winston pressed on. Not a loan. Not a loan, not aid, not a resource swap, and no rights were pledged as collateral. Yifei responded item by item. The Chinese enterprises are contractors, and the Kingdom of Gamajala is the client. Both parties signed commercial contracts, and the kingdom paid cash in advance. Copies of the contracts, payment vouchers, and project accounts are all in the Prime Minister's office. You can verify in accordance with the loan agreement whether the relevant funds came from that $9 billion. Winston's hand left the document. Cash, advance payment, commercial contract. These 3 answers made it clear Gamajala was not relying on Chinese government financing. The more troubling issue was that this country, which hadn't been able to pay civil servants' salaries for nearly 3 years, now had over $100 million in cash available. Winston turned and leaned toward his assistant, speaking quietly. After the meeting, contact the bank to review Brad's US dollar settlement records after September 22, focusing on investigating the source of new funds. The assistant immediately began recording on a tablet. Yifei did not intervene. The system transferred $100 million daily at midnight, with only his English name appearing as the remitter and no front-end fund routing existed. What Australia and New Zealand could uncover would only be legitimate receipts and standard settlements. If anyone could actually trace the system, he would gladly pay to have them come to Brad to explain what this thing was face to face. Winston no longer pressed the question, leaning back in his chair. Mary Payne, however, opened her briefcase and withdrew a sealed document, placing it on the table. Since it's not Chinese government funds, I need to confirm the source even more, Mary said, opening the first page. $9 billion in interest-free loans disbursed in 17 installments over 30 years. The final tranche entered Gamajala's Ministry of Finance supervised account 3 years ago. Previous audits show these funds were used for debt restructuring, grain imports, civil service salaries, and basic public welfare. She tapped the payment records with her finger. Yet this poor nation suddenly has the ability to pay over $100 million in engineering costs. Australia has reason to suspect that undisclosed funds from the original loans may have resurfaced through related accounts, supplier settlements, and nominee accounts, ultimately returning to the royal family. Mary looked up. In other words, this engineering payment may have come from loan funds embezzled by the Sharif royal family. Let suddenly stood up. Minister Payne. Mr. What, please let me finish. Mary did not turn toward him. If these funds came from loans provided by Australian and New Zealand taxpayers, they should not have been paid to Chinese enterprises without disclosure. Australia has construction groups and New Zealand has port engineering companies. If using our loans, at minimum both countries' enterprises should be allowed fair participation in the project. She pushed the document toward Yi Fei. Otherwise, I have the authority on behalf of the Australian government to initiate early repayment assessment within 24 hours. Whether New Zealand follows suit is at Minister Peter's discretion. Winston remained non-committal. Yi Fei did not touch the document. Mary's strategy was clear. First, accuse the Sharif royal family of embezzling the loans. Then demand that engineering projects be prioritized for Australian and New Zealand enterprises on the grounds that the funds may have originated from the loans. If Gamajala refused, she would trigger the early repayment procedure. She did not need to immediately prove the royal family's embezzlement. As long as Australian audit institutions issued a risk report, the accusation could proceed through legal channels. Let's circled around the table, his breathing already ragged. The kingdom does not have this money. His Majesty King Henry never embezzled a single dollar. Mary's assistant prepared to speak, but Let raised his hand to stop him. Before His Majesty passed away, the royal estate had its electricity cut off for 4 months. Kitchen supplies lasted only enough for a dozen people for a week. For the past 20 years, I personally escorted your audit teams every time they came to Brad. Fishery taxes, port revenues, royal electricity usage, even the diesel subsidies distributed to fishermen, you audited down to the leader. Let slammed his palm on the table. You inspected the royal estate's storage rooms and inventoried the tableware His Majesty used. $9 billion disbursed in 17 installments, each one passing through Australian and New Zealand supervised accounts. Every expenditure also bore the signature of your auditors. And now you're saying the royal family embezzled them. His chest rose and fell rapidly, sweat pouring down his forehead. After speaking, Let stopped himself. For the past 3 years, he had always apologized first and then explained when facing creditor nation officials. Today was the first time. He did not bow his head, nor did he say sorry. Yi Fei pushed the water glass toward him. Let did not take it, remaining where he stood. Mary's assistant closed the laptop. Funds entering a supervised account does not preclude subsequent transfers. Related party transactions, supplier payments, and offshore accounts all require specialized audits. Mary pushed the sealed document forward once more. Australia demands immediate audits of the kingdom's fiscal accounts under the Sharif royal family's name and all new deposits since September 22nd. No, Yi Fei replied with only 2 words. Mary raised her hand to press down on the document. Article 9 of the loan agreement grants creditor nations audit rights. Article 9 permits you to audit the loan accounts and their usage. Yi Fei turned the document toward her, his finger resting on the audit scope column. Which accounts the $9 billion passed through, who received the payments, and where the funds were spent. You may audit all of this. The royal family's private accounts, fiscal revenues unrelated to the loans, and my personal funds transferred into the kingdom after September 22nd fall outside the audit scope. If you audit the loans, I will cooperate. But if you audit all of Gamajala's accounts, that is not acceptable. The conference hall fell silent. Mary did not argue. She had been waiting for Yi Fei to refuse. Then I must pose a procedural question to your Majesty. Go ahead. Has the Kingdom of Gamajala submitted documentation regarding the change of head of state to Australia and New Zealand through the diplomatic channels designated in the loan agreement? Yi Fei did not respond. Mary continued. Has the UN Secretariat received formal notification? Has the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat received succession documents? Have the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and New Zealand's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade completed verification of your country's new head of state's representative credentials? With each question, her assistant pulled up a record on the computer. To our knowledge, none of these have been done. Mary closed the document. Australia has no authority to determine who succeeds to the Gamajalan throne. However, under the current records of the loan agreement, the kingdom's head of government and fiscal authorization representative remain Regent Prime Minister Rania Sharif. Until the change of representative credentials is completed, Australia will not accept an heir who has not finished registration, unilaterally refusing the audit procedures stipulated in the loan agreement. Unless Prime Minister Rania herself confirms your right of succession and personally rejects this special audit request. Yi Fei stared at the document on the table without speaking. Mary's true target was not him. She wanted Anya. For the past 3 years, Anya had presided over the kingdom's affairs. Every time Australia and New Zealand requested an audit, she would first examine the contract. As long as the contract granted the other party rights, she would not refuse. Even when audit teams inspected the royal estate's tableware and electricity usage, Anya still arranged personnel to cooperate. She valued national credibility above her own interests. Mary understood this clearly. That is why she bypassed Yi Fei and demanded that the original authorized registrant personally state her position. 3 seconds passed. Mary rose from her seat. "Where is Prime Minister Rania?" Let's expression changed sharply. "It has been over 2 hours since we landed. The Regent Prime Minister has not attended the reception, nor has she appeared at the debt meeting." Mary raised her voice. "Has she experienced health problems? Is she no longer able to perform her duties as Prime Minister? Has there been a transfer of power in Gamajala that has not been confirmed through legal procedures? If Prime Minister Rania cannot appear, Australia will include its doubts about the kingdom's representative credentials in an official report. This report will be submitted to Canberra, Wellington, the Pacific Islands Forum, and relevant UN bodies." Yi Fei's finger tapped the edge of the table. Anya was still on the 3rd floor. Lian Shan had administered sedatives to her, expecting her to sleep at least until evening. It was Yi Fei who had decided to temporarily suppress the news and prevent her from engaging in the $9 billion debt verification. If they accepted the special audit, upon waking, Anya would find on the table an audit arrangement covering the royal accounts and all fiscal transactions. If they refused, Mary would seize upon the incomplete external registration issue to continue questioning Yi Fei's representative credentials. Just as Yi Fei was about to speak, hurried footsteps sounded outside the conference hall. Boom. The door was kicked open, the panel striking the wall before bouncing back. All 4 foreign ministers' assistants turned simultaneously. Natalie stood in the doorway, gum still in her mouth, one hand gripping the doorframe. She had just tried to stop them on the 3rd floor. She had failed. After waking, Anya had heard the commotion downstairs, pulled out the 4 catheter from the back of her hand, washed her face, and restyled her hair. Natalie had no choice but to accompany her down. Now Anya stood outside the door. Her dark military-style uniform was buttoned to the collar, her platinum blonde hair coiled at the nape, a crystal dagger hanging at her waist. Her face was pale and traces of blue pen ink still remained on her right hand. Mary's assistant stepped back half a pace. Anya walked to the long table and placed her hand on the special audit document. "Minister Payne." Her English carried no accent whatsoever. Anya stood at the door. No one in the conference hall picked up the thread. Mary had prepared a countermeasure for Yi Fei and anticipated Lit's rebuttal. What she had not anticipated was Anya's appearance at this very moment. For the past 3 years, whenever audit teams from Australia and New Zealand arrived in Brad, Anya had always cooperated personally. She reviewed contracts, checked accounts, and arranged personnel to guide them. Whether it was the number of tableware pieces in the royal estate, the diesel subsidies for fishermen, or the water consumption of the royal bathroom, she provided whatever the audit teams asked to see. Mary had bet on exactly that. Anya would keep compromising. But now Anya pushed the audit documents back across the table. Mary recomposed her wording. "Your Excellency Prime Minister, the demand I have raised is based on Article 9 of the loan agreement. The creditor nations have the right to verify Gamajala's debt-paying ability. What exactly do you wish to audit?" "The kingdom's fiscal special account, the accounts under the name of the Sharif royal family, and all new deposits made after September 22nd. Anya's hand still pressed the documents. She turned to look at Yi Fei. Yi Fei said nothing, merely raised a hand and waved it slightly. Anya withdrew her gaze. "Minister Payne, the Prime Minister, is the administrative head of the kingdom, but the kingdom belongs to His Majesty the King." She closed the file. "His Majesty has already made his decision. The loan accounts and the use of the loan may be audited. Accounts beyond the scope of the loan fall outside the audit authority. I carry out the King's decision." Mary watched her for a few seconds. In 3 years, she had witnessed this scene too many times. Anya never refused. She would only respond to more demands with more material. Now Anya stood beside a king enthroned for less than 10 days, blocking the creditor nation's audit demands. Mary closed her briefcase. Very well. She rose, took another document from her folder, and placed it in the center of the table. "Since Gamajala refuses to expand the scope of the audit, I now, on behalf of the Australian government, formally demand full repayment of the loan. $6.3 billion. The Australian government will submit a formal repayment note through diplomatic channels." Lit braced his hands on the edge of the table. Winston took off his glasses and wiped them with the hem of his shirt. He did not immediately take a stance. Mary turned to him. Winston put his glasses back on. "New Zealand and Australia have always stood together on this matter." He paused. $2.7 billion. "Upon my return, I will propose a formal diplomatic instrument to my cabinet to initiate the repayment procedure." Lit's face turned pale. $9 billion. To be repaid within 1 year. Gamajala had not repaid a single cent of principal in 30 years. The country had only 1 million people, fiscal revenues under $20 million, and its port, airport, and fisheries were still under repair. Once the repayment note entered the formal process, the kingdom would immediately lose its international creditworthiness. Lit's knees went weak. He steadied himself with his palms on the back of a chair. Anya did not move. Her fingers pressed the documents on the table. A trace of blue pen ink remained on her ring finger, and that small stain trembled slightly with the movement of her hand. The monthly budget of $670 million had already made her collapse into exhausted sleep in her office. Now it was $9 billion. She did not step back. Mary was waiting for her to speak. If Anya asked for a deferment, the initiative in negotiations would return to the creditor nations. The conference hall fell silent for a few seconds. Anya raised her head. If the kingdom refuses to repay early, what will be the consequences? Mary did not answer immediately. Winston took over. That depends on whether your country continues to refuse audits. Australia and New Zealand will assess whether Gamajala has the ability to repay and will submit reports to the relevant bodies. Does relevant bodies include the United Nations? They include the Oceania Forum and other institutions covered by the loan agreement. Anya nodded. I see. You don't intend to confirm that Gamajala cannot repay. You first demand repayment, then use the repayment pressure to prove Gamajala cannot repay. Could your ultimate goal still be the water rights of the Shun River? Or even a concession? Mary's assistant stopped typing. Mary's expression darkened. Your Excellency Prime Minister, please do not distort the normal procedures of the creditor nations. Normal procedures do not justify expanding the contractual authority. Anya flipped the $6.3 billion document to its last page. How much time is Australia prepared to allow for this repayment demand? A formal note will stipulate a maximum of 1 year. Then we will wait for the formal note. Mary had not expected Anya to answer this way. She had originally hoped Anya would start negotiating terms first, allowing Australia and New Zealand to regain the upper hand. Now Anya had pushed the issue back to the document itself. She neither refused repayment nor acknowledged that the other side could audit royal accounts at will. Just then a knock came at the door of the conference hall. Natalie leaned half her body and shifting her chewing gum between her teeth. Your Majesty, Mr. Sheldon of the American Sands Group has arrived. He is on the first floor. Mary's assistant looked up. Winston's secretary also stopped taking notes. Sands Group, one of the largest gambling and hotel conglomerates in the world with a market value exceeding $40 billion. CEO Sheldon had personally flown from the United States to Brad with no other public visits arranged. Yifei rose. Ignoring Mary and Winston, he turned to Anya. Sheldon flew 10 hours to get here. I'll go down to receive him first. Anya looked at him. What about here? You handle the negotiations. Yifei pushed his chair back to the table. How to repay and when to repay are yours to decide. Anya's hand paused over the documents. Yifei added, $9 billion to be fully repaid within 6 months. Lit's hand slid off the back of the chair. Mary's assistant in the middle of closing his laptop froze midair. Winston picked up his glass. The rim touched his lips, but he did not drink. 6 months. $9 billion. In a country whose GDP was only $10 billion and fiscal revenue less than $20 million, the king, face to face with two creditor nations' foreign ministers, promised to repay $9 billion within 6 months. Yifei glanced at Anya, then turned toward the door. I'm going to negotiate new revenue. Yifei took 2 steps, then stopped. Oh, Anya. What? In that previously projected meat procurement plan, what is the average monthly purchase amount from Australia and New Zealand? Anya flipped through the documents on the table. According to the plans for expanded imports cold chain and reserves, the average monthly total is $50 million. Yifei turned to look at Mary and Winston. Since the two ministers are eager to collect the money, we also need to cut expenses. He turned back to Anya. Contact suppliers in South America and Southeast Asia and recompare prices. Whoever offers the best value replaces the current one. Anya picked up a pen. What about the suppliers from Australia and New Zealand? If they ask, tell them the truth. Yifei rested his hand on the door handle. Because of the pressure from your foreign ministers, we are scraping together money to repay their loans, so we have no money to buy their meat. Please ask them to understand. Mary's expression changed. Australia's meat exports had long been more than just business. Procurement contracts with Pacific Island nations were one of Canberra's means of maintaining regional influence. Gamajala's purchases in the past had not been large, and switching suppliers would not affect the Australian or New Zealand economies. But this time was different. An order averaging $50 million a month was enough to make Australian ranchers and meat companies pressure their government together. Yifei gave her no time to speak. Anya, make the arrangements. He pulled open the door. I'm leaving now. When he reached the doorway, Yifei looked back at Mary. Minister Payne, the Shun River water tastes good. Drink a few more cups. It will cost you in the future. The door of the conference hall closed. All that was left inside was the sound of the air conditioner. Winston set down his glass, its bottom clinking against the table. Anya pulled out a chair and sat in the seat Yifei had just occupied. She opened the $6.3 billion repayment document and began checking it from the first page. Ministers. Her tone reverted to the calm that Lit knew well. Let us go through the repayment terms item by item. Mary's assistant reopened his laptop and began taking notes 2 seconds late. Lit steadied himself against the chair back and sat down. His hands were still trembling, but his back had straightened. In the corridor, the sound of Yifei's footsteps gradually faded. Natalie walked beside him, shifting her gum to the other side. She turned her face toward Yifei. Are you really planning to repay the $9 billion? Of course. Yifei walked down the stairs. With the debt hanging in others' hands, I can't sleep soundly. At $100 million a day, the principal can be repaid in 3 months. But once it's paid off, the kingdom's cash flow will be cut off for a while. So I need to see Sheldon. They had already reached the first floor lobby. Sheldon stood by the reception desk, studying a map of Gamajala on the wall. He wore a dark gray three-piece suit, his hands in his trouser pockets with only one assistant behind him. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. Yifei stopped before him. Mud from the port construction was still on his leather shoes, his shirt sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, and he wore neither tie nor jacket. Sheldon extended his hand. Your Majesty, we finally meet. Yifei shook his hand. Mr. Sheldon, the two Oceania foreign ministers upstairs just demanded $9 billion from me. Quite a headache. He released the handshake and tilted his chin toward the upper floor. You've come at the right time. Sheldon's assistant opened a briefcase and took out a black folder. The cover of the folder bore only one line: Gamajala Kingdom Gaming and Integrated Entertainment Project Proposal. Sheldon placed the folder on the reception desk. Yifei did not open the folder. Sheldon reached out and pressed the cover. Your Majesty, do you dare to grant me the nation's first gambling license? Yifei neither flipped through the documents nor offered a reply. He skirted the reception desk and moved to the lobby wall where a map of Gamajala hung with curled corners, two rusted push pins still holding it in place. Mr. Sheldon, you didn't fly 10 hours from Las Vegas just to pick up a license. Yifei raised his hand and pointed to the western side of the map. The west coast is our deep water port and industrial zone. The harbor is being dredged and road construction is already underway. Freight processing and warehousing, all of it goes in this belt. His hand shifted to the eastern side. The east coast has 15 kilometers of shoreline. The only King's Resort sits in the middle, currently under renovation. 5 kilometers south of the resort lies the city boundary, while to the north up to the edge of the toxic fog zone 8 more kilometers remain open for development. Sheldon stepped up to the map. Where does the casino go? At this end, close to the city. Yifei tapped a spot. The casino, shopping center, music bar, street, and nightlife district will be concentrated here. 3 kilometers from the city center, 5 from the airport. Once the roads are finished, you can get there in 10 minutes. Sheldon's assistant opened a tablet and began taking notes. Yifei's hand moved to the perimeter of the main island. Gamajala is ringed by 18 large islands ranging from 50 to 1,000 square kilometers each. The surrounding currents are broken by the islands, so the inshore waters stay calm all year round. The main island will be the first to draw visitors. The outlying islands will open later. Each islet gets its own plan with only one top-tier hotel brand allowed in. Sheldon cut in. Which brands? Amman, Capella, Bulgari, Peninsula, Rosewood. Yifei lowered his hand. Whoever signs first picks first. If you take development rights and leave the land idle for too long, the kingdom takes it back. The assistant wrote that line down separately. Sheldon tapped the northern section again. Why is this left empty? That's a mountain cliff. Yifei raised his hand once more. The north has 10 kilometers of cliffs facing the Pacific. In the future, safe sections can hold open-air venues for football, concerts, and boxing. The stands would sit on cliff platforms. To see ahead, the toxic fog warning zone behind. You won't find another venue anywhere that so perfectly fuses the angel and the devil. Sheldon offered no opinion on the venue. What he cared about were projects that could actually land. So what are you turning Brad into? The west coast runs industry, the east coast runs tourism and consumption. Yifei patted the map. Beach and resort stays benchmarked against the Maldives and Tahiti. Casino and nightlife benchmarked against Macau and Las Vegas. The commercial street won't be a copy of any existing city. Its core is dining, shopping, entertainment, and late-night business. What about security standards? They'll be built to a level that Chinese tourists find acceptable. Yifei answered without hesitation. 32 Chinese police advisors arrived today. They're here to help select and train the kingdom's police force. The airport, hotel zones, casino districts, and main commercial streets will each have dedicated police posts. Surveillance patrols, tourist complaints, and emergency response all follow one standard. We expect 3,000 to 5,000 officers. Sheldon slid his hands out of his pockets. The urban plan can keep going. He tapped the east coast with his finger. But where does the demand come from? The first wave: China, Japan, South Korea, Russia. Yifei answered without missing a beat. Chinese tourists looking for a top-tier island appear to have plenty of choices, but few truly measure up. Some are visa headaches, some have unstable security, and some can't deliver the service. The Maldives is expensive, Tahiti is farther, Bali is overcrowded in peak season, and some Southeast Asian destinations have unresolved safety issues, along with far too much discrimination. Japanese and South Korean tourists put a premium on transport service and safety. The islands that can consistently serve a high-end clientele are just as limited. Russia has over 100 million people. With Western high-end destinations closed off, their options have shrunk dramatically. The high spenders are still there, but no new destinations have stepped in to absorb them. Sheldon asked, what about visas? Core source countries get visa-free entry from day one. Other countries get e-visas, and eligible travelers can use visa on arrival. Once Gamajala King's Air starts flying, it's about 9 hours from Shanghai, 6 from Tokyo, 7 from Seoul. Moscow is farther, 17 hours, but our A350 can make the trip. Sheldon took the assistant's tablet and went through the notes. The demand side looks sound. But the resort, casino, commercial street, cliff, venue, and outer islands you listed can't rise at once. He handed the tablet back. Full completion is at least 10 years away. Yifei didn't argue. Sheldon went on. If Sands enters now, a casino plus hotel, mall, and entertainment facilities will cost at least $1 billion. And that's before labor and land. He straightened his cuff. Under our original plan, construction alone takes 5 years minimum. 5 years from now, whether Brad has any tourists at all is a gamble in itself. If the project fails, I fly back to Las Vegas and clean out my office. You lose nothing but a piece of land that isn't selling anyway. Yifei shook his head. 1 billion is too steep and 5 years is too slow. Sheldon paused. Yifei walked back to the reception desk and opened the black folder. The flyleaf was a rendering of an integrated entertainment complex, a 50-story hotel, a sheer glass curtain wall, a sky pool joined at the base to a casino, and a colossal shopping mall. That design wouldn't look out of place in any modern city where Sands operates. Yifei studied it for 10 seconds, then snapped the folder shut. This concept belongs in Macau or Singapore, not in Brad. He pushed the folder back. People come to Gamma Jala for the sea, the sand, the cliffs, and the islands, not to stare at another skyline. Keep the casino to 3 to 5 floors and hotels and commercial streets at or below 4. Use local stone and weather-treated timber outside and finish the interiors to sand standard. Yifei sketched a few sections across the reception desk. Casino at the center, hotels along the shore, shops and restaurants fanning out along the coastline. The project opens in phases. There's no need to wait for everything to be complete before serving guests. Phase 1 opens the casino, a hotel, and 1 commercial street. The rest expands while business is already running. Sheldon reopened the folder and found the engineering budget. Low-rise does cut costs, but what about construction capacity? The Chinese construction teams are already on the ground. Yifei tapped the west coast. They're on the port and the airport road now. More equipment is on the way and the casino can move onto the same schedule. No 50-story tower, no sweeping glass curtain wall. Construction time and structural costs both drop. Sheldon took out a pen and drew a line beneath the billion-dollar budget. How much can it drop, eh? The engineering team will retender the numbers. Yifei wouldn't throw out a random figure. But I won't pay $1 billion, and I certainly won't wait 5 years to unlock the doors. Sheldon raised his head. And the land price? Negotiable. On what basis? The kingdom won't sell the land outright. The lobby fell still for a few seconds. Upstairs, pages murmured. Anya was still cross-checking the repayment terms proposed by Australia and New Zealand line by line. Every day lost stacked one more day of pressure onto the $9 billion burden. Yifei indicated the East Coast land to Sheldon. The land is appraised and converted into equity in the project company. Sands supplies the capital, the brand, and the management team. The kingdom supplies land, the gaming license, and a supportive policy framework. If the casino profits, the kingdom takes dividends according to its equity. If it loses, the kingdom bears the risk carried by the land. Sheldon probed deeper. How are gaming taxes calculated? The rate is negotiated separately. License term. Separately as well. And exclusivity rights. That's on the table too. Yifei held his gaze. Land is land. Equity is equity. Tax is tax. License is license. I won't bundle all 4 into a single price and sell them to you. Sheldon's assistant stopped writing. That sentence had drawn the battle lines clearly. Sands could shave its upfront land payments, but it would never obtain a cheap, lasting monopoly. Nor would the kingdom pocket a one-time land fee and exit. It keeps a stake in the project and every dividend that follows. Sheldon closed the budget. Land as equity lowers our upfront cash and cushions us against policy shifts. Costs can be retendered. Timelines can be moved. He set the pen on the folder. But the biggest problem is still unresolved. Tourists. Who comes in year 1? Yifei laughed softly. Mr. Sheldon, I'm not worried about nobody coming. He leaned against the reception desk. I'm worried that a month from now Brad won't have enough hotel rooms for the Chinese tourists. Sheldon said nothing. Brad had 1 resort, the King's Resort, still under renovation, and 1 King's Hotel struggling to stay open. The air conditioning at the airport terminal wasn't even fully repaired, and annual tourism revenue was all but forgettable. Give me 1 reason. Sheldon discarded his earlier conversational tone. Yifei pulled out his phone, opened the official poster of a Chinese variety show, and held it up. This is one of the most popular dating shows in China right now. Last season it racked up over 8 billion views with single-episode peak viewership above 60 million. Sheldon took the phone, his assistant leaning in for a glance as well. I'll be on the next season's filming. Yifei took the phone back. The shoot is set right here on Brad's East Coast, the King's Resort. The assistant's pen hovered over the tablet. Yifei went on. The show has tens of millions of core viewers. Add short video cutting, social media buzz, and re-uploads, and the total reach crosses 100 million. After it airs, huge numbers of Chinese viewers will see Gamma Jala's coast, beaches, and sunsets for the first time. They'll look up where the country is, what the visa process is, how much the ticket costs, and when the hotel opens. Yifei put the phone back in his pocket. The first wave of tourists won't need me to find them. Nor do I need to shepherd every wave after that. Sheldon turned to face the map and laid his hand on the 15-kilometer strip of East Coast. The assistant stepped to his side and murmured a string of numbers. Show viewership, Chinese outbound travel volume, the current number of rooms on the East Coast. Each one laid out on the tablet. Sheldon held up his hand to stop him. 20 seconds later, he returned to the reception desk, plucked the black folder from the assistant, and opened it to the last page. He pressed the blank signature line in front of Yifei. Land license tax rate. We'll negotiate each one tonight. He tapped the equity column with his pen. First, tell me, what percentage does the kingdom want? What share does the kingdom want? Sheldon pressed his pen against the equity column of the project company, waiting for Yifei to name his price. In the second-floor conference room, Anya was going over the repayment documents with the foreign ministers of Australia and New Zealand. The repayment notices for 3 billion and 7 billion lay on the table, with the kingdom expected to complete repayment within, at most, half a year. Light stood at the stairwell listening through the half-open door. Yifei did not look back. He turned to the last page of the budget sheet, pulled out the rendering of the 50-story hotel, and laid it on the reception desk. 34%. Sheldon's pen stopped. 64%. You misheard. Yifei looked up. The kingdom takes 34%. Sheldon did not put pen to paper immediately. The group had run the numbers before. The East Coast project required at least $1 billion, with Jinsha bearing the funding, construction, branding, tenant recruitment, and operations team. The kingdom would provide the land, the gambling license, and supporting policies with very little upfront cash investment. In Sheldon's original estimate, the kingdom asking for around 50% was already within an acceptable range. He had even prepared a higher offer. Yet Yifei asked for only 34%. What rights does the kingdom retain? 34% of the project company's shares. That is not what I asked. Sheldon turned the documents to the shareholders' rights section. Jinsha will handle construction and operations. The kingdom cannot interfere arbitrarily in day-to-day management. This condition is acceptable. But if the project company mortgages the land, transfers the gambling license, or changes control, the kingdom must have the right to block it. Agreed. What about when the project company needs a loan? For ordinary operating loans, Jinsha may decide on its own. Where land, the gambling license, or project control is involved, the kingdom retains veto power. Management. Jinsha nominates. Operations team. Jinsha handles it. Profit distribution. According to the equity ratio. Yifei placed his pen on the documents. The gambling tax is a separate matter, the license term is a separate matter, and the exclusive operating right is also a separate matter. Sheldon's assistant looked up the tablet in his hand, pausing midair. Yifei went on. The land is not being sold to you all at once. The kingdom will contribute the land to the project company at its appraised value. Jinsha will take 66% and handle all of Phase 1's construction and operations. The casino license is not a free gift with the land. If Jinsha wants exclusivity, it must pay an exclusive price. If you only want to operate Phase 1, then negotiate for Phase 1. Sheldon stared at the documents for a few seconds. This young king was not unaware of how much money a casino could make. Yifei had put the casino on the East Coast simply to make tourists stay longer. What the kingdom truly needed was the guest rooms, dining, shopping, transportation, and later island development. Jinsha was taking the lion's share of the project and bearing the construction and operating risks. The kingdom retained the land, the license, the tax rates, and matters related to national sovereignty. These terms were not unfavorable. More importantly, once Jinsha received 66% of the shares, it could take direct charge of the project's operations without daily interference from the royal household. Sheldon picked up his pen again. The kingdom keeps 34% and retains one vote veto power. The veto items are written into the Articles of Association. Does the casino operating right belong to Jinsha? The project company's operating right belongs to Jinsha. The gambling license remains with the kingdom. And the license term? We'll discuss that separately. Tax rate. Also separately. Sheldon tapped his pen on the table. Yifei had made no additional promises, yet he was willing to finalize the project equity immediately. This was far more straightforward than the approach many countries took, first taking the land payment, then demanding the investor bear all the risk. I accept 34%. That fast. Because the terms are reasonable. Sheldon pushed the documents toward Yifei. Both teams can draft the formal agreement tonight. Yifei did not take the pen. Instead, he slid the rendering of the 50-story hotel in front of Sheldon. Revise the Phase 1 plan first. Sheldon glanced down. Delete the high-rise hotel. Keep the casino to 3 to 5 floors, put the hotel by the sea, and arrange the commercial street along the shore. Use less glass on the facades and more local stone and weather-resistant timber. Sheldon's assistant hastily took notes. Your Majesty, the high-rise hotel in the original plan would add more guest rooms and increase the project's distinctiveness. Visitors come to Brad not to see a second high-rise. Yifei pointed to the East Coast on the map. What they want is the beach, the islands, the sunset, and a quiet place to stay. A casino is a place to spend money, not the centerpiece of a city. 12 months. The assistant looked up. What? Phase 1 opens within 12 months. Your Majesty, 12 months is only enough to complete the main structure. Equipment installation, commissioning, staff training, and fire safety approval all take time. Which is why the high-rise hotel is cut. Yifei pressed his finger on the rendering. Build the casino, hotel, and commercial street in Phase 1 first. The 50-story tower, the large glass curtain walls, and all the complex elevated facilities are cancelled. Put the budget into guest rooms, restaurants, the beach, transportation, and service staff. The project will open as construction continues. There is no need to wait for every area to be completed. Sheldon took the pen and drew a line through the high-rise building. He did not argue further. The Jinsha Group excelled at replicating proven projects in different cities, but the conditions in Gamajela were unique. Brad had only 15 kilometers of East Coast with the toxic mist warning zone to the north and the urban area to the south. There was no mature tourism industry here, nor enough hotels and service staff. If Phase 1 required too much investment, and the construction dragged on beyond 5 years, the financial pressure would fall entirely on Jinsha. Low-rise buildings and phase construction actually suited the local situation better. Sheldon closed the file and signaled the assistant to put away the tablet. If you intend to repay $9 billion within half a year, outside financial institutions will not easily accept Gamajala's current fiscal situation. Jinsha can help the kingdom connect with banks in the United States and Europe. Bank loans, bonds, and project financing can all be arranged. What interest rate? That depends on the lenders, the form of security, and the kingdom's future cash flow. A preliminary estimate puts the annual rate at 7 to 11%. Yifei did not flip through the documents. $9 billion at 7% meant $630 million in interest every year. The kingdom's current fixed monthly expenditures were close to $700 million, including food state subsidies, gasoline, and aviation fuel. The port, airport, hospitals, and industrial zones were all still in the investment stage, and the cash flow simply could not sustain high-interest loans. The loan from Australia and New Zealand had an enormous principal, but carried no interest. Replacing an interest-free loan with a commercial loan would force the kingdom to pay a new fixed fiscal expense every year. What are you going to use as security? Future revenue from the project. Phase 1 of the casino has not started construction yet, which is why we need Your Majesty to sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Sheldon placed his hand on the folder. As long as Jinsha becomes the core operator of the kingdom's tourism industry, financial institutions will be willing to hear our proposal. Banks do not know Gamajala, but they know Jinsha. That statement had laid the terms out on the table. Financial institutions needed Sands' control over the project. Sands needed the kingdom to include future tourism revenue in the financing arrangement. Yifei took out his phone and glanced at the time. Every day at midnight the system would provide him with $100 million. $9 billion. It would take only 90 days. What he really had to consider was not whether the money could be repaid, but how to make the outside world accept this sudden influx of funds. Australia and New Zealand had already begun investigating the settlement records after September 22nd. If the kingdom produced $9 billion to clear its debts, the two countries would not stop asking where the money came from. But if the debt remained on the books, Australia and New Zealand could continue to pressure the kingdom over its repayment capacity. Yifei was not going to pawn off the kingdom's decades of future revenue to the banks. Leave the financial institutions alone for now. Sheldon looked up. Your Majesty, $9 billion is not 90 million. The Chinese side can help. Sheldon's assistant stopped gathering the files. Yifei put away his phone. Zhou Jining, sent by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, has completed the formalities for establishing diplomatic relations. She is now a third secretary waiting for my summons 24 hours a day. Ms. He from Macau will also arrive in Brad within a few days. Let's hear their proposals first, then decide on the financing method. Sheldon did not respond. Sands had originally thought it was the first casino group to enter Gamajala. Now he realized that Yifei had not granted any company exclusive qualification. Sands was merely one of the candidates. Will the Macau side be participating in the financing too? She will bring a proposal. Does Ms. He represent Macau? She represents herself. Sheldon placed the water glass back on the reception desk. For this type of project, the Macau side usually does not represent just an individual. Once they enter, the casino tax rate, license term, and business scope will all be renegotiated. There is state power behind them. Sands may not be able to keep its current terms. Are you afraid you won't get the project? I am reminding Your Majesty. Yifei pushed the folder back toward Sheldon. I have not lost the initiative. You just gave 34% to Sands. That is project equity. The tax rate, license, and exclusive operating rights have not been determined. So I still have the initiative. The reception hall fell silent. Sheldon went through the equity agreement once more. He had negotiated many casino projects with the Sands Group. When those governments met with Sands, they first discussed land prices, then licenses, and finally tax rates and operating terms. Every government had worried that Sands would not enter. Yifei, however, had only fixed the project equity and split every other condition apart. He was neither rushing to collect money nor handing the project to Sands. The young king treated Gamajala as the buyer and placed Sands in the position of a supplier. Your Majesty, do you intend to leave the $9 billion to the Macau side to handle? Let's look at their proposal first. What if the Macau side offers better terms? Then choose the better ones. That is human nature. Sheldon's assistant put away the tablet. Sir, once Macau enters the project, terms will change again. I heard you. Do we need to raise our offer? Sheldon did not answer. If they raise the equity share, Yifei might not care. If they raise the license fee, Yifei could simply let Macau bid. What Sands needed most was not the first phase casino, but Gamajala's first casino license and a priority position in the subsequent tourism projects. The casino project could continue to be negotiated. There was only one gateway into the country. Sheldon picked up the equity agreement and caught up with Yifei, who had already reached the staircase. Your Majesty. Yifei stopped. Is there something else? For the $9 billion debt, Sands can advance $2 billion first. Yifei turned around. The door to the second floor meeting room was not tightly closed. Anya was arranging the repayment documents for Australia's $3 billion. Mary Payne sat at the table, her finger pressing the signature page. Winston's secretary was in charge of taking notes. Sheldon's voice reached the meeting room, and several people stopped what they were doing at the same time. Sands can advance $2 billion first. The pen in Mary's hand fell onto the documents. Lit gripped the back of his chair, his expression changing. $2 billion. An American group that had just submitted a casino license application was willing to advance $2 billion on behalf of Gamajala. Sheldon walked up behind Yifei. This money can go directly into an account designated by the kingdom. Is it a loan or project investment? Yifei asked quickly. Sheldon paused for half a beat. It can be counted as the initial investment of the project company or as bridge financing for the kingdom to repay its debts. Interest. It will be discussed under project financing terms. How will it be secured? The land casino license and future project revenue cannot all be used as security. Yifei raised his hand to interrupt. Then first say clearly what Sans really wants. Sheldon did not sidestep. The right of first negotiation. Not an exclusive right. Before the Macau side formally enters, Sans hopes to complete an agreement first. What if I don't agree? Then the arrangement for the $2 billion would have to be reassessed. What if I agree to let Macau participate? Sans would still be willing to discuss the project, but it will not advance that money first. Sheldon put the folder on the stair railing. Your Majesty, $2 billion is not a grant, nor is it an unconditional loan. Sans is willing to bear the funding pressure first, because we hope to obtain the right to negotiate first. In the meeting room, Anya looked up. She finally rose and walked to the door. The right to negotiate first does not equal control over the project. Of course. Nor does it mean the kingdom must accept Sans' final terms. That depends on the outcome of the negotiations. Anya looked at Yifei. Your Majesty, the formal diplomatic notes from Australia and New Zealand have not yet been signed. If we accept Sans' funds now, the nature of the funds must be confirmed. Mary stood up from the table. The Prime Minister is right. She closed the repayment documents. If this $2 billion enters the kingdom's fiscal account, Australia needs to confirm whether it is a commercial loan and whether it carries sovereign asset guarantees. Winston continued. We also need to confirm whether this money will change the kingdom's debt repayment arrangements. Yifei looked at Sheldon. A moment ago, Sans had been urging him to accept high-interest financing. Now, to stop Macau from entering, Sheldon was willing to put up $2 billion first. This was not help. This was fighting for position. When will the $2 billion arrive? Sheldon replied, at the earliest 24 hours after the documents are signed. Interest term and security will be discussed tonight by lawyers from both sides. Fine. The right of first negotiation for the project applies only to the first phase casino project on the East Coast. Fine. It cannot restrict Macau from participating in the hotel, aviation, commercial street, and outlying island projects. Sheldon moved his hand away from the folder. Your Majesty, this condition needs further discussion. Then there is nothing to discuss. Yifei turned and walked toward the meeting room. Sheldon stood at the staircase for 2 seconds, picked up the folder, and followed. Your Majesty, Sans can give up the outlying island and aviation projects. What about the casino license? For the East Coast first phase, Sans hopes to have priority operating rights. Not exclusive operating rights. Priority operating rights. Write it into the agreement. Fine. Yifei walked to the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Anya stood on his right. The foreign ministers of Australia and New Zealand sat across from him. Sheldon placed the black folder at the center of the table. Yifei did not open the folder. The $2 billion can be discussed. Just as Sheldon was about to sit down, Yifei added, but before the money arrives, I will not stop Macau from entering. Sheldon stopped mid-motion. No one in the meeting room said a word. Yifei reached out and tapped the table. Mr. Sheldon, what you want is the right of first negotiation. I am giving it to you. You want to advance $2 billion first. I can accept that too. But priority negotiation is not priority signing. Sheldon stood by the table, his palm pressing down on the folder. Yifei looked up. If Sans really wants this project, put the $2 billion into the account first. Once the money arrives, I will give you 3 days. If we cannot reach an agreement before the 3rd day, ends, I will talk to Macau anyway. Sheldon did not respond. Yifei pushed Australia's repayment documents in front of Anya. Let's finish the repayment notes first. As for Sans' $2 billion, have them send the contract to the special fiscal account. The nature of the funds, interest, security, and exit clause. Not one of them can be missing. Sheldon's assistant reopened the tablet and began recording. Sheldon picked up the black folder, but did not leave. He looked at Yifei and added one final condition. Your Majesty, the $2 billion can be transferred into the project account tomorrow. But there is one condition. As long as Your Majesty does not let Macau get involved in the East Coast first phase. Yifei did not agree to Sheldon's final condition. Macau could stay out of the East Coast Phase 1 casino, but the kingdom would not clear the way for Sans on the hotel's aviation, commercial streets, and outlying islands. Sheldon did not leave Brad right away. 15 minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove onto the temporary road from the city to the East Coast. The road had just been laid with gravel. As the tires rolled over it, the car kept vibrating. Sheldon sat in the right rear seat and lowered half the window. The sea breeze blew into the car, and the air was thick with salty moisture. On the left was Brad's urban area. Rows of low concrete houses spread upward along the hillside, their walls mottled and their roofs in different colors. On the right was the Pacific Ocean. The assistant sitting in the front passenger seat flipped through the meeting minutes just compiled. Sir, there's something I can't figure out. Sheldon leaned against the seat and didn't interrupt him. Why are we in such a hurry? The assistant set the tablet on his lap. This country's GDP is only $10 billion and fiscal revenue is less than 20 million. The airport runway isn't finished, the port is being dredged, and the entire country has only 1 million people. $2 billion has already been wired in, but Phase 1 doesn't even have formal blueprints. The gambling tax license term and exit clauses haven't been negotiated either. He paused for a moment. If Yifei just wants to cash out in the short term, we'd have no way to get our money back. You think it's not worth it? The resources are valuable, but the terms aren't. The G-class rounded a hillside, and the terrain ahead suddenly opened up. 15 kilometers of the east coast appeared outside the window. There were no big waves near the shore. The 18 outlying islands blocked the main ocean currents. Sunlight fell on the sea, and the shallow water was so clear that even the ripples in the sandy bottom could be seen. The white beach stretched north along the coast, running right up to the toxic mist restricted zone. Sheldon reached up and tapped the driver's seat. Drive slower. The driver lifted off the accelerator, and the car slowed down. Sheldon watched for half a minute before speaking again. Look up Saipan. Look up what? Population and GDP. The assistant opened a search page and quickly found the data. Permanent population is about 50,000 and GDP is close to $2 billion. What about area? Around 120 square kilometers. Sheldon raised his hand and pointed out the window. Saipan with 120 square kilometers and 50,000 people can make $2 billion. Gamajila is 1 million square kilometers with a population of 1 million. The main island has 2 coastlines east and west plus 18 outlying islands. It currently has a GDP of only $10 billion. The assistant glanced out the window. The north and central regions are sealed off by toxic mist. The area that can truly be developed isn't that big. So it can't be calculated by national land area. Sheldon withdrew his hand. But the population won't disappear, the coast won't disappear, and the outlying islands won't disappear either. What's missing here isn't resources. It's airports, ports, hotels, stable flight routes, and tourists. In the past, no one dared to invest, and no government could carry a project through. Now someone has started. The assistant flipped back through the meeting minutes. You mean Yifei? 34. What? He wants only 34% of the shares. Sheldon took the tablet from the assistant and pulled up the equity terms the two sides had just confirmed. If he only wanted to grab money from Sands, he would have asked for at least 60% and sold the land outright at a high price. Once the money arrived, whether the project lived or died years later would have nothing to do with him. Sheldon handed the tablet back, but he didn't sell the land. The land was appraised as equity and project operations were given to Sands. The gambling license, tax rate, operating term, and exclusivity were all negotiated separately. He wants long-term returns, and he's willing to let Sands take the operating rights. The assistant tapped the 34% column. It's also possible that he doesn't understand project valuation. Someone who doesn't understand valuation wouldn't split land license, tax rate, and operating rights into 4 items. Sheldon reached out and tapped the tablet. And he certainly wouldn't add a veto right specifically over matters involving land and licenses. The assistant didn't argue further. The G-Class drove over a rough potholed stretch, and the chassis shook several times. But he has China behind him. The assistant reminded him. That's why we can't afford to wait. Sheldon reached over and closed half the window, and the car became much quieter. Medical teams, teachers, and police officers have already arrived. The procedures for establishing diplomatic relations are complete. Chinese diplomats are stationed in Brad, and the ambassador will be here soon. Chinese construction crews are involved in both the port dredging and the road construction. Once the airport is finished, the routes open, and the visa-free policy is rolled out, Chinese tourists can come directly. The assistant typed this part into the meeting minutes. When tourists come, capital will follow. Hotels, restaurants, retail, logistics, and travel agencies. As soon as one starts making money, more players will keep entering. Sheldon looked at the undeveloped land along the east coast. By then, if Sands comes back to negotiate, it won't be facing Yifei alone. We'll be competing with every group that has its eyes on Chinese tourists. The assistant stopped typing. What about Ms. He from Macau? She hasn't arrived yet. Yifei already said she would be in Brad within a few days. Sheldon adjusted his cuffs. So the $2 billion is not a gift to Gamajila. What Sands is buying with this money is 3 days of priority negotiation time. The assistant looked down at the draft agreement. But Yifei didn't agree to let Macau withdraw from Phase 1. He won't. Then should we still prepare the $2 billion? Let's finish seeing the east coast first. The G-Class began to slow down. A cluster of white buildings appeared midway along the coast. The 5-story main building faced the beach. Its facade kept the lines of French architecture, but the walls had faded across large areas. 3 floor-to-ceiling glass panels on the ground floor were chipped, and workers had boarded over the damaged spots from the inside. King Resort. The vehicle stopped outside the main gate. The resort had no doorman, and the front desk had been stripped empty. The lobby floor was covered with dust cloths. More than a dozen Gamajila workers were dismantling the old chandeliers, while a few people pushed carts loaded with stone inside. The foreman on the scaffolding tapped the steel pipe twice, and the workers below immediately shifted positions. No one stopped to gawk at the Mercedes. Sheldon sat in the car, not opening the door right away. By the windows on the right side of the lobby, 2 Chinese women were filming a video. One of them, in a light blue dress and a ponytail, was introducing the lobby layout to her phone. The other crouched beside a tripod, adjusting the angle again and again to fit the construction site, the beach, and the sea into one shot. Workers kept moving stone. The 2 Chinese women finished a take, then huddled together to review the playback. The assistant turned around. Are they reporters? Reporters wouldn't just carry 2 phones. Travel bloggers. Maybe. The assistant opened the tablet. Should I look up their account? No need. Sheldon watched for a while. A resort on an island nation that wasn't officially open with its lobby chandeliers not even installed already had Chinese bloggers coming on their own to film. This wasn't a promotional team arranged by the kingdom, nor media hired by Sands. Beside their feet were carry-on cases still bearing baggage tags from Sydney Airport. The ponytailed girl picked up a bottle of water and was complaining in Chinese that she couldn't even find a taxi at the airport. They really had come on their own. There were no established hotels, and no travel agency had arranged to pick them up. The two had simply seen online that Sichuan Airlines had a flight from Beijing to a mysterious island nation, and they bought tickets and came before it had even landed. Sir. Sheldon took out his phone and dialed the group's head of legal affairs. Don't leave Brad tonight. The other end asked why. Reorganize the $2 billion agreement. The priority negotiation right is limited to the East Coast Phase 1 project. Remove the outlying islands and aviation business entirely. The assistant immediately turned his head. A few more words were exchanged on the phone. The guarantee must not touch the kingdom's sovereign assets, and the exit clause should be listed separately. Have the new version delivered to City Hall before midnight tonight. Sheldon hung up, pushed open the door, and got out. The assistant followed. You've decided to continue negotiations. We're already here. What are we waiting for? Sheldon walked across the gravel in front of the gate toward the resort lobby. The ponytailed girl had just recorded a section and was looking down at the playback on her phone. In the frame, the construction lobby took up the left side, while the right side showed the white beach and the blue sea without big waves. She typed a line of captions at the bottom of the video. You've definitely never heard of this country, but I bet it'll blow up in 3 years. Young Mina typed out the subtitle, deleted it, and began again. This country will definitely blow up in 3 years. 3 years was far too long. She changed 3 years to 1 year, hesitated for a moment, then switched it back. In a place where even taxis were nowhere to be found, claiming it would become a hot destination in 1 year would surely invite scathing comments about her being paid to promote a tourism project. Lu Xiaolu crouched beside the tripod, packing up the equipment with sand clinging to her knees. Nana, I've got blisters on my feet. Young Mina offered no response. 2 hours earlier, they had been standing at the exit of Brad International Airport trying to figure out how to get into the city. Didi wouldn't work. Uber had no service here. Grab couldn't even locate this country. The airport Wi-Fi came from a temporary router installed by a construction team, and web pages would cut off halfway through loading. Outside the exit, there was no taxi stand, no airport shuttle, no bus. Not even a motorcycle in sight. The terminal was filled with Chinese engineers and construction workers, hundreds of them in work clothes, heading in groups toward the construction site. No one was heading into the city along with them. Young Mina stopped 3 people to ask for directions. They responded in a southwestern dialect, telling her the city center was 5 kilometers to the south and the King's Resort about 10 kilometers to the east. She asked again, is there really no vehicle we can take? Nowhere to get one. You'll have to walk. Young Mina turned to look at Lu Xiaolu. Lu Xiaolu stared back at her. The two girls dragged their carry-ons along the newly laid gravel road heading east. The wheels kept catching in the loose stones, forcing them to lift the suitcases every dozen meters or so. 40 minutes later, the strap on Young Mina's sandals broke. She untied her hairband and used it to bind the strap back together, then continued on. Another half hour passed before Lu Xiaolu finally couldn't take it anymore. Where's this treasure island you were talking about? Where's this hidden paradise you promised? We've been walking all this way and haven't even seen a convenience store. Young Mina kept her eyes on her suitcase, too exhausted to argue. On Google Maps, there were hotel photos. White main building, infinity pool, private beach, and several English reviews underneath. Before leaving, she had specifically taken a screenshot and posted it on social media, captioning it, discovered a stunning island with 0 Chinese tourists. 47 likes. In exchange for 2 hours of walking. But once they reached the east coast, Young Mina had no complaints left. The nearshore water was crystal clear, its light blue and emerald green hues layered in distinct shades. The waves came in low, reducing to just a thin sheet of water by the time they reached the shore. The white sand was fine and soft, free of shell fragments, and without a single stretch of coral stones. A dozen islands dotted the distant horizon, blocking the open ocean currents. Along this entire stretch of coastline, there was barely a sound of crashing waves. Young Mina stood frozen for 10 seconds, then immediately pulled out her phone. No resting yet, let's shoot first. Lu Xiaolu glanced down at the blisters on her feet, then set up the tripod anyway. They filmed along the beach in front of the resort for 40 minutes, then headed into the lobby that was undergoing renovation. Workers were removing the old chandelier, and stone materials were being hauled in by the truckload. Several panes of glass on the first floor had been broken, temporarily boarded up from the inside. Young Mina held up her phone, framing the construction wreck lobby against the ocean outside. This footage didn't exist in China. An island resort still under renovation, yet beyond its doors stretched a coastline that rivaled the Maldives. She walked up to a worker hauling stone and exhausted most of her English vocabulary. Hotel open. When oi. The worker listened for a long moment, then turned to call over the foreman. The foreman told her the resort needed another month of renovations. They couldn't check in now. If they wanted a place to stay, they'd have to go back to the King's Hotel in the city center. The smile on Young Mina's face faded. The city center? About 10 kilometers or so. Another 10 kilometers. She glanced at her sandal held together by a hairband, then at the blisters on Lu Xiaolu's feet. Lu Xiaolu simply sat down on her carry-on. Sister, I really can't walk any further. We walk after we finish filming. And after that? We'll figure it out then. Yang Mina adjusted the frame and retyped the subtitle. It will blow up in 3 years. The moment she finished typing, a black Mercedes G-Wagon came rumbling down the gravel road. The first thing Yang Mina calculated was not the car's price, but whether it was heading back to the city. Xiaolu, do you think that car came from the city? Lu Xiaolu looked up. A G-Wagon on this island. The island has a royal family. Having a few nice cars isn't strange. Yang Mina did not immediately flag down the car. 2 girls hitching a ride from strangers in a foreign country was far too risky. But the G-Wagon stopped at the resort entrance anyway. The door opened, and an older white man in a dark gray 3-piece suit stepped out. He straightened his cuffs and walked directly into the lobby to inspect the construction. Yang Mina had been a travel blogger for 3 years and had encountered plenty of luxury hotels and private resorts. The man's suit tailoring his watch and the assistant accompanying him all spoke of high status. She weighed her options for 3 seconds. No networking. Just ask for a ride. Yang Mina lifted the hem of her dress and walked over in English. Excuse me, sir. Are you heading to the city center? There are no taxis here, no buses either. We've been walking for 2 hours. Could we possibly catch a ride with you? The grammar wasn't perfect, but the message was clear. Sheldon turned to examine her, then glanced at her sandal held together with a hairband. Chinese. Yes, from Beijing. Yang Mina nodded repeatedly. Lu Xiaolu was still sitting on her carry-on, rubbing her feet, too exhausted to be of any help. Sheldon exchanged a few words with his assistant. The assistant stayed at the resort with a tablet in hand, while Sheldon pulled open the passenger door. Get in. I'm heading into the city anyway. Yang Mina froze for a second, then rushed back to grab Lu Xiaolu. Come on, grab the suitcases. The two stuffed their luggage into the trunk and climbed into the back seat of the G-Wagon. The vehicle resumed its journey. Yang Mina leaned back in the seat and finally loosened the hairband holding her sandal together. For the first time all day, she didn't have to walk. Thank you so much. We walked all the way from the airport. There isn't a single taxi on this whole island. Sheldon glanced at them through the rearview mirror. How did you get here? By plane, a direct flight from Beijing. And there were actually direct flights. Was the plane full of tourists? Yang Mina thought back. Mostly engineers and construction workers, hundreds of them. The two of us were probably the only regular tourists. She paused. What about you? I didn't see any foreign passengers on the plane. Private jet from the United States. Yang Mina nodded and did not press further. Sheldon half turned in his seat. How much was the ticket from Beijing? Yang Mina's eyes lit up. This was the thing she was most proud of about the entire trip. 1,500 RMB, all taxes included. She held up one finger, then added 5 more. About 200 USD, 9 hours direct on an A350. Spacious seats, good meals too. Sheldon continued his questions. Is that the regular price? I'm not sure, I think that's how it always is. And the visa? Oh, visa on arrival, 100 RMB. Fill out a form at the airport, pay the fee, done in a few minutes. Sheldon fell silent. 200 USD. 9 hours direct. Even as a promotional fare, this price was low enough to flood Brad with tourists. What truly mattered was not whether this ticket price could turn a profit. It was that Kingdom Air was willing to exchange low fares for passenger volume. The airport could handle wide-body jets, and Brad sat at the heart of the Pacific. Extend the routes further east, and they could connect Los Angeles, San Francisco, and other North American cities. Chinese tourists could vacation here. North American tourists could pour into Brad. What casinos needed most was never more gaming tables. It was a steady stream of visitors coming through the city. Yang Mina had no idea Sheldon was already calculating the value of these routes as she continued excitedly describing her experience. There are many problems here right now. No public transit, no taxis, the hotel isn't finished, can't even find a convenience store. The flights are sparse too, only 3 per week. She pivoted. But the ocean here is absolutely incredible. I've been to Phuket, Bali, Boracay, Okinawa. This water, this beach, this level of tranquility are all better. Once the hotels are finished and the transportation is sorted out, Chinese tourists will definitely come. Lu Xiaolu, leaning against her, added a remark. Maybe start by buying a few taxis first. Yang Mina nudged her with her elbow. Don't rain on my parade. The G-Wagon rounded a bend, and the city of Brad came into view ahead. Low-rise buildings spread across the hillside, and midway up the slope, a 3-story French villa stood beside a garden. Yang Mina leaned forward and asked, Sir, which way is the King's Hotel? Sheldon raised his hand to point toward the villa. See that flagpole? Right below it. Yang Mina followed his gesture. A marine green hotel flag was billowing in the ocean breeze with a cartoon king salmon with its mouth wide open emblazoned in the center. Lu Xiaolu pressed her face to the window. The fish on this hotel's logo is kind of cute. The vehicle pulled up in front of the King's Hotel. The two girls stepped out to unload their luggage, and Yang Mina thanked Sheldon once more. Sheldon did not leave immediately. He took out his phone and dialed the head of the company's legal department. Pull together the $20 billion agreement. And prepare a separate addendum. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Sheldon stated his final request. Sands needs to negotiate a North American route partnership with Gamajala Kingdom Air.